426. Black Panthers, was derived from the panther symbol that emblazoned a voter registration pamphlet produced by a group called Lowndes County Freedom Organization. Newton explained that the Black Panther is a fierce animal, but he will not attack until he is backed into a corner, then he will strike out. Their first member was a 15-year-old named Bobby Hutton, whom everyone called Lil Bobby. Flores A. Forbes, who would become a member of the Central Committee and the Special Guard, enlisted, among other things, to provide protection for Newton, explained to his father why he wanted to join the Black Panther Party when he was still a teen. "I said, Daddy, this is what I want to do. I want to be a Black Panther so that I can help my people. I see how things are in this country, and you always told me those stories about growing up in North Carolina and having to sit in the back of the bus. And then you and your brother refused to sit back there and you fought back and had that fight where you knocked the white boy out and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm tired of being pushed around and I want to fight back." Point 7. Many adolescents were drawn to the Black Panther Party. Part of the draw was the allure of Point 7 of the 10-point program, which stated, in short, that we believe we can end police brutality in our black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. The Constitution of the United States gives a right to bear arms. For the youth, as well as the adults, who joined the Black Panthers, there was the allure about belonging to a community, but there was something more, the opportunity to wield a gun. Guns are a universal symbol of power, but they have special import for African Americans. In slavery, African Americans were prohibited from owning or using a gun. Even in the free states, laws forbade gun ownership by blacks. In cities like Oakland, white cops dominated blacks not only with the institutional power they wielded, but also because they carried guns, which they could use maliciously. White cops were rarely indicted for crimes against blacks. Black Panthers received extensive training on how to carry out their party duties, and on how to use guns. Panthers were taught how to clean guns and how not to point the barrel of the gun at any person. Panthers were required to memorize the 10-point program and to consume a healthy reading diet of philosophy, militancy, and the ideology of the organization. There were rules to abide by that emphasized respect for self and the community. For example, drugs and alcohol were forbidden while engaged in party work, and a Panther could not commit a crime. Huey P. Newton 427. Against another member or any black person. It was important to Newton, who had learned about community from his family and at church, that the Panthers be tight-knit. In the first phase of Panther activities, Newton launched the famous gun patrols. While on these patrols, Newton depended not only on armed self-defense but on the law. He would stand there with his gun and his book, reciting the law, careful not to step outside the limits of the law, but rather, using the law and the gun as a means for legitimizing the rights for black citizens to protect themselves. Newton believed it was important to educate the community about the law as well as about the organization. His objective was to empower African Americans, and to do this he had to get the word out about the black clenched fist salute. In the 1960s, almost everyone was raising their hand in the clenched fist salute. Although it was used before then, it was made popular in large part by several high-profile individuals in the Black Power movement. The clenched fist salute is also known as the Black Power salute or the Power to the People salute. It is raised to express solidarity. Newton and the members of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense made the salute frequently among themselves and in public. Newton, as well as other individuals associated with the Black Power movement, made the salute upon release from stints in jail. Generally, the audience, in a call and response effect, made the salute back. One of the most controversial moments in sports history occurred when the clenched fist salute was raised during the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City. When two African Americans, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, entered the stadium to receive their medals, they wore no shoes to pay homage to impoverished blacks. Smith wore a black scarf to signify black pride, and Carlos wore a strand of beads to symbolize blacks who had been lynched or murdered by racists or by their oppressors. After mounting the podium, during the playing of the national anthem, they raised their hands in the clenched fist salute and bowed their heads. After dismounting the podium, the audience booed them. But the image made headlines all over the world. Back at home, the men received death threats and were heavily criticized. But their protest had the opposite effect on many blacks who venerated them for what they had done. A documentary on that incident, Salute, was scheduled to premiere at the Sydney Film Festival in 2008. Since Black Power proponents began adopting the clenched fist salute, others have followed suit, such as Native Americans and hippies during the hippie movement. 428. Panthers. His tactic worked, especially when his patrols, in party uniform, went into the communities themselves and disseminated their leaflets. Many of the new members included ex-convicts, prisoners, the unemployed, and the disenchanted. White cops were generally enraged by the fact that the Panthers were watching them. During the patrols, the Panthers had strict orders to stand a certain distance from a cop. They were instructed not to interfere. However, when an officer engaged Newton, he did not back down. The patrols were hugely successful, staving off violent acts and resulting in a marked decrease in incidences of police brutality and killing. Not all of Newton's ideas were so noble. One was outright scandalous. Huey wanted to exact financial support for Panther programs from individuals outside the law, such as the drug dealers and panderers. In exchange, he planned to establish a defense fund to provide bail and legal representation. Most individuals did not warm to this idea, and were put off by Newton's interference in their personal matters. To some, this plan was nothing more than barefaced extortion. Eldridge Cleaver, Minister of Information. It took Eldridge Cleaver a while to become convinced that the Black Panther organization was for him. From the first, Newton tried to coax Cleaver into joining his organization. He believed Cleaver would be an asset in many ways. He was a professional writer and a charismatic speaker. That he had been to jail made him someone who could relate to the plight of black men in disadvantaged communities. Cleaver listened, without uttering a word, as Newton explained what his organization was all about. He initially declined to join because he wanted to help restart Malcolm X's organization of Afro-American Unity, not realizing that Newton and Seal had the same intent. Eventually, Cleaver changed his mind and asked Newton if he could join the Black Panthers. He did this for reasons that would eventually create havoc for the Black Panther Party. At a meeting in February 1967 to help coordinate a memorial to mark the 4th anniversary of Malcolm X's assassination, Cleaver was transfixed. He was awestruck by the demonstration of glinting weapons, urbane uniforms, and the imperturbable "don't mess with me" posturing. It was then that Cleaver knew he wanted to be a part of the Panthers. At the memorial, as Huey and the Panthers served as guards for Malcolm X's widow Betty Shabazz, Cleaver witnessed one of numerous standoffs between Huey and a police officer. The conflict started when a cameraman roughly brushed Newton's hand away as he tried to shield Shabazz from being photographed. Newton asked a nearby officer to arrest the other man for assault. Huey P. Newton 429. Newton was ignored. Newton took matters into his own hands. When the cameraman tried to prevent him from covering up his camera, he slammed him up against the brick wall of the building and punched him. Panicked, Seal tried to get Newton to run from the scene, but he would not. Instead, he outfaced a cop, dared him to use his gun, and called him a big, fat, racist pig. The cop backed down. Cleaver was awestruck. Cleaver was drawn by the power, mesmerized by the excitement of precarious confrontation. However, he did not have the same communal spirit that Newton had, and he was averse to becoming a mentor and role model to the members. Denzel Dowell campaign and Black Panther arrests. When word spread that an unarmed 20-year-old named Denzel Dowell had been shot and killed on April 1, 1967 by a police officer in North Richmond, a community near Oakland, Newton saw an opportunity for community outreach and a way to broaden the Panthers' influence. Newton and other Panthers met with the Dowell family and promised to lead an investigation into the tragedy. Newton organized rallies to inform the community of what had occurred. The Panthers pressed for police investigation and disciplinary action against the offending officer, but the officials at the police department were uncooperative. The Black Panther newspaper grew out of the need to dispense information regarding the Dowell case and others like it. On the front page of the first issue, a summary of evidence resulting from the Panthers' investigation of the Denzel Dowell case was presented. There was also an advertisement for an upcoming rally, a description of the Black Panther Party's objectives, and a call for the community to get involved. The magazine was only one way in which Newton hoped to get exposure for various causes and the party itself. Newton went on radio talk shows to educate the community about the goals of the Panthers, and to speak on pertinent issues such as the Dowell case. Early on, the black community was unsure about the Panthers. Their radicalism made many uncomfortable, and some feared the party's existence might attract more problems. In time, they realized the Panthers was having the opposite effect, and that racist cops were less likely to act out against blacks. Whites, however, remained at odds with the Panthers. Donald Mulford was one of the Panthers' most powerful enemies. Mulford was a conservative state assemblyman. During one radio talk show event with Newton, he called in and threatened to endorse a bill to make it unlawful for Panthers to carry guns. Newton planned a demonstration at the Sacramento, California legislature on May 2, 1967 to protest the 430 Mulford bill. Since he was still on probation, Seal went in his place, but Newton crafted a message for him to read that elucidated the need for the Panthers and other blacks to arm themselves against racist attacks by malevolent individuals, organizations, and police officers. 30 armed Black Panthers flocked to California's capital. Cameras flashed upon Seal as he repeatedly read the message. Newton, at his parents' home, watched the spectacle on television and was delighted by the coverage. Seal and the other Panthers were arrested after leaving the Capitol. According to David Hilliard, Chief of Staff of the Black Panthers, the cops fabricated charges against them. Newton used radio appearances and fundraisers to collect money for bail. In a deal that called for Seal to return to jail, the remaining Panthers were freed. The exposure vaulted the Panthers to greater notoriety, but this came at a price. Yes, the Black Panthers garnered a lot of attention, which increased their numbers and improved their finances. But many powerful whites were incensed by this display of growing power. A murder, an assault, and a kidnapping. October 27, 1967 was planned to be a busy day of fundraising for Huey P. Newton. But though the day started with a speaking engagement at San Francisco State College where he raised $500, it ended in tragedy. Newton did not like public speaking. He was more comfortable behind scenes, thinking and guiding the development of his organization. But as part of the program to raise bail for Seal, he was willing to make the attempt. His speech at San Francisco State College was controversial because the black youths in the audience expected Newton to condone the spontaneous rebellions advocated by other black power proponents like H. Rap Brown. And they did not like that. He disapproved of racial separatism. Newton once stated that he was not anti-white. "I don't hate a person because of his skin. Because I wouldn't stoop to the level of the Ku Klux Klan, to hate a person because of the color of his skin." The Black Panthers were one of few organizations that endorsed and actively formed coalitions with whites and other marginalized people, like Native Americans, Latinos, and the disabled. After giving his speech, Newton stopped by a fundraising party taking place at David Hilliard's house. The event was unconventional. At best, it was a gambling party where Newton and Hilliard also planned to sell marijuana. At some point in the evening, Newton borrowed a girlfriend's car to go out with friends and celebrate his last day of probation. Newton and Gene McKinney, who was with him, were stopped by Officer Gene Frey. Officer Frey was eventually joined by Officer Herbert Huey P. Newton 431. Hens. Newton showed him his license and the registration papers, got out of the car, and was promptly searched. Officer Frey, like most if not all Oakland cops, knew or had heard of Huey P. Newton, the leader of the Black Panther Party. Frey ordered Newton to the back of his car, roughly pushing him along. He hit Newton, who stumbled backwards. According to Newton, Frey shot him in the stomach. What he remembered next was vague. He heard the sound of shots being fired and recalled struggling with the emergency room nurse to get admitted to the hospital. Hilliard provided more details. He recalled how Newton burst into his home, while the party was still going on, and crumbled onto the floor, blood streaming from his wound. Hilliard took him to Kaiser Hospital. The cops appeared shortly thereafter. Newton recalled how cops handcuffed him to his bed and beat him while a doctor looked on. Later, as he lay recuperating in a hospital room, cops continued to harass, beat, and intimidate him. Newton soon learned that they believed that he was responsible for the murder of their fellow officer, Frey, and for an assault on Hens. Newton would face 3 counts against him: murder, assault, and the kidnapping of a man named Del Ross who accused him and McKinney of carjacking. Free Huey campaign. Subsequent events raised Newton into even wider fame. The Black Panthers launched a Free Huey campaign, gaining sympathy and mass support from individuals who had never heard of him or had a negative opinion of the organization. The constant media attention did more to spread the news about the organization and to cultivate new members than anything they could have done themselves. And media attention was crucial to the promulgation of the Black Panther Party. The Free Huey campaign involved a number of other Black Power leaders such as Stokely Carmichael and James Foreman. Angela Davis also joined the demonstrations and helped dispense information for the campaign. When Bobby Seale was released from jail, he and Eldridge Cleaver made crucial contributions as speakers. Cleaver staged a mass rally. The frenzy that was created by the rallies and demonstrations not only helped Newton but promulgated the plight of poor African Americans. The first day of the trial was attended by 5,000 demonstrators and 450 Black Panthers. From jail, Newton created tapes and wrote letters to his organization. Newton used the trial itself as a platform from which to address the nation. He spoke about the history and objectives of the Black Panther Party. He exposed the police brutality and harassment that was rampant in his community. The trial itself endeared Newton to his audience and to his organization. That he endured solitary for a total of 11 months until the conclusion of his trial gave him superhero status. 432. The verdict was a huge disappointment. Although Newton was found not guilty of kidnapping and assault, he was found guilty of voluntary manslaughter and sentenced to 2 to 15 years in prison. In a statement to the press, Newton asserted that he believed the verdict reflected the racism that exists here in America, and that all black people are subjected to. I am very sure that we will get a new trial not because of the kindness the appellate courts will show us, but because of the political pressure that we have applied to the establishment, and ask that the community refrain from reacting in violence. California Penal Colony. Shifting gears. Huey P. Newton spent most of his time in solitary at the California Men's Colony, East Facility, in San Luis Obispo, California, otherwise known as the California Penal Colony. But he saw a benefit to his seclusion. Throughout most of his life, Newton had been constantly bombarded by people and responsibilities. In jail, and especially in solitary, Newton had time to reflect on life, his organization, and his ideology. Solitary also afforded him the time and space to read without interruption. Malcolm X experienced a religious and intellectual transformation while in prison. Al Sharpton, the 21st-century civil rights activist, was reinvigorated by reading the writings of prominent activists while he served time in jail. During his time in jail, Newton began to feel strongly that his organization needed to change direction. He did not like how the media depicted them as trigger-happy, gun-toting thugs who were more interested in gunplay than substantive social change. Newton came up with a plan to provide food and other resources to the community. He foresaw one potential problem: Cleaver, who made no secret of the fact that he preferred guns over community outreach. Opposition. Cleaver was not Newton's only problem. In November 1968, the FBI, under Director J. Edgar Hoover, began a long and brutal campaign to dismantle the Black Panthers, along with many other Black Power organizations. The name of this notorious campaign was COINTELPRO, otherwise known as the Counterintelligence Program. The FBI's methods included infiltration of the organization by agents provocateurs, schemes to frame leaders on trumped-up charges, and a campaign to print false, malicious, and damaging news in the media. Before long, Black Panthers were regularly monitored and followed by the FBI. Bugging devices were planted in homes and offices. Homes and Huey P. Newton 433. Offices were routinely vandalized and searched, with documents and personal items stolen. Beatings were common. By 1969, 28 Panthers had been killed by police and agents provocateurs. David Horowitz, who had known Newton and had been one of the Panthers' supporters, became the organization's most voluble critic, but the more time he spent with the organization, the more uncomfortable he became. He painted a contradictory picture of the Panthers, by demonstrating, through numbers, the criminal activities of the organization: 348 arrests for murder, armed robbery, rape, and burglary in 1969 alone. Those statistics illustrated his belief that the Panthers were largely targeted by the FBI because of increased criminal activity. But the Panthers saw COINTELPRO as an immediate threat to themselves and their organization. Panther chapters scoured through their membership and purged anyone suspected of being an agent provocateur, often at the price of ousting the innocent. In a notorious 1969 case, a group of Black Panthers tortured and murdered Alex Rackley, whom they suspected of being an informant. Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins were arrested and charged with ordering the murder. Death of the first Black Panther. On April 6, 1968, while Newton was in jail, a confrontation between the Black Panthers and Oakland police ended in the death of Lil Bobby, who had been the first member of the organization. Bobby Hutton, Eldridge Cleaver, David Hilliard, and Wendell Wade were transporting food for a community barbecue planned for the next day. Before the incident that sent Newton to jail, he had organized the get-together to gain support for the newly created Black Panther Campaign Fund. Under the Peace and Freedom Party, Eldridge was running for president, Huey P. planned to run for Congress, and Bobby Seale and Kathleen Cleaver were running for assembly seats. According to Hilliard, Newton wanted to use the barbecue as a forum to help prevent riots in the Black community in light of Dr. King's assassination. Violent riots had erupted elsewhere, and Newton wanted to prevent this from happening in Oakland. Cleaver, meanwhile, was brooding over an idea to fuel a violent backlash. The cops, aware of the barbecue, were out in full force, and the city put restrictions on the event, preventing the Panthers from using a sound system. As the Panthers drove to the event, the cops arrived and chased after the Panthers. Cleaver and Lil Bobby fled to a nearby house. They were surrounded by cops who pelted the house with tear gas and fire bombs. Lil Bobby and Cleaver were eventually forced out of the house. When an officer told both men to run toward a car, Cleaver could not, because he had been shot in his leg. But Lil Bobby ran, with his arms held high over his head. He was shot down in clear view of onlookers from the community. 434. Cleaver was charged with attempted murder for shooting at the cops who pursued him. Instead of facing trial, he escaped to Cuba and then to Algeria. Other Panthers were apprehended and charged with the same crime as a result of the confrontation with the police. No one was prosecuted for the murder of Bobby Hutton. To fuel dissension among the Panthers, especially between Newton and Cleaver, COINTELPRO manufactured fake letters, written in both their names, to instigate trouble between them. Neither realized they were being set up. When the private conflict became public, Newton called up Cleaver, then in exile in Algeria, to confront him. Cleaver was ultimately expelled from the Black Panthers in 1971. He formed a rival organization in Algiers called the Revolutionary People's Communication Network. Expulsion was just one punishment for wayward or disobedient Panthers. Disciplinary measures were severe. One could be bullwhipped or muddled. Black Panthers on the receiving end of this antiquated treatment had to remove their tops and were lashed with a whip. Mudholing was even more extreme, with some of the biggest, fiercest Panthers stomping on the offending member. The sad irony was that being bullwhipped had been a common punishment for slaves. Huey's freedom. On August 5, 1970, Newton was released from prison after serving 22 months and posted a $50,000 bail. The appellate court had overturned his conviction over technicalities in the instructions the judge gave the jury. But, as he had predicted, the court did permit Newton another trial. In the winter of 1970, the judge dismissed his case. This is what Newton recalled about that day. It was a bright, blue sky day, just the kind of day I had wanted. Looking ahead, I could see thousands of beautiful people and a sea of hands, all of them waving. When I gave them the power sign, the hands shot up in reply and everyone started to cheer. God, it was good. I felt this tremendous sense of release, of liberation, like taking off your shirt on a hot day and feeling free, unbound by anything. Newton kept himself busy after his release. Though he went to China for 10 days in September 1971, he ignored most of the other invitations he received requesting media appearances, interviews, and speaking engagements. Huey had enough to contend with inside his organization, and he wanted to implement the plans he had formed while in prison. One of his first tasks was to initiate what he dubbed survival programs, such as medical clinics, sickle cell anemia testing, a free food program, a free breakfast program, and a shoe program. Newton envisioned the Black Huey P. Newton 435 Panthers providing more services to the community, and he worked to set up these programs through chapters in other cities. He also spent a lot of time getting to know the other chapters, traveling the country to visit new chapters and new recruits. These were perilous times for Black Panthers. Leaders such as Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins were in jail facing various charges. A number of Panthers had fallen, either as a result of fatal confrontations with the police or with rival organizations. The Panthers worried that Newton was the next target. To ensure Newton's safety, wealthy white friends, among them some Hollywood A-listers, helped secure him a new home, a lush, high-rise apartment away from the community the Panthers served. This new home was referred to as the Throne, aptly named since Newton was often referred to as a prince by his members. Newton was reasonably safe there, but not entirely. His home was once ransacked, and he was under constant surveillance. Persona. Not everyone appreciated Newton's motivation for living in the Throne. Many African Americans were vehemently against the affluent white establishment and anything that hinted at acceptance of the white power structure, elitism, or privilege. The feeling was that Newton was getting out of touch with the organization. This was worsened by the fact that Newton stayed away from the Panther office. Most of his work was done from the Throne, and he rarely if ever went to the Panther office. Those who met Newton for the first time or saw him speak were sometimes perplexed, because his true personality contradicted their expectations of him. As one attendant at a college lecture stated, people saw him as the baddest in the world. Then you have this guy come up with this intellectual discussion. New Panther recruits who met Newton for the first time had the same experience. Instead of getting a fierce warrior, they encountered an intellectual with a high-pitched voice who delivered ideology, not tough, forceful oration. A number of black students were crushed to learn that Newton was not a black separatist. But Newton could indeed be fierce. Robert Trivers, a professor and someone who spent a great deal of time with Newton, saw this side of him, and was unnerved by it. He wrote that was like a king, and therefore if you were a friend of his and in his presence, you were like a prince. On the other hand, he could be one of the more frightening creatures you would ever run into. Forbes, one of Newton's top guards, detailed how he and others regularly pistol-whipped individuals who challenged them, particularly those in the underworld who would not subject themselves to Newton. Newton's erratic and explosive temper was infamous. Accusations that Panthers committed murder or that Newton ordered those 436 murders were rampant, tarnishing his hero image. Horowitz called him Capone in blackface. The new apartment was both a sanctuary and a torment. This was evident to anyone whom he invited to the throne when he was alone and troubled. The quiet, introspective side of Newton was witnessed by those he trusted the most. Newton benefited from the quiet time to think and to reinvigorate himself. He was not an extrovert like Seal or Cleaver. But sometimes the quiet was confining, and he needed someone to talk to. Newton was a man increasingly encumbered by his weighty responsibilities. He was constantly working on ways to improve his organization, trying to meet the needs of his members and the community, or brooding over some conflict that needed to be resolved. Sometimes, he expressed second thoughts about his position. "I am not an idealist anymore," he told one confidant, "what am I supposed to do?" Shortly after his release from jail, Newton was introduced to Gwen Fontaine, a new recruit to the organization, having joined in 1969. Doe-eyed and diminutive, Fontaine was a quiet constant in his life. She had 2 children, Ronnie and Jessica, from a previous marriage, and they became like Newton's own. Many of Newton's confidants were women. But any woman who became close to Newton had to endure his unpredictable temper, his frantic schedule, and his decadent lifestyle. They also had to understand that the organization came first. Black Panther School. In 1970, Newton established the Children's House, later called the Intercommunal Youth Institute, and the Oakland Community School. The children who attended this school wore uniforms. Both boys and girls wore berets, and the young girls wore dark skirts that hung above their knees. The school was a sensation. Celebrities came to visit, and local black school teachers fed up with the traditional public school system were eager to work there. Newton, like everyone else in the community, knew the hazards of the public school system. He created an atmosphere where children could be taught racial pride and receive a good education without the humiliation he himself had experienced. The school was funded by the Educational Opportunities Corporation using federal and local grants. Some alleged that the school was eventually funded by criminal activities, such as extortion and illegal drug sales. Panther war on drugs. It did not matter to Newton that he himself used drugs out of the public eye. He was determined to keep drugs out of the black community. A. Huey P. Newton 437 campaign was created to educate the community on the hazards of drug use. Slogans such as "capitalism plus dope equals genocide" were used. Newton declared that he wanted to sustain a healthy community. At the same time, Hilliard claimed that the FBI spearheaded a scheme to criminalize our revolution by pinning a narcotics rap on the Black Panther Party. In 1974, Newton was charged with pistol whipping a black man and with the murder of a 17-year-old prostitute. There were some who thought the indestructible Newton had finally been caught. They were wrong. Disguised as a woman, Newton escaped with Gwen Fontaine to Cuba. Horowitz asserted that the Panthers tried to explain away Newton's sudden flight by presenting an audio tape that exposed a plot on Newton's life. Presumably, the criminal world in Oakland had marked Newton because they did not like how he tried to dominate them. Newton gave the real reason in his autobiography that he knew he had no chance in court. Exile was the only option. The escape was harrowing. They departed from Oakland by plane, then drove from Los Angeles to Mexico. In Yellowpaw, he and Fontaine spent weeks swimming, relaxing, and riding horses. From Yellowpaw, they took a boat and crossed turbulent waves onto Cuban shores. Newton changed his name to Peter Simon. At first, it was nice to be anonymous and unbothered by people. Later he wanted to be Huey again. Cuba. Newton and Fountaine were married after they arrived in Cuba, and they lived there for almost 3 years. For Newton, this new life was a dramatic change. For one thing, he was married. For another, he went to work at a cement factory, where he repaired trucks, and taught a social movement course at the University of Havana. In the evenings, he and his family had quiet dinners. On the weekends, they sometimes went on outings, to the beach and elsewhere, with Newton's co-workers. In his spare time, he read. This relatively normal existence seemed to presage a stabilizing of Newton's life, but that proved to be unrealistic. He was not planning to spend the rest of his days in Cuba. While in exile, he kept in daily contact with Elaine Brown, whom he made the first woman leader of the Black Panther Party in his absence. Brown was intensely loyal to Newton, partly because he was someone she respected and partly because, like many women, she was infatuated with him. Under her leadership, the organization was catapulted to even greater success. She carried on his survival programs and oversaw the daily functions of the organization and the Black Panther School. She initiated Panther involvement in local politics. Horowitz, 438, summarized her accomplishments in a chapter entitled Baddest in his book Destructive Generation. While Brown was at the helm, the organization was instrumental in the campaigns of Lionel Wilson, first black mayor of the city, and John George, first black supervisor of the county. Brown later served as a delegate at a Democratic convention. Returned to the United States. Newton flew back to the United States on July 3, 1977, drawing a huge crowd of 1,500 to greet him. Huey was confident that, since the Republicans were no longer in control of Oakland politics and an African-American man had been elected a Superior Court judge, he stood a chance to get a fair trial in the face of the charges against him. Newton gave a speech at the airport. He expressed his commitment to the struggle, saying he would continue my fight against a system that denies decent housing, clothing, and medical care to people, to fight against the evil of heroin sales in our community, despite the contract put on my life by heroin dealers with the knowledge of law enforcement. Now I am going to jail. I believe I will be acquitted. Newton was right. He was acquitted of all charges. But according to Horowitz, Newton was guilty of the crimes. He said that Newton, while high on drugs, shot a prostitute after she called him baby. Newton had been tormented as a youth by kids who called him Baby Huey, a cartoon character. Horowitz said Newton assaulted the black man, a tailor, when he made the same error as the prostitute. The murder charge resulted in a hung jury. He was cleared of the assault charge by allegedly paying off the tailor. Newton claimed that the tailor could not or would not identify him as the perpetrator. Higher education revisited and Bobby Seale's departure. Education remained important to Newton. He received an associate's degree in social science in 1966. In 1974, he received his bachelor's degree from the University of California, Santa Cruz. This was the year Bobby Seale was expelled from the Panthers. In the years preceding his forced departure, Seale and Newton drifted apart. When they started the Panthers organization, they had been close friends, seeming, in numerous pictures, inseparable, bound like blood brothers. But Newton talked behind Seale's back, bitterly complaining that he was not keeping up with him with regard to the ideological development of the organization. When Newton moved to the throne, Seale was rarely. Huey P. Newton 439. Invited. When Seale did finally visit Newton on a day in 1974, Newton was in a mood. An argument ensued, and Seale was promptly ousted. After Newton's return to America and his acquittal of criminal charges, he decided to go back to the University of California, Santa Cruz. It was a love-hate relationship. Sometimes Newton attended classes dressed like a 70s star from a black exploitation film. And he was always flanked by his guards. He also made the other professors nervous. Newton continued to lead the Black Panthers during his time at Santa Cruz. In short, he was a celebrity, and at times disrupted classes, especially when he gave a public lecture on his dissertation. In 1978, Newton earned his Ph.D. His dissertation was titled War Against the Panthers, a study of repression in America. Drugs, crime, and marriage. Despite his academic achievements, Newton served additional jail time for various crimes, including possession of a handgun and narcotics paraphernalia. Newton's descent from power was propelled by heavy drug use, which eventually contributed to the demise of his marriage. Newton caused an accident while driving under the influence. His stepchildren were in the car at the time and nearly died. Gwen left him. Newton tried to start a new life with his marriage to Frederica Slaughter in 1984. He joined her church and attempted to turn over a new leaf. In that same year, a crack epidemic began to sweep across the major cities of America, lasting through 1990. Oakland was one of the locations hit hard by the new drug, and Newton would eventually become one of its casualties. Newton remained in trouble with the law. He faced another jail sentence for embezzling state and federal funds from some of the Panther programs. For periods at a time, Newton was sober. But those periods did not last for long, and personal setbacks or the curse of addiction itself plummeted him back into drugs for days or weeks at a time. Despite a few good times, Newton was in a downward spiral. The Panther Party was floundering, Newton and his wife lost their home, and Newton was devastated when his deal for a Hollywood film biography did not go through. On August 22, 1989, Newton got into an argument with a young drug dealer. Ironically, this young man had been a recipient of his free breakfast program when he was a child. Newton was shot 3 times in the head. He was 47 years old. In 1993, Frederica Newton, Elaine Brown, and David Hilliard established the Huey P. Newton Foundation. It serves as a repository for Black Panther Party history and information. Rosa Parks. Library of Congress. Rosa Parks was a domestic worker, seamstress, and activist. She is most known and indeed celebrated for a single and spontaneous act of protest, when, on December 1, 1955, she refused to give up her seat to a white passenger on a public bus in Montgomery, Alabama. Parks was an unlikely and unassuming hero. She was only 42 when she was arrested for violating Alabama state law, but she appeared almost grandmotherly, with her trademark hair pinned neatly back and a pensive, strained expression on her bespectacled face. Even to those who knew her, Parks was quiet, reserved, soft-spoken, and timid. To the white community, she was invisible amongst the droves of African American women plodding back and forth from home the black side of town to a long day of cleaning, laundering, and other menial work for white employers in the white section of town. No, Parks was neither a notorious troublemaker nor a charismatic rebel leader. And yet beneath her mild-mannered demeanor there lurked a revolutionary. Parks was a secretary of the local chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, a devoted member of the African American Methodist Church, and the wife of an activist. That day when Parks refused to give up her seat to a white passenger and told the white bus driver no when he ordered her to do so, though she risked violence or worse, was not her first act of protest against racism. Even as a fragile and sickly child, Rosa had fought back, sometimes verbally and other times physically, against racial attacks. That day did not even mark her first incident on a racially segregated bus. What was different this time was that her act of resistance on that day in December would launch her from obscurity to instant fame as a protest icon and give impetus to a massive bus boycott led by a young Baptist minister by the name of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. This would jumpstart the remarkable era known as the Civil Rights Movement, and Rosa Parks, though she had no children of her own, would come to be known as its mother. Childhood. Rosa Macaulay was born on February 4, 1913, in Tuskegee, Alabama, near the famous Tuskegee Institute founded by Booker T. Washington, one of the leaders of the African American community at the time. Washington and his philosophy of accommodationism was quite popular with both blacks and whites, and the practice was accepted as the norm in the South. Those who challenged the complicated rules of racial etiquette and discriminatory laws were marked for intimidation, violence, or death. In those days, African Americans had few rights, and were considered to be in every way imaginable inferior to whites. Rosa's father, James, and mother, Leona, struggled to create a good life in that hostile world. James, a handsome carpenter of mixed African, 444. American, white, and Native American ancestry, was a restless wanderer constantly in search of money-making opportunities. Leona, whose heritage was Scotch-Irish, African American, and white, was intelligent and driven. She had received a teacher's certificate from Payne University in Selma, Alabama, but had stopped teaching while in Tuskegee to care for Rosa, her husband, and her brother-in-law, who took classes at the nearby institute. Leona was lonely much of the time, for James was always working, and she made no friends and had no family in the African American community of Tuskegee. Despite this, she hoped her husband would eventually take a job at the institute, for among the benefits of being a faculty member was a home, a good education for Rosa, and stability. But teaching did not provide enough income for the restless James, so he moved the family to his hometown of Abbeville, Alabama. Leona's dreams for the family dissolved after the move to Abbeville. She did not like living with her husband's relatives, so while James again left the family for a job in the north, Leona, pregnant with their second child, packed her and Rosa's belongings and moved back home, living with her parents in the rural town of Pine Level, Alabama. James lived off and on with his wife and children for several years, until, when Rosa was 5 years old, he permanently left them. Thus, Rosa spent the bulk of her childhood in Pine Level, where her education was vastly inferior to what she might have received at the institute. She was raised mostly by her grandparents, for her mom lived and taught in a somewhat distant town during the work week. In Park's autobiography, My Story, she recounts many childhood memories of her life in Pine Level, a small segregated town. The African Americans were mostly sharecroppers, while whites owned the businesses and stores. Rosa's grandparents were the only African Americans who owned land and were able to subsist on the family farm. They raised chickens and cows on their 18 acres, and grew fruit and nut trees as well as a garden. For additional supplies or income, Rosa's grandfather traveled on his wagon to the local stores to sell or trade. Another source of income came from cotton picking. Rosa was a field hand as a young child. Picking cotton was a laborious job made all the more unendurable under the scorching Alabama sun. The education of little Rosa began long before she made her formal entrance into the one-room schoolhouse designated for Pine Level's black children. Integral to her education was learning her role as an African American in a white-dominated society. Her earliest memory of Pine Level gives a glimpse of a young child who had the potential to be a fine example of a good Negro, which was someone who went along with the laws and rules that whites set without complaining or protesting. On this particular occasion, her grandfather had taken Rosa to the doctor, a white man. She was only 2 and was suffering miserably from a severe sore throat caused by Rosa Parks 445. Chronic tonsillitis. Because of Rosa's weak heart, surgery was not an option. Rosa recalled proudly in her autobiography that everything the doctor asked me to do, I just obeyed very nicely, and those around her, including her grandparents and mother, were delighted with my being so small and being so little trouble. As a child, Rosa relished being a good girl, exactly what society demanded she be. Rosa learned her early lessons in race relations through stories about life in slavery, first-hand experience with radicals who challenged the system of racism in her everyday life, and lectures on the importance of accommodating whites. Rosa heard many stories about the horrific realities of slavery from her mother, as well as her grandparents, who had been born into slavery. These stories taught her that slavery was a great evil. In them she heard about the dramatic measures slaves took to submit under the tacit rules of bondage, such as pretending to be happy with their lot to appease whites and to avoid hostility. Servility was a means of survival or at least a method to ensure a peaceable existence. For the most part, African Americans in the South in the early 20th century continued to conform to laws that were just as humiliating and oppressive as the slave laws. For young Rosa, protest was exemplified by her cantankerous and mischief-loving grandfather, Sylvester, and a local denizen named Gus Vaughn. Sylvester's early years had been traumatic and had embittered him toward whites. After the death of his mother, a house slave, and his father, a white plantation owner, Sylvester had been daily abused by an overseer who beat him and starved him. As an adult, Sylvester, like the trickster of traditional African American folk tales, enjoyed playing tricks on whites, always doing or saying something that would embarrass or agitate the white people, such as shaking the hands of unsuspecting strangers or introducing himself to them as Edwards, or call white men by their first names, or their whole names, and not say Mr. He had high expectations for his children, hoping that they would get an education. For some reason, Rosa's grandfather was never harassed for this behavior or his beliefs. The custom in the South was that individuals who challenged the system were frequent targets of racist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan. Rosa's grandfather was not easily frightened by local whites or by the Ku Klux Klan riders who frequently thundered past their property in the middle of the night. Rosa recalled those tense nights, when she, still dressed in her clothes in case she had to escape from an attack, lay at her grandfather's feet, while he sat in his rocking chair with his double-barreled shotgun at his side. On those nights, Rosa was wide-eyed, not from fear, but because she wanted to see her grandfather use his gun. He never did have that opportunity, for the Ku Klux Klan never molested him or his family. 446. Gus Vaughn was another African American in Rosa's community who dared to challenge whites. While his family picked cotton, Rosa recalled how Mr. Gus Vaughn didn't do anything but walk around on his stick. He didn't work for anybody. He didn't do anything but walk around with his stick and talk big talk, such as the day when a white man seethed, "Gus, I don't like you," to which Vaughn replied, "There is no love lost," implying that he didn't like the white man either. Rosa did not mention anything ever happening to Vaughn for what she referred to as sassying or talking back. He and her grandfather were two of the very few African American men who got away with putting themselves on equal terms with whites and challenging racism. Notwithstanding the humilities that Rosa and her family suffered, her childhood comprised some happy memories: fishing trips with her grandparents, frolicking with her little brother Sylvester on the family property, reading and going to school. Rosa, unlike her grandfather who forbade her and her brother from playing with the local white children, felt no animosity towards whites, insisting in her autobiography that not all white people were hostile to us black people. For example, there was a white Union soldier who patted a 2-year-old Rosa on the head and said was such a cute little girl, causing his Southern father-in-law to turn red as a coal of fire, and the kindly elderly white woman who frequently visited Rosa's grandparents and took her fishing. Despite her lack of hostility, Rosa was frustratingly aware of the disparity between whites and blacks in Pine Level. While white school children rode buses, the black children walked to school, often forced to trudge through the fields rather than the road to avoid being harassed by the children lumbering past on the school bus. The white children enjoyed a new school made of brick, built with public money, including taxes paid by both whites and blacks, and went to school for 9 months. The black children attended school for just 5 months a year, because they were needed to work in the fields. When the black school was closed, Rosa and her brother walked 8 miles to and from school at Spring Hill, where their mother taught. Unfazed by the social constrictions imposed on her race, as well as her own sickliness and small size, Rosa, at age 10, single-handedly engaged in her first battle against racism. When a white boy balled his fist up as if to give a sock, Rosa picked up a brick and dared him to hit. He thought better of the idea and went away. She alluded to the explanation of her reaction to the white boy's unprovoked threat when she wrote that the notion that you don't put up with bad treatment from anybody was passed down almost in our genes, that the habit of protecting little brother helped learn to protect herself and that she had a very strong sense of what was fair. Her grandfather undoubtedly set a strong example for Rosa, but the women in her family did not applaud her efforts in challenging whites. Rosa was reprimanded by her grandmother for threatening the white boy with a brick. She told her that she was too high-strung, and that if wasn't careful, would probably be lynched before was 20 years old. Rosa wrote that she got very upset by her grandmother's words, mostly because she felt she had her rights to try to defend herself, and she thought that her grandmother had taken his side. Since the schools for blacks went only to the 6th grade in Pine Level, Rosa's mother sent her daughter to the big city of Montgomery, Alabama to further her education. Rosa attended the Montgomery Industrial School, where, significantly, the teachers were all white women from the North. Rosa learned English, science, and geography, cooking, sewing, and the care of the sick. More importantly, the teachers reinforced what her family had taught her, that she was a person with dignity and self-respect, and that she should not set sights lower than anybody else just because 448 was black. This aspect of the curriculum made the teachers very unpopular with the locals. Parks recalled that the downside to living in Montgomery was the stringent rules of segregation. Glaring reminders of white superiority and black inferiority were more prevalent in the big city than in Little Pine Level. Signs regulating black and white life were everywhere. In particular, the black-only and white-only signs on the water fountains initially puzzled Rosa, because she could not understand that there was no difference in the water had the same color and taste. Rosa encountered an increasing number of racial incidents in Montgomery, and her habit was to challenge them at every turn. Once, a young white boy on roller skates attempted to push off the sidewalk but found himself pushed instead. When his mother, who stood nearby, protested, Rosa countered by stating that she didn't want to be pushed, seeing that I wasn't bothering him at all. At another time, Rosa and a cousin were picking berries when a little boy shouted at them, "You niggers better leave them berries alone." But they countered back with a threat that they would harm him if he tried anything. They told their aunt who, like Rosa's grandmother several years prior, scolded them and told them that they ought to keep their mouths shut. If he'd gone and told somebody, they would have had y'all lynched. Rosa, however, would not be silenced. She later told a band of white teenagers after they had threatened to throw her brother in the creek, that you won't be putting nobody in the water unless all of us go in together. Rosa luckily survived these trying incidences, as well as the removal of her tonsils, but in the end she had to abandon her education. Following her stint at the industrial school, Rosa attended Booker T. Washington Junior High and Alabama Normal School, but she had to drop out in her 11th year to care for her grandmother. Her grandmother died shortly thereafter, but Rosa then had to care for her mother. To help provide for her family, Rosa worked as a domestic for whites. She also worked in a shirt factory and helped out on the family farm. This turn in Rosa's life would have no doubt disappointed her grandfather, had he been alive, for the proud Sylvester had held grander hopes for his family. But opportunities for African American women were hardly any better for Rosa's generation than her mother's, and they were all the more limited for Rosa since she had not finished high school. Courtship and marriage. When Rosa first met Raymond Parks, she did not like that his skin was so fair. He had a light complexion, like her grandfather, and was in his late 20s and working as a barber in a black barbershop in downtown Montgomery. Rosa was in her late teens and very shy. Coming often to her mother's house, Raymond eventually gained Rosa's trust and would take her for rides in his car. Rosa explained in her autobiography that owning a car was a big deal at that time. However, Rosa became interested in Raymond for another reason. Was the first man of our race, aside from my grandfather, with whom I actually discussed anything about the racial conditions. And he was the first, aside from my grandfather and Mr. Gus Vaughn, who was never actually afraid of white people. So many African Americans felt that you just had to be under Mr. Charlie's heel, that's what we called the white man, Mr. Charlie, and couldn't do anything to cross him. In other words, Parks believed in being a man and expected to be treated as a man. I was very impressed by the fact that he didn't seem to have that meek attitude, what was called an Uncle Tom attitude towards white people. Raymond was a member of the NAACP when Rosa met him and a regular reader and subscriber of radical African American newspapers, like the Pittsburgh Courier, Amsterdam News, and Chicago Defender. Many of his clients at the barbershop read them too. During their time together, Parks often spoke about the organization and its current undertaking, raising money to help save the young boys of the infamous Scottsboro trial. The NAACP, deemed a radical organization at the time, had to work under the radar. The local chapter, of which Raymond was a member, functioned as an underground organization, meeting late at night. A lookout was positioned to watch for the police or any other signs of trouble, and the members carried guns. Parks was often cryptic when he talked to Rosa about the Montgomery chapter. He did not want to expose Rosa to the dangers of what he was doing. This was not mere overprotectiveness on his part, for at least 2 of the men associated with Raymond's activism had been murdered. In August 1932, the smitten Parks brought up the idea that he and Rosa ought to get married. That December they exchanged vows in a quiet ceremony and reception at Rosa's mother's home. Theirs was a supportive marriage. Although Parks feared for her husband's life, she did not attempt to deter him from his activism. And her husband encouraged Parks to work toward getting her high school diploma, which she received in 1933. Despite this achievement, she continued to take menial jobs. In 1941, Parks worked on an Army Air Force base, where jobs had been integrated as a result of Franklin D. Roosevelt's issuance of Executive Order 8802. But off the base, segregation was still in full force. Early activism. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, as has been shown, though Rosa Parks had a history of speaking out and fighting back when confronted with racism, she was often discouraged from 450 doing so. She was also discouraged from joining the NAACP. In the early years of her marriage, Rosa did not express any interest in joining an organization for the purposes of resistance, but even if she had, her husband had made it clear that the NAACP was too dangerous. Parks speculated that this was the reason why many women may not have joined. It was not until more than 10 years into her marriage, in 1943, that she challenged the status quo and joined the NAACP. Even then, Parks had not exactly intended to join the NAACP. She decided to go to a meeting to reconnect with an old school friend, a woman named Johnny Carr, who, ironically, did not attend the gathering. But by the end of that meeting, Parks was not only a member but an officer, and her career as an activist had officially begun. Parks recalled that she was the only woman there, and they said they needed a secretary, and I was too timid to say no. Sometime later that year, Parks was not too timid when she tried to register to vote and, not for the last time, stood up to a bus driver who ordered her to get off his bus. Voting rights. Parks was unable to secure her voting rights after that first attempt in 1943, but her ongoing involvement and interest in the issue is shown by the fact that the Voters League frequently held meetings in the Parks home. Voting rights was also a major issue for the Montgomery chapter of the NAACP. Voting was recognized as a powerful tool, with which African Americans could affect the laws and elect the people who made those laws. Knowing this, whites, since emancipation, had made it as difficult as possible for African Americans to vote. In Montgomery, African Americans either had to be vouched by a white person or had to pass a tough literacy test. Initiating the steps to take the test was an ordeal in itself. Edgar Daniel Nixon, who was president of the Montgomery chapter of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and of the NAACP, and Arthur A. Madison, an African American attorney based in New York, were instrumental in helping to endorse black voting power. Madison was arrested and jailed for his work, illustrating the continuing perils of trying to change the system. Embittered by his experience, the lawyer returned to the North upon his release. First bus protest. Parks revealed in her autobiography that the second time I tried to register to vote, I was put off a Montgomery City bus for the first time. I didn't follow the rules. The laws and established customs for riding segregated public buses varied from town to town in the segregated South. In Montgomery, whites sat in the first 10 seats, and African Americans filled the back 10 seats. All the other seats in the middle were to be filled at the bus driver's discretion. The gun-toting bus drivers wielded a great deal of power, enforcing the laws at their whim. Rosa Parks 451. And fancy, and, as Parks described it, frequently mistreating African Americans in the process. One day in 1943 Parks entered the bus from the front rather than the back, because it was packed with people. After the driver ordered her to re-enter the bus from the back door, she and the driver engaged in the following sharp exchange. I told him I was already on the bus and didn't see the need of getting off and getting back on when people were standing on the step well, and how was I going to squeeze on anyway? So he told me if I couldn't go through the back door that I would have to get off the bus, my bus, he called it. I stood where I was. He came back and he took my coat sleeve, not my arm, just my coat sleeve. He didn't take his gun out. I just didn't get off and go around like he told me. So after he took my coat sleeve, I went up to the front, and I dropped my purse. Rather than stop or bend over to get it, I sat right down in the front seat and from a sitting position I picked up my purse. He was standing over me and he said, "Get off my bus." I said, "I will get off." He looked like he was ready to hit me. I said, "I know one thing. You better not hit me." He didn't strike me. I got off, and I heard someone mumble from the back, "How come she don't go around, get in the back?" This same Parks, who could be outright bold and outrageously defiant in some situations, appeared docile and submissive in others. As a secretary, Parks filled a subordinate role in the NAACP. She was not a decision maker, but a duteous supporter to the men who were. She followed instructions well and without complaint. She had many responsibilities, none of which brought her a stipend, but she was happy with what she was doing. She would have liked to do more, but as a co-worker had told her, her mother and husband were protective of her. Among her many jobs was to record cases of discrimination or unfair treatment or acts of violence against black people. It was a distressing task, considering how often African Americans were denied justice. In 1945, Parks won a personal victory when she finally passed the literacy test. If she had not passed the third time, Parks had planned to sue the voter registration board, because she believed she had answered the questions correctly. As proof of foul play, she copied down by hand the test questions and her answers. She described her first time voting as anticlimactic, considering the hurdles she had personally overcome in specific and the historic struggle for black suffrage in general. Following this brief triumph, it was business as usual for Parks, who volunteered even more of her time to activism, eventually attaining a significant place in the NAACP. In 1946, Parks traveled to Jacksonville, Florida for an NAACP leadership training seminar, where she was introduced to 452. Ella Baker, the national director of the NAACP. The two women fast became friends. Baker mentored Parks. A year later, Parks served on a committee that elected Edgar Nixon as president of the Alabama NAACP. She even presented a speech before convention goers in Mobile. The audience was surprised and impressed by the diminutive Parks as she passionately quoted the Bible and Booker T. Washington, decried the mistreatment of African American women across the Black Belt, and chided those dandies who used the annual convention as an occasion for Southern boosterism. On that same day, she was appointed secretary of the statewide NAACP conference. New endeavors followed in the ensuing years. Parks, as advisor to the NAACP Youth Council, helped high school students in their efforts to check out books from the white public library. During this time, she worked a number of housekeeping and seamstress jobs for whites and was an active member at St. Paul AIM, preparing communion, and teaching Sunday school. Between 1949 and 1952, Parks took a break from the NAACP to care for her mother, who frequently suffered from bouts of illness, but eventually continued her efforts, joining in the celebration of the monumental Supreme Court decision Brown v. Board of Education in 1954. During this time, she was befriended by a white woman named Virginia Durr. Durr and her attorney husband were two of the few Southern-born whites who assisted in the struggle of African Americans. A true iconoclast, Durr challenged racial etiquette by requesting that Parks call her by her first name, engaged her in long friendly conversations in her home, and formed an integrated women's prayer group. Virginia Durr contributed hugely to Parks' development as an activist. She gave Parks books to read to supplement her education in, for example, politics, and insisted that she attend a workshop on racial desegregation, implementing the Supreme Court decision at the Highlander Folk School in Monteagle, Tennessee. With the help of Durr and a scholarship, Parks was able to attend the 10-day workshop in the summer of 1955. Parks enjoyed herself immensely at Highlander, a school for aspiring activists. Although it was surrounded by a community of all whites and racists at that within the walls of the school there existed an unprecedented multiracial utopia, an illuminating experience for Parks. In this environment, Parks took part in discussions on race, speaking openly and unguardedly without any repercussions or antagonistic attitudes from other people. Recreation included swimming, playing volleyball, and square dancing, in which Parks did not participate. Among the memorable aspects of the workshop was the forging of a friendship with Septima Clark, an African-American woman activist and teacher at the Highlander School, where she taught adults to read and write and learn about basic citizenship so they could become teachers of others, so they could register to vote, and the fact that whites, not blacks, did the cooking every day. Rosa Parks 453. There was tension in the air when Parks returned home to Alabama. The usually sleepy city of Mobile was abuzz with discontentment, particularly over segregated seating and abuse suffered on the public buses. This had long been a sore subject for the African American community, who, with only a few exceptions, endured the humiliation in silence. These exceptions included Nixon, storming down to the bus company to make futile demands, and Joan Robinson, leader of the Women's Political Council, whose protest resulted in the expansion of bus service into black neighborhoods and nothing else of major consequence. While the bigwigs in the NAACP, led by Nixon, contemplated a Septima Poinsett Clark. Septima Poinsett Clark was an educator and activist. She was born in Charleston, South Carolina, on May 3, 1898, to Peter Poinsett, who had been born a slave, and Victoria Warren Anderson, who had been raised in Haiti but returned to her place of birth, Charleston, after the Civil War. After graduating from high school in 1916, Poinsett wanted to go on to college, but she could not afford it. Instead she found a job as a schoolteacher in Johns Island, South Carolina. Poinsett became an advocate for equal pay for black and white teachers when she realized that she and the other black teacher in the same school of 132 students received $35 and $25 a week, respectively. The white principal and teacher at the all-white school with only 3 students in the same town received $85 a week. In 1919, Poinsett began teaching the 6th grade at the Avery Normal Institute in Charleston, South Carolina. She soon began to attend meetings of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. She and her students often went door to door for the NAACP, canvassing for support for various causes. A year later, Poinsett married Neary Clark. They had a son, Neary Clark, Jr., and moved to Dayton, Ohio. However, in 1925, her husband died. It was hard going as a single mom. She sent her son to live with his paternal grandparents in Hickory, North Carolina. While she taught, she took classes at Columbia University in New York and Atlanta University in Georgia. Further education at Benedict College, Columbia University, and Hampton Institute produced bachelor's and master's degrees. She returned to Charleston and continued to teach at various schools, including the famed activist institution, Highlander Folk School in Tennessee, where she facilitated an adult literacy program and taught students how to fill out voter registration forms. She also served as director of workshops for a time. In 1961, Clark became the Southern Christian Leadership Conference's Director of Education and Teaching. She died on December 15, 1987. 454. Plan of legal action. Parks had her own thoughts. She believed that the church should be at the forefront of whatever activism took place, and that a bus boycott was the solution to getting their demands met by the bus company. The problem with the bus boycott, as she found out after questioning some folks in town, was that the likelihood of mobilizing support was virtually nil. Though a group of activists took a petition to the bus company official and city officials making such requests as courteous treatment and the elimination of the signs that designated the black and white sections on the bus, Parks was not among them. She stated that she would not go anywhere with a piece of paper in hand asking white folks for any favors. Parks was witness to, and may have participated in, the intense discussions regarding whether or not to take legal action, a popular means of protest for the NAACP, against the bus companies. The odds for leading a successful legal attack were deemed to be weighted heavily against them. The conditions would have to be just right. The bus passenger would have to be charged with violating the laws of segregation, and, at the same time, to be above reproach so as to win over the religious African American community and withstand attacks by the opposition. Only then would it be feasible for the NAACP attorneys to have their day in court before the Supreme Court with the possibility of victory. Justice for African Americans in the South, with its abundance of racist judges and all-white hanging juries, was inconceivable. Potential cases with two young women had come and gone, but had not proved viable, because one woman was pregnant out of wedlock and the other did not want to protest. None of the activist leaders dreamed that the responsibility would fall upon the slender shoulders of the impeccable Parks, who made an unpremeditated act of defiance on December 1, 1955. Prelude to the Montgomery bus boycott. Thursday, December 1, 1955. On what seemed an ordinary evening following a day of work at Montgomery Fair, a department store in town, Parks ascended bus number 2857. She was possibly irritated when she noticed, after paying her fare, that the bus driver, one James Blake, was the same man she had had a run-in with in 1943 when he had ordered her off his bus when, following a spat, she did not enter the bus from the back. Since that confrontation, Parks had made a point of avoiding him. But it was too late to get off the bus now. She continued on, picking her way down the aisle and sitting down in the front row of the black-only section. Beside her were two women and one man. When a group of whites later entered the bus, the driver demanded that the four blacks give up their seats to a white man. The Rosa Parks 455. Three other passengers hesitated, but when the driver commanded, "Why, all better make it light on yourselves and let me have those seats," the three relinquished their places. Parks stood up to let the black men sidle past her and sat down again, sliding over to the window seat. The bus was intensely quiet, watching to see what Parks would do. Parks did not move. Parks' resistance by not yielding her seat to the white man was not because her feet were sore, as people would later say, and not because she foresaw the opportunity to induce an incident that could be used by the NAACP as a test case to fight segregation. Parks had a long history of stubbornly resisting racism. As she sat in her seat, her thoughts turned to memories of her radical grandfather, who stood up to racism with bold sassiness and readiness to defend himself and his family with his shotgun, and her bitter frustration over having to always bow down to white supremacy. This act of defiance was personal. The ensuing scenes played out without pandemonium. There was no explosive exchange or violent confrontation between the driver and Parks, the other passengers were not involved. The dialogue between the driver and Parks was brief. He asked her if she was going to give up her seat. She told him, No. When he said, "I am going to have you arrested," she cheekily replied, "You may do that." Neither the driver nor the two police officers who arrived on the scene physically assaulted Parks, which in that period would have been permitted. The first question one of the officers asked her was why she did not stand up. Parks responded with a question of her own, "Why do you all push us around?" By questioning the officer, Parks demonstrated that she was not obligated to answer to anyone. By making known her dissatisfaction with white oppression, she risked physical harm or death. But her question seemed to befuddle the officer, who replied, "I don't know, but the law is the law and you're under arrest," and then the two officers, in a gesture that could be interpreted as courteous, carried her bags to the police car. While en route to jail, she was asked again why she did not comply with the bus driver. This time Parks said nothing. No major incidents occurred at the jail, with the exception that Parks was ignored when she asked to make a phone call. Parks was stoic while in jail. In the cell she shared with two other African American women, she was more concerned with one woman's narrative of domestic abuse and how she had landed in jail because she had attempted to defend herself than she was with her own situation. When she was finally allowed to make a phone call, she called home. Her mother was relieved that her daughter had not been beaten. Her husband promised that he would be there soon. Word quickly spread within the African American community about Parks' arrest. Nixon and the Durs were on hand to greet Parks when she was released. 456. Virginia Durr greeted Parks with a tearful embrace. Parks, suddenly letting her defenses down, recalled that she didn't realize how much being in jail had upset me until I got out. Raymond Parks gave his wife a bear hug that swept her off her feet. Nixon soon broached the topic of taking her demonstration to greater heights, asking Parks if she would be willing to be the test case. Parks, with her sterling character, was the ideal plaintiff. But Rosa Parks, who had not even considered allowing her personal moment of protest to go beyond what it was, had no immediate answer for Nixon. Parks went home that evening to discuss what to do with her husband and her mother. Both Leona and Raymond were wary of sacrificing Rosa's future for the sake of challenging segregation on Montgomery buses. Besides, Raymond thought that there was no possible way to gain support from the community. No situation or experience had ever shown him that that was a possibility. The three of them deliberated for some time, finally deciding that Rosa should agree to work with the NAACP. That very night, Fred Gray, a black attorney, contacted Joanne Robinson, who agreed to ask for support from the Women's Political Council for a bus boycott scheduled for the same day as Parks' trial. Through Robinson's efforts, more than 35,000 handbills were produced to spread the word about the boycott. Little did any of them know that the heroic struggle towards civil rights had begun. Friday, December 2, 1955. The next day, Parks went to work as usual, though she took a taxi owned by an African American company, vowing that she was not going to ride the bus anymore. She stunned her boss, who had neither heard the news nor read it in the morning's paper. Meanwhile, Nixon began orchestrating the two-pronged battle, in court, with Parks as plaintiff, and in the community, via the bus boycott. Essential to this strategy was his utilization of the press and the African American church. Nixon's behind-the-scenes masterminding was crucial to the success to come. Another significant move on Nixon's part was to involve the African American church. Most African Americans in Montgomery and across the nation were churchgoers. Their deep-seated faith stemmed from the religious traditions of Africa, their ancestral homeland, and had survived the grueling Middle Passage and the period of slavery. Nixon made a call to a prominent local Baptist preacher, Ralph Abernathy, who in turn brought on a young newcomer named Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. The two men were among the 18 other ministers designated to lead the boycott. Nixon also coordinated a meeting that night to discuss the planned boycott. Significantly, the press was invited. Rosa Parks 457. During the lunch hour, Parks went to Fred Gray's office to help answer phone calls and provide any other administrative assistance. That evening, she went to the meeting at Dr. King's Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, where she talked about her ordeal. As a result of the first meeting, some ministers agreed to talk about the protest in their Sunday sermons, and another pamphlet was created to appear on the front page of the Montgomery Advertiser. No strong consensus was reached regarding the duration of the boycott, and an additional meeting was scheduled. Montgomery Bus Boycott. Monday was an important day. The Montgomery Improvement Association was forged. With Dr. King at its helm, Parks had her day in court, and the first day of the Montgomery bus boycott was launched with full participation from African Americans. Notwithstanding the history-making significance of the day, Parks woke that morning without anxiety. She stated, "I did not spend a lot of time planning what to wear. Nevertheless, she remembered precisely what she wore, a straight, long-sleeved black dress with a white collar and cuffs, a small black velvet hat with pearls across the top, and a charcoal gray coat. She carried a black purse and wore white gloves. Such were the modest, non-flashy, and conservative battle clothes befitting of the demure Parks." As Parks strode up the steps of the courthouse later that morning, a woman called out behind her, "Oh, she's so sweet. They've met with the wrong one now." During the trial, Parks, unlike so many icons of African American protest who engaged in extensive public speaking and elaborate denunciation, said nothing. Her mere presence was all that was necessary, while the attorneys, Charles Langford and Fred Gray, spoke on her behalf. As the protest leaders had hoped, Parks was found guilty of violating the segregation laws and was charged a fine of $14. After the trial, Parks went to Gray's office. Keeping her identity incognito, she answered the non-stop phone inquiries on the results of the trial and this unknown woman named Rosa Parks. That evening there was a pep rally for the boycotters, at the Holt Street Baptist Church. As became the custom for such meetings, prayers and rousing speeches were given, religious songs were sung, and scriptures were read. At that time in African American history, the church was both a symbol and a tool for activism. Political speech-making and the singing of protest songs stemmed from African American sermons and spirituals. At the head of this movement were the spiritual leaders of the African American community, the preachers. Women held conventional and limited roles. 458. Parks, though she was the one who had sparked the massive demonstration, was not exempt. When she asked if she should say anything at the church on Holt Street, she was told that she had said enough and you don't have to speak. Parks seemed content with the explanation, explaining that she was not compelled to say anything anyway. Her introduction alone seemed to satisfy the enthusiastic crowd that flowed out the front door and spilled out onto the front lawn. The program featured Dr. King, who was received with thunderous applause, and the reading of the list of demands that the Montgomery Improvement Association was going to present to the bus company and the city's white leaders, which included courteous treatment on the buses, first come, first served seating, with whites in front and blacks in back, and hiring of black drivers for the black bus routes. The boycott proved to be a long and harrowing affair. No one had expected it to last 381 days. Parks was the only woman to share center stage with Dr. King, whose popularity increased tremendously during the boycott. Parks was the quiet one, King was the charismatic orator. Both embarked on speaking campaigns. Parks, however, had to keep a full-time job to provide for her family. The monies she made from speaking engagements went to support the boycott. Parks also went to work behind the scenes for the Missing in Action, which coordinated an elaborate transportation system utilizing black cab companies and church-owned vans. Others affected by the boycott opted to simply walk. Parks' determination was severely tested during the boycott. Not only did the bus company and city officials make every effort to oppose the demands of the boycotters, white racists made ruthless attempts to intimidate her and the leaders of the Missing in Action. Both she and her husband lost their jobs. Rosa was fired, while Raymond quit when a supervisor threatened to fire anyone who mentioned his wife's name. Rosa, along with other missing in action members, was regularly threatened. Hate calls streamed in daily to the Parks home. But she and her family were never attacked, unlike some of the leaders, like King, whose home was bombed. Nonetheless, the daily bullying put a strain on the Parks. That February, 89 indictments were handed down to ministers, missing in action leaders, and Rosa Parks, justified by an old law that prohibited boycotts. King was the only one to be tried and sentenced, but his case was later appealed. The photograph of Parks getting fingerprinted was published on the front cover of the New York Times. Parks was becoming a household name. The attention was sometimes unsettling. One of the only times that Parks broke down publicly was when she was interviewed by an aggressive reporter out of San Francisco who told her he was going to take me apart and see what made me tick, and the interview made Parks so nervous that she recalled how the cup in her hand was rattling. "I was shaking so." Rosa Parks 459. "The man was being obnoxious, and I was being as polite and nice as I possibly could," she said. "Suddenly I just couldn't stand him any longer, I went into hysterics." Roy Wilkins, president of the NAACP, who was present at the interview, comforted her. "The heroic struggle to boycott Montgomery buses took its toll on everyone. What got them through was the strength of their numbers, their unified commitment to protest, and extraordinary leaders like King." Bi-weekly meetings at the churches affirmed their purpose, songs were sung to strengthen their hearts, and brilliant legal work and media coverage documented the struggle in print and on TV for all the world to see. Above all was the unifying symbol of an ordinary woman like Parks. On November 13, 1956, the boycotters received joyous news: the Supreme Court had ruled that segregation on Montgomery buses was unconstitutional. Back to Highlander. In December, Parks, along with her mother and Nixon, traveled to Highlander on an invitation to encourage 6 black students from Clinton, Tennessee, who were growing disheartened in the struggle they faced being the first blacks to integrate their high school and were considering dropping out of school. The black students were taunted, harassed, and received no protection. Parks was able to convince the youths to return to school. The visit was a good one for both mother and daughter. Indeed, Parks was invited to join the faculty at Highlander, but she had to reluctantly decline. Her mother did not want to stay. End of the boycott. Following the Supreme Court decision in November, King had warned the activists to keep boycotting until the ruling was made official. Thus, the boycott did not officially end until December 20, 1956. It was a joyful occasion. There were celebrations and a sense of accomplishment, pictures were staged on buses, and similar demonstrations were launched in other parts of the South. However, the ensuing years were hard and dangerous. There were more bombings and threats, and whites even shot at buses. In the meantime, Parks became increasingly uncomfortable in encounters within her own circle. A Baptist preacher teased her one day, exclaiming, "Well, if it isn't the superstar." Nixon had turned a cold shoulder toward her, telling Arkansas NAACP activist Daisy Bates that Parks was a lovely, stupid woman the media had built up into an icon. Abernathy refused to take Parks seriously as a civil rights leader, dismissing her as a mere tool of the media. The threat of violence, compounded by her inability to find work and possibly 460. By the discomfort of being a status symbol in her own hometown, induced Parks to move to the north. Her friends and co-fighters were sad to see her go. However, they bid her farewell with a party and a parting gift of $800. Civil rights movement. Rosa Parks moved to Detroit in 1957, where her brother and his family lived, coincided with the burgeoning of one of the most important periods of African American protest, the Civil Rights Movement. This movement was concentrated in the South and led primarily by men, with King as its most popular leader. Though her role remained constrained not by her departure from the center of agitation in the South, but because of her own temperament, the social traditions, and the expected gender roles of the time, Rosa Parks was an important player in the movement. Highlander Folk School. The Highlander Folk School, now known as the Highlander Research and Education Center, was a popular landmark during the civil rights movement. Most activists attended workshops in social activism for training and development. Among some of the famous activists who have been associated with Highlander were Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Rosa Parks, and John Lewis. Highlander was founded in 1932 by Miles Horton, Don West, and James A. Dombrowski. It was originally situated in Monteagle, Tennessee. After Rosa Parks refused her seat on a Jim Crow bus in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1955, racist whites did everything imaginable to thwart the subsequent boycott. So intense was the reaction against Parks that in 1961 the state of Tennessee closed Highlander. Parks had attended Highlander for a workshop prior to her demonstration. It reopened later that year in Knoxville, Tennessee and became known as the Highlander Research and Education Center. In 1971, it changed locations for a third time to New Market, Tennessee. Highlander was attended mostly by white students. Indeed, it kept its doors open to all races, with a goal of developing and supporting activists and demonstrations locally, nationally, and internationally. Highlander was, in its time, an unconventional institute, since few schools in the South were integrated. In addition to workshops, Highlander offered a variety of recreational diversions. In this camp-like atmosphere, blacks and whites bonded while holding discussions on race, activism, and other important issues. Highlander, no ordinary school, provides an in-depth glimpse into this extraordinary institution. Rosa Parks 461. Parks' day-to-day existence during these years was a juggling act between making a living, caring for her mother and husband when they fell sick, and her activism. Parks found work as a seamstress at the Stockton Sewing Company. While there, she befriended Elaine Eason Steele. Unlike other leaders who were paid to engage in full-time activist work, Parks volunteered as often as she was able or when she was requested to appear at a function or demonstration. She was involved in the Detroit chapter of the NAACP and maintained a steady lecturing schedule. From time to time she attended conferences of the King-led Southern Christian Leadership Council. King was revered by many. A permanent fixture of most African American homes was the Big Family Bible, accompanied by framed drawings of the biblical Jesus and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Handfans imprinted with King's face were used in African American churches across the nation. Parks herself, who read his books and regularly played his speeches on her record player in her home, was one of his biggest admirers. Whether in person or second-hand, Parks closely followed the goings-on of the movement. When she was told that King was stabbed at a book signing in Harlem in 1958, she was beside herself. She was present at the unprecedented March on Washington in 1963. It was a sign of the times that women were not allowed to participate as speakers on the program, with the exception of the introduction of the prominent women activists during the Tribute to Women portion of the program. Parks was more hurt than angered by the slight. Nowadays, she wrote in her autobiography, women wouldn't stand for being kept so much in the background, but back then women's rights hadn't become a popular cause yet. Growing tide of militancy and racial consciousness, a new movement was developing within the urban African American communities of the North, right in Parks' own backyard. While the civil rights movement was making huge strides in the South, African American separatists and militants were gaining a foothold in impoverished African American neighborhoods in the North. This counter-movement aimed to replace the call for nonviolence with self-defense and revolution, integration with black separatism and autonomy, and to address the frustration increasingly experienced by city youths over the poverty, despair, and lack of opportunities in their communities. The signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a major victory. It was felt most profoundly by middle-class African Americans living in the segregated South. In the integrated North, segregation was not a major issue, but drugs, crime, alienation, racism, and unemployment were. Malcolm X was one of the most prominent militant. 462. Leaders. His activism was launched on soapboxes on street corners. When he gave a speech in Detroit, he caught the attention of an unlikely person, Rosa Parks. Parks wrote that she didn't disagree with altogether, and indeed some of Malcolm X's ideas resonated with Parks. She liked his stance on alcohol and drugs and black self-sufficiency. She also agreed with the radically perceived concept of self-defense up to a point. Although she saw the effectiveness of nonviolence as a strategy as King utilized it in massive demonstrations, she believed that individually, self-defense was at times necessary. What she did not subscribe to was hatred for whites and violence as a means to an end. Parks heard Malcolm X speak shortly before he was assassinated on February 21, 1965. Into the world of politics and religion. In 1965, Parks was appointed deaconess of her home congregation, St. Matthew's Aim, and accepted a full-time position on the staff of a young civil rights activist turned politician named John Conyers. As a deaconess, her duties expanded to include fostering and promoting the general interests of the church, soliciting the friendship and sympathy of the general public, cheering the downcast, feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, sheltering the homeless, and saving the lost by visiting them in mental hospitals and prisons. Parks' work at Representative Conyers' office was similar to responsibilities she held when she volunteered for civil rights organizations. In this way, Parks was finally getting paid to do the work that she loved, with the added bonus that she was allowed to take time off to go to a speaking event or demonstration, such as King's Selma to Montgomery March in March 1965. Selma to Montgomery March. Parks did not participate the first time demonstrators tried to march from Selma to the Montgomery Capitol. Before they could cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge, police officers attacked them with tear gas, billy clubs, and electric cattle prods. That day became known as Bloody Sunday. Parks saw the horrific violence on television. King led a second march, but this one was brief and more symbolic than anything else so as not to provoke a repeat of the first tragedy or to challenge a restraining order to prevent a full march. When that order was lifted and Parks was asked to participate in a third and successful march to the Capitol, Parks, without hesitation, said yes. In attendance were King and a host of celebrity activists such as comedian Dick Gregory, singer Harry Belafonte, and gospel singer Odetta. Parks. Rosa Parks 463. However, was given a rocky reception, for she was put out on several occasions only to be invited back in by those who saw her standing on the sidelines. At the end of the march, she was escorted to the front of the line at the Montgomery Capitol building, where an angry gathering of whites was jeering and shouting at them. Several months later, Parks was a witness to the signing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This monumental civil rights legislation was largely made possible due to the heroism demonstrated during the Selma to Montgomery marches. Black Power movement and racial consciousness. By 1966, the Black Power movement was in full force. Among the most visible leaders were Stokely Carmichael, former integrationist, who coined the term Black Power in that same year, H. Rap Brown, Huey Newton, and Bobby Seale. This movement dominated in the urban settings of the North. Parks was caught up to a small degree in the racial consciousness that spread throughout the nation. She began wearing colorful African-inspired garb on occasion, attending performances at the Concept East Theater, the first African-American theater company in the urban North, and listening to WCHB, the nation's first major black-owned and operated radio station, and she also started making appearances at rallies sponsored by Detroit's Freedom Now Party. What Parks could not empathize with or endorse was the rioting that erupted in the North beginning in 1965. King's response to the crisis in the North was to implement a program and a series of marches to address unemployment and poverty. His activism in the North met with little success. When rioting made its way to Detroit in 1967, Parks was outraged. She called the rioters thieves, and referred to the riots as pure hooliganism. She told Ebony that it harmed the cause when looting and burning were passed off as being in the name of civil rights. When King was assassinated on April 4, 1968, the world mourned. Parks and her mother, who heard the devastating news on a radio broadcast, wept quietly together in their home, and 168 riots erupted in cities across the nation. The years following the civil rights movement. That Parks' life was affected by King's death, as well as by the emergence of new civil rights leaders, the Black Power movement, and personal circumstances, was obvious. Parks' popularity and activism were closely linked to King and the SCLC. 464. And to a generation that was gradually being replaced by a new leadership that did not know and had never worked personally with Parks. Ill health in her family. Her brother, mother, and husband experienced bouts of illness, as did Parks herself. Kept Parks closer to home and less out of the battlefield. All three of her family members succumbed to cancer during the 1970s. These circumstances made her realize that she was becoming more symbolic and less activist, more isolated from leaders in the thick of activity. Her interviews and appearances were reduced to focus on that of a single act of protest that occurred on December 1, 1955. With the coming of the new decade, Parks' life was as busy as ever, but less overwhelming and less lonely thanks to Elaine Eason Steele, the friend she had met at the Stockton Sewing Company. Steele stepped in at a time when Parks was badly in need of friendship and helped her manage her overwhelming commitments. Eason was indispensable, helping Parks through a car accident in 1987, heart surgery, and the start-up of Parks' own project, the Rosa and Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development in 1987, which reached out to several thousand of the nation's youth. In 1988, she retired from working with Representative John Conyers to focus on the Institute. In the 1990s, Rosa Parks took on the mantle of one of the oldest living activists from the civil rights movement and as such was celebrated throughout the world. Her popularity far exceeded that of the male leaders who had dominated the movement. In 1990, she met Nelson Mandela, an anti-apartheid activist. Mandela had always wanted to meet Parks. The encounter was an emotional one for both. Tears filled his eyes as he walked up to the small old woman with her hair in two silver braids crossed atop her head. And in a low, melodious tone, Nelson Mandela began to chant, "Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks," until his voice crescendoed into a rapturous shout, "Rosa Parks." Then the two brave old souls, their lives so distant yet their dreams so close, fell into each other's arms, rocking back and forth in a long, joyful embrace. In the spring of 1994, Parks traveled to Tokyo to visit Dr. Daisaku Ikeda, president of Sakai University, whom she had met in 1992 and discussed new strategies for building a global grassroots movement to spread the philosophy of nonviolence. During her visit, Japanese students sang "We Shall Overcome" in English. That summer, Parks, an international star, survived a shocking attack. A teenager beat and robbed her of $103 in her own home. Shortly thereafter, Parks was moved to the Riverfront Towers, a 24-hour gated and guarded modern high-rise complex overlooking the Detroit River, where Parks surrounded herself with precious souvenirs and honors and mementos. Parks' final years were spent reading books about activists and gazing out of the window overlooking the majestic span of the Ambassador Bridge to Rosa Parks. 465. Canada, the refuge for a number of slaves and African Americans after emancipation. There were still engagements to attend and appearances to make, but Parks was content. At age 92, on October 24, 2005, Parks, the unlikely heroine and living legend, died. See also Ella Baker, Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Jr., Huey P. Newton, and Roy Wilkins. A. Philip Randolph. Library of Congress. Asa Philip Randolph was the founder of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Randolph was a leader in both the labor movement for African American workers and in the struggle to eliminate segregation in the war industry and armed forces, and a pioneer in the civil rights movement. Randolph's entry into activism during the second decade of the 20th century occurred during the heyday of prominent African American leaders such as Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Marcus Garvey. Randolph was most influenced by Du Bois, though he eventually grew to oppose the immensely popular leader's conservative ideology. Randolph came to believe that socialism was the solution to the deplorable conditions facing blacks in America. Protesting racism and inequality while espousing socialism was a precarious and radical position in early 20th century America. In his early adult years, Randolph was, in fact, the quintessential radical, a firebrand even, and deemed one of the most dangerous Negroes in the United States. Later, Randolph's radicalism, which was tempered with diplomacy, dogged patience, and extraordinary dignity, and his activism, through negotiations and multiple demonstrations, was instrumental in making great strides in ablating barriers that obstructed African American progress and inclusion into mainstream American life, and to laying the groundwork for emerging black leaders. For his contributions to the pursuit of civil rights, he was considered an honored and respected activist by the preeminent African American organizations of the day and by the very government he had once opposed. Early years. Asa Phillip was born on April 15, 1889 to James and Elizabeth Randolph in Baldwin, Florida. He had one brother, James, who was 2 years older. Their father, a reverend in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, named Asa after a king in the Old Testament. According to I Kings 15, King Asa negotiated with the Syrian king to rescue the people of Judah from Israel. This name proved to be prophetic in Philip's later years, when he emerged as a leader driven to liberate African Americans from the bonds of segregation and injustice. The man Asa was to become was profoundly influenced by his parents, his upbringing, and his experiences as a young adult. Although Asa was born in Baldwin, most of his upbringing occurred in Jacksonville, Florida, where his father accepted a preaching position at a small congregation. Asa's parents were hard-working, religious people. Money, however, was a constant issue. The Reverend and his wife found creative ways to supplement James' modest income from his preaching. They both repaired, dyed, cleaned, and pressed clothes. Elizabeth sewed the family's clothes, and food was raised in the backyard. The Reverend. 468. Randolph tried his hand at selling meat and wood on separate occasions, but these and other ventures were unprofitable. Although Elizabeth and the Reverend Randolph may have been poor in terms of material possessions, they were rich in terms of the education of their children. The Randolph home was imbued with love, discipline, and character building. Nat Turner. Nat Turner was an African American who led one of the largest slave rebellions in the American South. His life illustrates one of the earliest examples of militant resistance to slavery. Turner was a slave on a plantation owned by Samuel Turner in Southampton County, Virginia. Unlike most slaves, he could read and write. Whites prohibited the education of slaves to maintain control over them and to prevent escape and resistance. Turner's ability to read and write along with his religious leadership raised his status among blacks in Southampton County. Turner preached sermons and was known to experience visions. Other slaves called him the prophet through his visionary experiences and his interpretation of unusual natural events. Turner came to believe he was called by God to lead a slave rebellion. He devised a plan, which he divulged to 4 slaves he trusted: Henry, Hark, Nelson, and Sam. They planned to kill as many whites as possible and free the slaves. On August 21, 1831, the 5 slaves launched their revolt, attacking whites with hatchets and knives. It took 2 days to quell the rebellion. Turner and his rebels, who had swelled to 50 or more other slaves and free blacks, killed some 57 white men, women, and children. Turner was found hiding in a cave. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. He was hung on November 11, 1831, and his body was flayed, beheaded, and quartered. All the blacks involved in the rebellion were executed. A white mob killed nearly another 200 blacks, many of them innocent. Turner's rebellion was not the first of its kind. Slave rebellions were reported to have occurred as early as the 18th century aboard slave ships during the passage from Africa. At least 250 slave revolts are known to have occurred in the South, although none were as notorious as the one launched by Nat Turner. In the aftermath of most rebellions, whites imposed tougher laws and restrictions on the slaves. This, and the onslaught of white-induced violence against innocent blacks, helped to quell future uprisings. Most blacks in the South learned that accommodation rather than resistance was the only way to protect self and community. 69. Instruction that was instrumental in setting the foundation for Asa's activism and philosophy. Young Asa was familiar with the concept of African American protest. His parents belonged to a segment of African Americans that radically defied the preconceptions of the times, such as the notion that African Americans were a stigma, inferior to whites, and passive in response to white oppression and racism. The Reverend Randolph and his wife supplemented their children's education with their own brand of militant instruction and example. First and foremost, the Randolph family belonged to the AIM Church, which Asa's father proudly acclaimed was the first black militant institution in America. The AIM Church, which had separated from the Methodist Episcopal Church to form a predominantly black church and engaged in anti-slavery protests, played a large role in forming the Reverend Randolph's own radical views and intense racial pride. As a part of his children's informal education, the elder Randolph required daily reading. Among the books in the diverse family library were radical African American newspapers and books on African history. He taught his sons about extraordinary African American leaders like Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass, and Henry McNeil Turner. His parents were constantly reiterating that the boys were not supposed to bow and take a back seat for anybody, but rather stand up for their rights. Elizabeth's insistence that her children fight back when challenged by their peers served to foster courage in her children. Though Randolph was a reluctant fighter in his childhood and a lifelong advocate of nonviolence, his agitation required a certain pugilistic spirit in facing off with the opposition. The Reverend Randolph and Elizabeth were in their own uncelebrated ways extraordinary activists. When Asa was 10 years old, his father joined a group of armed men to prevent the lynching of an African American man. In his father's absence, his mother, a deadly shot, stood guard on the family porch with a shotgun. From this experience, Asa learned the lesson of self-defense and the importance of collective action. He also felt pride for his mother, who was stoically and unflinchingly prepared to defend their home. However, Randolph was not, as an adult, an advocate of self-defense. When Jim Crow laws came to Florida, Asa's father forbade his sons to read their books in the segregated reading room of the Jacksonville Public Library. Nor, he ordered, should they ride the Jim Crow streetcars. They should do as he did, walk to wherever they wanted to go in the city. Asa's parents worked to instill in him and his brother a confident bearing and a strong sense of self-esteem. This youthful training was the basis for Asa's legendary eloquence and poise that were manifested in both his everyday life and his oratory style. Asa's father emphasized the importance of articulation, as a result of which, both boys were naturally enamored with words and their pronunciation. The father, who walked graceful, just as straight as you can get, also taught the boys to walk like him. If he caught one of them slouching, he would call out, "Come on, now shoulders back." The father inspired his sons to always display exemplary conduct and deportment, which they certainly achieved. Self-esteem, which was wanting in a society that classified African Americans as inferior, was strong in the Randolph boys. The father constantly pointed out positive African American role models to his children and introduced his sons as two of the finest boys in the world. The parents were, however, unable to instill in their children religious beliefs. Asa attended high school at the Cookman Institute. He and his brother were popular with the other students and had spotless reputations. Asa excelled academically, mostly due to the encouragement of two African American teachers, Lily M. Whitney and Mary Neff, and in athletics. Asa displayed gifts which marked him the school's best student in literature, public speaking, and drama. This was a pivotal period in Asa's young life. At home, Asa and his brother delighted in discussing the hot topics of the day that concerned African Americans with their father. The boys had big dreams of leading the fight for human rights as congressmen, or working as educators, scientists, doctors, and writers. At graduation, Asa, the class valedictorian, gave his first public speech, entitled "The Man of the Hour." He was, in that moment, on top of the world, and his future appeared destined to be a gleaming success. The 5 years following Asa's optimistic send-off at his high school graduation in 1907 were anticlimactic. Because his parents were unable to afford college, Asa went the way of the majority of African Americans in the South. He collected insurance premiums from African Americans, clerked in a grocery store, drove a delivery wagon for a drug company, stacked logs in a lumber yard, pushed wheelbarrows in a fertilizer factory, and carried water and shoveled dirt for an outfit laying railroad crossties. What was most important to him were his extracurricular pursuits, reading literature, history, and contemporary affairs, giving public readings of the Bible, Shakespeare, and the poetry of Paul Laurence Dunbar at black churches and theaters, and joining a barbershop quarter. The Reverend Randolph wanted Asa to become a preacher, but his son had other intentions. Asa wanted to become an actor. Asa's life took a significant turn after he read Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk. The book ignited his desire to fight for social equality, and it became clear to him that the climate for whatever interests he wanted to pursue, be they on the stage or in politics, would be more favorable in the North. Asa had been to New York once to visit his cousin, and the city had filled him with wonder and exhilaration. Thus it was that, at the age of 22, Asa set his sights northward. 71. Becoming a radical socialist. In 1911, Asa Randolph, with Du Bois' book still fresh in his mind, set out to make a life for himself in New York. He was one of numerous African Americans swept along by the current of migration to the cities of the North in search of freedom and opportunity. After renting a room in Harlem with a friend who had joined him in his journey to New York, Randolph explored his new neighborhood, sightseeing and taking in the stage shows. He visited several local churches and miscellaneous organizations, perchance to find an outlet for the expression of his newfound ideas and thoughts inspired by the souls of black folk, and enrolled at the City College. Randolph's search for radically minded individuals turned up short. Expecting a more receptive and eager audience in the North, Randolph was disappointed. When Randolph met with the Epworth League, a group of young people who met to discuss the Bible and, to a certain extent, current issues, he found only a few individuals open to his radical views. Where Randolph advocated immediate change, most of the other members of the League espoused a slower, gradual approach. Nevertheless, the persuasive Randolph was able to recruit a few individuals to his philosophy. College life was much more rewarding for Randolph. Initially, Randolph studied public speaking to improve his oral delivery for acting, but switched to taking up courses in socialism. A major reason for this was his parents' moral objection to acting. Another reason was his introduction to socialism in one of his classes. Randolph was immediately taken by socialism. For Randolph, socialism provided a way to understand the plight of African Americans in America. He came to believe that capitalism caused conflict among people, thus intensifying the competitive struggle between black and white workers, exacerbating racism and politicizing hate, and individuals tended to look at the stereotypes and myths of race and people instead of looking at the human being or the economic situation. Randolph felt that both the Democrats and the Republicans neglected African Americans, thus, socialism was the only recourse. Randolph was not the only one on campus or in his community to embrace socialism. Students were forming radical organizations and actively fundraising and coordinating rallies in support of striking laborers in America. Men like Hubert Harrison, a pioneer radical intellectual in Harlem and member of the Socialist Party, gave speeches from soapboxes on street corners. These examples of protest undoubtedly added fuel to Randolph's intense inner yearnings and provided ideas on how to execute his activism through organizing, politics, and speech-making. One of Randolph's first solo acts was to form the Independent Political Council, which comprised a few of the former members of the Epworth League. He unsuccessfully assisted in the campaign for the board of 472 aldermen by an African American running as an independent. He then engaged in several protests at work. Randolph, now known as a troublemaker by the Epworth League, was stirring up trouble and sowing seeds of discontent among co-workers. As a porter for the Consolidated Gas Company, Randolph tried to rouse the other employees to push for advancement. "Look around you," he told them, "is it only white men who can be bookkeepers and supervisors? Why can't Negroes do those jobs? Are we only good for sweeping floors and washing windows?" Randolph quit that job when no one took up his call for protest. On another occasion, Randolph was fired, when he tried to organize the waiters and kitchen help against conditions in. Randolph used his group, the Independent Political Council, to dispense his radical views to the community. In 1914, Ernest T. Wellcome, a member of the Epworth League, hired Randolph to work for his Brotherhood of Labor agency to help educate African Americans migrating from the South to the North in the political and social conditions of life in New York City. Randolph always said that in his early years in New York he was a carefree spirit with no thought of settling down to either steady employment or marriage. But his auspicious encounter with a beautiful, 31-year-old widow named Lucille Green made possible a full-time commitment to activism. Lucille was an intelligent and enterprising woman who owned a prosperous hair salon. She was a socialite, mingling with the up-and-coming elite professionals and attending St. Philip's Episcopal Church, the wealthiest and most prestigious black congregation in the world. Randolph, of course, did not care for the world of the elite because of his socialist beliefs, nor was he religious. Nevertheless, the two had in common an interest in socialism, community involvement, and the theater. They were married in November 1914 despite Randolph's protest in her church. Lucille Randolph was extremely supportive, in more ways than one. She provided the family income, supporting Randolph and his close friend, Chandler Owen, whom he met shortly after his marriage, so they could spend their days learning more about socialism and pursuing their radical activism. Randolph was able to quit his job with the Brotherhood, and the two inseparable friends came to be known as Lenin and Trotsky. Socialist activism, 1916 to 1925. Soapbox oration and the Hotel Messenger. In 1916, Randolph and Owen formally became socialists. Shortly thereafter, Randolph quit school and, along with Owen, mounted his soapbox to 73. Spread socialism. The two joined the ranks of men like the aforementioned Hubert H. Harrison, who was one of the most popular soapbox activists in Harlem. The eloquently spoken word was an effective means of getting the message across to the people, especially when the church was inaccessible to radicals. Randolph, who had a rich baritone voice and a diction that made people think he was educated at Yale or Harvard, enchanted his audiences. He and Owen quickly became the most notorious street corner radicals in Harlem, exceeding even Harrison in the boldness of their assault upon political and racial conditions in the country. In 1917, Randolph used the power of the pen as an editor of the Hotel Messenger, a magazine aimed primarily at waiters at the invitation of William White, who was president of the Head Waiters and Side Waiters Society of Greater New York. Through the Hotel Messenger, Randolph and Owen were able to further spread their message of protest. Randolph was coming into his own as a mature activist, no longer a meandering radical protesting impetuously, but a man with focus who took his responsibilities at the magazine seriously. Symbolizing his growth, Randolph began to refer to himself as A. Philip Randolph. When America entered World War I in 1917, Randolph and Owen protested the participation of African Americans. However, Randolph and Owen soon learned that freedom of speech often came with a price. They were fired after publishing an article contending that the side waiters were being cheated by the head waiters. Since the head waiters were a large reason why William White was president, he let them go in the same year they started editing for the Society's organ, The Messenger. Due to the steady and numerous requests of their intelligent, radical, forward-looking and clear-eyed patrons, Randolph and Owen started their own magazine called The Messenger that same year. Here, at last, Randolph had a medium that he could control, wherein he could publish his views without censure. This magazine was declared by the Justice Department to be by long odds the most dangerous of all the Negro publications. One of the major issues the Messenger covered was the war. Although African Americans moved in remarkable numbers to join the war effort, they faced racism and segregation in the armed forces and inequality and violence at home. Lynching and race riots were at their worst in the early 20th century in both the North and the South. Prominent African American leaders such as Du Bois denounced the horrible conditions faced by African Americans, but Randolph and Owen went further in their protests by advocating that African Americans not participate in the war. This was a radical position that illustrated Randolph's break from W.E.B. Du Bois and the extent of his 474 defiance despite the great risks involved. Du Bois, who in Randolph's and Owen's eyes was too conservative, was criticized frequently in their magazine. The Messenger's radical articles were considered a menace by many in the African American community, as well as by the U.S. government. Shortly after the onset of the war, Congress had passed the Espionage Act, empowering the government to censor newspapers or ban them from the mails, and to punish, by fines of up to $10,000 and imprisonment of 20 years, anyone found guilty of obstructing conscription. In 1918, the government declared that even the attempt at obstruction was a felony. As an anti-war and socialist promoting paper, the Messenger was a target. On more than one occasion, agents of the Justice Department broke into the Messenger's office and vandalized their property and confiscated back issues. In the same year, Randolph and Owen faced trial. They were charged with violating the Espionage Act. The judge let them go, doubting that the two African American men could be old enough or smart enough to have authored the red-hot stuff in the Messenger. When the men insisted that they were responsible for the magazine, the judge warned them to get out of town. Randolph and Owen willingly complied, but only to engage in more agitation. Shortly thereafter, near the end of the war, Owen was drafted and served for 120 days. Randolph avoided this fate, for the war ended before he could be drafted. Politics. Randolph engaged in several political adventures. In 1917, he and Owen worked for the campaign of Morris Hillquit, a socialist with aspirations to be mayor of New York City. Randolph and Owen organized the first socialist club in the area, the 21st AD Club, which fanned out through the community, canvassing in Hillquit's behalf and heckling the public meetings of the regular party candidates. Although he lost, Hillquit did win a substantial number of votes. In 1918, Randolph was handpicked by Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association to be one of the African American delegates to speak on issues facing African Americans at the Peace Conference in Versailles, France. Randolph, because of his controversial reputation, was refused a passport. Du Bois, whom Randolph called one of the good socialists, was allowed to go. Randolph and Owen were later among Marcus Garvey's most strident critics and denounced him frequently in the Messenger. They were against his doctrines of black capitalism and imperialism, and believed that his advocacy of black nationalism and a return to Africa were palliatives rather than solutions. Randolph, like Du Bois and other conservative leaders, was in support of bettering conditions for African Americans in America, not elsewhere, and ultimately helping to create a 75 world not of racial separateness but of total inclusion. Nevertheless, Randolph readily admitted that Garvey was able to rouse more African Americans than any other leader of his time. In 1920, Randolph lost in both campaigns for State Controller and Secretary of State. Organizations. Randolph founded several organizations through which he hoped to advance socialism and labor unionism, as well as promote racial uplift. But this period of organizational leadership, beginning in 1917, was unfruitful, primarily because the African American community at large was conservative and therefore not receptive to either socialism or unionizing and steered clear of notorious radicals such as Randolph. The 21st AD Socialist Club and the Independent Political Council, which Randolph formed shortly after his arrival in New York, were obsolete. Another early venture, the United Brotherhood of Elevator and Switchboard Operators, was taken over by the Elevator and Starters Union only a year after Randolph established it, and in 1919, his National Association for the Promotion of Labor Unionism failed to materialize. He founded the National Brotherhood Workers of America in the same year, but it failed 2 years later. Other organizations such as the Tenants and Consumers League and a Harlem branch of the Journeyman Bakers and Confectioners Union suffered the same fate. But Randolph was impervious. In 1920, Randolph founded another organization, the Friends of Negro Freedom. This organization had a short lifespan only because it was established for one purpose, to oust Marcus Garvey from his political leadership or from the United States. This singular aim banded Randolph with unlikely protest leaders whose efforts of speech-making and letter-writing coalesced to form the Garvey Must Go campaign. African American opposition to Garvey was based on an array of protestations over his philosophy of black nationalism and racial separatism, his controversial shipping line, and his acceptance of the Ku Klux Klan's agenda of separatism. Once Garvey was indicted for mail fraud in 1923 and later deported back to Jamaica, the Friends of Negro Freedom no longer functioned in any significant way. Opposition to Randolph's social activism. Between 1916 and 1925, opposition to Randolph's agitation was immense. His views provoked contention between himself and other African American organizations, tragically preventing the formation of a united front that could better the lives of African Americans in the early 20th century. The masses he strove to entice into socialism and labor unionism were largely unresponsive. Among the many reasons for this was the fact that African Americans were as a whole conservative and doubtful that 476. Socialism, a class-focused doctrine, was a solution to racism. Moreover, labor unions were segregated, and nothing in their history had shown them that blacks united could effect change against powerful white-owned and historically racist corporations and businesses. Indeed, many African Americans were beginning to renounce socialism, because it did not adequately address race. The class structure in the United States was in itself a problem, and being black added an additional layer of challenges and dangers. Opposition to Randolph intensified in 1922, when he began receiving death threats. On one occasion, he was mailed a severed hand with an ominous letter signed KKK. Though the KKK had every reason to go after him, Randolph believed Garvey was behind the letter. Garvey retorted that Randolph had himself devised the incident as a publicity stunt. Randolph was beginning to grow weary of his opposition, his many failures to launch his programs, and by the death of his father. Then, in 1923, his closest friend, Owen, moved to Chicago after the death of his brother. Randolph replaced his former partner with George Schuyler. Schuyler was a black journalist who was, at one time, interested in Garveyism but then turned to socialism. But he was not a gung-ho socialist, like Randolph. After a few years, he lost interest when he perceived that socialists did not appear concerned about black issues. More change was in the wind, as evidenced by Randolph's own growing disillusionment with the Socialist Party. By 1925, Randolph had withdrawn from socialist activism and lost interest, if not in socialism, in the party, and asserted that the Socialist Party had no effective policy towards Negroes, and didn't spend enough time organizing them. All that remained of Randolph's activism was the Messenger, though its readership had declined severely, and its sharp edge had dulled. It seemed that Randolph was in his final days as a voice of African American protest when he received a call for help from an unexpected source that would change the course of his life forever. Civil rights activism, 1925 to 1935. The labor movement. In 1925, Ashley L. Totten, a Pullman sleeping car porter and noted firebrand within the porter community, invited Randolph to speak to the Pullman Porters Athletic Association. He wanted Randolph to address his fellow porters on a topic that he knew had long been Randolph's passion: labor unionizing. In fact, he wanted Randolph to be the one to lead them in their fight against the Pullman Company. Since 1900, African American porters had tried to organize a labor union. African American porters were required to work extraordinarily long hours, for meager pay, while submitting to abusive, debasing, and racist treatment. 77. By their superiors as well as by white passengers. There was no protection, no defense for the African American porter. At the same time, the position was considered one of the most prestigious opportunities for African American men. In 1920, the Plan of Employee Representation was established to offer assistance to African American porters, but this organization was a ruse by means of which the Pullman Company could maintain its power over the porters. In another attempt to better wages and hours for porters, African American delegates, Totten among them, were picked by the porters themselves to negotiate with decision-makers of the Pullman Company. This conference took place in 1924. However, the Pullman Company paid off all but a few of the African American representatives. Following this dismal attempt, Totten sought Randolph as his last hope for the African American porters. Given Randolph's history of promoting unionizing, he surprisingly declined Totten's request, stating that, flattered though he was by the request, he was sorry, he had no further interest in organizing anything. He told them of all his previous unsuccessful efforts, and that he was now satisfied to consider himself merely a propagandist for the idea of unionism. Randolph went on to say that the Messenger was now his whole life, and he was fully occupied in the struggle to keep the magazine going. Moreover, he added, he couldn't see himself jumping into a fight with a company like Pullman, one of the most powerful Brahmins of American business. Despite this rebuff, Randolph found that he could not fully turn his back on such a critical situation. He wrote 2 articles in support of the Pullman porters. Totten again approached Randolph, requesting his help. This time, the formidable leader overcame his doubts and agreed to head up the labor movement of the African American porters. The Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was established on August 25, 1925, with Randolph as its leader. This was indeed a historic moment, as this organization was one of a very few of its kind created for African Americans by African Americans. Although Randolph did accept money from white socialists and liberals in New York for the initial setup of the organization, he insisted that African Americans themselves provide the ongoing financial support and leadership. Randolph had no racist feelings towards whites, he simply felt that African Americans who had long been dependent on whites should rise to the occasion by being self-supportive, self-sustaining, and self-governing. Randolph and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters would need that support and more to obtain their goals. Their position, like the biblical David who confronted the terrible and seemingly unconquerable Goliath, was fraught with long odds and impossibilities. The Pullman Company's economic power far exceeded that of Randolph and the Brotherhood. Historically, few African Americans had challenged whites and won. In fact, African Americans were frequently targeted and subjected to intimidation, violence. 478. And even death whenever they challenged whites. In addition, the false belief in white superiority and black inferiority affected some African Americans, such as one porter who admitted that he never knew the Negro had a right to enjoy freedom like everyone else. As if that were not enough, many African Americans perceived unionizing as radical, a notion that was accepted and promoted by black newspapers, as well as black churches, who frequently condemned Randolph and his radical ideas. Randolph was not immediately embraced by all the members of the Brotherhood, and he realized that he had to win over the porters. The eloquence and distinguished demeanor that were his best assets put off many of the African American porters who, seasoned and roughened by the nature of their profession, did not think he could be capable of leading them. Milton Price Webster was one such doubter, but he eventually warmed up to Randolph and in fact became one of the many Randolph admirers and second in command in the Brotherhood. The two men worked well as a team, depending on one another's strengths during negotiations and speech-making. At the organization's peak, the Brotherhood had offices in New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City, Seattle, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Omaha, Wichita, Oakland, Los Angeles, Denver, Portland, Washington, D.C., Boston, Detroit, and Buffalo. By 1928, they had almost 7,000 members. The Brotherhood's most fierce and relentless opposition was the Pullman Company. Some of the tactics utilized by the Pullman Company to subvert the Brotherhood were nefarious at best. They paid off African American porters to act as spies, they slandered Randolph, and they ran a campaign to fire, threaten, and harass African American porters who were believed or found out to be members of the Brotherhood. In St. Louis, A.B. Burr, a superintendent who boasted that he whipped niggers, fired members of the Brotherhood, including E.J. Bradley, who was in charge of the office there and, as a result, was unable to make payments for the rental of his office, so he eventually started running the office out of the trunk of his automobile. The Brotherhood engaged in various countermeasures. To circumvent spying, Randolph and others were frequently forced to conduct business in secrecy. At the first gathering of the Brotherhood, Randolph conducted the entire meeting himself so as not to incriminate any of the porters or allow Pullman spies to identify them. In Jacksonville, Randolph ordered Benjamin Smith, who was willing to sacrifice his life, to leave Jacksonville to avert being lynched. Randolph also outwitted Pullman spies by employing Brotherhood spies. Randolph's first step as the leader of the Brotherhood was to seek political intervention. Although Congressman Emanuel Seller of New York had responded to Randolph's request to seek a congressional investigation of Pullman's labor policies, the resolution he introduced died in the Rules Committee. However, the Watson-Parker bill supported 79 by the big railroad unions and all railroad managements was passed as the Railway Labor Act of 1927. This was a big win for the porters, for it legally gave them the power to pursue a joint conference with the Pullman Company to make and maintain agreements on rates of pay, rules, and working conditions. With this newfound power to force negotiation, Randolph wrote the Pullman Company. The Pullman president did not respond. In accordance with the rules of the Railway Labor Act, Randolph wrote again. When he again was ignored, Randolph sought the assistance of the Mediation Board. This process was financially draining, for the Brotherhood was responsible for paying their lawyers and other fees. The mediation got them nowhere, for the Pullman Company insisted that the African American porters already had a company union representing their interests. In response, Randolph collected some 900 affidavits proving that the porters who supported the company union had been coerced to do so. This small, albeit significant, victory was followed by a deadlock. The Pullman Company refused to cooperate further in the mediation process. And it was within their legal right to do so. By not cooperating, the Pullman Company dealt a staggering blow to Randolph and his organization. A number of individuals left the Brotherhood, as it appeared that there was no chance for victory. Randolph and his fellow union leaders found it even more difficult to raise money from the remaining members. Randolph himself also suffered financially. His wife, whose salon business had gone under as a result of Randolph's radical socialist beliefs, was no longer able to support them. Compounding the miserable financial situation was the fact that he had to frequently go without his modest $10 a week salary from the Brotherhood. His clothes, which had once been stylish and immaculate, became worn and tattered. Without money or members, there could be no Brotherhood. Exacerbating this critical situation were the death of Randolph's brother, the collapse of his paper, The Messenger, in 1928, and the ensuing Great Depression. Randolph's response to these circumstances was energetic and self-sacrificing. He used his charismatic speech-making skills to motivate the Brotherhood to continue the struggle, win back former members, and to raise money. In his first radical move, Randolph managed to convince the porters to execute a strike, knowing that if he could create an emergency situation, he could force Pullman to continue mediation. He sent word of the threatened strike to the mediation board, which promptly ruled that no emergency existed since the Pullman Company did not perceive it as such. The strike was called off. In 1929, he joined the American Federation of Labor. This was a controversial step in that some member organizations of the AFL excluded African Americans, and Randolph himself had, in his earlier days, denounced the AFL for that reason. However, the survival of the Brotherhood depended upon its link to a solid labor union. Throughout this difficult 480 period, Randolph remained committed to the Brotherhood, turning down a job offer with the city government, at a salary of $7,000 a year, and maintained his optimism, believing that the Brotherhood would accomplish what it set out to do. The pressure of the situation was finally relieved in 1932 during the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt, who instituted several important programs to alleviate the effects of the Depression. One of these programs, created with the assistance of a group of labor executives, bestowed the right of labor workers to form their own unions and banned company unions. At first, this legislation did not include porters, but Randolph quickly set about correcting this. He then set out to rebuild the Brotherhood and to make contact with the president of the Pullman Company. Meanwhile, the Pullman Company had handpicked a few loyal porters and authorized them to form their own independent union, the Pullman Porters Protective Association. To settle the question over which organization, the Brotherhood or the Protective Association, was the rightful representative of the African American porters, the Board of Mediation ordered a secret ballot, which Randolph proudly wrote was the first time that Negro workers have had the opportunity to vote as a national group in an election, under federal supervision, for their economic rights. The election took place in 1935. The votes were 8,316 in favor of the Brotherhood to 1,422 for the Pullman Porters Protective Association. Randolph's historic negotiation with the Pullman Company took place that same year. After 2 years of grueling struggle, the Brotherhood, through Randolph, had achieved the impossible and negotiated wage increases and fewer hours. The private life of the popular protest leader, because of Randolph's victory over the Pullman Company, he was considered in the ensuing decades to be one of the most universally respected African American leaders in America. Despite his high public profile, little was known about his private life. Perhaps not much of a private life existed, considering the long hours he daily put into his work. Either way, Randolph was an intensely private man. He had no children. He did not discuss his inner life. He gave his time wholeheartedly to activism, sacrificing whatever leisure activities and hobbies, such as acting, he had at one time treasured. Though their marriage appeared to be strong and enduring, he spent long periods of time away from his wife. And when Lucille took ill, Randolph attended to her needs and brooded over her as much as he could. As for Randolph's health, his activism took its toll on several occasions. But ill health was usually a temporary inconvenience for the unstoppable A. Philip Randolph. 81. Although Randolph was frequently attacked by his critics, his impeccable reputation allowed him to weather these attacks. He took great pains to lead a disciplined life and warned others to take no part in disreputable habits or weakness that would hinder their work. Randolph could not be bribed. Neither did he allow himself to be entangled in illicit affairs with women. As a result, he was known by his closest associates to be a man of high reputation and morals. Lacking more substantive ammunition, his attackers were often forced to target Randolph's early radical socialist activism. In the face of such attacks, Randolph confessed that he had a thick skin, a useful weapon against the jabs and barbs of life in the limelight and in activism. Civil rights activism. National Negro Conference. The National Negro Conference was an organization that had been formed in 1935 to merge the efforts of various individuals, groups, and factions established to better conditions for African Americans in the United States. Randolph was made president of the NNC in 1936. Randolph's greatest concern and what proved to be the organization's ultimate undoing was maintaining the purity of the NNC's primary tenet, which was to refrain from being dominated by any one political entity, thought, or belief, even his own. He also believed that the organization should remain in the control of blacks. Randolph hoped that the NNC would be able to build up the esteem of African Americans who had long been told that they could not be leaders. He worked to avoid being taken over by white communists who had intentions of infiltrating black organizations such as the NNC. But his attention was divided between the Brotherhood and the NNC. So he was caught off guard when communists worked their way into the NNC by way of generous monetary support. Randolph tried to fight the influence of the communists, but in 1940 he felt he had no other choice but to resign and carry on his activism elsewhere. Protesting segregation in the armed forces and defense industry following his resignation from the NNC, Randolph and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters mustered their resources to lead the fight to desegregate the defense industry and the armed forces. Randolph's approach to this enormous task encompassed all the traditional and widely accepted forms of black protest, starting with negotiation with the U.S. president. Although President Franklin Roosevelt had created the New Deal, an ambitious social program to relieve the effects of the Great Depression, his work had done little to directly help African Americans. 482. Eleanor Roosevelt. Born on October 11, 1884, in New York City, Eleanor Roosevelt entered into public life as the wife of President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1933. Her interest in issues affecting African Americans began during her husband's presidency, when she became aware of the disproportionate number of blacks who were not receiving assistance from the New Deal programs her husband had established to remedy the rampant economic hardships brought on by the Great Depression. She remained an advocate for African Americans until her death in 1962. Roosevelt displayed an extraordinary empathy towards blacks and was actively involved in addressing the many problems they faced, including poverty, discrimination, segregation, and racism. Roosevelt sometimes worked behind the scenes but was not at all afraid of using her high public profile to advocate for African Americans. She expressed her support of integration and racial equality in numerous speeches and articles, including her My Day column. In 1934, she pressed her husband to endorse the NAACP's anti-lynching bill, to no avail. Despite her husband's ongoing unresponsiveness, she forged ahead, forming friendships with blacks and making meaningful contributions to their lives in a day and age of severe racial hostilities. One of her most prominent relationships was with the distinguished Mary McLeod Bethune, the prominent black educator and founder and president of the National Council of Negro Women. Roosevelt is famously known for having resigned from the Daughters of the American Revolution when, in 1939, they refused to permit Marian Anderson, a black contralto, to perform in Constitution Hall. President Roosevelt, Walter White, and others arranged for Anderson to perform on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. In 1945, Roosevelt joined the board of the NAACP and the Congress of Racial Equality. She also participated in a workshop on civil rights at the Highlander Folk School, an institution for aspiring social activists, in Tennessee. As a result of Roosevelt's support and activism, she endeared herself to a generation of blacks. The black press extolled her in their newspapers, and African Americans regularly wrote to her, telling her of their dire situations. If she could not help, she always got in touch with someone who could, though her success was often limited due to deeply entrenched racial barriers and anti-black attitudes. Roosevelt's position was unpopular with much of the electorate, and her fiercest critics could be found in Washington, D.C. But Roosevelt refused to be politically correct and remained an independent-minded woman who was committed to making a difference for her entire life. 83. Eleanor Roosevelt, the president's wife, played an instrumental role in the early discussions with Randolph and his delegation, which included Walter White, of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and T. Arnold Hill, of the National Urban League. Eleanor Roosevelt appeared empathetic to the cause, but to many in the federal government, any civil rights gains needed to come about slowly and be handled delicately. And conservative leaders of such organizations as the NAACP and NUL were not disposed to pressuring government and political leaders, engaging in radical public demonstrations, or going against the law to achieve their aims. But Randolph, although he was extremely politic during these grave negotiations, still had a radical edge which, at 51, made him restive with painstakingly slow and ineffectual negotiations. When negotiations with the president failed to produce tangible maneuvers toward desegregation in the defense industry and armed forces, it became clear to Randolph that such modes of protest, public statements, strongly worded telegrams to Washington, and conferences with White House officials were not working. He was not satisfied with the government's suggested solutions to the problem, such as establishing training in aviation to Negroes, which was still segregation. Something was needed to get the government's attention, and Randolph decided that a massive demonstration was the answer. Although black protest had previously included occasional demonstrations, such as sit-ins and marches, they were often done on a small scale. Randolph, however, planned a grand scheme of active protest to be carried out by the March on Washington Committee. He envisioned a massive march on Washington consisting of 10,000 demonstrators. He and other Brotherhood leaders traveled the nation soliciting African Americans for support. The NAACP and NUL were not so eager to embrace Randolph's idea of direct action, though both organizations still managed to lend their support in inconspicuous ways. The sharp claws of racism and oppression quelled much of the support for Randolph's efforts in the South. Communists, who were against American involvement in World War II, were also busy attacking Randolph, with the hope of preventing the march. The reaction at the White House was as expected. Eleanor, speaking for her husband, attempted to dissuade Randolph and the others from going ahead with the march. Randolph, as was his custom, remained true to his conviction, although he did state that if the president created an executive order to officially desegregate the armed forces and industry, he would call the march off. When Eleanor warned that violence could erupt at such a march, Randolph replied that there would be no violence unless her husband ordered the police to crack black heads. Following this exchange, the president agreed to meet with Randolph and the other delegates. 484. Randolph was in top form on the day he met with President Roosevelt. In his polite, patient, and refined way, he reaffirmed his position that the march would not be called off unless the president authorized a formal stance against segregation. When the president asked how many people would be participating, Randolph, without knowing the official number, answered, 100,000, Mr. President. President Roosevelt was stunned. Somebody might get killed, he said. Randolph, who had already sent invitations to the Roosevelts, suggested that the event would go well, especially if the president himself came out and addressed the gathering. Although the president insisted that the march be called off, Randolph still declined. It was this adamant refusal to yield under pressure that eventually led to success. The president had no choice but to submit to Randolph's demands or face the consequences of a massive protest at his front doorstep, though he only agreed to desegregate the government and defense industries, not the armed forces. His promise was made official with the issuance of Executive Order 8802 on June 25, 1941. This was a mere 6 days before the march was scheduled to take place. On July 10, he established the Fair Employment Practices Committee, which still exists today. Because only one of their demands had been met, the younger members of the March on Washington Committee were outraged. They wanted the march, which Randolph had cancelled, to go ahead. While the young militants accused of selling out to Roosevelt, the majority of Randolph's following, applauded his handling of the march strategy. And the triumph alone increased Randolph's popularity and strengthened his role as a leader in the African American community. March on Washington movement. Randolph learned an essential lesson during his negotiations with President Roosevelt. Words were more effective when backed with action, and the march tactic was obviously one of his best ideas. If the threat of a march could force a president to accede to their demands, how much more could be gained with an actual march? The problem with this idea was that America had entered World War II in 1942. Objection to Randolph's march idea was loud and unanimous. Protest during a time of national crisis would damage the national interest. Randolph's recourse was to find another means of agitation, utilizing the March on Washington Committee. Through the March on Washington Committee, Randolph waged a series of demonstrations for civil rights. Among the committee's objectives was the goal serve as a watchdog over the enforcement of the, to carry on a campaign for a permanent fair employment. 85. Practices Commission, to represent the temper of the masses at the time, and to engage in other protest activities, including pressing a desegregation campaign, utilizing the tactic made famous by Gandhi: nonviolent civil disobedience and non-cooperation. For a brief period during the early 1940s, his March on Washington Committee organized a dazzling succession of demonstrations and rallies that Joel A. Rogers, the veteran Harlem historian and journalist, had not seen since the days of Marcus Garvey. Literature, such as a radical pamphlet entitled The War's Greatest Scandal, The Story of Jim Crow in Uniform, was also produced and dispensed to the communities. The March on Washington Committee was, needless to say, subjected to a flood of criticism by the NAACP, African American women vying for a voice in the movement, and his own compatriots in the Brotherhood. Critics within the NAACP held that Randolph's committee was too radical and dug up his controversial past as a radical socialist activist to prove their point. Other naysayers asserted that Randolph was doing the work that should have been carried out by the NAACP. Closer to home, Randolph came under fire from disgruntled members of the Brotherhood, such as Milton Webster, who argued that the organization had to contend with too many questions concerning its role as a leader on the civil rights front and was frustrated by the emergence of women leaders in the movement. The women leaders were, in turn, unhappy that they were unable to participate in a more meaningful way in the development of the committee. Others in the Brotherhood complained that Randolph was devoting too much time to other projects and shirking his primary if not sole responsibility, to negotiate and sign contracts, not to run around like a West Indian communist agitator and dreamer. And in the South, Randolph still could not penetrate the barriers of racism and oppression. Another challenge to Randolph and his committee emanated from conservative political resistance, causing the eventual demise of the March on Washington Committee in 1950. League for Nonviolent Civil Disobedience Against Military Segregation in 1947, Randolph and Grant Reynolds, Commissioner of Correction for New York State, founded the Committee Against Jim Crow in Military Service and Training, which expanded, early in 1948, into the League for Nonviolent Civil Disobedience Against Military Segregation. The executive secretary of this organization was Bayard Rustin, a former member of the Fellowship of Reconciliation, one of the young militants who had denounced Randolph for calling off the 1941 march, and a ubiquitous activist within multiple civil rights organizations. 486. The League was established to resurrect the fight against segregation in the armed forces. Harry Truman, America's new president, had just issued a draft bill, proposing universal military training that contained no provision for a ban against segregation. What Randolph wanted was nothing less than an executive order against military segregation, and he was prepared to use tactics of civil disobedience and direct action to make that happen. Randolph, accompanied by Walter White, Mary McLeod Bethune, Lester Granger, and Charles Houston, went to Washington, D.C. to speak with the president. In the wake of that unsuccessful meeting, Randolph spoke at the hearings on the Universal Military Training Bill, where he announced that he personally will advise Negroes to refuse to fight as slaves for a democracy they cannot possess and cannot enjoy, and that he would utilize the thousands of white youth in schools and colleges who are today vigorously shedding the prejudices of their parents and professors. I shall urge them to demonstrate their solidarity with Negro youth by ignoring the entire registration and induction machinery. Randolph followed this appearance in Washington, D.C. with a civil disobedience campaign against the draft. In Harlem, he launched a series of public meetings, at the corner of 7th Avenue and 125th Street, in which he counseled young men to refuse induction in a segregated army. In giving such counsel, he said, he was fully aware he was violating the Selective Service Act. In Philadelphia, scores of blacks, led by Randolph, picketed the National Convention in Philadelphia, while Hubert Humphrey waged a separate fight to obtain a strong civil rights plank in government. The response to Randolph's campaign was divided. Many African Americans were ready for his radical brand of protest, with 71% of young black men in Harlem voting in favor of Randolph's campaign. But the usual opponents such as the National Urban League warned that Randolph's campaign would weaken the foundations of law on which our democratic processes rest. On July 26, 1948, President Truman issued Executive Order 9981, calling for an end to military discrimination as rapidly as possible. This victory was credited to Hubert Humphrey's civil rights campaign at the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia, as well as to Randolph and his campaign of civil disobedience. However, the young militants within the League were upset with Randolph for calling off the campaign and disbanding the League for Nonviolent Civil Disobedience. Randolph's personal approach to protest did not call for civil disobedience for its own sake, but merely as a drastic last resort, and he told them so. The militants went ahead with plans to keep the League going, but it ceased operating in November 1948. 87. AFL-CIO. Segregation had been the primary target of Randolph's agitation since the earliest days of his activism, and its elimination was his mission when he and the Brotherhood joined the AFL in 1935. Although the AFL did not endorse segregation, it did not seek to interfere with how its members ran their unions. The fight against segregation in the AFL proved to be a long battle, but Randolph, with his patience of steel, was an endurance fighter. It did not faze him that he was one against many or that he was one of very few African American leaders within the predominantly white AFL. He waged the battle against segregation on a number of fronts, as a speaker, a member of the esteemed Executive Council of the AFL-CIO, and a leader in a newly established Negro American Labor Council. In Randolph's favor was the fact that the newly elected president, George Meany, was sympathetic to Randolph's fight and respected the valiant leader. The merger of the AFL and CIO in 1955, and its increasingly progressive role in civil rights issues, was a big step in the right direction. Although Randolph encountered many impediments on the road to his goal of desegregating all company unions within the AFL-CIO, his influence resulted in substantial progress. The biggest obstacles were Meany's hesitancy to bring about change as fast as Randolph wanted and his defense of the right of AFL-CIO members to self-governance. Although the AFL-CIO was unable or unwilling to campaign against discrimination in its unions, Randolph's influence was undoubtedly reflected in the AFL-CIO's emerging role as one of the strongest lobbyists for civil rights legislation in Washington, the Supreme Court's decision outlawing school segregation in 1954, and President Kennedy's and President Johnson's civil rights programs. Randolph made significant contributions to the civil rights movement, coordinating collaborative demonstrations with leaders such as Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. in the prayer pilgrimage to Washington, D.C. in 1957 and the Youth March for Integrated Schools in 1958 and 1959. He also had some disappointments, including his involvement with the Negro American Labor Council. The NALC, which was founded in 1960, was designed as an alternative vehicle of protest within the AFL-CIO. As a result of the radical role he played in the NALC, the Executive Council censured Randolph in 1961. In 1964, Randolph resigned as president of the NALC as a result of the growing number of militant and separatist African Americans within the organization. The March on Washington, August 28, 1963. The March on Washington on August 28, 1963 was one of the most memorable and powerful moments of the civil rights movement. It assembled 488. Some 250,000 individuals on the steps of the nation's capital and polled together, if only for a day, representatives of the nation's most prodigious civil rights organizations, such as Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Roy Wilkins of the NAACP, John Lewis of SNCC, Whitney Young of the National Urban League, and Floyd McKissick, who stood in for James Farmer of CORE while Farmer was in jail following his arrest during a demonstration in Louisiana. The march culminated with the singing of "We Shall Overcome." The march reflected Randolph's influence and strategic genius and the culmination of a long-held desire to coordinate a massive march on Washington. However, it was Rustin who led multiple projects in the civil rights struggle, such as Randolph's Committee Against Discrimination in the Armed Forces, and served as an advisor to King and other leaders, who conceived of the March on Washington in 1963 for the purposes of calling for jobs, a higher minimum wage, and a guaranteed income for African Americans. Randolph was impressed with the idea and immediately set about to coordinate the event with Rustin as the organizer. To President John F. Kennedy's surprise, the march was not violent. Indeed, Kennedy was deeply moved by the power of the event. To Randolph, that day, August 28, 1963, was the most beautiful and glorious of his life. Historically, the March on Washington remains the archetype for peaceful demonstration. In addition to the numerous speeches, there were musical performances by such artists as Mahalia Jackson, Joan Baez, Bob Dylan, and others. Although women did not participate in the speech-making, several were given tribute, such as Rosa Parks, Daisy Bates, and Diane Nash. Parks was the woman who sparked the famous Montgomery bus boycott, in 1955, when she refused to give up her seat to a white person on a Jim Crow bus. Bates played a prominent role during integration of public schools in Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957, and Nash played a key role in the Nashville, Tennessee sit-ins and SNCC. Although Randolph headed the coordination of this march, his popularity and prestige at this point of his career had dimmed considerably from his glory years. Younger critics felt the time had come for Randolph to withdraw to the wings. Others called him an Uncle Tom in the wake of the March on Washington, the hope that a massive commitment to civil rights would arise and all African Americans would reap positive benefits disintegrated. Although the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were extraordinary gains for African Americans, little else could be celebrated. Organizations remained fragmented. President Kennedy and Dr. King were assassinated in 1963 and 1968, respectively. The nation was preoccupied with the Vietnam War, and Radical 89 militants who endorsed the violence breaking out in black urban communities rose to prominence. Randolph, not unlike other civil rights leaders, disapproved of radical militancy and violence but understood that that was a byproduct of youthful fury and desperation over oppression, racism, and dire conditions within their communities. The Randolph Institute. In 1964, Randolph established the Randolph Institute to help address persistent problems within impoverished African American communities and to strengthen the ties between the labor movement, civil rights groups, and other progressive organizations. Randolph, at age 70. Lincoln Memorial. The Lincoln Memorial is a colossal statue built in the likeness of America's 16th president, Abraham Lincoln. It is located on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. The memorial has a special meaning to African Americans, because it was Lincoln who created the Emancipation Proclamation, announcing the freedom of slaves. He also led America into the Civil War, where the Union victory secured the destruction of the slave system in the South. The construction of the Lincoln Memorial began in 1914, and it was opened to the public in 1922. Henry Bacon designed it, and a team of only 2 men, the Piccirilli brothers, carved it over 4 years. The memorial is 190 feet long, 119 feet wide, 100 feet high, and weighs 175 tons. It portrays Lincoln sitting in a chair, his hands straddling the arms of the chair, his eyes staring pensively forward. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in 1963 culminated in the shadow of the Lincoln Memorial. It was there that the major civil rights leaders, including A. Philip Randolph, gave speeches. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" was the most popular speech on that day. Many other protests have also taken place at the Lincoln Memorial. In 1995, Louis Farrakhan, the Honorable Minister of the Nation of Islam, chose the U.S. Capitol inside of the Lincoln Memorial as the location for his Million Man March. Although his event was not considered a protest demonstration, the symbolism was unmistakable. One of Farrakhan's aims was to mobilize black men to register to vote. In the aftermath of the Civil War, blacks received several ephemeral civil rights, one of which was suffrage for freed black males. However, at the end of Reconstruction, the civil rights gains blacks had enjoyed for the first time in the nation's history were done away with as conservative whites regained power over the South. 495. Did not play an active role in the organization, but he hoped that the Institute would carry on his ideas and methods. The Randolph Institute collaborated with several organizations, such as the AFL-CIO, the NAACP, and Jewish groups. Among the numerous programs it sponsored were those to organize black trade unionists around the country to conduct voter registration drives, to recruit, tutor, and place blacks and Puerto Ricans in the predominantly white building trades apprenticeship training schemes, and to help combat poverty. In 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson awarded Randolph the Presidential Medal of Freedom and appointed him to the National Advisory Council representing the public in the operation of his anti-poverty program. In 1966, Johnson made Randolph honorary chairman of a conference on civil rights, where he made his first public announcement of the program he projected as the cornerstone of the Institute's activity. This was a comprehensive program to promote employment and combat poverty in African American communities and its problems of crime, drug abuse, and violence. But Randolph was prevented from implementing this program due to budget cuts. Final years. Randolph's last public involvement was his support for 13 teachers, 12 and 1 black in the United Federation of Teachers strike in 1968. Randolph's opposition was met with vociferous criticism from within the African American community, because it was blacks who wanted to maintain their control of the school district. In his defense, Randolph said, "I could not very well refuse to support the teachers' right to due process and job security since it is not only a basic part of our democratic life, but is indispensable for the ability of workers to hold jobs." Although no longer in the spotlight, Randolph remained a venerated hero for his lifelong activism. In 1969, he celebrated his 80th birthday at a black tie dinner in the Grand Ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria. In attendance were 1,200 people, including Bayard Rustin, Coretta Scott King, George Meany, and Roy Wilkins. In his last years, Randolph, who suffered from heart problems, lived alone. His days were spent most of the time at home, resting, receiving visitors, or reading and taking occasional walks. He also made occasional trips out of town, to AFL-CIO conventions and executive council meetings, political affairs in his honor, or college campuses, to accept honorary degrees. On May 16, 1979, Asa Philip Randolph died. In life, Asa, like his biblical namesake, had been a leader of his people, tirelessly performing valiant acts. 91. That paved the way for a better future. He was 90 years old. See also W.E.B. Du Bois, James Farmer, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Jr., John Lewis, Rosa Parks, Roy Wilkins, and Whitney Young. Further resources. A. Philip Randolph, For Jobs and Freedom. Directed by Dante J. James. San Francisco, Newsreel, 1995. Anderson, Jervis. A. Philip Randolph, A Biographical Portrait. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1986. APRI.org A Philip Randolph Institute. http://www.apri.org/ht/dhome/pid/212. Harris, William Hamilton. Keeping the Faith, A Philip Randolph, Milton P. Webster, and the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, 1925-37. Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1977. Kirsten, Andrew E. A Philip Randolph, A Life in the Vanguard. Lanham M.D., Rowman and Littlefield Publishers, 2007. Pfeffer, Paula F. A Philip Randolph, Pioneer of the Civil Rights Movement. Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1990. Reef, Catherine. A Philip Randolph, Union Leader and Civil Rights Crusader. Berkeley Heights, New Jersey, Anslow Publishers, 2001. Taylor, Cynthia. A Philip Randolph, The Religious Journey of an African American Labor Leader. New York, New York University Press, 2006. 10,000 Black Men Named George. Directed by Robert Townsend. Hollywood, Paramount, 2002. Transcript, A Philip Randolph Oral History Interview October 29, 1969, by Thomas H. Baker, Internet copy, LBJ Library. http://www.lbjlib.utexas.edu johnson/archives.hom/oralhistory.hom/randolph.asp. Wince, Carrie D., ed. African American Political Thought, 1890-1930, Washington, Du Bois, Garvey, and Randolph. Armonk, New York, M.A. Sharp, 1996. Wright, Sarah E. A. Philip Randolph, Integration in the Workplace. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Silver Burdette Press, 1990. 492. Al Sharpton. Courtesy of Photovist. Al Sharpton is a civil rights activist and has the distinction of being one of the most visible African American leaders of the 21st century. Al Sharpton, most often referred to as the Reverend Al Sharpton, was a religious prodigy at the age of 4 and an activist in his teens during the civil rights movement. Nowadays, when Sharpton appears on television, in print, on the internet, or on the radio, one can almost hear the collective exasperated sigh of millions. Right-wing blogs and editorials are ablaze with fury and criticism over something Sharpton has said or some cause he has taken up. Blacks have mixed emotions about Sharpton. Some entertain a love-hate relationship with him, others think poorly of him. Many recognize that Sharpton is still relevant and will continue to be so as long as justice eludes African Americans. This last is how Sharpton himself explains the importance of his role. The fact is that when trouble does arise for African Americans, Sharpton and his long-standing friend Jesse Jackson are the two high-profile leaders who can be counted on to present the African American viewpoint and effectively rally media attention to the situation. Problems may not occur on the same scale as a century ago, but modern-day crises keep Sharpton busy, even if all of his crusades do not end in success or showcase him in a flattering light. In the last 3 years alone, Sharpton has led the attack on a number of controversial issues. In 2006, he reprimanded Michael Richards, one of the stars of the hit television show, Seinfeld, for using the N-word during a tense moment in a stand-up routine. Sharpton addressed the heavy use of racist and sexist epithets by the hip-hop community as well. He played a visible role in the 2006 Duke University lacrosse scandal, wherein a black stripper accused 3 white members of the lacrosse team of rape. In 2007, the critics howled when Al Sharpton chose to defend several black men charged with raping and brutalizing a black woman and physically assaulting her son in their home in the Dunbar Village projects. In the same year, Sharpton lashed out at radio personality Don Imus when he set off a highly public scandal by calling the members of the Rutgers women's basketball team nappy-headed hoes in 2008. He was at the forefront of the attack on Kelly Tilghman, a broadcaster for the Golf Channel, when she commented that someone should lynch in a back alley. It was the term lynch that sparked Sharpton to action. Most recently, Sharpton figured as the spokesperson for the family and fiancé of Sean Bell, who was gunned down by officers after leaving his bachelor party. Childhood. On October 3, 1954, Alfred Charles Sharpton, Jr. was born. Sharpton has 3 siblings, Ernestine, Thomas, and Cheryl. Sharpton's Southern-born and raised parents, Ada Richards Sharpton and Alfred Charles Sharpton, Sr. 494. Were extraordinary people. Ada Sharpton taught the children to be confident and to excel at whatever they desired to do, which explains why Sharpton felt that he could do anything. Alfred Sharpton, Sr. was living proof that the impossible was possible. An ambitious and shrewd man, he owned multiple buildings and businesses, including a store and a newsstand located not too far from their home. Sharpton's childhood started well. He spent his early years in a brick row house his father owned in Brooklyn, New York. He and his sister played in their parents' store. On special occasions, their father took them to Harlem to the Apollo Theater, the famous theater that stands today. When the Apollo was established in 1913, only whites were admitted. In 1934, during the dazzling era known as Harlem Renaissance, it became one of the most popular venues for new singing groups. Its amateur night catapulted numerous stars, such as Ella Fitzgerald, Diana Ross, and the Supremes, the Jackson 5, and Stevie Wonder, to fame. James Brown was one of Sharpton's favorite performers. On Sundays, the entire family went to a Pentecostal church named the Washington Temple Church. Sharpton was 3 years old when the family placed membership. Bishop Frederick Douglass Washington, who had begun preaching at the age of 4, was an inspiration to young Sharpton. Sharpton liked to pretend to be a preacher at home. In fact, he preferred that to playing games with the other children in his neighborhood. He preached to his sister's dolls and built church buildings out of his toy blocks. When the church was preparing for its special anniversary service, Sharpton told Mrs. Hazel Griffin, who was in charge of coordinating the children's participation, that he wanted to preach the sermon. He wore a gold robe that day, July 9, 1959, and the congregation enveloped him in warm, loving shouts of encouragement and approval. He was only 4. Boy preacher. Sharpton had several mentors in his life, who played crucial roles in his development as a person, a spiritual leader, and an activist. Nothing could tear Sharpton away from his first mentor, the Bishop Washington. After school, while most children played or did homework, Sharpton went to Bishop Washington's office, where he mimicked everything Bishop Washington did. Once a month, he gave sermons at his church or traveled, first in New York, later to other states. Sharpton was a novelty. The people he met called him Wonderboy or Boy Preacher under the circumstances. It was not surprising that Sharpton had a hard time separating the boy preacher from schoolboy. When he was instructed to write his name on the chalkboard in the 1st grade, he wrote Reverend Alfred Sharpton. Al Sharpton 495. As Sharpton's spiritual life prospered, so did his father's economic life. In 1960, the family moved to a new, sprawling home in Queens, New York. This house had a lawn on which Al and Cheryl could play, 10 rooms, and a basement where Sharpton practiced his sermons. Sharpton was more fortunate than most black children, who grew up in the dire poverty of the South or the squalid ghettos of the cities of the North. The young Sharpton did get a small inkling of what life was like for blacks in the South when, during a trip to Florida, where his father was brought up, a white man at a restaurant refused to serve his father. Sharpton did not understand why his father, a well-muscled former boxer, acquiesced. He did not understand the fatal consequences of black resistance until later. For Sharpton, and for most of America, the years from 1963 to 1965 were complicated. One of the most important events for African Americans was the signing of the Civil Rights Act by President Lyndon B. Johnson. This act destroyed Jim Crow but left blacks and whites floundering to navigate in this utterly new world of integration. Reactions were varied. Many blacks were overjoyed but were uncertain of how to contend with begrudging whites who felt the government had forced them to open up their world to blacks. Other blacks worried about what integration would bring. Would it destroy their culture? Would it devastate the black community? Meanwhile, Sharpton faced uncertainties in his own life when, in 1963, Alfred Sharpton, Sr. left his wife. They ultimately divorced. The divorce was difficult for everyone. The children were split up. Ada Sharpton kept Al and one of his sisters, and the three of them lived in the prodigious house until they could no longer pay for it. For a long time, they had to do without electricity and heat. Neighborhood children who knew about this teased Sharpton relentlessly, just as they taunted him about being a preacher. One day, a judge wanted to see Sharpton. He had heard that he was preaching and worried that he was being forced to do so to earn money for the family. He ordered Al to stop until he was convinced that it was his own conviction and desire, and not coercion, which motivated him to preach. But there was no doubt about Al Sharpton's conviction. He became an ordained minister in the Pentecostal Church in 1964. He was 10 years old, a portly child, with his hair shaved close to his head. He exuded confidence beyond his years. At the New York World's Fair in 1965, Mahalia Jackson, the famous African-American gospel singer, invited Sharpton to preach during her performance. Eventually, Ada Sharpton and the children moved to the projects and went on welfare. Ada Sharpton, unable to deal with the sudden crisis, stayed in a hospital for a while. The usually sunny Sharpton had his own adverse reaction, uncharacteristically missing class and becoming melancholy. Sharpton was helped during this time by the kindness of two teachers who showed him special attention. Another person who played a pivotal role in his life at this time was his new friend, Reverend Walter Banks. 496. Awakening. Many leaders of African American protest experienced an event or were influenced by individuals who served as a catalyst to awaken their social and racial consciousness. For Malcolm X, it took a long stint in prison and his introduction to the Nation of Islam. For W.E.B. Du Bois, the early 20th century scholar and activist who grew up in an austere New England town, it was his first exposure to a black community and his undergraduate years at Fisk University. For Sharpton, it was his parents' divorce, and undoubtedly, his brief exposure to life in the projects. Sharpton had not known poverty ever until his mother had been forced to forge a life for him and his sister without the assistance of her ex-husband's vast resources. The abrupt change from comfort to poverty must have been startling and bewildering. But Sharpton's calamity had a sobering effect on him. Thanks to regular visits with Reverend Banks, he came through this trial with an ultra-sensitive awareness of the world in which he lived. Reverend Banks introduced Sharpton to Brentano's, a bookstore on New York's ritzy Fifth Avenue. He let Sharpton peruse the stacks of books and purchase anything he wanted. During one trip, Sharpton discovered a book about Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. Powell was a charismatic black minister and politician, and he was one of two blacks in Congress. He used his influential position to work diligently on behalf of blacks. He helped pass legislation and bills to desegregate schools, to make lynching a federal crime, and to eliminate the poll tax that blacks were required to pay to vote, and he campaigned to prohibit the use of the N-word during sessions in Congress. This he accomplished during a time when the climate toward blacks in the federal government was hostile at worst, or indifferent. But Powell was in many ways unconventional. He was flamboyant and cared very little what others thought or said about him. In addition to following Powell's career with great admiration, Sharpton read heavily about other black leaders, like Marcus Garvey, the flamboyant personality who launched a brief but spectacular movement of black nationalism in America and abroad, and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the face of the civil rights movement. Call me Adam. Sharpton attended Summers Junior High School in Brooklyn, New York. Life was looking up. His mother had moved them to a new apartment, out of the projects, and had found employment as a domestic in Greenwich Village. He made two good friends at school, a black named Dennis Neal and a white named Richard Farkas. Like Sharpton, his two friends were interested in the civil rights movement. They took to calling each other by the Al Sharpton 497 names of their favorite leaders. Dennis' alter ego was Stokely Carmichael, the young, lean leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Richard became U.S. Attorney General Bobby Kennedy, the brother of President John F. Kennedy. Al took on the persona of his hero, Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. When Sharpton wanted something, he would not let up until he got it. It was this temerity that caused his mother to give in and let her son have his way when he wanted to meet Adam Clayton Powell. She did not want to go into Harlem. She thought it was too dangerous. But Harlem was where Powell's church, Abyssinian Baptist Church, was located. It took several visits before Powell appeared, but when he did, Sharpton marched right to his office and requested a meeting with him. Powell, who had already heard of Sharpton, the boy preacher, agreed to meet him and took him for a soda. Powell and Sharpton spent a great. Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. was the first black U.S. congressman to represent New York. His political contributions and social activism made him a pioneer of the civil rights movement. Powell was born in New Haven, Connecticut. When he was still a baby, his parents moved to Harlem, New York, where his father, Adam Clayton Powell, Sr., became the minister of the Abyssinian Baptist Church. After receiving his M.A. degree in religious education from Colgate University, a predominantly white institution, Powell conducted several groundbreaking demonstrations in the 1930s. These demonstrations were to demand jobs for blacks at the Harlem Hospital and at other local businesses. During the Great Depression, he established food banks to assist the large black population in Harlem. In 1937, Powell took over his father's church. But he continued to be a leader in local social activism. He coordinated several boycotts and picketing demonstrations, opening the way for blacks to find employment in all-white businesses and companies. In 1944, he was elected as a Democrat to the House of Congress, though he continued to preach at Abyssinian. In his new position, he was often a lone advocate for civil rights. After the election of President John F. Kennedy in 1960, he served as the chair of the House Education and Labor Committee. He was instrumental in increasing the minimum wage and developing social programs such as Head Start. He also played a role in the establishment of the Office of Economic Opportunity, which would help tremendously in the 20th century. 498. Deal of time together during that time, and Sharpton learned much from him. One of the more important lessons learned was that you cannot be a true leader if you care about what people think or say about you. Powell had a lot of experience ignoring what people thought about him. During an appearance on The David Frost Show, the host pointed out that Powell had been a member of Congress for over 20 years, and, pastor one of the largest congregations in the world, yet you have been married 4 times, you drink liquor publicly, you have girlfriends, you have been indicted for tax evasion and sued. Powell was unrattled. Activism. Operation Breadbasket. In the mid-1960s, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference established an Operation Breadbasket office in Brooklyn, New York. Operation Breadbasket had as its objective to help address problems for blacks in the North such as unemployment and de facto segregation. This was significant because it represented a major civil rights organization's attempt to tackle problems facing blacks outside of the South. That it was a success was a relief to Martin Luther King, Jr., and the rest of the leadership of the SCLC. Problems in the North were more complicated than he had originally thought. The struggle in the South was harrowing enough, but the tactics used there did not seem to work in the North. For one thing, blacks in the North were eager to fight back, and for another, racist whites were sometimes more vicious than those encountered in the South. Sharpton attended several Operation Breadbasket meetings, but he eventually stopped going, because it seemed kind of boring. What Sharpton needed was another epiphany, which would come shortly after the assassination of Dr. King. It was common knowledge that King faced the possibility of death on a daily basis. Like other activists, he constantly received death threats. But when he was shot at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee on April 4, 1968, it took the African American community by surprise. Grief shook the nation, including Sharpton's own mother. Her pain stunned him until she explained that the loss was intensely personal. Sharpton had not experienced Jim Crow law and custom. But Ada, who had grown up in Alabama, had. The civil rights movement, King's gallant crusade, and the major victories such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 had been life-altering events for her. While watching a movie on King's life and death several months later, Sharpton was struck by the words in a song that seemed pointed directly at Al Sharpton. 499. Him, what will happen, now that the King of Love is dead? Sharpton returned to the Operation Breadbasket and attended meetings regularly. In 1967, a new leader, Jesse Jackson, was put in charge of Operation Breadbasket. Jackson was not like other ministers, he was hip and youthful with swagger and good looks. And he was a little unorthodox. Unlike the staid preachers of the old vanguard, he grimaced sometimes when he gave dashiki. A dashiki is a colorful, loose-fitting garment that is traditionally worn in West Africa. It became a powerful symbol for black culturalists and militants during the Black Power movement of the 1960s. The dashiki held meaning for blacks for several reasons. 1. It was an expression of black pride and black power. Although most African Americans cannot trace their heritage to a specific location or tribe in Africa, due to the fact that white slave traders and plantation owners did not keep records, it is known that the majority of slaves were procured in the region of West Africa. During slavery, Africans were largely assimilated into their new environment but not completely. Although their languages, religions, and most customs were lost, a number of Africanisms or African traits and traditions remained. However, many blacks, in an effort to fit into mainstream culture as well as to yield to societal pressures and stereotypes that depicted blackness as inferior and negative, distanced themselves from anything associated with their African and slave past. For example, many blacks straightened their natural, coarse hair with pressing combs and chemicals and stopped wearing rags on their head or any other clothing that might set them apart from mainstream society. They avoided eating traditional black Southern foods. Some blacks even tried to lighten the complexion of their skin with special creams and lotions. The emergence of the dashiki in America in the 1960s thus represented a return to black roots and served as a physical expression of resistance. By wearing the dashiki, black men and women affirmed their unique culture and protested the notion of cultural assimilation. It was also a statement against the negative stereotyping of Africa and blackness. For many, the dashiki served to punctuate their desire to separate from white culture and life. Many whites were intimidated by blacks who dressed in traditional African clothing, although this was not necessarily the intention of the black culturalists, who believed that differences were to be celebrated, not feared. Whites who participated in the American hippie movement, which gained momentum during the Vietnam War in the 1960s, sometimes wore dashikis as part of the counterculture. 500. Speeches. He wore dashikis and medallions and sported an afro and sideburns. When he was arrested, photographs showed him and others with him giving the clenched fist salute. He looked and acted more like a Black Power movement adherent than anything else. But he was not. When Sharpton met Jackson, he was starstruck. Because of him, Sharpton started wearing a medallion and grew sideburns and an afro. In 1969, Jackson made Sharpton, at 14 years old, youth director of Operation Breadbasket. Sharpton became as fiercely passionate an activist as he was a preacher. He helped recruit individuals to assist with demonstrations. A large number of these participants came from the churches of the ministers who participated in Operation Breadbasket. Sharpton mobilized 500 individuals. Robert Hall boycott. Sharpton's first demonstration involved the boycott of Robert Hall, a clothing store in New York. Among the items on their list of demands were contracts for African American businesses, summer jobs for inner-city kids, and training programs so workers could move up in the company. Robert Hall submitted quickly to the demands. Future campaigns would not be so easy. Tilden High School. In the 1960s, the spirit of protest was infectious. College students formed activist groups and staged protests on campus throughout the nation and the world. Sharpton was one of the main instigators at his Tilden High School. In fact, before he even started high school, he led a march to support black leaders who wanted the school to be managed by local school boards. He later staged protests, seemingly without much discretion. Once, he led a strike for better cafeteria food. Sharpton assumed a leadership position at Tilden, as well as in his community. He was heavily involved in extracurricular activities such as the debate team, the Afro-American Club, and the school newspaper. He was the leader of the Martin Luther King Memorial Committee. Not until 1986 would Dr. King be memorialized with a national holiday. But because of Sharpton's efforts, Tilden was the first school to display a picture of King and a plaque detailing information about him. A&P campaign. In 1971, Sharpton faced off with one of America's oldest chain stores in a campaign that proved to be one of the highest-profile demonstrations coordinated by Operation Breadbasket. The A&P was founded in 1859 in New York City. According to revenue reports for 2005 and 2006, the A&P chain, which consisted of 500 grocery stores, ranked 35th and 21st, respectively, in the top 75 retailers in North America. In 1971, when Sharpton staged a demonstration, the A&P had 4,000 stores. It made sense that Operation Breadbasket should target A&P, since though many blacks frequented the stores, few blacks were allowed to work in them, particularly in management positions. Furthermore, the stores in black communities were not on a par with those in white neighborhoods. Other issues included fewer stores in black neighborhoods and higher prices than in stores in white neighborhoods. The A&P campaign was challenging. Sharpton and the other demonstrators picketed several stores in New York. At first, they tried to educate A&P shoppers with the hope that they would choose not to patronize the chain. The shoppers either ignored the activists or were indignant, like one woman who pushed a shopping cart into Sharpton. A&P executives refused to sit down with Jesse Jackson or Ralph Abernathy, who had replaced Dr. King as the leader of the SCLC. Reverend Jones decided to take the demonstration to the national headquarters in Manhattan, New York. Sharpton was the youngest of 30 ministers who participated in this demonstration. When the men entered the headquarters, they did not ask to see the A&P president, a middle-aged man named William J. Kane. They simply walked into his empty office, sat down, and began to sing protest songs. During the sit-in in Kane's office, a white guard, impressed with his demeanor, gave Sharpton something to eat while they waited. Late in the evening, Sharpton called Kane, using the phone on his desk. But Kane was unwilling to respond to their demands. Police officers arrested everyone but Sharpton. The security guard who had been impressed by the young Sharpton asked the police not to arrest him. Even so, Sharpton slept that night at the jail where the ministers were being held. His mother did not stop him. Early that next morning, Jackson called Sharpton to find out what happened and instructed him to mobilize activists for a rally he wanted to stage for the next day at the National A&P office. When the arrest of the adult activists were aired on the news, the executives of A&P were forced to remedy the situation. The reputation of the franchise depended on it. This tactic of forcing media attention on an issue via a nonviolent demonstration was carried out repeatedly in the South by all the major civil rights organizations. Even the conservatively minded NAACP participated in picketing, from time to time. It had proven to be extremely persuasive. Following negotiations, the ANP agreed to most of the demands submitted by Operation Breadbasket. More blacks were hired. ANP stores. 502. Purchased the services of black-owned businesses and stocked their shelves with merchandise produced by black-owned manufacturing companies. They agreed to subsequent visits by representatives of Operation Breadbasket to check up on the compliance of the stores. National Youth Movement. Sharpton was not yet 18 when, in 1971, he formed the National Youth Movement to help impoverished youth. Jackson had decided to leave Operation Breadbasket and to mount his People United to Serve Humanity program, known as PUSH, or Operation PUSH, out of Chicago. PUSH resembled, in many ways, Operation Breadbasket, in that it waged demonstrations and boycotts against companies that did not hire minorities or support minority-owned businesses. PUSH also launched campaigns to support education and inner-city schools. One program, PUSH/Excel, sponsored extracurricular activities for youth and encouraged the development of public speaking skills. Through an application process, high school seniors were selected for substantial scholarships to four-year universities. Starting up an organization is an enormous undertaking for anyone, let alone an 18-year-old. Sharpton recruited friends from high school and Operation Breadbasket with uncanny ease, but he needed advice from experienced professional activists. The National Youth Movement was made possible because of the support of many blacks who lent their expertise and influence. Bayard Rustin, the tall and lanky civil rights legend, consulted with Sharpton and gave him $500. Rustin had been a little older than Sharpton when his interest in activism had been piqued. He was in his 20s when he went through activism training and participated in the world-famous Scottsboro trial, where 9 young African American men were accused of raping 2 white women. Rustin was a ubiquitous figure in a number of organizations and civil rights activities. He participated in the journey of reconciliation to demand that nominal interstate travel laws that prohibited Jim Crow practices be enforced. He helped found the Congress of Racial Equality. He traveled to India to learn about Gandhian techniques. He was also an advisor for the Montgomery bus boycott, a major coordinator of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, and many others. Other activists responded to Sharpton's call. Shirley Chisholm was the keynote speaker at one of Sharpton's fundraising events. Chisholm, the first African American woman elected to the U.S. Congress, was a native of New York. She had a reputation for a sharp intellect, a no-nonsense attitude, and a distinctive appearance, oversized glasses, bouffant hair, and a winning smile. Since Sharpton was too young to incorporate on his own, the organization also needed a good lawyer. David Dinkins, who would become mayor of New York City between 1990 and 1993, provided the legal knowledge that ensured the smooth running of the operation. Al Sharpton 503. Sharpton received the Tilden High School Community Service Award at his graduation ceremony. His mother watched from the audience, beaming proudly. Her son was the first one in the family to graduate from high school and to go to college. This was a proud moment for the Sharptons. However, Sharpton's father was nowhere in sight. If he felt the sting of that absence, he did not let it fester. Sharpton was too busy furthering his education and his career. He was on his way to college and a new relationship with a singer named James Brown. Brooklyn College. Established in 1930, Brooklyn College was well known for its stately beauty as well as its solid curriculum. The motto at Brooklyn College was "Nothing without great effort." This held special meaning for an experienced activist like Sharpton, and could easily have been his personal mantra, given his dogged pursuit of justice. Unfortunately, in terms of his academic career, this worthy motto did not apply. Sharpton was not impressed by his courses in contemporary politics and soon began to feel that he was wasting his time. A number of activists, notably King and his role model Jackson, had a great deal of education under their belts. but Jackson left school before he received his PhD to work with King, who promised him experiences and opportunities that a classroom could not provide. Sharpton had confidence in himself, observing that his knowledge and experiences bested the experience of his professors and knowledge in the required textbook readings. Jackson tried to talk him into staying in college. Sharpton hung on for 2 years, joining the Black Student Union and the debate team, but then dropped out. He later regretted that decision. James Brown. Sharpton was still enrolled at Brooklyn College when, in 1973, he met the sensational soul singer James Brown. During the climactic years of the civil rights struggle, Brown performed such hits as Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, and I Got You. He was widely known for his gritty sound, shouts, and frenetic dance moves. Some of his songs reflected the spirit of the times during the Black Power movement, such as his Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. Brown sought Sharpton out because he wanted to make a contribution to his national youth movement and soon became one of the most influential people in his life. In fact, Sharpton wrote that Brown had more impact on my life than any civil rights leader, maybe even more than my own mother. What I learned from him makes it possible for me to do the things I do today. Brown not only imparted his personal style but taught about self-respect, dignity, and self-definition. Brown and Sharpton connected instantly, and their relationship was mutually beneficial. After performing a concert to raise money for Sharpton's organization, Brown took him on tour with him. When his son died in a car accident, Sharpton became a surrogate son. Brown, like Sharpton's father, knew a lot about business. So when his business manager died, he groomed Sharpton to take on that responsibility. Throughout the 1980s, Sharpton worked in the music industry, the national youth movement, and preached regularly in churches. To this day, Sharpton continues to preach. While working as Brown's manager, Sharpton met a backup singer named Kathy Jordan whom he would later marry. They had 2 children. Over the course of his long relationship with Brown, Sharpton observed how the popular singer defied public ridicule and adversity while maintaining his dedication to social matters. Brown was someone who was often harshly criticized in the media. But, like Powell, he remained oblivious, bolstering himself with his strong and confident sense of self. He was unfazed by those who ridiculed his style or anything else he said or did. Imitating his friend, Sharpton learned how to weather cruel remarks and barbs. During an early 1980s trip to celebrate Martin Luther King Day in Washington, D.C., Sharpton witnessed how Brown broached the topic of the true blue social conditions in America with then Vice President George Bush, Sr. Brown then opened the dialogue so that Sharpton could share some of his thoughts on America's problems and how to solve them. In the late 1980s, Brown served 3 years in prison for offenses such as carrying an unlicensed gun and driving violations. When he visited his friend, Sharpton was amazed to find that Brown did not sulk over his predicament but instead eagerly prepared for his comeback upon his release. The Sharpton persona. People black and white make fun of Al Sharpton. This has as much to do with his appearance as it does his politics. Sharpton referenced a 1988 article that asked why many whites found him so easy to hold in contempt. The answer, according to the article? He's fat, he has show business hair, a gold medal, a jumpsuit, and Reeboks. He's a perfect stereotype of a pork chop preacher. Sharpton began to cultivate his trademark look in the 1970s after forming a close bond with Brown, who wore a long, processed hairdo. He knew well enough that it would help him to get noticed, to stand out from the crowd. But it was his penchant for putting on a good show for reporters and cameras, for shouting out his take on racial incidents, and for delivering clever one-liners that made him famous. Al Sharpton 505. Early New York protest. Sharpton began the early 1980s with his fists poised and swinging. Like a costumed superhero, he was by day a Pentecostal minister, and by night a full-time defender of the oppressed. Sharpton kept extremely busy for more than 3 decades, fighting racists and pursuing justice, and most of his crusades concerned situations that transpired in the North, particularly in New York. Sharpton was involved in two local campaigns in 1984. For one, he coordinated protests at Grand Central Station to demand that blacks be included on the board and hired for management positions with the Metropolitan Transit Authority. Mario Cuomo, the governor of New York at that time, responded favorably. The other situation produced lackluster results. In 1984, a white man named Bernhard Goetz shot four African American youths who asked for $5, paralyzing one of the young men. Race and public interest complicated the situation. Many in New York applauded Goetz for defending himself against youths engaged in a crime against him. Sharpton and a number of blacks interpreted the situation differently. Historically, whites had gotten away with a number of crimes against African Americans. African Americans had been largely defenseless in the court system, and if found guilty of a crime, were given longer sentences than whites. During investigations of crimes, blacks also suffered at the hands of racist officials and a system biased to believe that blacks were automatically at fault. Sharpton was concerned that the situation would repeat the old racist pattern. In addition, there was suspicion that Goetz had overreacted when he shot the men. Sharpton organized a press conference at New York City Hall, prayer vigils and demonstrations at Goetz's apartment and the courthouse. Goetz was acquitted, but sentenced to 250 days in prison for illegal ownership of the gun. Howard Beach. Sharpton did not need to search for cases. Most of Sharpton's campaigns began with a phone call. They usually came in the middle of the night with a frantic voice on the other end of the line imploring him to action. That was how Sharpton's involvement in the Howard Beach incident started, a call from one of the members of the National Youth Movement who told him that one of his friends had been killed. There were two aspects to the ensuing campaign. First, Sharpton asserted that this was his first major demonstration. Second, it was the first case that began to project nationally our use of direct action strategies in the North. Sharpton knew that King had made direct action techniques popular in demonstrations in the South during the civil rights 506 movement. He also knew that when those same tactics were transposed to the North, they were ineffectual. Sharpton's two-pronged approach, marches and court battles, made for a powerful punch. The details of what happened at Howard Beach shocked the nation. In New York, there are still neighborhoods known for their antipathy for other races. In Howard Beach, a community in Queens, a group of whites acted out their hatred of African Americans on three blacks whose car had broken down there. The three men got out to look for a phone to call for help and were besieged by a group of whites. Following a fight, whites chased after the men with, one recalled, knives, rocks, and sticks. One of the three men ran onto an expressway and was killed when he was hit by a car. Ed Koch, the mayor of New York City, called the killing of the young man on the expressway a racial lynching. Although lynching had been a common practice on the American frontier, it held a distinctive meaning between the late 19th century and early 20th century, when lynching was almost exclusively racially motivated. Despite this statement, Sharpton was not convinced that Koch was an ally. He launched his own campaign, consisting of a speech at the site of the pizzeria where the three men had been confronted by the whites. Sharpton purchased pizza for all the participants. A week later, while leading a march, Sharpton and the other marchers were met by incensed whites shouting vituperations. The media caught it all on camera. Sharpton held several more marches and demonstrations, while the legal team fought in the courts. One of Sharpton's ideas to help with the case was for the surviving victims to not provide any information to the investigation. This was a risky, questionable tactic. A year and a day after the incident in Howard Beach, Sharpton dramatized the court case by holding a day of outrage. He and other demonstrators stood on the tracks of a subway, calling out, "No justice, no peace." This demonstration interfered with subway and car traffic headed toward the Brooklyn Bridge. Sharpton and the demonstrators were arrested, but others took their place on the tracks. In total, 73 people were put in jail. While in jail, Sharpton was informed that 3 of the 4 members of the Howard Beach mob had been found guilty of manslaughter and assault. Tawana Brawley. Of all the campaigns Sharpton was involved in after the Howard Beach case, the high-profile case of a 15-year-old named Tawana Brawley was the most well-known. But this time Sharpton found himself vilified by the press. Brawley was found wrapped in a trash bag in Wappingers Falls, New York in 1987. Feces covered her body, which was marked with racist epithets scrawled in charcoal. Brawley alleged that white men, police officers among them, had held her captive for several days and sexually assaulted her. Al Sharpton 507. Sharpton coordinated a series of dramatic demonstrations for this case. He appeared on the popular TV talk show Phil Donahue and at the church to which Brawley's mother, Glenda, had retreated for protection. There were suspicions of a cover-up by the cops. Brawley and her mother refused to answer questions, which further damaged their case. As time passed, the press began to report that evidence of the actual attack was insubstantial. Some suspected foul play, that Brawley's story was concocted, and that Sharpton was an accomplice. Sharpton denied that, and to this day contends that he believed Brawley's account. The case did not come to trial. When Stephen Paganese, assistant district attorney, was named as one of the attackers, he sued Sharpton and Brawley's legal team. Sharpton had to pay him $65,000. Sharpton opines that the bad publicity he received over this case was unjust and did not take account of all the good work he has done. Bensonhurst. Sharpton received a call one summer morning in 1989 from the father of a recent murder victim. Yusef K. Hawkins was only 16 years old when he and other black youths went to Bensonhurst looking to buy a used car. Bensonhurst is a neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York, and some of its residents were known to be hostile toward blacks. Hawkins and his friends were attacked. During the melee, Hawkins was shot and killed. But it was almost 2 years before Sharpton could turn his attention to the racially motivated crime, for he had to attend to other serious business. In 1990, Sharpton was charged with tax evasion and embezzling money from the National Youth Movement. He was not surprised by the charges, for Brown tipped him off after he was questioned by authorities. Sharpton dramatized the case in vintage style. He did not hide from the cameras. Rather he used the media attention, shouting out, "They did this to King. They did this to Powell. They did this to Garvey. This is my inauguration. I have arrived." Indeed, by this time Sharpton was a celebrity of sorts. But authorities and city officials were not crazy about him. To many, he was a nuisance, starting racial fires and exposing issues they would rather have attended to privately or not at all. He was resented, and he was vulnerable to attack. When it came time to plead before the judge, Sharpton quipped, "I plead the Attorney General insane." The prosecution called 80 witnesses. Sharpton called no one. At the end of 2 long months, he and his attorney believed that the prosecution's own witnesses strongly supported Sharpton's case, and indeed Sharpton was acquitted of the embezzlement charges. All that was required of him was to pay a fine for tax evasion. 508. With the charges behind him, Sharpton planned a march to bring attention to the murder of Hawkins. The march was held on the weekend prior to King's birthday, 2 years after the murder had occurred. At the march, Sharpton was stabbed. The perpetrator was apprehended, and Sharpton was hurried off to the hospital. Sharpton was not the only activist to become the victim of violence. While in Harlem in 1958, King was stabbed in the chest by a deranged black woman during an innocuous book signing for the recently published Strive Toward Freedom. And his assassination was one of many that occurred during the struggle for civil rights and the Black Power movement. Sharpton faced the possibility of death with a stoicism common among activists. He told Jackson, who visited him at the hospital, "I think I'll be all right." The stabbing bore unexpected fruit. First, Sharpton had to make a public statement to quell the riot that was on the brink of erupting as a result of the attack. Next, Jackson called Sharpton to see how he was doing. This was unexpected because Jackson and Sharpton were not as close as they once were. In fact, a rift had appeared between them when Sharpton aligned himself with proponents of black nationalism in the 1980s. Jackson had reprimanded Sharpton for taking this position. The nationalists opposed men like Jackson because he was a part of the legacy of Dr. King's vision of integration, and they called him a sellout because of it. When Jackson ran for U.S. President in 1984, Sharpton did not support him. But the stabbing created a space for reconciliation and new beginnings for the two men. It also initiated a new relationship with Sharpton's father, who also called him during his recovery. It was the first time they had spoken in 20 years. After the stabbing, Sharpton rethought his association with the nationalists. Militancy had never been a part of Sharpton's agenda. And after having become a victim of violence and racial hatred, he wanted to distance himself from any appearance of that brand of radical activism. The nationalists saw the change in Sharpton's thinking and called him to task for it. They demanded that he end his relationships and affiliations with their rivals, but Sharpton did not submit to their demands. National Action Network. The idea for a new organization came to Sharpton while in the hospital. He called it National Action Network. Through this organization, he planned to carry out full-time civil rights work and to launch a political career. For Sharpton, the 1990s unfolded with new challenges, more protest, and grand political strivings. His relationship with Jackson took another hit, as Sharpton was highly critical of Jackson's fraternization with President Bill Clinton. Sharpton believed that relationships with presidents would compromise his activism. Sharpton wrote that you can't be Dr. King and Whitney. Al Sharpton 509. Young at the same time. You need both, but you can't be both. Whitney Young was the successful leader of the National Urban League. Despite Sharpton's characterization of Young, he was among the first to attempt to wear two hats, as a leader in an organization that was not conceived as a civil rights organization and as a participant in the leadership of the major civil rights groups. The Sharpton-Jackson relationship was green fodder for a voracious media. For example, Sharpton waged a boycott against Burger King for withdrawing from plans to build more franchises that would create jobs and bring money into the black communities. Jackson's criticisms of the boycott made the news, and so did the subsequent bickering between the two men. But their bond was never dissolved completely. In fact, in the early years of the new millennium they were united in many campaigns, sometimes coordinating their efforts, and sometimes working in parallel. Crown Heights. Sharpton and Jackson were not the only ones to experience bouts of contention. New York had an infamous Jewish, African American racial problem for years. Black leaders like Louis Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam minister who started and headed his own organization in 1977, was accused of being anti-Semitic because of controversial statements he made about Jews. Sharpton has also been lambasted for the same reason. In his book Al on America, he diverts attention away from himself by exposing the anti-Semitism of high-profile white leaders. The genesis of this notorious issue is complicated. Some scholars spout that racism and religious differences are to blame. Cornel West, an African-American scholar, joined another intellectual, a Jewish man named Michael Lerner, to duke out their differences and understanding of problematic relations between Jews and blacks. They present their strategies to improve the situation in Jews and blacks, a dialogue on race, religion, and culture in America. For example, they cite how both Jews and blacks have historically been oppressed and marginalized. In addition, a substantial number of Jews made contributions to the civil rights movement. Some gave their lives. Nevertheless, tensions play out on the streets of New York City. In some black neighborhoods, Jews are not welcome, while in some Jewish neighborhoods, blacks are not welcome. In 1991, a Hasidic Jew lost control of his car, hitting and killing a 7-year-old African American named Gavin Cato and injuring his cousin Angela. The racial makeup of the individuals involved played a role in the eruption that followed. Blacks attacked the driver of the car. Riots broke out. Tragically, Yankel Rosenbaum, a young Jewish man preparing to become a rabbi, was cornered and killed by a black mob. When Sharpton 510 emerged on the scene at the behest of the parents of the slaughtered child and led a march, people blamed him for the violence. In subsequent trials, both the Jewish driver and the black man accused of murdering Rosenbaum were acquitted. The Jewish community's reaction was to stage demonstrations. Nevertheless, the stalemate quite possibly staved off an even more explosive racial confrontation. Politics, U.S. Senate campaign. By 1992, Sharpton was angling for greater influence and he had a new look to show for it. Sharpton's physical image projected a kindler, gentler version of his former self. For one thing, he had slimmed down. For another, his hair, though still straight, is gray at the temples, neatly trimmed, and combed back and away from his face. He wears suits and ties almost exclusively, and the medallion he used to wear is nowhere to be seen. On camera he is dignified and, though still the master of the political quip, magnanimous. His speech is careful, even-handed, and polite. His goal was to play a role that no African American in New York had ever played. He campaigned for U.S. Senate as a Democrat. Initially, many people thought his candidacy was a joke. But his professionalism and the speech he gave at a convention made his critics, some of whom dwelt within the Democratic Party itself, do a double take. The campaign was conducted in a grassroots style, with not a lot of funds but lots of good old-fashioned mingling with ordinary people, mostly blacks, at housing projects and churches. Unlike traditional candidates, Sharpton did not have a graduate degree or a litany of political credentials. But he was well known and, especially among blacks, he was a hero. His campaign highlighted core issues such as inequities in the criminal justice system, unemployment, and housing. Sharpton did not win, but he did receive 15% of the total vote and 21% of the vote in New York City alone. Sharpton ran again in 1994, but lost. Freddie's Fashion Mart. Sharpton's moment of political favor was overshadowed by controversy in 1995. Sharpton called for a boycott on Freddie's Fashion Mart in the fall after hearing several complaints. Sekola Shange, a South African, subleased a record shack from Freddie Harari, the owner of the Fashion Mart. Shange felt Harari was trying to push him out of his store, which had been situated near the Apollo Theater for some 20 years. Harari's employees reported to Sharpton that they were getting paid below minimum wage and that they worked in unsafe conditions. Sharpton was heavily criticized for using the term white interloper while discussing the situation. He later backpedaled. Al Sharpton 511. On his erroneous use of the phrase, acknowledging that he had quite possibly brought adverse attention to himself because of it. Sadly, a deranged black man, unaffiliated with Sharpton in any way, shot several Freddie employees, then started a fire that killed himself and 7 others. Some accused Sharpton of having provoked that tragedy. Sharpton contended that what that man did was an act brought on by his own mind. Abner Luema. One of Sharpton's best-known campaigns on behalf of victims of police brutality was the case of a Haitian man named Abner Luema. Luema was 30 years old and had a wife and child at the time of his terrifying assault. Luema was one of several men who attempted to break up a fight between 2 women at a Brooklyn nightclub. The police were called and Luema was apprehended, charged with allegedly hitting an officer. The horrific night began when the cops proceeded to beat Luema during his transportation to the police station. At the station, Luema was violently assaulted with a plunger in the bathroom by an officer. The resulting injuries required several operations and a 2-month hospital stay. At first, Justin Volpe, the officer who brutalized Luema in the men's restroom, denied what he had done, even though Luema's injuries were irrefutable. In 1999, Volpe was sentenced to 30 years in prison without parole. In the aftermath of the case, Luema joined Sharpton in his activism against police brutality. He set up community centers in Haiti and America to provide resources for Haitians in both countries. Louamet turned tragedy into an opportunity to help others and to protect citizens from police tyranny. Amadou Diallo. Sharpton responded to a call for help from a man who told him he was the leader of the Guinean National Association. He came to Sharpton's office on behalf of 23-year-old Amadou Diallo, whom, he explained, had been shot at 40 times by 4 police officers, resulting in Diallo's death. At first Sharpton was skeptical, but eventually he ordered an investigation at the man's persistence. After some fact-finding, Sharpton uncovered the shocking truth: Diallo was indeed an innocent victim. Many blacks claimed racial profiling was partly to blame for this incident, for when plainclothes officers approached Diallo they thought he fit the description of a serial rapist. But they were wrong. Diallo was a hard-working college student who sold an assortment of items on the street by day and studied biochemistry in the evenings. During a tense 512 moment, Diallo reached into his pocket to retrieve his wallet. But the officers thought he was retrieving a gun, and he was pelted with gunfire. Sharpton unleashed a storm of protest in New York City. Jesse Jackson and actress Susan Sarandon, supported by various politicians, rabbis, and clergy, joined in the chorus. The negative press prompted the trial to be transferred to another city. All 4 officers were acquitted, but the parents who survived Diallo received one of the largest settlements ever paid out by the city of New York for their son's wrongful death. Vieques. A large contingent of Puerto Ricans had rallied behind Sharpton during the Diallo case. In 2001, Sharpton felt compelled to support Puerto Ricans who were outraged because the United States was testing bombs on Vieques Island. Sharpton constructed a plan similar to the one he had used to protest Diallo's killing. He wrote that this protest strategy, maintaining a steady flow of demonstrators despite arrests, was a good one. When it came to arrests, Sharpton was by this time a veteran. But he did not anticipate that his incarceration for trespassing on the island would last so long. His sentence was for 90 days. For 40 of those days, Sharpton fasted. A 40-day fast is symbolic, for the biblical Jesus Christ did the same when he went into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. Once Christ overcame the devil, he entered his ministry, calling sinners to repent and be baptized. Fasting is practiced by individuals of many religious faiths and denominations. It is considered a time for contemplation, meditation, and preparation, especially for seasons of extreme duress. Sharpton usually fasted whenever he went to jail. He said, "It helps me to focus and strengthens my resolve and my faith." The fasting that he underwent this time had another purpose: it was a hunger strike. The 90 days was a grueling experience for Sharpton, who was isolated from the world, his friends, his work, and even from other prisoners. Sharpton was subdued and indrawn. This was, he later recalled, a poignant and life-changing experience. He meditated deeply on the books he read, such as Nelson Mandela's Long Walk to Freedom and the autobiography of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. After he completed his 90-day sentence, he emerged a more focused, more disciplined person, like a soldier going through boot camp. "It was a test to see how much I could take. And I passed." He emerged ready to get back to work. A week after his release, on August 17, 2001, he endorsed the New York mayoral candidate, Freddie Farrer. Sharpton himself had run for mayor unsuccessfully in 1997, and contemplated another run before participating in the Vieques campaign. Instead, he campaigned for Farrer. In fact, Sharpton explained, all 4 candidates sought his support, underscoring the fact that he carried some serious weight in the community. Al Sharpton 513. On September 11, 2001, a world-shaking event occurred in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania. 2 planes flew into the World Trade Center in New York, causing them to crash in a plume of smoke to the ground. An investigation discovered that Al-Qaeda terrorists had hijacked a total of 4 planes. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon. The crew and passengers of the fourth plane, alerted to the gravity of the situation, attacked the cockpit, and the plane subsequently crashed into an empty field in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Nearly 3,000 people died that day. Sharpton placed a temporary hold on the mayoral campaign and turned his attention to assisting any way he could in the nation's hour of shock, terror, and mourning. One of his contributions was to start a counseling program to help surviving victims and loved ones pick up the pieces of their lives. The mayoral campaign took a drastic turn, Ferrer had to step out, and Mark Green took the lead. Sharpton was under a lot of pressure to endorse Green, but he refused to do so, because Green had previously publicly denied that he had asked for Sharpton's endorsement. Sharpton charged him with race baiting. In the end, Michael Bloomberg won the race that year. Sharpton was disappointed by the fact that blacks in New York City experienced very little progress in the ensuing years. The Usman Zongo case in 2002 was a case in point. Zongo, a Burkinabe immigrant, was shot and killed during a raid at a storage facility that had nothing to do with him. He had kept an artist's studio at the facility, which was under police surveillance as a CD and DVD pirating operation. Prosecutors believed that when Zongo ran, he was frightened and did not realize that the man who chased after him was an undercover cop. He was shot twice in the back during the pursuit. Sharpton launched several protests and helped Zongo's family win monetary remuneration. The officer responsible for killing Zongo lost his job but did not serve any jail time. Politics: run for the U.S. presidency. When Sharpton sat down to write Al on America, his focus was on explaining his life's work, defending himself from his harsh critics, and making a strong case for his run for U.S. president. Sharpton did not win, but he presented himself to the nation as one who had been made over. During the campaign, Sharpton appeared more conservative than before. His look had been a work in progress since the 1990s. But in the new millennium Sharpton projected a sense of sophistication. But criticism of his life and work remained as biting as ever. Indeed, thanks to the emergence of the Internet, where individuals are able to post blogs and comments and responses to articles at will and ad nauseum, the criticism actually increased. Sharpton has been a favorite target. 514. In an article by Jeff Jacoby titled Al Sharpton, the Democrats' David Duke, Sharpton is depicted as a liberal version of Duke, a white nationalist and former politician and grand wizard of the infamous Ku Klux Klan. Jacoby peered back to Sharpton's past exploits to point out actions he considered racist. However, the general public took Sharpton seriously during his 2004 run for president. His speeches impressed, although he was not elected. Following the election, Sharpton announced that he and his wife were separating. For some years, they had been growing apart but agreed to stay together until their children had grown. In 2006, Sharpton and Jackson provided highly visible support for a black stripper who alleged that 3 white members of the Duke University lacrosse team raped her. In 2007, the charges were dropped against the 3 accused Duke students due to lack of substantial evidence and several inconsistencies, and the white district attorney who had brought the charges was fired and disbarred. Dennis Prager wrote in a townhall.com article that any time Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson get in front of cameras on a race matter, assume that they are there to inflame, not heal. The N-word. To Sharpton, the N-word is never okay, whether a white or a black uses it. A torrent of debate surrounds the racist term nigger. It appears that the same number of blacks support its use as those who vehemently oppose it. Black leaders have been polarized over this issue. Dick Gregory, a comedian and civil rights activist, contends that as long as an individual does not allow himself to be defined by the term, then its intended effect is stripped of its power. Others argue that when blacks use the word, or call each other nigger rather than nigger, its meaning is innocuous and can even be interpreted in some conversations to be a term of endearment. Sharpton does not agree. He has made it a point to attack the hip-hop community for glamorizing the word and a series of epithets that demean women. In 2006, he castigated comedian and actor Michael Richards when his comedy routine took a sudden and shocking racial turn when he used the word nigger when confronting black hecklers in the audience. Sharpton worried that the fact that Richards used the N-word indicated deeper, scarier racial issues. In the same year, the Cartoon Network declined an apology when Sharpton asked for one after an episode of The Boondocks showed an animated Martin Luther King, Jr. using the N-word. Sharpton thought that was an extremely undignified way to portray King. According to black journalist Earl O'Ferry Hutchinson, Sharpton's crusades are valid. He writes, "Sharpton is a breathing, walking, reminder that race still matters and matters a lot in America. He is a slap in the face to the Al Sharpton 515. Legions that duck, dodge, deflect, and flat out deny that there's still a lot of racial hurt inflicted on blacks. The first decade of the 21st century has been a minefield of public racial slurs." In 2007, Don Imus referred to members of a girls' basketball team as nappy-headed hoes. Historically, the term nappy bears negative connotations for blacks. It is a term to describe the coarse texture of black hair. Hoe, a slang term for whore, has permeated pop culture due to hip-hop lyrics. Sharpton was not the only one to criticize Imus or Kelly Tilghman when, in 2008, she commented in a joking way that fellow players should lynch Tiger Woods, the biracial golf star, as the only way to stop him from. Sharp Talk with Al Sharpton. Sharp Talk with Al Sharpton is a half-hour television series that appears on TV1, a cable television station that features African American programs and films. Sharpton's talk show debuted on October 28, 2005, and includes an all-black cast, with Al Sharpton as host and several guests. What makes this talk show different is that the discussions are held inside a barbershop, specifically Level's Barbershop in Brooklyn, New York. Sharpton and his guests sit in barber chairs, and in the background barbers are attending to clients. The significance of this setting is that, historically, black barbershops were one of the few safe places available for black men to openly discuss a range of issues concerning politics, economics, and culture, as well to exchange local gossip. In this space, male friendships were developed and frustrations over shared social experiences expressed. Many of these conversations would be considered scandalous or treacherous in a public setting. Topics related to racism or problematic race relations in ordinary life might never have been discussed in the presence of whites or in the context of mainstream life. The movie Barbershop, directed by Tim Story and produced by State Street Pictures, illustrates this situation all too well. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson were outraged over one scene, in which, following an argument over Rosa Parks' relevancy, a derogatory remark is made about Jackson. Sharpton and Jackson led a boycott and then demanded that the scene be cut, to no avail. In the spirit of the traditional black barbershop gathering, Sharpton has created a groundbreaking series. He brings in black leaders from across the nation, who represent a broad range of fields and professions, as well as prominent activists and celebrities. The discussions focus on issues relevant to African Americans. As host, Sharpton is generally generous, polite, and tolerant of his guests' myriad perspectives. 516. Winning. That Imus was fired and Tilghman was suspended ruffled the feathers of conservative whites, who either downplayed the statements that were made, justified them, or vilified Sharpton. Blacks have always tended to be Sharpton's most loyal fans, but upon occasion they have objected to his campaigns. In the 2007 Dunbar Village scandal, wherein a horrific crime was carried out against a black resident of the Dunbar Village projects and her son, blacks were at the forefront of those attacking Sharpton for defending the perpetrators. In 2008, the tide turned again for Sharpton, who took a stand for justice after the death of Sean Bell, shot by officers of the New York City police force as he was leaving a strip club where he'd been celebrating his bachelor party. The officers had been at the club investigating a possible prostitution ring. The 3 officers were cleared of wrongdoing. Blacks who witnessed the verdict shouted out in anger and disbelief. Sharpton, who represented the Bell family, declared that he wanted a federal investigation. Other civil rights leaders told reporters that there would be marches through the streets of New York in protest. Sharpton was again seen as an invaluable defender of the downtrodden. On October 3, 2008, Sharpton turned 54 years old. He remains a tireless advocate for justice and keeps in tune with the times with his radio talk show, Keepin' It Real, and his television show, Sharp Talk with Al Sharpton, which premiered on the black television network TV1 in 2005. Sharpton is still in high demand on mainstream talk shows and on the news. His presence, whether negative or positive, illuminates the challenges that continue to beset African Americans in the new millennium. See also Stokely Carmichael, Louis Farrakhan, Marcus Garvey, Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X, and Whitney Young. Al Sharpton 517. Ida B. Wells Barnett. Library of Congress. Ida B. Wells Barnett lived an extraordinary life of protest against segregation, discrimination, racism, and racial violence against African Americans. Her claim to fame was her leading the way in the fight against lynching. She was a journalist, lecturer, suffragist, and social reformer, as well as wife and mother to 4 children. Both her life of activism and her personal life were revolutionary in that Wells Barnett frequently challenged societal norms and the expectations of other activists, the ramifications of which provoked a torrent of criticism. Wells Barnett's activism was especially valiant considering she was an African American and a woman in a world that granted few privileges, rights, or freedoms to her race or gender, and the fact that she often fought alone without the support or involvement of her colleagues, community, or the thriving organizations of the period. Late in Wells Barnett's life, her achievements were minimized, overlooked, and, ultimately, shrouded by a conservative and male-dominated organizational leadership. Those who sang their loudest praise on Wells Barnett's behalf, particularly in the years leading to her death in 1931, were African American women of the Women's Club movement. Subsequent recognition was lacking, and the memory of Wells Barnett was fast becoming obsolete until her life and heroism began to be lionized in a number of publications and articles. Contemporary scholars such as John Hope Franklin, Henry Louis Gates, Jr., and Cornel West were among those whose works restored Wells Barnett to her rightful position as a 20th-century icon of African American protest. Early life. Ida Bell Wells, the oldest of 8 children, was born a slave on July 16, 1862, in Holly Springs, Mississippi. This was just 2 years before the end of the Civil War and the subsequent liberation of millions of African American slaves in the American South. Wells' father was Jim Wells, who was apparently the only child of a white plantation owner in Tippah County, Mississippi, and his slave, Peggy. As was sometimes the custom during slavery, Jim's father, the master of the plantation, spared him, to a great extent, the harsh cruelties and indignities of slavery and permitted him privileges denied the majority of African Americans. When Jim turned 18, his father apprenticed him to a Mr. Balling, a carpenter in Holly Springs. Some slave masters even sent their mulatto children to colleges and universities in the North. Wells' mother, Elizabeth Warrenton, was born in Virginia but was separated from her family when she was sold into slavery. Like many slaves, Wells' mother did not know much about her ancestry, except that her father was of mixed heritage, Indian and African. Once in America, African tribal identification was all but obliterated. Whites not only forbade slaves from 520 speaking their native languages and practicing their diverse religions and traditions but rarely kept record of family lineage. Elizabeth, undoubtedly, met her future husband while serving as a cook for Mr. Balling. Elizabeth was a well-renowned cook, and Wells was proud of that fact. But her mother would not live a long life. She died before she was 40 years old. She made a lasting impression on Wells, who recollected how her mother was very religious and provided a good home for herself and her siblings. She was disciplined, strict, and like most slave parents, she encouraged the education of her children. Elizabeth even went to school with the children at what was known as Shaw University, later called Rust College. In those days, the university was a school for recently monument African Americans of all ages, taught primarily by white teachers who stressed reading and moral conduct. Wells was brought up in a house built and owned by her father, who was an expert carpenter. The vast majority of African Americans in this period were severely impoverished, but prosperous African Americans were not altogether a novelty. Small pockets of African Americans with money, property, education, and standing existed in both the North and South during and after slavery. A number of African Americans helped construct and develop vibrant all-black towns in the West following emancipation. However, Wells was not completely sheltered from the oppression that afflicted the majority of African Americans during this period. Wells learned through her parents the horrors of slavery and the consequences of overstepping the color line. Ida B. Wells described her father as a man active in the political affairs of their small town. She became aware of the dangers associated with such activism early on, recalling that mother walked the floor at night when father was out to a political meeting for fear of white retaliation. Many whites and African Americans lost their lives advocating rights for freed slaves. As a child, Wells admitted she had heard the words Ku Klux Klan long before knew what they meant. And the very words conjured fear. Wells herself would learn about racial violence in the not-too-distant future. In 1878, yellow fever devastated a large segment of the population in Memphis, Tennessee. The epidemic spread to Wells' hometown while she was away visiting her grandmother in the country. When she learned that her parents and youngest brother, Stanley, not even a year old, had died from the disease, the young Wells returned to Holly Springs to go to the aid of her surviving siblings in spite of the threat to her own life. The Masons decided that the surviving children should be split up and sent to different homes. Wells could not bear to see the family torn apart, and so at only 16 years of age, she protested that we're not going to put any of the children anywhere and that it would make father and mother turn over in their graves to know their children had been scattered like 21. That, and she went on to say that owned the house and if the Masons would help find work, would take care of them. There was no yielding with Wells. Eventually, they agreed, and Wells' family stayed together. The Masons suggested she become a teacher. Teaching was one of the few avenues available for African American women. Although Wells had no particular aspiration to be a teacher, she entered the profession for the sake of her family, thus relinquishing plans to further her own education. Wells never did receive a formal academic degree, but she devoted all her spare time to learning. Wells took a teaching job 6 miles away from their home. Her monthly salary was $25. At first, Wells and her family were assisted by their grandmother until she suffered a stroke and was forced to return home. Wells received some support from the community, but it did not completely lighten her load. Wells led a rigorous life of teaching every weekday and washing and ironing and cooking for the children every weekend. At the end of the first term, Wells' Aunt Belle asked her to move to Memphis, Tennessee. She offered to take Eugenia, the paralyzed sister, and to allow the 2 brothers to work on her farm. Wells accepted this invitation and happily left the one-room school in the country. She took a teaching job located in Memphis, Tennessee. New South Memphis presented an exciting new world for African Americans. Henry W. Grady, editor of the Atlanta Constitution, coined the term New South to refer to the new and improved social and economic developments of the South since the Civil War dismantled its formerly slave-based economy. The city, in particular, provided more and better opportunities than the country for progressive, optimistic young professionals. Wells looked forward to the change of scenery, the faster pace of life, and the significant increase in pay that came with her new job. However, her optimism was soon to be tested. Refusing a seat on a segregated train. Shortly after Ida B. Wells arrived in Memphis in 1884, she engaged in her first public fight against segregation. Ironically, Wells literally fought for her rightful equal status with whites while traveling on a train. In the following excerpt from Hard Beginnings, the second chapter of Wells' autobiography, she recounts what happened when she refused to sit in a segregated car. Tried to drag me out of the seat, but the moment he caught hold of my arm I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand. I had braced my feet against the seat in front and was holding to the back, and as he had already been badly bitten he didn't try it again by himself. He went forward and got the buggaman and another man to help him, and of course they succeeded in dragging me out. 522. Wells went on to say that the white women and men on the train applauded the men who tried to violently force her back to the black-only section. Rather than succumb, Wells opted to get off the train. Segregation on trains was just the first of a series of deliberate legal actions used to undo the civil rights of African Americans following emancipation and to usher in the era of Jim Crow. Wells was quick to seek justice. She obtained an attorney, who helped her to win $500 for damages inflicted upon her during the ordeal. Wells pointed out that none of people seemed to feel that it was a race matter and that they should help fight. Although Wells' case was eventually reversed, and she was ordered to pay court costs, she proved that she was willing to fight against any entity, no matter how powerful, for the cause of justice. And she would do it alone, if necessary. Wells' action against the railroad garnered a great deal of attention and a divided response from the community and the nation. The Memphis Daily Appeal, mirroring the prevalent racist sentiment of the time, referred to Wells as a dark damsel in a headline of its December 25, 1884 edition. Other Southern whites were indignant. Although Wells stood alone in this fight, many African Americans lauded her protest against the railroad. In Wells' words, this was the first case in which a colored plaintiff in the South had appealed to a state court since the repeal of the Civil Rights Bill by the United States Supreme Court, and her success would have set a precedent which others would doubtless have followed. Preparing for activism. Despite losing her case to the railroad, Wells' experience in Tennessee was a turning point in the development of her lifelong activism, as well as in her personal life. Wells' social life flourished in Tennessee. Although she did not like teaching, it did facilitate her entrance into the elite world of the black society. Wells wrote fondly in her diary and autobiography of socials, picnics, church fairs, receptions, surprise parties, moonlight walks, and entertainment for young ladies. She had a great interest in the theater, fiction, poetry, writing, shopping, and being in the company of potential suitors and male friends, and continued her education with elocution lessons and other studies. Wells also contended with the day-to-day struggles commonly faced by single young women of her class, whether African American or white. Wells frequently wrote of having financial troubles paying the rent, providing money for her siblings, and managing her expensive shopping habit and various social activities and her romantic struggles and disappointments. Wells, until her death, subscribed to the ideals of polite behavior, virtuous qualities, and religious teaching. But though she appeared similar to most genteel women of her era, she broke away from the track of becoming 23. Wife and mother to explore areas traditionally closed to women. She challenged the traditional concept of womanhood, despite the repercussions of this rebelliousness. Beginning in early adulthood, Wells often battled with herself to suppress her anger and outspokenness, two characteristics society deemed inappropriate for women but which proved essential to her radical activism. Another dilemma Wells had to deal with was her single status. While most women her age were planning their weddings, Wells remained unmarried. Her diary and autobiography reflect several reasons for this. On the one hand, she simply enjoyed spending time with men and the occasional courtship. But she had no desire to settle down. On the other, she did not seem to have found anyone to compel her to accept the marriage proposals she received. Nor did she feel that she had the right attributes for marriage. So she pursued a career instead. Choosing to be single was in itself unconventional for women at that time. Wells was not entirely alone in this area. Other women were making historical strides in traditional male occupations such as literature, journalism, medicine, and activism and turning down marriage. Nevertheless, men dominated most occupations and positions of leadership, while the majority of women continued to pursue marriage and motherhood. On the eve of the 20th century, women who abnegated their expected roles or took male-dominated jobs stirred controversy. This was as true for African Americans as it was for whites. However, Wells was eagerly welcomed into the relatively uncharted world of African American male journalists. Her transition was facilitated in part by Wells' independent, adventurous, and fearless spirit, her ease in associating with men who had been throughout her young adult life her companions and mentors, and her passion for writing. Wells fell into journalism while attending Lyceum meetings. In the 1870s and 1880s, middle and upper-class whites and African Americans popularized the club and society movement. Both men and women started up clubs and societies for the purposes of discussing literature, music, culture, and religion, or social issues. The Lyceum was made up of mostly teachers who spent their time in meetings, reading books, debating, discussing local and world news, and listening to music. The Lyceum published the Evening Star. When the editor of the Lyceum magazine moved away, Wells was elected to take his place, and her success attracted the attention of others. Reverend R.N. County, a Baptist preacher, also published a weekly called The Living Way. He requested that Wells make contributions to his publication. Wells accepted his offer and a number of ensuing invitations that came her way. Her career as a journalist was established. Although she had no formal training in writing and humbly noted that she had no literary gifts and graces, Wells was regularly praised for her articles. Wells did recognize that she had keen observational and critical thinking skills and an innate sense for the importance of the written. 524. Word in terms of empowering African Americans of all walks of life, particularly those who had no education. She wanted her articles to be accessible to people with little or no education, so she purposely wrote in a plain, common-sense way on the things which concerned our people. She used the pen name, Iola, for these articles. Journalism helped to expand Wells' understanding of the world and to sharpen her commentary on the social situation of African Americans as well as the philosophy of activism she maintained for most of her life. As in her private life, Wells was unguarded and straightforward in her articulation of her thoughts. In the article, Functions of Leadership, published in The Living Way in 1885, Wells criticized well-known African American leaders for their failure to respond to the needs of African Americans without money, prestige, and opportunity. She asserted that it was the responsibility of the African American leader to some extent, devote his time, talent, and wealth to the alleviation of poverty and misery, and elevation of his people. Wells consistently acted upon this belief, and as a result, she rarely took a break from some form of activism until the day she died. In the summer of 1886, when Wells was 24 years old, she was briefly pulled in a direction that threatened to stifle her socially, emotionally, and professionally. Wells' aunt moved to Visalia, California and persuaded Wells to join her. Wells arrived, writing articles about her trip to the West along the way. She took a teaching job in an all-black classroom, noting in her autobiography her disappointment that African Americans insisted upon segregated schooling. Wells was unhappy on the western frontier, mostly because she was isolated from a substantial African American community and the lively pulse of city life. After moving to Kansas City, Missouri for a brief teaching stint, Wells, along with one of her 4 siblings, returned to Tennessee in the fall of 1886. Wells returned to teaching upon her return to Memphis. Her antipathy towards the profession grew daily, but newspaper writing brought her much joy. During this same time, Wells accepted an invitation from a Reverend William J. Simmons, D.D., to be a paid correspondent to his Negro Press Association. She attended several press conventions, where great leaders of the day such as Frederick Douglass, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, and Senator Blanche Kelso Bruce were in attendance. All 3 remain legends of American history. Frederick Douglass became famous after the publication of his autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave. Douglas escaped slavery with the help of white abolitionists when he was 20 years old, quickly rising to become a prominent abolitionist and orator. Born free, Henry McNeill Turner was the first African American chaplain in the Union Army during the Civil War. In 1880, he was elected a bishop in the African Methodist Episcopal Church. He was 25. Elected to the Georgia legislature in 1868. However, shortly thereafter, conservative whites passed a bill prohibiting blacks from holding political offices. Turner was a radical to the fullest, blasting criticisms of racist whites, as well as proclaiming to his congregation that God was black and advocating that African Americans return to Africa. Blanche Kelso Bruce, a former slave, served the U.S. Senate from 1875 to 1881. He was the first African American to serve a full term in the Senate. In 1889, Wells was elected secretary to the National Press Association and invited to write for a large number of African American publications. Her success and popularity as a writer was noted by several leading African American publishers, editors, and leaders. In the same year, Wells became writer, editor, and one-third owner of the Free Speech and Headlight. Wells continued to teach until she published a controversial article about conditions in African American schools in Memphis. Wells described this article as a protest against the few and utterly inadequate buildings for colored children, and the poor teachers given us, whose mental and moral character was not the best. As a result of this article, she was fired. This was in 1891. Wells was not surprised. Nevertheless, she was disappointed, particularly because the parents did not show her any support and felt Wells should have refrained from her protests to keep her job. The tenacious Wells had no regrets. Losing her teaching job was not a great disappointment to Wells. She taught primarily to make a living, while she pursued writing, her true passion, in her spare time. When her teaching career was taken away from her, Wells was compelled to try her hand at writing full-time. She traveled the South and happily immersed herself in writing and in garnering money and support for the free speech. She received an enormous amount of support from African American communities, organizations, churches, and associations. She was often treated like a queen, not only because she was the editor of a successful paper, a fellow Mississippian, and the daughter of a reputable master mason, but because being a woman who was also a journalist was considered a novelty, not a handicap. Wells envisioned a comfortable and satisfying writing career. She could not foresee the horrific descent into racial violence that would jolt Memphis, Tennessee during her absence, a descent that would propel Wells into a life of activism. Anti-lynching crusade. In 1892, a fight broke out between African American and white youths during a game of marbles in Memphis, Tennessee. This incident triggered what Wells described as an opportunity for the owners of a local white-owned store to make an attack against the owners of its competition, an African American-owned store called the People's Grocery Company. The owners, 526, of the black store were Thomas Moss, Calvin McDowell, and Henry Stewart. Moss was a close friend of Wells, who was godmother to his daughter. The owners of the People's Grocery consulted an attorney who affirmed their right to arm themselves in self-defense. Several African American men guarded the store on the night of the rumored attack. When whites fired shots, the armed men shot back, wounding 3 of the white men. In the aftermath, Moss, McDowell, and Stewart were jailed. A number of African Americans guarded the jail to thwart off any attempts to harm the imprisoned men, but they went home when it was believed the threat had passed. On March 9, 1892, a white mob broke into the jail, carried out Moss, McDowell, and Stewart, and shot them despite their pleas for mercy. The lynching of Moss, McDowell, and Stewart was the antecedent to Wells' illustrious anti-lynching campaign, which coincided with the beginning of the Progressive Era. Wells heard the news while she was away canvassing for the free speech. When she returned to Tennessee, she immediately purchased a gun, because expected retaliation from the lynchers and felt that one had better die fighting against injustice than to die like a dog or a rat in a trap. She then wrote an article in her paper lambasting the lynchers for using violence to suppress African American advancement. She also launched an investigation into lynching and uncovered the fact that the majority of the allegations that the African American men lynched had committed a crime against a white woman were false. Such allegations were concocted for various reasons in the case of Moss, McDowell, and Stewart, to impose white supremacy and thwart black economic progress. In one of her editorials, Wells bravely reported that nobody in this section believes the old threadbare lie that Negro men assault white women. If Southern white men are not careful, they will overreach themselves and a conclusion will be reached which will be very damaging to the moral reputation of their women. Wells later pointed out that white men had long abused African American women with impunity, and that it was common knowledge that some white women pursued African American men. When African Americans refused their advances, ended the relationship, or a pregnancy occurred, white women accused their lovers of rape. The notion that white women and African American men could be in consensual sexual relationships was unimaginable to Southern white men. It blotted the image of pure and chaste Southern womanhood. Wells did more than write scorching editorials on lynching. She wrote in support of the economic boycott and migration of local African Americans. A group of white men came to her to ask her to discourage both boycott and migration, but she refused to do so. Wells followed up this meeting with an article praising African Americans for their work and insisting that they keep it up. Wells also traveled to Oklahoma, one of the principal locations of the migration, and wrote several articles on the conditions there in an effort to quash embellished stories. 27. Lynching epidemic. The lynching epidemic refers to the overwhelming number of African Americans murdered, through hanging or other insidious means, during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. After the South lost to the Union in the Civil War and black slaves were freed, white Southerners resorted to violence, intimidation, and terror tactics to maintain order and supremacy over blacks. Between 1885 and 1942, in Texas alone, it is claimed that 339 blacks were murdered by lynching. Other victims included 77 whites, 53 Hispanics, and 1 Native American. Most black victims were male. Between 1882 and 1930, there were 462 lynchings in Mississippi, 423 in Georgia, and 283 in Louisiana. Although racism was at the heart of the majority of these killings, whites often claimed that they were carried out because of the rape of white women. During this period, the idea of romantic relations between white women and black men was a source of deep paranoia in the Southern white community. By accusing a black man of rape, whites were able to compel others in the community to form a mob and launch a terror campaign against the targeted person. Other blacks were targeted for violating Jim Crow customs and laws, as well as for exhibiting material success. A lynching incident was often conducted like a sensational social event. Oftentimes the media reported on an upcoming lynching as if advertising a carnival. Hundreds, including white men, women, and children, might attend a single lynching. Families came from miles around to attend one. During a lynching, the victim could be hung or burned alive. Many times trophies, dismembered parts of the victim, were distributed among the crowd or displayed in town. Other lynchings were spontaneous, often occurring at the hands of a white mob or an organization like the Ku Klux Klan. Because law officials often took part in the lynching, there was no one blacks could turn to for help. Ida B. Wells Barnett was a pioneer of the anti-lynching campaign. Her work was followed by several organizations, most notably the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Efforts to stop lynching did not produce dramatic results as liberal politicians refused for years to pass federal anti-lynching laws. However, the campaigns helped to expose the atrocities, whereas previously, lynchings had proceeded unchecked. The lynchings waned at the start of the 1940s. 528. Published by white newspapers to discourage black migration. During this time, the owners of the Free Speech decided that they would not keep the paper in Memphis, forcing Wells to consider where she should go. In May 1892, Wells went to the AME. General Conference in Philadelphia at the urging of Francis Watkins Harper and the fiery Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. She then went to New York at the invitation of Thomas Fortune. While in New York, Wells discovered that a white mob had destroyed the offices of the Free Speech and threatened to kill her if she ever returned to Memphis. The destruction of the Free Speech came shortly after the Commercial Appeal reprinted the article in which Wells alluded to the questionable moral reputation of the white women who white men claimed were the victims of rape, and then called on the chivalrous white men of Memphis to do something to avenge this insult to the honor of their women. But this attack did not silence Wells. She accepted Fortune's offer and became part owner and regular paid contributor to the New York Age. Wells frequently credited Fortune, as well as Jerome B. Peterson, who owned and edited this widely read paper, with giving her a platform upon which to speak. She asserted that had it not been for the courage and vision of these two men, I could never have made such headway in emblazoning the story to the world. Thus, Wells continued her bold, uncensored, and shrewd attack on lynching. She regularly reported statistics on the multiple lynchings that occurred throughout the nation. She was the first journalist, African American or white, to protest lynching. Wells, unlike the reporters for the Southern papers who in many instances instigated or sustained the culture of lynching with their sensationalism and racist bent, relied upon facts for her articles. She changed her pen name from Iola to Exiled, a name that signified Wells' forced departure from her home in Memphis, Tennessee. Wells' work caught the attention of thousands in the South, including famed African American abolitionist Frederick Douglass. Throughout the few remaining years of his life, Douglass was a mentor, friend, and staunch supporter of Wells. Wells' work also captured the interest of two African American socialites, Victoria Earle Matthews and Maricha Lyons, who were responsible for coordinating Wells' first speaking engagement. This occurred in New York before a hall filled with African American women on October 5, 1892. The lecture was a success, though Wells admitted in her autobiography that she was so nervous that she read her speech, instead of improvising the events that led her to leave Memphis. She was mortified that she let her guard down and cried during her presentation. The tears were the result of her recollecting the pain of leaving her friends and loved ones. But her audience was mesmerized and all the more sympathetic to her cause because of it. Wells was adamant that she not give in to the emotion of her experience. 29. Ever again, and she never did. Future critics responded favorably to her impassive and poised locution. The outcome of Wells' first presentation was profound. Not only was she awarded a pen-shaped gold brooch and $500 to go toward a new newspaper to replace the one she lost at the hands of a mob, the women were inspired to form African American women's clubs in their hometowns. Immediately following this success, Wells was invited to speak in Pennsylvania, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Massachusetts, and elsewhere. Wells' lecturing career blossomed from that point on. This gave her an opportunity to meet numerous leaders within the African American and white communities. In this way she had a fortuitous encounter with Catherine Impey at a speaking engagement in New York. Impey played an instrumental role in the next Progressive Era. The Progressive Era is the period of reform that occurred from the 1890s to 1920s. The individuals who led this movement consisted mainly of middle-class whites who lived in the nation's cities. One of the main criticisms of the Progressive Era was that African Americans were largely neglected. The Progressive Era spanned one of the most difficult times for blacks in America. Rayford Logan, a black scholar, coined the term Nadir to describe these harrowing years. The Nadir spanned from 1877 to 1901, but life for blacks did not improve much in the early years of the 20th century. The Nadir was marked by extreme poverty and anti-black violence in the form of race riots and lynchings, disfranchisement, and discriminatory laws known as Jim Crow. While whites tackled alcohol use, workers' rights, corruption in business and politics, and prostitution, black issues remained invisible. It took the African Americans themselves to make the move toward uplifting their community and to address the larger issues of Jim Crow and disfranchisement. Blacks who made critical contributions or at least valiant attempts to alleviate the overwhelming social, economic, and political problems of blacks included women's organizations and a score of individuals. Two major organizations were formed during these years, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1909, and the National Urban League in 1911. The NAACP addressed broad issues, working to expose lynchings in the South and launching legal campaigns to undo discriminatory laws. The NUL worked to employ blacks living in urban centers. This was no small feat, as racism in the North frequently closed the door on opportunities for blacks. For example, a number of department stores and other companies simply did not hire blacks until the NUL got involved. The NUL made sweeping strides in that respect. 530. Phase of Wells' war on lynching. When she and Isabel Fyvie Mayo of Scotland invited Wells to England, the same country where Douglas had rallied mass support to help abolish slavery in the American South. Douglas gave Wells his blessing and endorsed her campaign to enlist America's powerful and influential allies' support in ending lynch law and segregation. Anti-lynching crusade abroad. Wells engaged in two European lecturing campaigns, in 1893 and 1894. Her accomplishments during both trips were far-reaching. Although she did not receive payment for her work, her needs were met by benefactors and hosts. She was well treated, sometimes to Wells' astonishment. After all, in her own country, to show herself equal or superior to a white person could provoke violence or death. Wells maintained a busy schedule, traveling to various locations throughout Scotland and England. She kept a diary through most of her travels and, during her second trip, published articles describing her experiences in the interocean. Wells appeared before diverse audiences and organizations in an assortment of venues including wealthy homes, churches, and meeting rooms. She spoke of conditions in the South since the Civil War, Jim Crow laws, ballot box intimidation, and laws against intermarriage, as well as her primary subject regarding the unrestrained violence against African Americans and other atrocities and injustices. Her speeches shocked her audiences, who had thought African Americans had transitioned smoothly into post-slavery life and that racism was obliterated along with the end of slavery. Her listeners were moved to pass resolutions asserting their stance against lynching and racial discrimination. Wells' success was covered in the newspapers following each lecture, with journalists using such words as quiet, effective, educated, and forceful to describe Wells' presentations. Other results of Wells' European tours were the formation of the Anti-Lynching Committee in London and a brief mention of Wells' international campaign in the American book, Afro-American Women and Their Progress. There were times, however, when Wells' progress was jeopardized by individuals who opposed interfering in the affairs of a foreign nation. Some individuals thought England should not intervene in America's affairs, and others could not imagine the conditions in America were not resisted by Christians, popular reformers, and Northerners, or traveling Americans themselves. Traveling Americans sometimes voiced their objections to Wells' crusade. During Wells' first trip, controversy nearly ended her campaign when she supported Impey, who disclosed her interest to an Indian man. Although Mayo was a progressive reformer, she frowned upon interracial relationships. Incensed, Mayo terminated her relationship with Impey and insisted Wells do the same. Mayo believed that Impey had compromised the great work to 31, which they had committed themselves. When Wells sided with Impey, believing she had done nothing wrong in falling in love with a man of a different race, Mayo distanced herself from Wells as well. This was a blow for Wells since much of her success had been dependent upon Mayo's influence and support. Fighting for recognition at the World's Fair. Wells' protest at the World's Fair took place in 1893 in the interim between her two European campaigns. The World's Columbian Exposition and Fair was launched to celebrate the nation's 400th birthday. It featured 46 countries, newly constructed buildings for the occasion, and splendid displays of cultural, artistic, and technical exhibits. Haiti was among the participants invited to the fair. Haitian officials chose Douglas to represent the country at the Haitian building. Glaringly absent from the program were African Americans. Outraged, Wells, in collaboration with Douglas and Frederick J. Loudon, a singer and musical director of the Jubilee Singers, set out to write and publish a book entitled The Reason Why the Colored American is Not in the World's Exposition. Financing for the book was troublesome. African American newspapers refused to for support. Wells went to African American women and with their help, coordinated meetings at various churches. With the money donated at the churches, plus personal contributions made by Wells, Douglas, and Loudon, the 81-page pamphlet was published and distributed. The protest of Wells, Douglas, and Loudon was a success. Wells believed that it was Douglas' popularity and iconic status that drew large crowds to the Haitian building. Whatever the reason, she took full advantage to get the publication into as many hands as possible and went daily to the fair to disseminate it. Wells felt that exposing the truth to as many people as possible, especially during such an important event, was an indispensable part of rectifying the predicaments faced by African Americans. These efforts, either indirectly or directly, resulted in the officials of the fair declaring a Negro Day. Every nation participating in the fair was asked to make a presentation before all the attendees. Wells and some others rejected this invitation. They were vexed by the fact that they were asked to participate after having been snubbed originally. Douglas, on the other hand, coordinated the event himself and gave a masterful oration. The young poet Paul Dunbar recited some of his poems and the Jubilee Singers gave a riveting performance. Beginning of the Women's Club movement in Illinois. Wells' launch into her role as an activist was greatly assisted by the help of African American women. Women were the first to respond proactively to 532. Wells' cries of protest after the lynching of the 3 businessmen in Memphis, and their support was integral to Wells' success as a lecturer. African American women came to her aid when she needed help to procure funds to publish the book to censure the absence of African Americans in the World Fair program. Shortly after the World's Fair, Wells played a major role in the creation of the first African American Women's Club in Illinois, known as the Chicago Women's Club, later renamed the Ida B. Wells Club. W.T. Stead, editor of the Review of Reviews, inspired great interest in the club when he gave a rousing speech in which he insisted that the African American community needed a solid organization to fight race prejudice to be managed by an elite. Anti-lynching crusade in the United States. On July 24, 1894, Wells was greeted with fanfare upon her return to America following her second European tour. She dedicated the next year to an anti-lynching crusade in the States. Although resolutions were passed in many white churches, and anti-lynching committees were formed, Wells experienced various setbacks. African Americans, as a whole, continued to withhold their moral and financial support. On one occasion, some African Americans asked Wells to minimize her accusations against white women. Wells, of course, refused to do so, for her aim was to present the facts. The major reason for black resistance to Wells' work was fear of white backlash and of the belief that she was making matters worse for African Americans. Wells' American anti-lynching campaign gave her access to other influential activists such as Susan B. Anthony, in whom Wells found a friend and who treated Wells with respect, kindness, and dignity. Wells continued to work with Douglas until his death on February 20, 1895. At the close of that year, Wells, at the age of 32, and exhausted from her labor, decided it was time to attend to more personal matters. Social activism after marriage and children. Ida B. Wells became Ida B. Wells Barnett on June 27, 1895. The hyphenated last name embodied the roles she struggled to reconcile, activist and wife and eventually, mother. Wells Barnett was able to retain much of the independence she demonstrated in her single life. Her husband, Ferdinand L. Barnett, an attorney, was himself an accomplished man. Their union was a good match. He encouraged her activism and did not protest when she carried the children with her on campaigns and braved multiple solo ventures. On many occasions, he gave money to her causes, or they worked as a team. She in turn helped to garner support for his career. 33. Despite the skeptics who did not approve of Wells Barnett's decision to marry, she entered into matrimony with every intention of carrying on with her work. The loudest objections came from African Americans who felt she had abandoned them and their cause. Even Wells Barnett's friend and supporter, Susan B. Anthony, voiced her displeasure. It was expected that female activists give up marriage and children. But Wells Barnett did not cease her work. She bought the newspaper, The Conservator, which belonged to her husband and others, was president of the Ida B. Wells Barnett Women's Club, and continued her lectures. Wells Barnett faced another challenge in terms of keeping on with her work when her first son, Charles Aicht, was born on March 25, 1896. Wells Barnett dealt with this situation by becoming the self-proclaimed only woman in the United States who ever traveled throughout the country with a nursing baby to make political speeches. Wells Barnett seemed to have achieved the impossible, balance between motherhood and social protest. But after the birth of her second son, Wells Barnett decided that being a wife and mother was a full-time job in itself and deserving of her full and undivided attention. Motherhood turned out to be a poignant experience for Wells Barnett. She had not believed she possessed the same desire as other women to bear children, both because of the grueling years as mother to her siblings and the fact that she had committed herself to an independent life and a career in journalism and activism. But motherhood caused Wells Barnett to wonder if women who shirk their duties in that respect truly realize that they have not only deprived humanity of their contribution to perpetuity, but they have robbed themselves of one of the most glorious advantages in the development of their own womanhood. Despite this revelation, Wells Barnett's hiatus from public work was brief. Lynching across the nation had continued unabated. In 1898, the lynching of an African American federal officer brought her back to public life. Wells Barnett, 5-month-old baby in tow, was among the delegation that went to Washington, D.C. to urge President McKinley to take a stand against lynching. McKinley appeared attentive, telling the delegates that secret agents were looking into the matter. Following this meeting, Wells Barnett turned her attention to raising money for the widow and surviving children of the victim. During this time, the Spanish-American War began. Wells Barnett was compelled to postpone her fundraising endeavors and return home. To her great disappointment, she was forced to abort further efforts in Washington, D.C. due to lack of organizational support, money, and interest. Organizational achievements, challenges, and protests. Ida B. Wells Barnett firmly believed that African Americans could make a greater impact in America through formal organizations. She envisioned a 534 national organization that would be numerically and financially strong enough to do the work which was so badly needed for making an organized fight upon the persistent issues of racism, discrimination, segregation, and the emerging violence of the new century, riots. On a side note, though Wells Barnett was an active church member all her life and repeatedly sought out white and black churches during her activism, the church was an organization whose support was frequently sporadic. Although Wells Barnett worked primarily with African American organizations, she periodically enlisted white supporters. Her European friends were proof of that, as were those whites, for example, who formed a committee in response to Wells Barnett's plea to put a stop to plans published in Chicago newspapers to abolish integrated schools. Her alliances with organizations brought some successes, but these liaisons were fraught with shortcomings, conflict, and opposition. Despite Wells Barnett's assertiveness and impact, she was overshadowed by other leaders who dominated the public stage. Afro-American League. The Afro-American League was re-established in 1899 to protest the issues that concerned Wells Barnett. Wells Barnett believed that the organization's progress was hindered by a lack of money and the accommodationism of men like Booker T. Washington. Accommodationism, a philosophy that advocates compliance to the status quo, was not only popular with a sizable number of African Americans but to an even greater degree with white America. Washington and other like-minded men were appointed to high political positions and advised white leaders. The influence of these men, particularly Washington, more than once, obstructed the work of the Afro-American League. By 1906, The Afro-American League had ceased to exist. National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, established in 1909 to tackle prominent issues facing African Americans such as racial violence, disfranchisement, and segregation, was another organization that initially evoked Wells Barnett's optimism. Wells Barnett was among those whose concerns helped shape this organization in its developmental stage. She was a member of the subcommittee charged with electing 40 persons for the National Negro Committee, which would be responsible for the planning and development of the forthcoming NAACP. Wells Barnett was shocked and incensed when her name did not make the list. Subsequently, her relationship with the NAACP was strained. It was clear that Wells Barnett did not have the credentials or fit the profile for entrance into the leadership of the emerging NAACP. Despite her heroic and very public anti-lynching campaign and years of experience with 35 women's clubs and journalism, Wells Barnett could not tout having college degrees, professional credentials, and formal relationships to official constituencies. Moreover, Wells Barnett was a woman, and she was radical. The new tide of leadership, brought forth by the NAACP, was largely male and conservative. And it, ultimately, took over the anti-lynching issue, acknowledging little of Wells Barnett's pioneering contribution. Notwithstanding the slight, Wells Barnett moved on to other ventures. Lone Crusader and Lynching Revisited. In the same year that the NAACP was formed, Wells Barnett again rolled up her sleeves for protest, this time, to investigate a lynching in Cairo, Illinois. Wells Barnett set out to ensure that the Illinois anti-lynching law, created in the aftermath of an earlier riot in Springfield, was upheld. In an unprecedented act against lynching, the state had established a law to dismiss any sheriff who permitted a prisoner to be taken from him and lynched. Frank Davis was the sheriff in Cairo whose prisoner, an African American known as Frog James, was indiscriminately apprehended for the murder of a white woman. He was later seized while in custody of the sheriff, pelted with as many as 500 bullets, beheaded, and burned before a crowd of men, women, and children. In Cairo, while trying to persuade the African American community to stand with her in her protest, Wells Barnett appropriately called herself the mouthpiece of the people. Although a number of men and women signed petitions to oppose Davis' reinstatement, only one African American man, a lawyer, sat by her side, as she otherwise single-handedly testified before a throng of the former sheriff's supporters during the trial. In the end, the courts upheld the crucial anti-lynching law, and Wells Barnett declared that there was not another case of lynching in Illinois from that moment on. Her triumph was recognized by a representative of the NAACP as the most outstanding thing that had been done for the race during the year. Negro Fellowship League. Wells Barnett established the Negro Fellowship League back in 1908, addressed crime in the African American community. Although she argued that lawlessness was, in general, a contrived excuse to abuse African Americans, she was aware that crimes among African Americans were real. The organization's main objective was to provide a positive alternative for young African American males recently arrived in the city who might otherwise turn to idleness and crime. The original membership consisted of young African American men, ages 18 to 30, from her Sunday school class. With the help of a philanthropic white couple, the organization was able to rent a house, referred to as a reading room, in a problem section of the 536 town on State Street where idle youth loitered or engaged in criminal activities. The house was used to lodge young men and to provide resources for assistance and employment in the city. Wells Barnett called it the Hull House for Our People. Wells Barnett bore most of the financial burden of running the reading room and did much of the hands-on work herself. Wells Barnett proclaimed proudly that the reading room provided aid for every African American who came to the NFL for help. She believed the work played a pivotal role in bettering the world for African Americans. The Negro Fellowship League helped ordinary individuals whose stories never made the press. Among the high-profile cases was an incident involving an African American named Steve Green. Wells Barnett and the NFL helped him to escape lynching and provided lodging for him after he killed a white man in self-defense. In another case, Wells Barnett went to the aid of a man named Chicken Joe Campbell who had been accused of the death of a white woman in a fire that occurred at a penitentiary where he worked. When other papers would not give her a voice because she refused to temper her writing, Wells Barnett went to the editor of the Record-Herald, who allowed her to write an article of protest. Wells Barnett's husband took on the case. Although Campbell was found guilty, he evaded a death sentence and was given a life sentence. Wells Barnett was sorely disappointed that she was unable to garner support from the professionals in the community or from any other organizations. In 1917, Wells Barnett, working via the Negro Fellowship League, protested the imprisonment and hanging of African American soldiers accused of rioting in Houston, Texas. Not everyone rallied behind her. When Wells Barnett asked local African American churches to hold a memorial for the men, she was refused. Undaunted, Wells Barnett had buttons made, which read in memorial, "Martyred Negro Soldiers," to protest what the American government had done. When she was accosted by two white Secret Service agents who accused her of treason for her stance and threatened to put her in jail and confiscate her buttons, Wells Barnett courageously stood her ground, stating that she would consider it an honor to spend whatever years are necessary in prison as the one member of the race who protested, rather than to be with all the 11,999,999 Negroes who didn't have to go to prison because they kept their mouths shut. The men, powerless to back up their threats, left, never to return. NFL and the East St. Louis riot. In 1918, Wells Barnett worked congruently with the NFL and the Chicago Defender to protest the two-day riot that took place in East St. Louis and resulted in the death of 150 African Americans and the destruction of 37 property worth nearly $1 million. The NFL organized a meeting, later publishing their speeches and resolutions in several newspapers. Wells Barnett was chosen to send the resolutions to Governor Loudon. But she wanted to do more than that. She desired to do some investigating, believing that this would strengthen their protest. Upon her arrival in East St. Louis, Wells Barnett was astonished to find that the African American community had been left without much protection and that the people were receiving no help to reconstruct their lives. Exacerbating the situation was the fact that some leaders from the African American community met with the governor, downplaying what had transpired and depicting Wells Barnett as a troublemaker. Wells Barnett, however, was able to press for an investigation into the causes of the riot, which, she observed, was focused unfairly on the African American men who had gone for help to avert the impending racial violence and consequently armed themselves in self-defense at the riot's onset. She wrote that it was those men who received the brunt of the punishment meted out. Later, Wells Barnett went to the aid of Dr. Leroy C. Bundy, who received a life sentence for his alleged participation in the rioting. She utilized the medium, the Chicago Defender, to successfully raise money for Bundy's defense, and he was released from prison. Despite the numerous accomplishments made by the NFL, Wells Barnett was forced to terminate the organization in 1920. With no money and support to draw from, she had no other choice. African American women's clubs. African American women played an essential role in Wells Barnett's activism, just as she was instrumental in their mounting power and influence and growth. She worked with and for women until her death. However, Wells Barnett's relationship with some women, particularly those in leadership positions, who tended to perceive her tactics as abrasive and threatening, was frequently strained. And she was frequently frustrated by organizational bureaucracy. Wells Barnett's popularity began to show the strain when Mary Church Terrell, president of the National Association of Colored Women's Clubs in Chicago, did not invite her to a convention in 1899 because some members did not want her there. Wells Barnett wrote of how, on another occasion, women at a meeting hissed me off the floor, because they thought she was vying for control. Some women were offended when Wells Barnett got the Ida B. Wells Club accepted as a chartered member to the largely white Chicago Women's Club without following the proper procedures. though this was a monumental step toward integrating the women's organizations. Later, Wells Barnett severed ties with Celia Parker Woolley and the Frederick Douglass Center. Wells Barnett, 538, who had been vice president of the organization, objected to the way Woolley, the founder, treated her. Woolley challenged her stance on motherhood and racist stereotyping of black men and attempted to prevent Wells Barnett from becoming president. One of Wells Barnett's most extraordinary adventures within the women's clubs was her harrowing involvement in the suffrage movement. Between 1912 and 1914, her participation in panels, dinners, canvassing, parades, and speech-making all intensified. She and her fellow suffragists endured male protest and ridicule, and tested the Jim Crowing of African American women to the back of a major pro-woman suffrage parade held in Washington, D.C., in 1913. When Wells Barnett stood her ground, refusing to go to the back of the parade, she was supported by many white women, as well as the Chicago Defender. In the same year, Wells Barnett was one of the founders of the Alpha Suffrage Club to galvanize the involvement of African American women in obtaining voting rights. This was the first African American women's suffrage organization in the United States. This club played a major role in the passage of the Illinois Municipal Voting Act, which allowed women in Illinois partial voting rights. In 1920, women obtained full voting rights in every state with the passage of the 19th Amendment. Wells Barnett urged African American women to use their newfound voting power to endorse black leadership and white leaders sympathetic to the issues faced by African Americans and to eliminate racist legislation. Despite these wins, Wells Barnett concluded that all of our leading politicians proceeded to ignore those of us who had made it possible for to realize ambition. In 1927, Wells Barnett turned her attention to politics with the hope of empowering women, as well as her race. She formed the Third Ward Women's Political Club. This club prepared women for political positions. In the same year, Wells Barnett came to the aid of Mississippians who were displaced in the Mississippi Yazoo Delta region in what was known as the greatest flood in U.S. history. Exacerbating the situation was that the flood broke the banks and levees of the Mississippi River. Wells Barnett protested the sufferings of the black victims, writing letters to Herbert Hoover, who was the Secretary of Commerce at that time and in charge of flood relief, and articles for the Defender documenting and condemning the conditions of black refugees. As a result of Hoover's responsiveness, Wells Barnett traveled the nation to endorse his candidacy for president and to register African American women to vote. Lone Crusader and Birth of a Nation. Although the NAACP presented itself as a powerful champion for African Americans, Wells Barnett was disappointed that the organization did not 39. Act in the case of The Birth of a Nation, a film whose portrayal of African Americans reflected Southern racism. The debate over the showing of the film in Chicago ended up in court, without success. Wells Barnett spoke in court to protest the film, but her efforts were to no avail. Wells Barnett blamed the NAACP, which did not make an appearance in court, as well as the lack of a leadership with a vision. She pointed out that in Philadelphia, the film was banned due to the efforts of dedicated leaders and the support of local churches, which threatened to peacefully obstruct entrance to the theater showing the film. The Equal Rights League. The Equal Rights League was a thriving organization during the early 20th century. Although Wells Barnett was not an active participant in this organization, she supported its work from time to time. In 1915, Wells Barnett was one of the delegates asked by the Equal Rights League to meet with President Woodrow Wilson to address discrimination in government agencies. William Monroe Trotter, president of the Earl, was one of the other delegates. The byproduct of this meeting was that Wilson agreed to The Birth of a Nation. The Birth of a Nation, or The Klansman, as it was also known, has gone down in history as one of the most racist propaganda films ever. And the name D.W. Griffith, for many blacks, is derided, since he chose to direct the film. Alarmingly, the movie was extremely popular, although it cast African Americans as villains and features a black slave who is hunted down by the Ku Klux Klan and lynched. In one of the concluding scenes, the Klan is shown preventing black men from voting. In short, the film is a brief history of the Civil War and the end of Reconstruction when white conservatives regained control of the South. The film was based on The Leopard's Spots, A Romance of the White Man's Burden, 1865 to 1900, and The Klansman, two novels written by Thomas Dixon. There was a third book to that trilogy, The Traitor. All three novels were romanticized encomiums of the Ku Klux Klan and Southern life and traditions. Blacks were outraged by the film and protests were carried out at showings in various cities. In locations such as Boston, Massachusetts and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the film instigated race riots. In some cities, the protesters were able to ban the film, but not everywhere. For several years following its premiere, the Ku Klux Klan actually used the film to recruit new members. 540. Look into the situation. A year later, the delegates, not including Wells Barnett, met with Wilson again. This second meeting was a fiasco. According to Wells Barnett, the president became annoyed over Mr. Trotter's persistent assertion that these discriminations were still practiced and that it was his duty as President of the United States to abolish them. Wells Barnett was one of the only leaders of the time to support Trotter's action. She, through the NFL, embarked on a campaign to regain Trotter's reputation, though many prominent African American leaders ostracized him. Earl and the Arkansas Riot. Wells Barnett's protest during the Arkansas Riot of 1919, which ignited after African American sharecroppers refused to sell their cotton at low prices, illustrates the troublesome politics that continually frustrated her and her work. It was also the cause of her breakup with the Earl. The Equal Rights League had appeared to be an organization after Wells Barnett's own heart. Its purpose, she declared, was to denounce lynching, peonage, and disfranchisement. While the extant president felt there was nothing we can do, Wells Barnett insisted that it was their duty to protest against it and let the world know that there is one organization of Negroes which refuses to be silent under such an outrage. Wells Barnett's plan included making resolutions to the president and a senator, congressman, and governor of Arkansas and writing an article for the Chicago Defender. She also conducted a personal investigation into the riot, when, disguised as a family member, she visited 12 accused men. During her visit, they sang solemn spirituals to her. Wells Barnett chastised them for being so morose and exhorted them to pray, have faith in God, and believe that they would live and be freed. Unfortunately, their resolutions were disregarded. But resolutions were also created by Wells Barnett and the People's Movement, declaring that if those 12 men were electrocuted we would use our influence to bring thousands more away from Arkansas, which needed Negro labor. These resolutions were heeded, resulting in an investigation and a new trial for the accused. But the Earl was disturbed that Wells Barnett had not shown them the resolution made by People's Movement. In her defense, she stated that this was a matter that could not be delayed. The Earl did not see her perspective, and so Wells Barnett had nothing more to do with that organization. Organizational politics further frustrated Wells Barnett when a leader in the NAACP informed her that she need not publish a list of donors in the Chicago Defender, insisting that the NAACP had everything under control and would not need further assistance from her. In the end, the 12 men, 41, were freed, and one of them visited Wells Barnett to thank her personally for her work. In addition, one of the attorneys on the case acknowledged Wells Barnett's role as a pioneer in the anti-lynching movement. Universal Negro Improvement Association. Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican immigrant who arrived to the U.S. in 1916, was the charismatic leader and founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. His grand ambitions and separatist views were unpopular with the prominent African American leaders of the period. Wells Barnett, also considered radical by her peers, was impressed by Garvey's Pan-Africanist program. Pan-Africanism is a worldview that includes all descendants of Africa, whether they be in America, Africa, South America, Europe, or elsewhere. Indeed, Garvey, in his flamboyant uniforms and Afrocentric fanfare, was outrageous in his time, and his desire to establish an independent nation for African descendants put him into a category of his own in regards to black leadership in America. Wells Barnett made complimentary statements about Garvey. She said, "Mr. Garvey made an impression on this country as no Negro before him had ever done." Although she supported his vision and accepted an invitation to speak before his membership, she thought that his illustrious career was cut short in 1922 because he had no substantial support and his goals were too ambitious. Protective Association. In 1919, Wells Barnett and the president of EARL approached local ministers to take action against the Chicago riot. From that meeting came the Protective Association. Wells Barnett played the role of ombudsman, collecting the stories of riot victims and testifying in court on their behalf. But when it came time to appoint someone to lead on behalf of the rioters, Wells Barnett objected to the Earl's selection of Attorney General Brundage, whose record with blacks was not good. When her objection was ignored, she dissolved her affiliation with the association. Final years. In 1920, Wells Barnett's activism was temporarily put to a halt due to ill health. She wrote how after having surgery for her gallstones, she took a year off from work to convalesce and ruminate over her life. The result of her introspection was that she felt she had nothing to show for all those years of toil and labor. When she felt strong enough, she continued on in her vital work with the women's clubs, and in 1930, engaged 542 in an unsuccessful race for the Illinois state legislature. On March 25, 1931, Wells Barnett died of uremia. Her funeral service was a lavish affair. Though she was scarcely recognized or credited for her enormous contributions during much of her life, there can be no doubt that her selfless contributions to the cause of African American rights and the example she set for women's equality are unsurpassed. See also Marcus Garvey. Further resources. The American Experience, Ida B. Wells: A Passion for Justice. Directed by William Greaves. PBS, 1989. DaCosta Willis, Miriam, ed. The Memphis Diary of Ida B. Wells. Boston, Beacon Press, 1994. Hendricks, Wanda. Ida B. Wells Barnett and the Alpha Suffrage Club of Chicago in Marjorie Spruill Wheeler, ed. One Woman, One Vote, Rediscovering the Woman Suffrage Movement. Troutdale Orr, New Sage Press, 1995. Ida B. Wells Barnett 2006. Ida B. Wells Memorial Foundation. January 16, 2007. http://www.idabwells.org. McMurray, Linda A. To Keep the Waters Troubled, The Life of Ida B. Wells. New York, Oxford University Press, 2000. Rydell, Robert W., ed. The Reason Why the Colored American is Not in the World's Columbian Exposition. Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1999. Schechter, Patricia A. Ida B. Wells Barnett and American Reform, 1880 to 1930. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 2001. Welch, Catherine A. Ida B. Wells Barnett, Powerhouse with a Pen. Minneapolis, Carol Rhoda Books, 2000. Wells, Ida B. Crusade for Justice, The Autobiography of Ida B. Wells. Edited by Alfreda M. Duster. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1970. Wells Barnett, Ida B. On Lynchings, Southern Horrors, A Red Record, Mob Rule in New Orleans. New York, Arno Press, 1969. 43. Roy Wilkins. Library of Congress. Roy Wilkins was the executive director of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. He was also one of the so-called Big Six on the outside. Roy Wilkins, in his gray suit, fedora, and cigar, looked every bit the benign businessman. And his autobiography, Standing Fast, The autobiography of Roy Wilkins, which describes a portion of his daily life as executive director of the NAACP between 1955 and 1977, is frequently mundane and deceptively uneventful. But Roy Wilkins was not ordinary, nor was the civil rights empire that he helped build and maintain through the harrowing civil rights movement. As civil rights organizations go, the NAACP is the largest, longest-running, and most influential. It has also notoriously been the most conservative. But that label belies the extraordinary influence of so many NAACP leaders, including Wilkins, who toiled arduously over the years to develop leverage with city officials and some of the most important leaders in the nation. It also ignores the fact that the NAACP was so disdained in parts of the South that local chapters were prohibited, that it waged undercover operations and demonstrations, and that as a strategy the conservative element proved to be immensely effective. In fact, the NAACP relied largely on behind-the-scenes negotiations, lobbying, and litigation. Wilkins was Assistant Secretary of the NAACP when the famous Brown v. Board of Education gave the death blow to segregation in public schools. This was a major milestone in the early years of the movement, though it provoked violent backlash from whites in the South who viciously opposed racial integration. As a leader of the civil rights movement, Roy Wilkins was not overly spiritual or charismatic, nor was he a ubiquitous media figure like Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., leader of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He was not recklessly daring like James Farmer of the Congress of Racial Equality or John Lewis and James Foreman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Wilkins was middle class, married with no children, middle of the road, and straight-laced. He could be heavy-handed when he wanted to be. When the civil rights leaders combined forces, Wilkins liked to steer their meetings and was not shy about reminding others of the importance and power of the NAACP. He sometimes participated in marches and picketing, but his main task was to manage his well-organized and sophisticated organization and maintain its middle-of-the-road stance throughout the civil rights era and the militant Black Power movement. Out of the public eye, Wilkins made profound changes and engaged in negotiations and legislative reforms that were indispensable to ensuring the freedoms and rights of African Americans. Without question, Wilkins' abilities and achievements were as important to the movement as those of the men and women who battled on the front lines. 546. Childhood. If it were not for a certain mishap, Roy Ottaway Wilkins would have been born in Holly Springs, Mississippi, where his parents and grandparents had lived for many years. As fate would have it, on August 30th, he was born in St. Louis, Missouri, a turn of events that had a great impact on his life and outlook. The story of Roy's birth begins with his father, William, showing his radicalness by fighting back rather than submit to racial etiquette. William came upon a white man on the road who called him a nigger and hollered at him to let him pass. Racial etiquette demanded that blacks always step aside and yield to whites. But this time the white man got a violent beating instead. To avoid white backlash, William's father, Asbury, sent him and Sweetie Mayfield, his new wife, out of town. They traveled to St. Louis, Missouri, which was the furthest north either one of them had ever been. The legacy of the Wilkins family extended back into slavery. Wilkins' great-great-grandfather was a slave. As with most black slaves, the surname Wilkins originated from the white family who owned them. After the emancipation of the slaves during the Civil War, Roy's grandfather Asbury stayed on the plantation and married Emma, a woman who had a pronounced scar on her arm, a punishment for accidentally burning her white mistress' dress while ironing when she was a slave. Although Asbury Wilkins acquiesced to the racist laws in the wake of Reconstruction, he was not entirely passive. Wilkins was a member of the Loyal League, a club that endorsed rights and suffrage for recently freed slaves. Although he could only sign his name with an X, he chose to engage in the political struggle for voting rights. The Loyal League mounted numerous parades and marches at the polls, and freedmen marched in procession on Election Day. Voting in this period was a precarious adventure. Throughout the South, whites challenged black voters with physical force, intimidation, and trickery. Troublemaker and bad nigger were some of the labels given to African Americans who resisted the traditional way of life in the South. Willie, one of 3 sons and a daughter born to Asbury and Emma, was considered the family's first troublemaker. Unlike his father, Willie received an education in a segregated school and attended Rust College where he met Sweetie Mayfield. Willie customarily talked back to whites and blacks alike. When he beat the white man who had commanded him to step aside, it must have horrified his family, friends, and neighbors. Life in St. Louis for Willie and Sweetie was difficult. To be sure, St. Louis was not completely integrated, and upon their arrival, the couple marveled at the fact that they did not have to sit in the back seats on the trolley they 47 rode, and that there were no black and white only restrooms. But the rest of daily life in St. Louis was largely segregated, and Willie, as in the South, was forced to take the lowest paying jobs. The experience was demoralizing. Religion helped allay much of the pain, and his burgeoning family Roy, Armada, and Earl was, in the beginning, a delightful escape from the grueling workday. But for the most part, William was a dour, frustrated man. This St. Louis in which young Roy grew up took the form of blocks and blocks of hard concrete and buildings. He never had the pleasure of exploring the expansive farmland and country lanes of Mississippi, but he was sheltered from the oppressive laws and conditions of the South. Wilkins remembered friendly police officers who greeted him as they passed by him or patted his head, and days frolicking with his mother and his 2 siblings. His mother was a gentle, demure preacher's daughter. In St. Louis, Roy attended an all-black school kindergarten and the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Roy was resistant to religion from the start. He did not understand the demonstrative and loud sermons, or the emotional response from the members. He endured the daily Bible readings his father insisted upon at the dinner table before the evening meal. When his mother got sick and was later diagnosed with consumption, the church women flooded the small house, cooking meals, scrubbing the floors, washing the laundry, and seeing to other household matters. Wilkins recalled their warmth and generosity, but when his mother was near death, and one of those genial women scooped up a shrieking baby Earl in her arms, Roy became angry and told her to leave him alone. Roy was shuttled off to a neighbor for the night, which was the night his mother died. Aunt Elizabeth was the fairer-skinned sister of Roy's mother, a warm, loving, ebullient, and welcome presence for the grieving family. Elizabeth soon convinced William that the best course of action would be to follow her sister's wishes and let her and her husband, Sam Williams, take the children to St. Paul, Minnesota, rather than send them to their grandparents in the small, racially oppressive town of Holly Springs. The train ride to St. Paul enchanted Roy. He could hardly eat, he was so excited, nor was he too disappointed when the train came to a roaring stop at their destination. Uncle Sam was as wonderful and attentive as Elizabeth. The couple had no children of their own, but Roy, Armada, and Earl filled that gap, and so received extraordinary opportunities, love, and encouragement from their adoptive parents. Uncle Sam added 3 new rooms and a bathroom for his new family. Home was a clean, comfortable place, nestled in an idyllic middle-class neighborhood with neat lawns and plush trees. Most of the neighbors were white, with many Irish, Swedish, German, Jewish, and French immigrants. Williams had one of the best jobs any black man could have. He was the chief steward of the rail car that belonged to the president of the great 548 Northern Pacific Railroad. This job led to many luxuries for his family, including lavish Christmases with Christmas trees that filled the sunny home with the scent of pine, boundless wrapped gifts, and turkey dinners. Sam and Elizabeth inculcated the importance of education to Roy and his siblings. But Roy did not expect, on his first day of his school, to walk into a room full of white children. After the initial shock, he settled into school life, making friends with the other boys and interacting without incident with his teachers. Henry, his best friend, was a blonde who lived in a rougher part of town, where roguish white boys were the only ones known to use the word nigger. The kindness that most other individuals in Roy's environment displayed was remarkable for the times. One mother in Roy's neighborhood treated him like one of her own. Church, on the other hand, was still very much segregated, either by preference, tradition, or both. In St. Paul, Roy and his family attended the AIM Church. In the beginning, Roy liked going to church no more than he had in St. Louis. When Aunt Elizabeth caught him pantomiming Reverend Jones at the pulpit, she put him into the children's choir, where he had to sit in the front pews and could not act up. Roy never developed a fervent zeal for church-going, but he did eventually get involved. Besides the choir, he was later employed as the church janitor and then superintendent of the Sunday school, even teaching a class himself. Roy's biological father tried to get his children back at one point. But Aunt Elizabeth and Uncle Sam hired a black attorney and became the legal guardians of the children in 1911. William, who had remarried, moved to St. Paul to be close to his children. For the most part, life continued undisturbed for Roy. With the exception of the side of town where whites called blacks nigger, Roy was sheltered from racism. So oblivious was he when it came to race issues that it was not until years later that he realized how much his life had been framed in protest, by his grandfather, father, as well as his Uncle Sam, who was a member of the local branch of the NAACP. The community, too, was familiar with activism. A friend of the family was the esteemed Frederick McGee, a Minnesota attorney who joined the Niagara movement and later the NAACP. The family doctor and the pastor of the church were instrumental in quashing the attempt to make interracial marriage unlawful in Minnesota. Roy's family had a subscription to the NAACP's organ, The Crisis, edited by W.E.B. Du Bois. The issues that affected blacks in St. Paul were less intense than elsewhere in the nation, particularly the South, where lynching, riots, and legal and social oppression abounded, but there was still discrimination in employment and evidence of Jim Crow practices in hotels and restaurants. When Roy read Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk, he memorized sections of it, but he could not completely relate or comprehend its full meaning. In 1915, Roy went on to George White Bright Mechanical Arts High School, the top high school in his town. If it had not been for Miss Copley, his 49 English teacher, who pulled him aside and nurtured his natural gift for writing, he would have pursued engineering. Instead, he became the editor of the school's literary magazine, editor of the school's yearbook, and president of the Literary Society. In 1919, Wilkins graduated as salutatorian. University of Minnesota. That fall, Roy began his college career at the University of Minnesota, where he studied sociology. His uncle paid for most of his expenses. Roy lived at home and worked a multitude of small jobs at a golf club, the Union Station, Minneapolis Steel and Machinery Company, Swift and Company Slaughterhouses, and the Northern Pacific's North Coast Limited. In his second year, Roy made money writing for the Minnesota Daily, the university's newspaper. In the summer of 1920, racial violence came to Duluth, a town near St. Paul. The experience was traumatic for Roy, who wrote that he lost innocence on race once and for all and felt sick, scared, and angry, causing him to finally grasp what Du Bois had been writing about. What happened in Duluth was as follows: a white 18-year-old accused black men of putting a gun to his head and raping his girlfriend. Some 22 black men were apprehended as a result. 3 men were abducted from jail and openly lynched in what had been a quiescent street of the small and unsuspecting town. The 13 men who stood trial were known as the Duluth 13. The national NAACP and 3 of the NAACP branches in Minnesota, including the one in St. Paul, raised money for their defense. All of the cases but one were either acquitted or dismissed based on lack of evidence. It took many years for one black man who was convicted and sentenced to 30 years in prison to be set free. Roy was 19 years old when the news of the lynching and the case of the Duluth 13 emblazoned papers across the nation. That he was around the same age as the men who were lynched, as well as those who were tried, rattled him. It did one other profound thing: It forced Wilkins to realize that the world was not the idyllic utopia that he had experienced in his St. Paul neighborhood. Wilkins also experienced racism at the university. He was not allowed to join any of the fraternities on campus because of the color of his skin. And when a possible Ku Klux Klan presence on campus was talked about, the white journalists at the Minnesota Daily jokingly commented that there was a new university club. Everyone but Wilkins laughed. These sorts of experiences fueled Wilkins' burgeoning racial consciousness. He and other black students organized the first black fraternity on campus. He entered an oratorical contest, giving a presentation on democracy or 550. Democracy, a speech based on the Duluth 13, and won third place. In 1922, he joined the NAACP. Wilkins continued to work for the university paper, eventually becoming the night editor, writing the light and breezy articles on campus happenings. But in his other world, Wilkins sought to address the weightier issues that affected blacks. He edited the Northwestern Bulletin, a small black newspaper owned by a friend, in 1922. When the editor of the St. Paul Appeal died in a car accident, Wilkins became its new editor. Through his work with the Appeal, Wilkins gained access into the who's who of the local black community and was initiated into the world of African American protest. Wilkins, ambitious and idealistic, explored issues he had not ever thought of before, such as the Ku Klux Klan, NAACP activities, and the trial of the controversial Marcus Garvey, leader of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. He was just 21. Finding his way in Kansas City. In 1923, Wilkins graduated from the University of Minnesota with a degree in sociology. That summer, on assignment for The Call, a well-established black newspaper in Kansas City, he went to the 1923 NAACP's Midwestern Race Relations Conference. At the conference, Wilkins met and was awestruck by the eloquent and forceful leaders of the NAACP: James Weldon Johnson, Walter White, Du Bois, and William Pickens. The conference included a silent march, week-long daily meetings on race issues, and a stirring concluding meeting on the last day. Wilkins wrote, "I had never seen anything like it." A haunting chorus of 200 Negroes in white robes sang "It's Listen to the Lambs," and after Johnson, the General Secretary of the NAACP, spoke, 10,000 black people rose to their feet. They cheered and clapped until their voices were hoarse and their hands stinging with pain. As they cheered, the soft sunlight streamed down around James Weldon Johnson, and I knew I had seen a great leader and found my own cause. An excited Wilkins joined the staff of The Call that October, but his experience in Kansas City fell short of what he had expected. He had hoped for a thriving life in the big city. But racism was rampant and limited his access and enjoyment of the city's diversions. Wilkins was shocked to discover at his first baseball game in Kansas City that seating was segregated, and that blacks were designated the worst seats. When he politely yielded his seat on a streetcar to an aged white woman, she snapped back, not to him, but to a white passenger, "I am not old enough yet to accept a seat from a nigger," and remained standing. Racism showed itself in everyday encounters like this and elsewhere. Police officers bullied blacks, especially those who were engaged in 51. Interracial relationships. Officers ignored criminal activity in black neighborhoods. The Linwood Improvement Association worked to keep blacks confined in dilapidated homes. And the black schools were never given monetary support to improve buildings and provide up-to-date textbooks. Whenever possible, Wilkins wrote articles to expose such atrocities, and also experimented with activism outside of journalism. He helped organize a boycott of Jim Crow theaters and coordinated a Paul Robeson concert with an unprecedented integrated audience. When a lynching happened near Kansas City, Wilkins' frustration got the better of him, and he uncharacteristically conceived of a radical, revolutionary plan of retaliation. He wanted to organize a band of young Negroes to raid towns where such murders had taken place. Retaliation was my goal. What I had in mind was a black Robin Hood band that would pounce and punish with no warning. But he came to his senses and never implemented that plan. Wilkins did join a group of progressive professionals that met to discuss race issues, but eventually stopped going, exasperated that the intense dialogues never produced any action. He then created Talking It Over, a column in the Call that existed for the purpose of blasting racism, discrimination, and racial injustices. As Wilkins established himself as a writer, tragedy struck in his family. In 1927, his sister, a sophomore at Hamline College, died of tuberculosis. In 1928, his aunt and uncle both died within a short period of time, Uncle Sam dying from a stroke on his way home after hearing his wife had had a heart attack. Aunt Elizabeth died while recovering from her heart attack and preparing for her husband's funeral. Earl moved to Kansas City to be near Roy. But Wilkins was reconsidering his life in Kansas City. Other black professionals, disheartened by Jim Crow, packed up their bags and left town for Chicago, New York, or other cities. Wilkins' first visit to New York in 1929 made it harder to stay in Kansas City. The most memorable aspect of the trip to New York was when he sat side by side with whites and blacks at a concert on Broadway and at the famed Harlem neighborhood of the Harlem Renaissance. Wilkins pondered over the question of whether to leave or stay in Kansas City. Should he keep on with the lonely fight in Kansas City? Would he find a better job than the Call in New York? Minnie Bedeau was a welcome distraction from his constant brooding over this question and from his grief over the recent loss of his family members. Bedeau was a doe-eyed beauty, an independent and critical thinker like himself, who had recently arrived from St. Louis to begin her career as a social worker with the Urban League. They met at a fashion show benefit in 1928. Although Bedeau's mother was initially unimpressed by the young journalist, they married on September 15, 1929, at the office of the Justice of the Peace. Married life was blissful and exciting, filled with concerts and activity, but Wilkins was still on edge due to racial tensions in Kansas City. Minnie, 552, was concerned when one day, Wilkins, in an uncharacteristic move, aggressively approached a white man who asked her for directions. Wilkins had misunderstood, seeing only a white man approaching a solitary black woman. When Wilkins uncovered a local scam against African Americans and boldly printed it on the front cover of the Call, his life was threatened. Many insisted on going with Wilkins wherever he went. It was believed at that time that gangsters would not murder victims in front of spouses. In 1930, the NAACP led a campaign against the nomination of Judge John J. Parker to the U.S. Supreme Court. Voting power was one of the most powerful weapons available to blacks, and the NAACP hoped to sway the vote against Parker, who had publicly uttered racist comments, such as "Negroes in politics is a source of evil and danger to both races." Wilkins was instrumental in the NAACP's quest. By now, he had acquired much acclaim through his work at the Call and as secretary of the local NAACP chapter. Wilkins wrote articles exposing the judge's racist remarks and sent one to President Herbert Hoover. The campaign was a success, and Wilkins' contribution was acknowledged by the National Office of the NAACP. W.E.B. Du Bois, editor of The Crisis, extended an offer to Wilkins to become the business manager of his paper. But Wilkins declined. He did not feel he had the credentials to meet the needs of that position. Wilkins remained at the forefront of local issues and protests. He launched a successful boycott to challenge the employment discrimination of white businesses frequented by blacks, targeting a local bakery. In the nearby town of Clinton, where there was talk of an impending lynching, he conducted an investigation of his own and published a report of the incident from the point of view of the black victims. In 1931, Walter White, in his first year as executive secretary of the NAACP, sent an invitation to Wilkins to fill his former position as assistant secretary. Wilkins could scarcely keep his cool. Wilkins, and anyone else who followed the NAACP, knew about White. One of his most famous exploits was to go to the South disguised as a white man to investigate lynchings. Since White had straight hair, fair skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair, he had passed easily as white. Wilkins accepted the invitation because of his admiration for white and the reputation of the NAACP at last was a fighting organization, not a tame band of status quo Negroes. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People job was a prime opportunity for Wilkins. Not only was it the leading 53 organization for protest work, but Wilkins would be second in command, making more money than he had at the call. It also offered him the opportunity to move to New York and escape the Jim Crow culture of Kansas City. In the early days after his arrival in New York, Wilkins' social calendar was full. He and many enjoyed dinners with White and his wife, Gladys, and they received invitations to hear the latest bands and attend premier concerts. But as the days progressed, work became his priority. He did not make many friends at the office, which he characterized as a stilted place. There was little in the way of light office humor or banter. It was work, 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 punctuated by the hammering of typewriters and the perpetual ringing of telephone calls. Dubois, the editor of The Crisis, was withdrawn and serious, brooding over the magazine that was his life's work. White was often away on business, which added to Wilkins' responsibilities. In the evenings, it was off to the movies, to see a musical featuring the mercurial Cab Calloway, to the Harlem Opera House, or to visit a museum. Sometimes, Wilkins would share a drink with a friend before hustling home. Sometimes he went straight home and dissolved the cares of the high-paced day by playing the radio softly and reading a book. Come morning, Wilkins was off and running again, dressing carefully in a gray suit, then bounding off to catch the train to work. Wilkins' walk from the train to the office conjures the image of an unassuming man, alone with his thoughts, anonymous in gray suit and fedora, passing pedestrians who at first had no idea that he was a man wrestling with mountainous and bewildering problems without the cooperation of the city, state, or federal government. Almost everything the NAACP labored to accomplish was done with great struggle. There was struggle within the NAACP leadership too. In those early days, even the notoriously straight-laced Wilkins thought the organization was too conservative. And there were other tensions, most notably between White and Dubois, two strong-willed men with frequently conflicting objectives. From the office to the field. Wilkins wrote that his earliest duties involved a little bit of everything: writing, lecturing, organizing new branches, raising money for a treasury that was always depression dry, running the office while Walter was touring around the country. In 1932, Wilkins, itching for something more thrilling than the humdrum tasks of writing, managing, and lecturing, plotted a scheme to investigate conditions in Mississippi, where, according to an undercover investigation, the Army was paying Negroes a dime an hour for shifts as long as 12 hours a day of flood control dams and levees along the Mississippi Delta. 554. Walter White, a known swashbuckler, knew the perils of going to the Deep South under any conditions, and considering that Wilkins was a dewy-eyed activist who only knew the South from reading about it and had no first-hand experience, he was not easily persuaded. When he finally agreed, he sent George Schulier along with Wilkins. The two men traveled to Mississippi, masquerading as poor blacks, then separated upon arrival. Wilkins almost blew his cover with one woman, who rented him lodging, who observed the smoothness of his hands and looked askance at him when he asked her where he could find a fire to warm himself in the morning. That question would cost him, because most blacks working in the camps went straight to work without the luxury of warmth, even though it was freezing cold and snowy in December. Hidden dangers and close calls abounded for Wilkins and Schulier. Schulier almost went to jail, after being wrongly accused of a crime committed by other blacks. Once, when Wilkins and Schulier were together, they were stopped by a car filled with white men. Luckily, the men continued on and did not molest them. Wilkins was moved by the evidence of poverty around him and by the generosity of the people he met despite their poverty. One black family took him in, offering him the shelter of a home that was an unpainted shack in the woods. The cracks in the floorboards were so wide I could see chickens scratching on the ground below. The mother gave him a meal from what she had and a place to sleep. Wilkins gave her $3 when he left the next day. The money was more than she could have scraped together in a year. In January, the duo scuttled back to New York, where they reported their findings at the crowded Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., Senator Robert F. Wagner, one of the NAACP's few white allies, pressured the Senate to increase wages for black workers. It was a modest raise, but the win was encouraging. Wilkins wrote a letter to Arthur Spingarn, chairman of the National Committee, stating that the NAACP should hold itself up as a defender of the rights of Negroes everywhere and under all circumstances. Spingarn wrote back, stating that his ideas were good and noble but required more resources than were currently available, unless they were able to mobilize volunteer attorneys and one full-time attorney to do the job. He concluded by saying he would think about it. Demonstration and arrest. When Franklin D. Roosevelt began his first year as the president in 1933, many were aglow with optimism, for he represented hope for those who had suffered most from the Great Depression. It had been a stark period for 55. All Americans, and yet African Americans benefited the least from Roosevelt's New Deal program. Wilkins was highly critical of Roosevelt over this fact. However, in Eleanor Roosevelt, the president's wife, African Americans found a champion. Although she could be overly cautious many times, and there were limitations to her influence, the support she gave was radically different than what blacks had historically experienced. Wilkins called her a loyal and effective friend. Roosevelt, a tall, confident, and progressive woman, believed in equality among the races, and said so at a speech she gave at an anti-lynching art exhibition to mobilize support for the Wagner-Costigan anti-lynching bill. In that day and age, black issues were not popular. Roosevelt's bold support of the NAACP's anti-lynching campaign was deeply appreciated. But even the support of the First Lady was not enough. In October of 1934, there was a particularly outrageous lynching in Florida. Though the local authorities knew in advance about the lynch mob, they did nothing to prevent it beforehand or to punish the perpetrators after the fact. Through the pioneering agitation of Ida B. Wells Barnett in the late 19th century and other organizations in the 20th, lynching the South's abominable secret was coming under increased scrutiny. However, the federal government remained unresponsive. The NAACP supported legislation such as the Dyer and Wagner-Costigan anti-lynching bills, but the South's influence blocked the passage of both bills. When, in 1934, Attorney General Homer S. Cummings announced a national crime conference to be held in Washington, D.C., Wilkins was astonished to learn that lynching was not one of the issues to be addressed. White wrote a letter to the Attorney General. The reply was, in short, the same response the NAACP had always gotten on lynching. The government, due to the influence of politicians from the South, would not budge. Wilkins came up with an idea that he felt would finally give lynching the attention it deserved, though there were many who scoffed at him. Picketing, he wrote later, was a radical act to most of the NAACP, while friends of Walter White suggested that the idea of a demonstration was hackneyed and ineffectual. Wilkins thought otherwise. With White's approval, Wilkins drew support from others, including Virginia R. McGuire, president of the local NAACP branch in Washington. Wilkins made up slogans to paint on picket signs such as 5,068 lynchings in USA in 52 years, and Al Capone got 11 years. Lynchers get cheers on a bitter cold day in December. Wilkins and 3 other men marched in front of Constitution Hall, where the conference on crime was taking place. Because they had not followed the code or received parade permits, the cops loaded them off to jail. The arrest of these men prompted a second demonstration. This time, the signs were of the correct dimensions. 70 men and women participated, wearing, for a theatrical touch, nooses around their necks. The cops could do nothing to stop the demonstrations as the signs were all under code. The demonstration made headlines. Wilkins had found a way to make lynching an issue, with or without the federal government's support, and in doing so was making a name for himself, and coming out from under the shadow of Walter White. Amenia Conference. Wilkins showed his radical side in other ways. When the NAACP began to plan for its second Amenia Conference in 1932, Wilkins brazenly suggested that only African Americans attend. Since the focus of that conference was to assess the current situation of African Americans, he felt there was no one better to participate in that discussion than African Americans. A compromise was made. Whites were allowed to attend, but only a small number and only for a limited amount of time. At the conference, Wilkins presented the idea he had submitted to Spingarn following his Mississippi assignment. He suggested that the NAACP broaden its programs to assist African Americans throughout the nation, and not just regarding civil rights cases. The matter was discussed, but it would not be implemented until years later. Du Bois controversy. Wilkins' radicalism paled in comparison to what Du Bois published in The Crisis in the beginning of 1934. Du Bois' startling endorsement of voluntary separatism in 1934 was in stark contrast to the NAACP's stance on integrationism. Since 1910, Du Bois had been entrusted with publishing anything he saw fit. However, when Walter White took charge, he tightened the reins on Du Bois and insisted on overseeing the newspaper's content. That Du Bois and White butted heads was obvious to Wilkins. The two strong-willed men bickered at meetings, and Du Bois often used The Crisis to lash back at White. The Crisis had become, for Du Bois, his own soapbox, which he used not only to fight racial injustice but to express his disagreement with White. It took everybody at the NAACP by surprise when Du Bois resigned in the summer of 1934. Wilkins was sorry to see him go and intimidated by the fact that he fell heir to the responsibility of editing The Crisis. Scottsboro case. The Scottsboro case presented another heady challenge for Wilkins. The case began in 1931, following the arrest of 9 African American youths. 57. Age 13 to 19, accused of rape by 2 white women. This was not the first case of this kind, but it was certainly among the most sensational. The legal arm of the Communist Party and the International Labor Defense Organization stepped up quickly in defense of the youths. The NAACP did not get involved until 1935, when it combined its efforts with the American Civil Liberties Union, the Methodist Federation for Social Service, the International Labor Defense, and the League for Industrial Democracy. This was a radical move. For one thing, the NAACP generally shied away from sex cases like this one. For another, everyone was less than thrilled to work side by side with the communists. During the period of the Red Scare, the NAACP had worked hard to distance its organization from communists. A common charge from Southerners was that any protest organization that challenged the life and laws of their region was affiliated with the Communist Party. The Scottsboro case was bitterly fought and dragged on for years. The trials themselves were a long ordeal. In the end, charges were dropped for 4 of the youths after they had served 6 years in prison on death row. The other 5 youths received lengthy sentences. The remainder of the decade was filled with non-stop activism for Wilkins. Beginning in 1934, the NAACP launched a legal campaign to desegregate schools. This was run by the newly formed legal department, headed by Charles Hamilton Houston. Both Houston and Thurgood Marshall played vital roles in these cases. In 1957, Marshall formalized the legal arm of the NAACP by establishing the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund as a separate entity. Wilkins took great pleasure in watching the NAACP star attorney, Thurgood Marshall, chisel steadily away, case by case, at Jim Crow. In 1936, Wilkins helped coordinate a campaign against presidential hopeful William E. Borah, a senator from Idaho. Although he was considered a progressive Republican, his track record with blacks was poor. And he refused support to anti-lynching bills. The picketing campaign worked like a charm. Most African Americans voted against him, and he lost his bid for the nomination. World War II and the NAACP. The war years were complicated for the NAACP. On a personal note, they began unhappily for Wilkins, too, for in 1941, when America officially entered the war, Wilkins' brother died. Throughout the 1940s, Wilkins fought on the front lines of an all-out challenge against racial discrimination. African Americans faced discrimination in all areas of life. Discriminatory laws were most apparent in the 558 South, but the North had its problems too. Blacks faced injustice in the judicial system, anti-black violence, and joblessness due to racism and discrimination. These problems raised the question of why blacks would support America in its war effort to bring democracy abroad when they were deprived of full equality and equal rights at home. But support it they overwhelmingly did. The NAACP supported the war effort and encouraged blacks to do the same, despite the bitter fact that blacks served in segregated units, a fact that confounded Wilkins and other leaders. The hope was that through participation and demonstration of patriotism, blacks would effect greater gains at home. Wilkins accepted a government appointment to serve on a draft board, where he was an eyewitness to class preference and race discrimination. A large proportion of wealthy whites evaded the draft. The NAACP's support of the war did not keep Wilkins from expressing his sour opinion of Jim Crow in the armed forces. When Wilkins made a presentation at an Urban League event, he was told to not speak against military segregation, since his audience would be mostly white and one of the men in attendance was an African American colonel. Wilkins gritted his teeth and gave his speech, lambasting discrimination in the military. To his surprise, the audience exploded in applause. A Philip Randolph, a tall, lean, and staid figure in his early 50s who had been a firebrand in the early century and had come to fame as the leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, suggested a large-scale demonstration, a march on Washington, D.C. to press the government to abolish segregated armed forces. Wilkins was more than up for it. The march, however, did not happen, for the threat alone was enough to pressure President Roosevelt to create Executive Order 8802. This order did not desegregate the military forces, but it did prohibit discrimination in federal agencies and departments. It was viewed as a meaningful start. The war helped create job opportunities for African Americans. This was a good thing, but there were disastrous ramifications. As more blacks from the South migrated to the North to fill the new jobs, racial tensions between whites and immigrants escalated in the urban neighborhoods. Competition for housing and employment, as well as racism, inflamed the competitors and caused race riots throughout cities in the North such as Detroit, Michigan and Harlem, New York. Wilkins and his wife were caught in a riot that occurred in Harlem in 1943. The Wilkinses were on a bus on their way home when a brick crashed through the window. One passenger was injured and had to be taken to the hospital. Wilkins joined White shortly thereafter at the police station. The men went with Mayor LaGuardia into the streets to help quell the rioting. The war presented special challenges for African Americans, as well as for the NAACP. Yet the NAACP prospered. By the time peace was declared, the organization had accumulated 500,000 members and 1,200 branches. 59. While Wilkins contemplated this great success and made plans for the future of the organization, he received troubling news. His doctor informed him that he had colon cancer. On June 20, 1946, Wilkins, who had fought so hard for the public good, awakened from surgery knowing he faced a personal battle. Wilkins spent the summer recuperating and returned to work in October, in time to celebrate Executive Order 9808, which White and others had been canvassing for during Wilkins' long convalescence. White also brought Wilkins up to date on the new issues the organization had taken on, such as improving housing conditions and raising the minimum wage. Wilkins was not the only NAACP leader who took ill. As the organization flourished, others faltered, undoubtedly falling prey to the rigorous schedules their work demanded. Thurgood Marshall was ill in 1946. In the following year, White suffered a heart attack. Then the doctors informed Wilkins that his cancer had returned. Wilkins was not expected to survive this second bout. But many did not accept the doctor's grim prognosis. She put her husband on a strict regimen of fun and relaxation, including plenty of baseball and football games and most importantly, no NAACP work. Wilkins' cancer went into remission. One of Wilkins' main objectives during this period was to push the federal government to produce strong legislation towards civil rights. Not since Reconstruction had African Americans witnessed substantial laws that granted them equal rights and protection. By the end of Reconstruction, with state governments again under the control of white Southerners, those few laws had been eroded and the racial climate had worsened. The federal government moved sluggishly, despite the urgent demands put forward by civil rights leaders and the rampant violence and abuses African Americans suffered in the South. President Truman appeared to be a promising ally. When he appeared and spoke at the NAACP's 38th annual convention in 1947, he became the first president to do so. In October 1947, he established a Commission on Civil Rights and, in 1948, issued Executive Order 9980 and 9981, and spoke brazenly about a plan to advance civil rights during the 1948 presidential campaign. Wilkins and his colleagues were elated. It appeared that the moment they had toiled and sacrificed for was at hand. Truman won the 1948 campaign, but his promises fell dismally short. At the same time, the NAACP underwent an internal crisis. In 1949, Walter White divorced his wife Gladys and married a white woman named Poppy Cannon and decided to take a year-long leave of absence. This meant that Wilkins would be in charge of the NAACP, and his first task would be to resolve the unrest that White's sudden news had created within the organization. While at the National Convention in Los Angeles, California, Wilkins permitted a discussion over White's recent marriage. The final argument: how could an organization committed to integration fire its chief executive for marrying a white woman? Wilkins also addressed Paul Robeson's comment that African Americans would not participate in a war against the Communist Soviet Union and the recent resignation of Du Bois. Civil rights movement. Beginning in 1949, and throughout the 1950s and 1960s, the NAACP initiated a number of strong civil rights gains and was a high-profile participant in the historic civil rights movement. In 1949, Wilkins coordinated the largest mass lobby ever to fall upon Washington. The mobilization effort included some 4,000 people, representing various associations, unions, churches, and other organizations. The outcome of this effort included the establishment of a leadership conference on civil rights and a meeting with President Truman. Truman received them coolly and remained unresponsive. Nonetheless, the NAACP rejoiced over that small step. The first of the major legislative achievements of the civil rights movement occurred in 1954, with the monumental ruling of Brown v. Board of Education, which desegregated public schools. When Walter White died in that same year, Roy Wilkins became the new executive secretary of the NAACP. Also in that year, Martin Luther King, Jr. led an extraordinary campaign, the Montgomery bus boycott, which led to an Alabama state ruling that declared segregated laws for buses unconstitutional. One of Wilkins' primary objectives as the leader of the NAACP was to pursue further civil rights legislation. This was a daunting task, requiring long and intense negotiations. One of his great frustrations was being constantly told that the NAACP was pressing too hard, moving too fast for change. Another difficulty was gaining a victory, only to have to deal with the intense and often violent resistance that welled up in the aftermath of that victory. After the Brown v. Board of Education ruling, Wilkins helped advocate for the first black students to integrate the Little Rock Central High School. This was a harrowing experience. Tensions were so hostile that President Eisenhower had to call in federal troops. As time wore on, Wilkins divided his time between lobbying, civil rights rallies, and keeping a close eye on mounting civil rights demonstrations. The NAACP was notorious for being a conservative organization, limiting its demonstrations to rallies, marches, and picketing. But Wilkins was not a complete fan of the nonviolent direct action tactics King had popularized. Although he knew its importance in the grand scheme of things, he saw real changes in society coming about through changes in the laws. 61. The hostility to blacks spread to the NAACP itself. Beginning in 1956, several states resorted to legal action to stop the NAACP from setting up chapters in their states. One such state, Louisiana, tried to force the NAACP to report its members. Alabama was permitted a restraining order to prevent any NAACP organizations from forming in its state or engaging in fundraising activities. Other states to initiate similar ordinances were Georgia and Texas. When, at long last, the Civil Rights Act of 1957 was enacted, Wilkins referred to it as a crumb. The act was largely directed towards strengthening voting rights for blacks. However, it had little substance and its overall effect was anemic. Wilkins explained in his autobiography that sit-ins and other demonstrations were nothing new. There had been isolated sit-in demonstrations staged by individuals as early as the 19th century. Adam Clayton Powell led boycotts in the 1930s. The Congress of Racial Equality staged demonstrations in the 1940s. He was proud of the NAACP Youth Council when it staged sit-ins in 1958, but he felt differently about the large-scale sit-in movement and the widely staged demonstrations of the 1960s. When, in 1960, several college students in North Carolina staged a sit-in that sparked numerous youth-led sit-ins throughout the nation, Wilkins received the news with wariness. And he was skeptical when King helped mobilize these youths to establish the Student Nonviolent Coordination Committee. Wilkins wrote that the students were young, committed, and valiant, but they would have no staying power beyond a few short years' time. My own experiences had taught me that the struggle would still be going on long after they were out of college and immersed in other concerns. Only a strong organization like the NAACP could survive the wear that went on year after year after year. Indeed, SNCC collapsed at the end of the decade, while the NAACP remains active today. Nonetheless, Wilkins assisted SNCC, raising money to pay bail following the numerous arrests and to help pick up the pieces when their students were expelled from colleges and universities because of their activism. Wilkins participated in the civil rights movement in a variety of ways. He joined leaders like Randolph and King, who were leading marches, at a large rally at the Democratic Political Convention in 1960. A young, fresh-faced, Hollywood handsome Harvard graduate named John F. Kennedy was at this rally, hoping to win support for his presidential election campaign. When his presentation turned to voting rights, desegregating schools, and combating discrimination, everyone's curiosity was piqued. 562. John F. Kennedy. Wilkins had casually tracked Kennedy while he was a senator between 1953 and 1960. Wilkins was a little perplexed by him. An aura of glamour enveloped him, which affected African Americans as well as whites. Wilkins admitted that when he was around Kennedy, even he found it hard to resist Kennedy's magnetism. Kennedy's support of blacks was legendary. One of his most well-known achievements was bringing about King's release when he was jailed in 1960. When Kennedy became president, he put African Americans in positions of power within the government. Yet despite one meeting after another, Kennedy resisted Wilkins' pleas to implement a strong civil rights bill. The truth was that Kennedy did not want to upset the Southern politicians, he wanted to make gradual changes that would not lose votes for the Democrats. Wilkins observed that it took a combination of racial violence and media coverage to spur Kennedy to action. When racists attacked the Freedom Riders in 1961, the press were there to cover the horrific story. With television, newspapers, and radio stations broadcasting the shocking violence to the rest of America and the world, the government was forced to respond. Wilkins himself was more than once on the front lines during this period. Once, during a picketing demonstration in Jackson, Mississippi, in the spring of 1963, Wilkins was arrested. Minnie was beside herself. But Wilkins was released a few hours after his arrest and returned home unharmed. An arrest in those harrowing days was almost like a rite of passage for civil rights activists. This was Wilkins' second arrest. That summer, Wilkins was one of the main speakers at the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Following demonstrations led by the SCLC in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963, Kennedy finally came through with what he knew was right, giving a compelling speech that declared, in no uncertain terms, that African Americans deserved equal rights. This speech gave Wilkins confidence that Kennedy just might be bold enough to demand the passage of a meaningful civil rights bill. While Wilkins watched Kennedy's speech on television, he received a phone call. Medgar Evers, a NAACP field secretary, whom he had seen only days earlier, had been murdered. In November, Kennedy, a man in his prime and on the brink of one of the most important pieces of legislation for African Americans, was assassinated. His vice president, a tall Texan wholly lacking the charismatic charm and appeal that had defined Kennedy, took his place. Lyndon B. Johnson. Wilkins portrayed Johnson as he put it, the greatest civil rights president of our lifetime. Johnson was an upfront man. 63. Who took an instant liking to Wilkins, as was evidenced by the numerous phone calls that took place between them. Though Johnson inherited the unfinished Civil Rights Bill of 1964 by default, he quickly followed it through to completion. Johnson was helped by individuals like Wilkins and others within the NAACP who lobbied behind the scenes and organized demonstrations at the grassroots level. Riots of 1964. When the first wave of riots broke out in the summer of 1964 in the impoverished black communities of the North, Wilkins recalled that Johnson was alarmed. The president feared that the riots would hurt any chances for additional civil rights legislation. Wilkins called together other civil rights leaders and held a meeting, at which he suggested a moratorium, or a cessation of direct action demonstrations, until Election Day. Everyone, with the exception of CORE and SNCC, agreed. Wilkins and other civil rights leaders publicly denounced the riots. Wilkins was appreciative of the help of the FBI, whose statements laid to rest any misconceived ideas that the civil rights movement had anything to do with the riots, or that during the riots blacks attacked whites. The race riots that occurred during this period were unique. Blacks primarily vandalized and looted stores and buildings restricted to their communities. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. One of Wilkins' most uncomfortable hours was during the Democratic National Convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey in 1964. In that year, black and white Mississippians formed the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party to challenge the all-white, ultra-conservative Democratic Party in that state. But when they arrived at the National Convention, they were frustrated and angry over Johnson's apparent obstruction of their aim. At the conclusion of extremely stressful negotiations, it was decided that the MFDP should concede to a less than favorable compromise. As Johnson wanted, the MFDP was only allowed 2 seats, and those were nominal at best. As with so many national white politicians before him, Johnson's aim was to not upset the Southerners to secure his election. But the one-sided compromise triggered a falling out with many of the young activists who had attended the convention and did terrible damage to relations between white liberals and black organizers in the South. Thought they had been sold out, took a vow never to talk to whites again. I watched and worried for the future. 564. Voting rights. The next major campaign, a joint venture between the SCLC and SNCC for voting rights, took place in Selma, Alabama. The campaign began on March 7, 1965, a day that became known as Bloody Sunday after police. Long Hot Summer. The Long Hot Summer refers to the hundreds of riots that occurred between 1965 and 1967 during the hottest days of summer in the urban ghettos of numerous northern cities. To black leaders, whether they were militant separatists or nonviolent integrationists, The riots in New Jersey, New York, California, and Michigan came as no surprise. Black Power proponents called the riots revolts or rebellions. Indeed, black youths were frustrated with conditions in the ghettos, and the riots were evidence that conditions had reached a critical point. State and federal investigations into the riots affirmed what blacks already knew: dire poverty, overcrowded and dilapidated slums, unemployment, crime, racism, and discrimination, compounded by some triggering incident, were a recipe for disaster. Unlike the race riots of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, where whites went into black communities and destroyed homes and property, frequently killing innocent blacks, the riots of the 1960s were largely isolated in black communities. Few deaths occurred, but innocent whites in the vicinity of the riots were known to be physically assaulted. Most deaths, when they did occur, resulted from the involvement of police officers sent in to enforce the law and quell the riots. Black youths directed their destruction inward into their own communities and against white-owned businesses. Conservative blacks did not condone the riots but understood the pathology behind it and interpreted the violence as a cry for help. Some militant blacks endorsed the violence and were inspired by the demonstrations of what they perceived to be revolutionary protest. They believed that this was the only viable way to bring about positive change. Most conservative whites interpreted the riots as something entirely different, as criminal acts by thugs and gangs. President Lyndon B. Johnson, who was president during the long hot summer riots, responded by establishing social reform programs by way of the War on Poverty program. However, America's growing involvement in the Vietnam War drastically cut funding towards addressing poverty and discrimination. 65. Officers violently attacked marchers. The second attempt to carry out the march occurred on March 9. But this one was cut short, because King did not want to challenge an injunction placed on the march by a judge. With the injunction lifted, the march continued with success on March 25. Wilkins was there for that last march, what he called the civil rights movement's last great parade of the 1960s, and recalled that it was a fine moment, the best since the March on Washington. I flew back home feeling rejuvenated. Shortly thereafter, Johnson signed the prestigious Voting Rights Act of 1965. Riots of 1965. Despite the passage of two major civil rights bills, it was no surprise to Wilkins when more riots erupted in 1965. He saw these riots as the result of the gross neglect of the government and officials, as well as one of the ramifications of the NAACP's and other organizations' focus on the South. As he put it, we had not even touched the misery and desperation of the urban ghettos outside the South. But many whites in the nation blamed the violence on criminals and gang members, and as a result city officials imposed harsher laws and strengthened their law enforcement. Johnson responded quickly by establishing a commission to investigate the true cause of the riots. The commission determined that racism played the biggest role in fueling the frustrations that produced the riots in the cities. Johnson followed up by implementing a prodigious War on Poverty program. Moving the civil rights struggle to the North was an imposing challenge. Wilkins and his fellow civil rights leaders did not know how to approach, mobilize, or initiate a program in the North. King's campaigns in the North achieved only mild success. However, his Operation Breadbasket, under the helm of Jesse Jackson, was hugely beneficial to blacks in Chicago. Still, that was only one program. While civil rights leaders dawdled and floundered, a new movement was rising that had its own answer to the problem. Black Power. Wilkins was flustered by the Black Power movement. He was at odds with its call for separatism and militancy, as well as aggressive talk that fed into racial hostility and animosity. Because of Wilkins' unique experience growing up in St. Paul, he could not be convinced that blacks and whites could not live peaceably together. He wrote that, "Perhaps I'm a sentimentalist, but no one can tell me that it is impossible for white people and black people to live next door to one another, to get along, even to love one another. For me, integration is not an abstraction constructed." 566. On dusty 18th century notions of democracy. I believe in it not only because it is right but because I had lived it all my life. Where there are decent, loving people like the Hendricksons, integration works. Where decent white people are missing, that's where the trouble begins. The Black Power proponents did not particularly like Wilkins or the other civil rights leaders. In Black Power speeches, these leaders were criticized and called Uncle Toms. They had an unflattering moniker for Wilkins, Roy Weakneys. The civil rights leaders were considered to be a part of the establishment, out of touch, sellouts. In 1967, the FBI informed Wilkins that they had uncovered a plot to assassinate him. The plotters were members of the militant organization, RAM. It was a violent time. So many lost their lives during the civil rights movement, including those who stood for peace and hope for a better future, like John F. Kennedy. In 1968, 2 more high-profile assassinations would shock the world. On April 4, 1968, King was assassinated. On June 6, 1968, Robert Kennedy, President Kennedy's brother, was also assassinated. RAM. A ram is defined as any device used for crushing, driving, or forcing something. It is also the abbreviation for the Revolutionary Action Movement, otherwise known as RAM. RAM was one of multiple black militant and separatist organizations to emerge during the 1960s. RAM was founded in 1963 by Max Stanford and Queen Mother Audley Moore. During the riots of the 1960s, RAM attempted to organize the young rioters into what was known as the Black Guards. Publicly, RAM advocated armed self-defense and provided protection for Malcolm X after he left the Nation of Islam. However, in 1967, Stanford and other RAM members were arrested when the Federal Bureau of Investigation uncovered a plot to assassinate Roy Wilkins and Whitney Young. Wilkins and Young were targeted because they were deemed by members of RAM to be enemies to the race. The militants felt that their acceptance by whites as well as their conservatism were antithetical to the black revolutionary philosophy. Stanley's heinous plot is an example of ultra-extremism. Most militants and separatists limited their disapproval of conservative black leaders to name-calling and scathing criticism. 67. Vietnam War. Before King's death, he had been one of the few civil rights leaders to protest against America's involvement in the Vietnam War. Wilkins, on the other hand, refused to lead the NAACP into the peace movement that, he felt, fueled the hippie subculture. During this period, Wilkins watched in dismay as the war absorbed all the national funding and resources that had previously gone into Johnson's War on Poverty program. Wilkins was painfully aware that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Voting Rights Act of 1965 had not magically cured the ills of the country, nor had they addressed racism. Laws could be changed, but hearts were an entirely different matter. With the election of Richard Nixon, Wilkins saw the inevitable erosion of many gains he personally had fought for. Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson is not the first name that comes to mind when blacks consider which president has made the most contributions to civil rights. John F. Kennedy's name is heard most, although he primarily endorsed civil rights in word and not necessarily in deed. Kennedy did play a significant role in the initiation of one of history's most important enactments, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which outlawed segregation in any form. But it was Johnson who rose to the occasion and made sure the act was implemented, signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and implemented several poverty and affirmative action programs to address racism and discrimination. Ironically, Johnson, the man who would make such enormous contributions to civil rights and dare to tackle the issue of poverty in America, was a Southerner. Born August 27, 1908 in Stonewall, Texas, Johnson was one of 5 siblings who lived in a farmhouse in an impoverished community. When, in 1926, Johnson attended Southwest Texas State Teachers College, he had to work to finance his education himself. While teaching Mexican students, Johnson gained insight and compassion for those outside his own race. In 1934, Johnson married Claudia Lady Bird Taylor, with whom he had 2 daughters. 3 years later, he was elected to the U.S. Congress and served 6 years. He joined the Navy during World War II. In 1948, he was elected to the Senate. When John F. Kennedy became president in 1961, Johnson served as his vice president. Following Kennedy's assassination, he was thrust into the presidency during the period of tumult that included the Civil Rights Movement, the rising Black Power movement, and the Vietnam War. Johnson was president from 1963 to 1969. He died of a heart attack on January 22, 1973. 568. To compound Wilkins' worries, his cancer returned in 1969. After another surgery, the doctor was optimistic that he would live many more years. Wilkins contemplated retirement. Many retired in 1971 from social work, and it offered them the chance to spend more time together. However, Wilkins was not ready to give up the fight. It was not until 1977 that, at 76 years old, Wilkins officially retired. In retirement, it seemed that everyone wanted to honor Wilkins at his retirement. The Library of Congress asked for his papers. The Smithsonian wanted some of his mementos. And there was still an audience for the great man. Wilkins continued to write newspaper columns and occasionally meet with presidents. He had scarcely finished his autobiography, when on September 8, 1981, he died. Wilkins had a long and extraordinary career. He lived to see the fruits of his labors ripen and to watch the waning public fascination with the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Power movement. He lived to see America enter a new era of freedom and equality, however incomplete, and despite the threats raised by the rise of conservative leadership in the 1980s. See also W.E.B. Du Bois, James Farmer, Marcus Garvey, Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, Jr., John Lewis, A. Philip Randolph, and Ida B. Wells Barnett. Robert F. Williams. Lynn Pelham/Time Life Pictures/Getty Images. Robert F. Williams was president of the NAACP chapter in Monroe, North Carolina and founder of the Black Armed Guard. In Williams' hometown of Monroe, North Carolina, racial violence was rampant. Exacerbating the situation was the fact that African Americans received no protection from the local authorities or justice in the all-white courtrooms. In the absence of any other form of protection, Williams, in his late 20s, following a brief stint in the Marines, organized blacks in his community in self-defense against attacks by whites during his tenure as NAACP president. He also staged demonstrations against the local Jim Crow swimming pool and led a high-profile campaign to protest the jailing of 2 young boys who had been arrested for kissing 2 white girls. In 1959, shortly after publicly endorsing armed self-defense, he was suspended by the NAACP. 2 years later, Williams was falsely charged with kidnapping a white couple who had been caught up in the turbulence following a demonstration staged by visiting Freedom Riders. Williams and his family fled to Canada, Cuba, and later to China. Williams' activism did not stop after his departure from America. In Cuba, he started a radical radio station, Radio Free Dixie, from which he broadcast his incendiary criticism of white racism and violence. He supported the militant climate of the Black Power movement and the rioting by black youths in their communities. His smoldering slogans "Freedom, Freedom, Freedom Now, or Death," epitomized the spirit of a new generation of militant blacks who were fed up with racism, poverty, and discrimination, as well as social, economic, and political oppression. To the militant leaders, like Huey P. Newton, who emerged in the mid-1960s, Williams was a pioneer, a hero, and an archetype of the Black Power movement. However, Williams was an anomaly compared with leaders like Roy Wilkins of the NAACP and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Whereas Wilkins favored, almost exclusively, courtroom litigation and genteel meetings with city officials and presidents in tranquil office rooms, and King led a mass movement that yielded passively before violent confrontation, Williams embraced armed self-defense. When Williams and his family returned to America in 1969, he carried on with his civil rights work, but he kept a low profile. His lectures about his involvement in the civil rights movement were devoid of the forceful radicalism that had made him popular and inspired so many youthful firebrands. He died on October 15, 1996. Childhood. When Robert Franklin, the fourth of 5 children of John and Emma Carter Williams, was born on February 26, 1925 in Monroe, North Carolina. 572. Everyone commented on his striking resemblance to his grandfather Sykes Williams. His grandmother, Ellen Williams, liked to talk to the grandchildren about her husband Sykes and their experiences in slavery. She and her late husband had been slaves until 1865, when North Carolina ratified the 13th Amendment. Ellen Williams' tales taught her grandchildren important lessons of African American protest. Robert, more than the others, was captivated. He seemed to internalize the mythical figure of the grandfather who had died before his own birth. Sykes was a rebel, and more importantly, he was a legendary figure who had really lived. Born in slavery, Sykes defied the laws that prohibited him from learning how to read and write, with the result that he could do both by the time his freedom came in 1865. He and his wife later attended the all-black Biddle Institute, a school famous for its leadership that rejected accommodation to white supremacy, and would later become a center of the Black freedom movement in North Carolina a century after emancipation. But not much had changed. Getting a formal education, then becoming a teacher, flew in the face of the post-war climate of white supremacy in the South. Sykes' entrance into politics continued his step-by-step commitment to challenging white supremacy. He joined the Republican Party, which was responsible for much progressive legislation for the recently freed slaves during the Reconstruction period in the South. Sykes aligned himself with blacks and whites to strengthen the Republican influence in his home state. He made speeches and, with another African American man named Darling Thomas, established the newspaper People's Voice with their own printing press. But these were violent times, aptly labeled the black nadir of American race relations. Racist whites formed informal and formal white vigilante groups and organizations to wage an all-out war against sympathetic whites and, especially, African Americans. Violence permeated not only North Carolina, but most of the South, as whites violently seized back political, economic, and social control, undoing much of the progress that Reconstruction had barely begun to achieve for blacks. The North turned a blind eye to the vicious crimes, beatings, riots, murders, lynching, and the destruction and illicit seizure of property owned by African Americans. African Americans, with nowhere to turn for help, learned early on to acquiesce to white oppression. Their survival depended on it. But African Americans like Sykes were a rarity. Sykes had his own rifle, which he kept at the house to defend himself and his family. Ellen Williams inherited his rifle, and every now and then she removed it from its hiding place to exhibit it to her grandchildren. She would show Robert the ancient printing press stored away in the barn, thus authenticating the legendary Sykes in young Robert's mind. He was spellbound. 73. Robert could have listened to stories about Sykes all day long. But there were chores to do, the local Jim Crow school to go to, and church to attend every Sunday at Elizabeth Baptist Church. His mother attended regularly, with Robert and his 4 siblings trailing behind her. Robert's father was not a churchgoer. John Williams was not made of the same material as Sykes. Robert observed this early on, and it bothered him. Like most African Americans, Williams kowtowed to whites in public, averting his gaze, instead of staring directly into their eyes, and deferred to them in 100 other ways. If he acknowledged the existence of lynching or racism, it was in private. He would not think of protesting or challenging the racist practice of Jim Crow and racial etiquette. The closest example of a living rebel in Robert's life was his Uncle Charlie. Uncle Charlie was rebellious in more ways than one. He was a World War I veteran and had been educated at 2 historically black institutions, Florida A&M College and Wilberforce University. Like his father Sykes, he returned to North Carolina and taught. His activism seems to have been limited to one incident, but that may have magnified his importance to Robert. The story goes that Charlie put up a fierce fight to take a typing test at a federal agency. As Charlie expected, the cousin was barred from taking the test because she was black. Charlie did this to demonstrate what he knew was a case of discrimination. Robert may have also admired Uncle Charlie because he was a man who challenged the proper code of conduct his mother upheld at home. Uncle Charlie drank alcohol and even secretly shared some with his nephew. He also complained bitterly about the passive stance of the black church with regards to procuring civil rights and protection for African Americans. The Williams family lived in a house that had been bestowed to Robert's grandmother in exchange for her lifetime of servitude to a white family. It was a spacious house built atop a hill. Robert's father had a good job, working as a boiler washer with Seaboard Airline. Thus, Robert's economic status was a measure better than other African Americans in Monroe, as most African Americans in their community were sharecroppers. Notwithstanding this economic benefit, Robert was still forced to live in the segregated part of town and had to abide by the same laws and customs as any other African American. Life in Monroe, while Robert was growing up, was not as violent or racist as in some states in the Deep South, but it was still perilous. When Robert was 11, he witnessed Big Jesse Hams, a white police officer, beat an African American woman. On another occasion, rumor traveled from house to house that a mob was planning to lynch an African American man named Boyce Richardson who had whipped out a knife and nearly sliced the collar off throat, threatening to kill him after Armfield kicked him off a curb where he was sitting with his son. African American men were warned to stay indoors. John 574. Williams went to work that very night, but he carried his pistol. However, violence was thwarted for that time due to the diligence of a number of whites who did not condone racist behavior. Coming of age. Ellen Williams' guidance was crucial to Robert's development. In addition to her storytelling, she taught Robert to take pride in himself and not to hate whites. She also taught him about history and influenced him to think critically about world events. As a teenager, there was no awkwardness or insecurity about Robert F. Williams. He grew quickly into the towering and burly frame of his grandfather. As he took on more responsibilities, he became, like Sykes, more radically minded. In 1939, Robert got his first job, delivering newspapers. This suited him, undoubtedly because of his grandmother's influence. Williams was interested in the events that unfurled around him. He began to frequent a local spot where African American men gathered to enjoy one another's company. There he talked to the older men about local and world news, such as the Holocaust in Germany. Sometime during Williams' adolescence he formed a vigilante-style organization called X-32 to make war on white philanderers who fancied black women after dark. They wore white masks so no one could identify them and patrolled the streets at night to prevent these taboo trysts, even if they were consensual. In Robert's mind, he was defending and protecting the honor of the women in his community and attacking the perceived enemy, white men who frequently took advantage of black women. Undoubtedly the memory of the attack on the black woman he had witnessed as a child influenced him as a young adult. X-32 served as a vehicle for action, which was much more desirable to him than the sense of powerlessness he had felt years before. Williams knew that justice would not be found in a court of law. On one occasion, the group hurled bricks and rocks at a car that had parked at a popular nighttime stop. The white driver peeled away. A definitive moment in Williams' development occurred shortly before his grandmother's death, when she bequeathed her husband's rifle to him. That rifle was a symbol of his burgeoning manhood and a transferal of power from one radical to another. That Ellen Williams gave the rifle to Robert implies that she knew he was different from the other children and was indeed becoming increasingly more like her husband. Williams leads a strike. In 1941, 16-year-old Williams enrolled in a National Youth Administration job training program near his hometown. This job was one of scores. 75. That opened up for African Americans during World War II. The problem was that Williams and the other black youths were forced to do menial tasks like digging ditches, while the white youths were trained for technical skills like stonemasonry. Exacerbating the situation was the fact that the black youths were expected to drink water from used Coca-Cola bottles. After some discussion, Williams led a walkout from the premises. The young men beseeched a high school teacher to help them contact the state office, which intervened and corrected the problem. This was a sweet victory for Williams, but there would be consequences. The FBI began to watch him closely. He would be kept under surveillance well into his adult life. Detroit riot. Williams was only 17 in 1942 when he moved to Detroit. His oldest brother had found lucrative work with the Ford Motor Company and suggested Williams might give it a try. Williams worked on the assembly line and joined an interracial union. The city itself was an unfriendly place. Racism and fierce competition over jobs, housing, and other resources were rampant and contributed to the frequent fistfights at work and in the streets. Whites were embittered against the African Americans who poured into the North, eagerly searching for the job opportunities created by the war and anxious to leave the oppressive South. The hostile, competitive, and racial climate of the urban North also appeared to foster aggression in blacks who, like Williams, would not back down from a fight. White supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan regularly cruised through African American neighborhoods harassing the inhabitants or sparking fights. When Williams was not working, he indulged in two pastimes: reading and observing the activists in the city. Williams particularly enjoyed reading Langston Hughes, a major figure during the Harlem Renaissance. Williams desired to one day see New York City for himself. As for the radical political front, socialists and communists were common fixtures in Detroit. Most of them were white, and they frequently spoke out against racism in a bold way that Williams appreciated. But Williams was not so interested in their brand of politics. In 1943, Williams, his brother, and another friend were driving to the popular Belle Isle amusement park when they found themselves in the middle of a fight. A black man stood alone against several white men. Williams suggested they help him. They broke up the fight only to learn that a racial riot had spread throughout the city. The Detroit riot of 1943 lasted for 3 days, beginning on July 20. The riot was sparked by a fight between blacks and whites over a card game at Belle Isle. The riot was spurred on, undoubtedly, by the rumors that rippled through African American and white communities, as well as pre-existing. 576. Tensions between working-class whites and blacks recently transplanted from the South in search of work and opportunity. Whites and blacks were frequently at odds due to racial prejudice and competition over housing, jobs, and other resources. At the end of the riot, 34 were reported dead and 760 were injured. This was just one of many riots that erupted in the North in this period. These riots highlighted a major shift in the white-black conflict. Prior to the mid-century, African Americans were generally the target of riots, not participants. Despite this, African Americans suffered the most deaths and received the most damage to their personal property. Now, for the first time, blacks began to participate in racial riots. California nightmare. When an opportunity to move to California presented itself, Williams thought it would be in his best interests to go. California seemed a better alternative to the hostility of Detroit. Since the end of slavery, African Americans had been drawn to the North, the Midwest, and the West, the farthest reaches of the new and provocative frontier. Like whites, African Americans were caught up in the notion of the West and its promise of a new life, open spaces, and unlimited freedom. But the West was a disappointment to Williams. Rampant racism and police harassment made life difficult. Williams was unhappy, and the headaches he began to experience made life in California unbearable. After only 3 months, Williams decided to move back home. Back to North Carolina and into the Army. Monroe, North Carolina, in 1944, was in worse shape than when he had left as a teenager. The influx of African American soldiers to nearby Camp Sutton presented a challenge to whites who were accustomed to black compliance to the way of life in the South. These soldiers were primarily from the North and were not accustomed to the laws and customs of the South. Scuffles between whites and black soldiers were rife throughout the South, including Monroe. Williams and his family heard tales of racial conflict all too frequently, such as when an African American soldier stabbed a white man after having been told to leave a white-only cafe and then being shoved by a white patron outside. Conflicts such as these threatened the safety of black males who resided in North Carolina, because whites often retaliated against any available black male. Williams was a likely target, because it was well known that he was not a passive type. Williams' parents, fearing for his life, began to think that Robert should not stay in. 77. Monroe. Williams decided to pursue his dream and moved to New York. 3 months later, after arriving in New York, Williams was drafted. World War II. America's involvement in the Second World War appeared, at first, a beacon of hope for African Americans. During the war years, blacks not only served the war effort, but remained at the forefront of the struggle for racial equality and justice. As part of the propaganda campaign for the war, the Axis powers were depicted as evil, since it was their goal to literally rule the world and conquer the democratic nations. Throngs of blacks were eager to participate in the war, as they had participated in all major conflicts since America's founding. Moreover, prominent leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois as well as ordinary citizens were hopeful that by helping in the fight for democracy abroad, they might achieve the same for themselves on the home front. But the ominous Jim Crow showed its ugly head in the war, and men served in segregated units. Blacks made it no secret that they were unhappy with this. Articles on the subject were published in black presses across the nation. Leaders like A. Philip Randolph made desegregation of the military a crusade. Randolph, president of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, gathered several leaders and threatened President Roosevelt with a march on Washington that would flood the nation's capital with some 100,000 demonstrators. Roosevelt issued Executive Order 8802, which desegregated defense industry and government jobs but did not desegregate the military. Notwithstanding the indignities of segregation and the racism experienced while in the military, black men and women served with distinction. The Tuskegee Airmen, so named for the training program at Tuskegee Army Airfield in Alabama, were among the most well-known heroes of the war, though many whites had scoffed at the idea that blacks could learn how to fly an airplane. Significantly, all the officers of that unit were black and not white, as was the custom for other all-black units. The Tuskegee Airmen flew some 200 missions to escort bombers into enemy territory and did not lose one bomber. Important films that depict the black experience during World War II include A Soldier's Story and The Tuskegee Airmen. Miracle at St. Anna premiered in September 2008. 578. The innately rebellious Williams did not assimilate well into the Army, where Jim Crow culture was sustained. Williams was vexed when only the white soldiers were given coffee and donuts. He clashed with his superiors and refused orders outright. The only aspects of military life that were appealing to Williams were learning how to use weapons and taking a creative writing course. After a year and a half, the Army had had enough of the intractable Williams and let him go with an honorable discharge. Once again Williams returned home to North Carolina. The first demonstration of armed self-defense. Williams' return home was bittersweet. At 21 years of age his life had just begun, but no one would hire him. Opportunities for blacks in general were limited, but for a well-known radical like Williams, a career was close to impossible. But if work was hard to find, he found something else: camaraderie, love, and a grand purpose. Bernie Montgomery, a boyhood friend, had just returned home from the war. Montgomery had not been known as a radical. But the war changed him. It changed most black men by making them fearless and aware of their own strength. Back in the South, Montgomery had a difficult time submitting to the indignities of Jim Crow and bold-faced oppression without fighting back, either verbally or physically. Montgomery's situation was complicated by the fact that he had sustained a serious head injury, which may have adversely affected him mentally. He struck his boss during an argument over his pay and then killed him with a knife. His clothes were still stained with blood when they found him. Williams and other vets protested the death penalty that Montgomery received, but to no avail. He died in a gas chamber in 1947. The local Ku Klux Klan made plans to take Montgomery's lifeless body and ordered the African American funeral home owner to remove the U.S. flags that adorned his casket. He refused to do so. When the Klan rode out in their infamous motorcade to the Harris Funeral Home, they were met by a group of 40 African American men with rifles. Williams was among them. Steely-eyed and defiant, the men watched the hooded Klan members scurry away from the scene. The men that stood off the Klan were mostly veterans, like Williams. These men saw each other frequently at the barbershop or the unemployment office, where they went to collect their weekly payment of $20, a part of their veterans' benefits. Despite their service to their country, these men were frequently disrespected at the unemployment office, because racist whites did not like the fact that African American men received benefits from the government. These were the very men who collaborated in the effort to grant Montgomery clemency, pointing out that during the trial it 79 was not even considered how his head injury might have affected his mental state or that he could have acted in self-defense. Mabel Ola Robinson was just 15 when she met the strapping Robert F. Williams. She lived in a different black section of town, but not too far from Williams' home. They knew each other through her sister and his best friend, who were married. They often went dancing, and he walked her home from school. They married in 1947. Shortly thereafter, his mother died, and they moved in with Williams' father. At first, Mabel did not understand Williams. His radicalness unnerved her. It was inconceivable to her that someone would willfully challenge the system of white supremacy and Jim Crow. She had never known anyone like Williams. But when Williams' father told her the story of Sykes, she began to understand. When the couple's first child, Robert Jr., was born in 1948, Williams moved the family to Detroit, Michigan. The move was necessary, for his unemployment payments had ended, and he could find no work in his hometown. In search of a life. Between 1948 and 1955, Williams struggled to pursue his personal dreams and to provide for his family. Williams knew he would have no trouble finding work in Detroit, even if he had to take jobs he did not want. What he really wanted to do, however, was to become a writer, like his literary idol Langston Hughes. But he took a job on the night shift for the Cadillac Motor Company. While Mabel attended Northwestern High School, Williams took care of the baby and composed poems and other stories inspired by his experiences growing up in the South. His fictional story, Someday, I'm Going Back South, was published in the Detroit Daily Worker in 1949. In this story, the protagonist, a native of the South, moves north, but plans to return to the South to wage a struggle to free his people. Williams had not cared for the grimy, overcrowded, and unfriendly city back in 1942. His feelings did not change. Racism at work was a problem. And the work itself was loud, monotonous, and unsatisfying. Williams' headaches returned. When Williams was fired, there was no question as to whether he should stay in Detroit. An FBI report stated that Williams was discharged from his job with the Cadillac Motor Car Company in Detroit because of excessive absenteeism and threatening his supervisors with bodily harm. In 1949, the Williams family returned to Monroe, North Carolina. It appeared that Williams was going to get to study writing after all with the indirect help of the FBI. Williams had been a person of interest to them since his teens, and as an adult, he drew more attention to himself by having 580 communist friends. The FBI scoured his hometown looking for incriminating information. They found none. Unbeknown to Williams, The FBI was able to convince businesses not to hire him. Since he could not find any work, he went to school. Williams enrolled in West Virginia State College in Institute, West Virginia. This college was one of the only African American institutions that offered creative writing courses. Williams studied writing and got involved with the university newspaper and literary magazine. He took a course from the militant Dr. Herman G. Candy, who encouraged radicalism. Williams complained that the other students were too interested in material and self-centered pursuits. At every opportunity, Williams traveled back to his father's home, where his wife and son lived. When Williams' second son, John Chalmers, was born, he moved back home. He attended North Carolina College for Negroes in Durham, North Carolina in 1950, but then, in 1951, switched to Johnson C. Smith College, the alma mater of his grandfather, in Charlotte, North Carolina. If Williams expected to find other militants like himself and his grandfather, he was sorely mistaken. Indeed, as an excerpt from a piece that was published in Paul Robeson's newspaper Freedom, reveals, Williams was shocked to realize that the student body and the professors were passive in regard to protest, that the teachers endorsed Uncle Tomism, and that the opportunity to be the most militant agitators for democracy were squandered on materialistic pursuits. The highlight of his enrollment at Johnson C. Smith was going to a lecture by Langston Hughes. In 1953, Williams' GI Bill ran out and he had to drop out of college. Still no one would hire him. Williams left his wife and 2 sons in Monroe and trekked alone to New Jersey, where he found employment at Curtiss-Wright Aeronautics. While in New Jersey, he gravitated towards a host of radicals, some of whom were involved in the American Labor Party and the Communist Party. These friends provided an environment where he was permitted to express his views without censure. However, Williams did not intend to join either party, because he did not agree with their non-religious bent or their emphasis on class over race. Williams was eventually able to move his family to an apartment in New York, but the neighborhood was almost more volatile than Monroe. Mabel Williams caged herself indoors, fearful of going out. She kept a 9mm Luger pistol within arm's reach. Her fear was not unfounded. Neighbors harassed the Williamses, calling them niggers and vandalizing their property. The family moved back to Monroe. Williams' desperate search for work led him to Los Angeles, California, where he heard there were aircraft workers needed. He was not hired. He roamed from place to place in search of any kind of work. Nearly destitute, Williams entered a recruiting office for the U.S. Marine Corps. In the 1954 photo of Private First Class Robert F. Williams, he is smiling and he rarely smiled in 81 pictures. This time he had a lot to be optimistic about. The Marine Recruiting Office had promised him an opportunity to take journalism classes and to pay for 3 more years of college in exchange for 3 years of enlistment. Williams completed basic training with a good feeling. He enjoyed the rigorous exercise, and he was treated well, at first. But when it came time for him to start his new job in information services as promised, he was assigned duties as a supply sergeant. Williams was crushed and angry. He launched a writing campaign to Charles Diggs, Congressman of Michigan, Adam Clayton Powell, President Dwight Eisenhower, and the NAACP. After only 16 months, Williams left the Marines with an undesirable discharge and a smoldering bitterness. Activism. National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Williams wrote in his autobiography, Negroes with Guns, "When I got out of the Marine Corps, I knew I wanted to go home and join the NAACP. However, the local National Association for the Advancement of Colored People was in dire straits, largely as a result of the 1954 Supreme Court decision to desegregate schools. In response to that ruling, there had been violent backlash. In some areas of the South, the NAACP was made illegal. Some members lost their jobs. Others were harassed, viciously attacked, or murdered. Williams attended the meeting where the remaining 6 members wanted to close the Monroe chapter. Williams tried to persuade them against this. The members decided to vote Williams in as the new president, and then all but one or two members stayed on. Williams asserted that they turned over to me to die, so it would not die in their hands. Dr. Albert E. Perry was one of the original members, and he was elected the vice president. Negroes with Guns. Negroes with Guns is the title of the autobiography of Robert F. Williams. The title evokes black empowerment on one hand, and fear and fury on the other. Beginning in slavery, blacks were bound by sundry laws. Enslaved blacks could not marry, read, or write. They could not travel without permission from the plantation owner. And they had no voting or any other civil rights. Blacks were not allowed to carry arms for obvious reasons. Blacks without guns could not easily rebel against their white masters. Historically, the gun, in any setting, has symbolized power. With a gun, one can protect self, family, and property, as well as exert a threat toward. 582. When Williams became president of the Monroe chapter of the NAACP, he undoubtedly planned to give the chapter a makeover, as it had something of a poor reputation. Nor was it actively challenging discrimination, injustice, or racial violence. Under Williams' leadership, the Monroe chapter took a turn for the better. Membership boomed. The NAACP tended to draw from the black middle class, but Williams recruited new members from unorthodox places, such as barber shops, pool halls, and street corners. Someone else. White Americans, since the foundation of the nation, have made free use of this empowering tool. In this context of international war, the victor and the image of military might are glorified. In the American frontier, the gun symbolized unbridled freedom and represented an exciting, though hazardous, period in history. Notwithstanding the lore of gun-wielding black cowboys and frontiersmen, the idea of blacks with guns has been as problematic for conservative whites in the post-emancipation years as it was during slavery. At the end of Reconstruction in 1877, racist whites in the South viewed blacks with guns as an anomaly, an oddity, or an atrocity. For one thing, blacks were for the most part docile under the heavy pressure of economic and political control fortified by physical intimidation. Racist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan helped to monitor and suppress black resistance. For another thing, blacks were not permitted to exercise power, and as such, blacks and guns were incongruous to the pre-existing social construction that prescribed racist white supremacy and privilege. The few isolated occasions when blacks attempted to arm themselves and protect themselves and their community from anti-black violence and criminal activities were fruitless. During the two world wars of the 20th century, blacks, particularly the soldiers, projected an unprecedented confidence and militancy. A number of racial conflicts emerged as a result of black soldiers not kowtowing to social expectation. Williams was one of a number of black soldiers who returned to their communities and physically fought back. Williams' demonstration of organized armed power was successful in North Carolina. Whites were often flabbergasted by the audacity of blacks to challenge them with guns, but they were also forced to back down from what had previously been the unbridled terrorizing of blacks. However, when organizations like the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense armed themselves during the Black Power movement of the 1960s, the reaction, for many conservative whites, was outrage and fear. The media portrayed Negroes with guns in this context as criminals. But the original purpose of guns for the Black Panthers was to protect the community from police harassment and abuse. And it worked. 83. The NAACP was not the only organization undergoing a resurgence in Monroe. The Klan experienced a revival, due in large part as a response to the desegregation of public schools. The Klan became increasingly visible about town, holding rallies and acting out violently against local blacks. Union County Council on Human Relations. Williams also helped establish the interracial Union County Council on Human Relations. The aim of this organization was to promote equal opportunity for all citizens in employment, education, recreation, and all other phases of community life. Dr. Perry was elected president, J. Ray Shute was vice president, and William's wife Mabel was the secretary. Shute, a white liberal and former mayor of Monroe, was generous to Williams, helping him find a job with a textile factory as a security guard and gifting him a used car so that he could make the commute. Williams' association with whites, through the Council on Human Relations, with his communist friends, and at the mostly white Unitarian church he attended, set him apart from future militants. Williams was not a separatist. But his radicalism would eventually alienate him from many of his white supporters. Swimming Pool Campaign. The young African-American boy who drowned in a lake near Monroe in the summer of 1957 was not the first to die in that way. Scores of African-American boys drowned each summer because they had no safe swimming pool available to them. The local swimming pool at the Monroe Country Club was for whites only. Emboldened by his newfound organizational strength, Williams launched a campaign to desegregate the Monroe Country Club swimming pool. As he saw it, the pool was funded by federal money, and, therefore, whites had no right to prohibit African Americans from using it. Though Williams felt that something drastic needed to be done to prevent the unnecessary drowning of black children, he began by using techniques that were vintage NAACP, such as sending letters to the city and to the Parks and Recreation Commission, rather than by staging dramatic demonstrations. The commission agreed to meet with a small delegation of African Americans. Among them was Dr. Perry. The delegates requested a separate time for African American children to use the pool. The commission rejected that idea because they would not allow blacks to use the same pool as whites. They said it would be too expensive to maintain separate pools, but promised someday, when there were funds to do so, to build a separate swimming pool. 584. Williams next sought assistance from the Council on Human Relations, but their response was not at all what he had expected. Although at the inception of the organization, the members had bravely vowed to support integration in all its forms, the white members objected to the swimming pool campaign. Even these progressive whites had been tainted by the system of racism. Mabel Williams cynically commented to her husband that white fools don't want you to sit beside them on the bus. You really think they're gonna let you jump in the water with them half naked? Other whites on the council believed the campaign impolitic and untimely. This polarization between the blacks and whites contributed, in a large way, to the dissolution of the organization. When negotiation failed to produce any results, Williams turned to demonstration. Williams and Dr. Perry led 8 youths to the pool, where they stood in protest at the gate. The objective was to force a test case, allowing the NAACP to lead a battle in the court system. However, their protests caused the Klan to implement its own campaign. In Williams' words, they schemed to get rid of us, to drive us out of the community, directed primarily at Dr. Albert E. Perry, our vice president, and myself. Black Armed Guard. Williams and others tried various means of protecting themselves and the black community from Klan intimidation and violence. Local ministers went to county and city officials for help. Williams wrote that their pleas were rejected on the grounds that the Klan was a legal organization having as much constitutional right to organize as the NAACP. Williams led a futile campaign to bring an end to Klan activities by sending appeals to the governor and the president. Williams reasoned that if the government would not help, or even enforce the 14th Amendment, blacks had to defend themselves. Williams received a charter membership to the National Rifle Association, and organized the Black Armed Guard, consisting mostly of black veterans. Confrontation with the Ku Klux Klan. The summer of 1957 sizzled with tension. In the wake of numerous death threats and several motorcades featuring rancorous whites wearing white robes and hoods shooting into the air, Williams prepared the Black Armed Guard. The group assembled numerous weapons, especially rifles and helmets, and dug foxholes. Training sessions were held and the Guard members participated in nightly vigils. The women crafted a system for passing messages by phone for emergencies. Mrs. Crowder, a kindly, bespectacled 85 elderly woman, kept rifles behind the walls of her house. Williams himself taught his wife and 2 boys how to use a gun. But the gun offered Mabel Williams little comfort. She later recalled the frightening times when the 4 of us, me, Rob's father, and the 2 boys, we'd sit up all night with our guns, afraid someone would come kill us while Rob was at Dr. Perry's. Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan is the most notorious racist or white supremacist organization in America. But it is not the only one, nor is it, as some believe, a phenomenon restricted to the South. Although the organization was founded in the South in Tennessee, in the wake of the Civil War, there are KKK groups throughout America. One of the main purposes of the KKK when it was founded was to help maintain social, economic, and political control over blacks in the South. When the organization migrated to other areas, the objective stayed much the same. Prime targets of the KKK were individuals who tried to resist or challenge white supremacy. Sometimes the KKK conducted nightly visits, wherein nightriders rode through black sections of town on horses wearing hooded masks and robes. Sometimes they augmented their rides with scare-inducing ghastly effects, like howls, gunshots, and the use of a gibberish language. Sometimes the KKK left frightening symbols upon the property of blacks, like burning crosses or nooses, to serve as a warning or threat. Although they conducted most of their activities after dark, they also held marches through the town during the day. The KKK was not beyond implementing actual violence against blacks. In fact, a number of brutal attacks and murders were implemented by the KKK. Lynchings were carried out by unmasked white mobs and town citizens or the KKK. The use of masks by the KKK was employed for the fear factor, as well as to hide the identities of whites from blacks and, in some cases, from other whites. KKK members were known to comprise most of the white male citizens in a town, including law enforcement and town officials. The KKK maintains its membership even today, but most members do not wear masks or obeisant because of laws and the fact that the KKK is looked down upon by mainstream society. The vicious crimes have been reduced drastically. Yet hate crimes still happen, though various groups and formal agencies maintain a watch over racism and racist organizations such as the KKK. 586. The moment the Black Armed Guard had been preparing for arrived that fall. Someone heard that the Klan planned to attack Dr. Perry at his home. When the motorcade roared into Dr. Perry's neighborhood, firing their guns at his house, they saw a stunning sight. Some 60 African Americans, hunkering in fortifications and entrenchments, pointed their rifles and fired cautiously, as they had been instructed, at the ground, sending the Klan scurrying out of the neighborhood. It was only then that the city council stepped in, banning the Ku Klux Klan from staging motorcades in Monroe. This victory was momentous for blacks in Monroe, as well as for the history of African American protest. It was an unprecedented organized demonstration of self-defense against racial violence. But Williams reported that only 3 Negro publications, the Afro-American, the Norfolk Journal, and Guide and Jet, reported the fight. Shortly after this demonstration, Dr. Perry was falsely charged with and convicted of having performed an abortion on a white woman. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Desegregating Monroe schools. 3 years prior to the climactic confrontation at Dr. Perry's home, the NAACP had achieved a great feat by winning the famous Brown v. Board of Education case. The result was the eradication of separate schools for blacks and whites. The celebrations were brief, however, for integrating schools in the South proved to be an ordeal in itself, another harrowing chapter in the struggle for civil rights. The ruling meant little to many whites in the South. Indeed, in most towns, whites completely ignored the ruling. And opposition was vicious. Sweet-faced youths shouted and spewed venomous words at the first group of black students. In places like Little Rock, Arkansas, the National Guard had to be called in, but they did little to shelter the African American students from the cruel taunting and harassment that continued throughout the school year. African American teachers also suffered, as they were rarely hired in the predominantly white schools. In early October 1958, Robert and Mabel Williams were the first to attempt to integrate the East Elementary schools in Monroe with their 2 young boys. They sent a letter protesting the lack of inclusion of black students and teachers in Monroe schools to the school board. The letter surreptitiously wound up in the local paper for all to see. The town was up in arms. But the Williamses were unable to follow through with enrolling their children into the local white school due to a subsequent campaign that absorbed their time and focus. The kissing case. In late October, Williams was consumed with an entirely different issue. 2 young African American boys, aged 7 and 9, were roughly 87. Ushered into the county police station, where they were first beaten and then tormented by police officers during the course of their detainment. The young boys, David Ezell Simpson and James Hanover Grissom Thompson, had quite innocently kissed or been kissed by white girls while at play. Despite their young ages, the boys were accused of rape. There were numerous variations to the story of what happened on that fall day in October. According to Thompson, he and Simpson were playing in water with some white children, when one of the boys suggested they play the kissing game with some white girls nearby. Sissy Sutton, one of the girls, agreed and sat in his lap, and on the lap of one of the white boys, and kissed them on the cheek. Later, at home, the girl told her mother. The dramatic events that ensued would haunt Simpson and Thompson for the rest of their lives. Historically, black males would have been lynched for merely touching, looking at, or speaking to a white woman. Williams instructed the armed guard to watch over the boys' mothers. Although a mob formed shortly after word circulated through the white community about what happened, they did not wage an attack. A sensationalized scandal followed, and the 2 mothers' reputations were smeared, resulting in the loss of their jobs. The London News Chronicle broke the story in a sympathetic manner. The story spread quickly to the continent, where outraged Europeans launched several demonstrations on behalf of the 2 young boys. Williams remembered that only then did many American newspapers begin to express concern about the kissing case. Williams downplayed his contribution to the case in his autobiography, but his actions greatly elevated his status in the civil rights community. Williams went first to the NAACP office, but they would not take on a controversial case involving rape. Without the support of the NAACP, Williams embarked on a whirlwind speaking tour, making television and radio appearances to expose and protest the outlandish charge against the 2 boys. Thus, the world first took notice of Robert F. Williams, the small-town hero. Williams and other members of the local NAACP formed the Committee to Combat Racial Injustice. Through this organization, Williams provided further support to the 2 boys. Only later, when the case gained notoriety, did the NAACP get involved. Meanwhile, the children were sentenced to up to 14 years at a reformatory and were transferred to Morrison Training School. Overwhelming public pressure forced the judge to change his verdict. When the boys were freed in 1959, their families left Monroe. NAACP suspension. The episode that marked Williams forever as a militant, a man to be feared, and got him in trouble with the national office of the NAACP, started with 588. 2 upsetting court cases involving black victims. In one, a white man was acquitted after he kicked a black maid down a flight of stairs at a hotel. In the other, a white man was acquitted of an attempted rape charge against a pregnant black woman, even though a white neighbor testified on the woman's behalf. During that trial, the defendant's attorney referred to the white man's wife as a pure flower of life, and pandered to the racism that was prevalent among local whites when he asked rhetorically, "Do you think this man would have left this pure flower for that?" Frustrated and angry, the African American women who sat with Williams in the courtroom verbally attacked him. He was the one who had persuaded the victims' brothers not to retaliate, telling them to take legal recourse instead. The women heaped blame on Williams. After that trial, Williams faced reporters and made the following notorious statement: "We must be willing to kill if necessary. We cannot take these people who do us injustice to the court and it becomes necessary to punish them ourselves." In the future we are going to have to try and convict these people on the spot. Open the way to real violence. We cannot rely on the law. We get no justice under the present system. If we feel that injustice is done, we must right then and there on the spot be prepared to inflict punishment on these people. I feel this is the only way of survival. Since the federal government will not bring a halt to lynching in the South, and since the so-called courts lynch our people legally, if it's necessary to stop lynching with lynching, then we must be willing to resort to that method. Williams' words outraged and horrified whites and sent an uneasy ripple through the civil rights leadership. Ultimately, the NAACP sought to distance itself from the militant Williams. His public endorsement of self-defense endangered the organization's hard-won reputation and compromised its leverage with city, state, and federal contacts. Williams felt he was justified in what he said, especially considering the circumstances. But his opinion was not supported by any of the prominent civil rights leaders. He was informed that he was suspended from the NAACP. Williams tried to defend himself, explaining to Roy Wilkins, executive secretary of the NAACP, in a telephone conversation, that he was reflecting his own views and opinions, not those of the NAACP. On June 3, 1950, Williams appealed to the Committee on Branches in New York. Williams was reprimanded and informed that he would be suspended for 6 months. The Crusader weekly newsletter and other campaigns temporarily expelled from the NAACP, Williams undertook a venture of his own. Debuting on July 26, 1959, the Crusader featured his philosophy on self-defense, as well as the civil rights struggle in Monroe, North Carolina. 89. And abroad, international news, and articles that countered the prevalent negative portrayals of blacks and Africa. After Williams was reinstated to the NAACP and resumed the presidency of the chapter in Monroe, the national office had little more to do with him. He did not much care. He had proved that he could be productive without national support. So he continued on, wielding his rifle and demonstrating his belief that community work, nonviolence, and self-defense could go hand in hand. In 1960, Williams provided pivotal support for a women-led project called CARE, or Crusaders Association for Relief and Enlightenment. CARE provided food, clothes, and other essential items to poor blacks in the community. Williams went on a lecture tour to request financial assistance and donations. Williams was a favorite in Harlem. His supporters there assisted with the CARE program and also helped fund his arsenal of guns. Malcolm X, a prominent militant and Muslim minister, frequently invited Williams to speak at his temple. Other supporters included actors Ossie Davis and Ruby D. W.E.B. Du Bois' wife, Shirley Graham Du Bois, and the black historian John Hendrick Clark. In 1960, after the famous sit-in at a Woolworth store in Greensboro, North Carolina, Williams led his organization in a sit-in campaign of its own. Williams and a dozen blacks staged the first sit-ins at Gable's Drug Store and Jones Drug Store. At both locations, the managers closed the lunch counters. Williams' activists were never violently attacked by whites in Monroe. Williams reasoned that this was because whites knew that he and his group had guns. During one demonstration, Williams was arrested for trespassing. While Williams was occupied with the resulting legal proceedings, Monroe blacks continued to stage sit-ins, and the Crusader encouraged blacks to boycott the various lunch counters at downtown stores that refused to serve them. The sit-in movement in Monroe continued throughout the next year, but its success was questionable. The authorities were not easily persuaded to open up the town's lunch counters to blacks. In contrast to other sit-ins taking place elsewhere in the nation, there were a limited number of participating activists, few arrests, and not a lot of media attention. Martin Luther King, Jr. utilized violent backlash against those participating in the sit-ins to engender sympathy and force the American government to intervene. However, Williams used armed self-defense to prevent violent attacks. Thus, there was very little if any actual violence attending the Monroe sit-ins, which reduced their newsworthiness. Moreover, William's message did not draw the sort of attention that won legions of white and black admirers to King's camp. Whites tended to be highly leery of William's volatile statements and his endorsement of self-defense, as they found him threatening. 590. Meanwhile, the swimming pool campaign had begun to bear fruit. One Sunday in 1961, a mob of several thousand whites descended upon Monroe to halt the demonstrations of black picketers who were still demanding that they be allowed to swim in the only swimming pool in town. Williams described in his book Negroes with Guns how he was driving on the highway when someone from the white mob hit his car, causing both cars to get trapped in a ditch. Williams and some teenagers were in the car when they were approached by a white man with a bat, while the mob chanted "Kill the niggers." Williams brandished his Army .45. The mob hurled rocks at his car, while 3 police officers who were already at the scene watched and did nothing. Williams got out of the car with his weapon, then punched an officer who tried to take his gun. Another officer took out his gun. A teenager, who was in the car with Williams, convinced the officer otherwise when he leveled his .45 at him. The white mob let Williams and the teens go when the chief of police gave orders at the behest of Steve Presson, a member of the Monroe City Council. Williams eventually joined the picket line at the swimming pool. As a result of this demonstration, the pool was closed for the rest of the year. Violence against the blacks of Monroe escalated following the swimming pool campaign. Armed whites drove through black neighborhoods, firing off their rifles. Volunteers of the armed Black Guard frequently fired back with warning shots. Williams' home was attacked one night by the State National Guard. Williams approached the FBI. Congressman Frank Kowalski of Connecticut beseeched Attorney General Robert Kennedy to help. Kennedy called for an investigation, resulting in an interview with the chief of police, who denied that there was anything going on. In the wake of this blaring injustice, Williams prepared his chapter to launch a broad campaign. He created a 10-point program that included a demand for the city to end employment discrimination, build an additional swimming pool, and initiate the desegregation process of public schools. On August 15, 1961, Williams read those demands to the Monroe Board of Aldermen, to no avail. But Williams had a backup plan. He would stage more demonstrations. In the meantime, he invited a group of young Freedom Riders to come to Monroe. Freedom Riders. The 17 Freedom Riders who arrived in Monroe were confident that nonviolence was the best approach for protest. The Freedom Riders, black and white activists, comprised a group of nervy college students who challenged a law that upheld segregation on interstate travel and facilities and were devoted to the principles of nonviolence and direct action. They wanted an opportunity to show Williams just how effective nonviolence 91 was. Though highly skeptical, Williams watched them as they established Freedom House to train new recruits and formed the Monroe Nonviolent Action Committee. When the activists breezily commented on the friendliness of the police officers and told Williams that he had, perhaps, misgauged the climate of his community, Williams warned them that the cordiality they had experienced in their limited time in Monroe was a ruse. The demonstrations started out peaceably enough with the picketing of the Monroe courthouse. On the third day, all that changed. Whites spat in the faces of the activists and jeered at them. One of the activists was arrested. In the days to follow, isolated outbreaks of violence were reported throughout the community. One activist was shot in the stomach, another went missing. Williams contacted the governor's office, attempting to get help to find the missing youth. The governor's office blamed him for the violent eruption. What had transpired confirmed to Williams that nonviolence provoked violence. Williams' armed demonstrations had never produced such horrific violence. In the wake of the nonviolent demonstrations, he scrambled to protect the activists and his community. But conditions were steadily worsening, with the violence spilling out into the community, affecting residents who had nothing to do with the demonstrations. Williams returned home to figure out his next strategy. Increasing numbers of outsiders streamed into the community, exacerbating the situation. Williams' phone rang constantly, parents looking for their children, people calling to inform Williams that some of the activists had been arrested or were in need of medical attention. Whites roared through the neighborhood randomly firing shots. Williams had more than enough to deal with when, one Sunday, a white couple who had driven into his neighborhood was brought to him. They said they were lost. Williams was told that the couple had been seen the previous day driving through the neighborhood emblazoning a sign on their car that read "Open Season on Coons." The term coons was used by whites to refer to blacks. Although Williams was suspicious of the couple, he felt he could not leave them alone with the restive black crowd outside his door. He insisted that the couple come into his home and stay until the situation cooled down. Before long, Williams received a call from the police chief, who threatened that he would be lynched before the night was over. Williams had had death threats many times before, and had always responded by rounding up his guards, or by keeping armed vigil with his family. This time was different. Monroe was in chaos, presenting an opportunity for racist cops to get rid of him. Someone alerted him to a television report about troops being assembled to besiege his home. Williams feared this would provide a prime opportunity for the police chief to carry out his threat. He and his family fled to New York that night. 592. Once in New York, Williams, thinking he had averted disaster, began to plan a publicity campaign to expose the roots of the pandemonium that had broken out in Monroe. He had no idea that he was a wanted man until, watching the news on television, he found out that he was being charged with kidnapping the white couple he had sheltered in his home. He could hardly believe that it was his photo, grim-faced, glaring back at him on the screen. Last Williams remembered, he had seen the couple off to safety after he offered them refuge in his home. In hindsight, Williams figured that the couple had been part of a plot to frame him. As told by the white couple, the account of what happened that night in Monroe shifted constantly. Williams did not think there was any possible way he would turn himself in, knowing all too well that the court system did not mete out justice for blacks. He decided he could not stay in America, for there would be no place to hide. Williams and his family would flee the country. In exile. Canada. Canada was Williams' first choice for exile. It had been a haven of choice for black slaves who had braved the treacherous journey to freedom. With the assistance of several socialist friends, Williams and his family arrived there safely, and lived for a while with a white family. But they were in constant fear. FBI wanted posters of Williams hung in public places, and one white couple who briefly hid the Williams was visited by the FBI as well as Royal Canadian agents. They left a warning for Williams that he would, undoubtedly, make it back alive to America when they found him. It became clear that Canada was not a safe place. Williams' friends helped put together an escape plan to Cuba. Cuba. Williams' first two trips to Cuba were recent. On his first visit, in 1960, he went as a delegate of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, an organization established in New York to support Fidel Castro's regime. During that trip he had the opportunity to meet Castro. In his late 20s, Castro had led an armed revolution to overthrow the dictator Fulgencio Batista. During Batista's reign, years of protest and civil disobedience demonstrations had been met with arrests, torture, violence, and greater limitations on freedom. In 1959, when Castro took over power in Cuba at the age of 33, the Cubans were overjoyed. Castro, however, was an enemy of the American government. Despite this, he was an idol to many black militants. Williams admired him and even emulated him in small ways, like growing out his 93 beard and taking up the habit of smoking cigars. During Williams' second trip to Cuba, a personal invitation from Castro, he had been offered permanent residency, which he declined. Williams and his family arrived in Cuba in 1961. Though he longed to be in America, Williams could relax somewhat and resume his activism. He started a radical radio station, Radio Free Dixie, which featured a fusion of racial commentary with soulful ballads, jazz, and protest music. He continued the publication of The Crusader in America. During the race riots of the 1960s, Williams attacked the system and institutions of racism with blistering commentary and praised the young rioters for lashing out at the white oppressor. During this period he displayed a radicalism that was more dramatic than before. In America, Williams became a cult figure to emerging black militants. His book, Negroes with Guns, was written during his exile in Cuba. It had a significant influence on organizations such as the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense and the Deacons for Defense and Justice, for whom it was considered essential reading. Both organizations engaged in armed resistance to defend their communities. But the situation in Cuba was far from ideal and getting worse. Communists residing in Cuba presented a problem. "I find many of to be very notorious racists," he wrote to one former communist, and it was reported by the FBI that Williams has stubbed his toes with the Communist Party of Cuba because of his criticism of Communist Party for barring Negroes from leadership. It became increasingly difficult to continue his broadcasts and his work due to the attempt of the Cuban government to censor him. It was not long before Williams knew that his future was not in Cuba. But it would be no easy task to leave China. In 1965, Castro allowed Williams to go to North Vietnam to speak to black troops. The Cuban leader fully expected him to return, but Williams had other plans. The trip was a ruse. After addressing the troops, he and his family moved to Beijing, China. Both Cuba and China were enemies of the U.S. during this time, a fact that was not going to make Williams' status back in the States easy. Williams enjoyed greater freedoms in China and was treated like a celebrity, provided with a chauffeur, limo, and personal attendants. In China, Williams carried out his activism without interference. He continued his radio program and stayed in touch with black liberation movements in America. He regularly donated money to individuals and organizations. The RNA elected Williams as president in exile. Following Malcolm X's assassination, Richard Gibson, editor of Now magazine in New York, wrote to Williams in 1965, "Malcolm's removal from the scene makes you the senior spokesman for Afro-American militants." Mao took no offense when Williams decided it was time to return to America. Williams made a deal with the United States. He would be able to return in exchange for valuable information on the cultural, social, and political life in China. Mao was hopeful that Williams would help prepare the way for a new relationship between the two countries. Williams visited Africa and London before he made his final return to America. Return to the United States. On September 12, 1969, a group of black militants waited with bated breath as Williams climbed off the plane in Detroit, Michigan. Detroit was a place of huge significance for the times. In 1967, a race riot had culminated in a mass exodus of whites, leaving the city mostly black. For the first time in the city's history, a black mayor was elected. The black leaders of Williams' day had been proponents of nonviolence, but the leaders of African American protest in the late 1960s were edgy, ultra-radical, and militant like Williams. As they waited at the airport, they fully intended to accept Williams as their leader, although they expected him to adjust his ideology whenever his did not match up to their own. However, Williams surprised them all, including the media, who greeted him with questions and befuddled expressions. Neither Robert nor Mabel Williams fit the image of a black power proponent. For one thing, they did not wear afros, and for another, Williams appeared almost embarrassed by his status. Most significantly, Williams appeared subdued. Gone was the fiery rhetoric that made his admirers marvel. And to black militants' dismay, he was critical of their programs. He was not anti-American. He did not endorse black separatism. He had white friends and was not averse to their participation in the movement. He was open to forging alliances with conservative black leaders and organizations. And most surprising of all, he did not appreciate the reckless and romanticized manner in which some of the militants wielded guns. A few months later, Williams canceled his memberships in REM and the RNA, and retreated to live the quiet life. Williams' son offered one reason for Williams' withdrawal from public activism: he simply desired to live a long life without drama. With the assassinations of Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X, and other activist leaders, Williams had no interest in becoming a martyr or getting embroiled in the fractious organizations of the Black Power movement or political or cultural programs in which he did not believe. 95. Williams' new life appeared to be everything he wanted it to be. He worked for a year at the University of Michigan at the Center for Chinese Studies. After a year, he and his family moved to Baldwin, Michigan, an oasis of abundant lakes and rivers, where Williams could spend countless hours fishing and enjoying the lush wilderness. He supported himself and his family with lecturing, though he spoke for no charge at prisons. Mabel became a social worker, and later took a job as the project director at St. Anne's Lake County Senior Meals and Human Services Programs. They both remained committed to activism through their NAACP membership and were heavily involved in their small-town community. In 1976, Williams' kidnapping charges were finally dropped. The last years of Williams' life, as well as his death, were tranquil. On October 15, 1996, Williams lay on his bed on the brink of death, surrounded by his loved ones. His wife, who had stood by his side through violent times and peaceful times, tenderly held his hand. He died from Hodgkin's disease at the age of 71. See also Stokely Carmichael, W.E.B. Du Bois, Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, and Roy Wilkins. Further resources: Negroes with Guns, Rob Williams and Black Power. Directed by Sandra Dixon and Churchill Roberts, 2004. Sabir, Wanda. Growing Up Revolutionary, an interview with John Williams, son of Mabel and Robert F. Williams. freedomarchives.org. http://www.freedomarchives.org/review/growing%20up%20revolutionary.pdf. Tyson, Timothy B. Radio Free Dixie, Robert F. Williams and the Roots of Black Power. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1999. Williams, Mabel. Robert F. Williams, Self-Respect, Self-Defense, and Self-Determination. San Francisco, Freedom Archives, 2005. Williams, Robert F. Negroes with Guns. Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 1962. 596. Whitney Young. Library of Congress. Whitney Young was the executive director of the National Urban League from 1961 to 1971 and a member of the Civil Rights Big Six. When the gregarious and extroverted Young became the executive director of the National Urban League in 1961, he did so just as the wave of student sit-ins and other demonstrations of the civil rights movement was taking the world by storm. No one expected Whitney Young to be a civil rights leader. But everyone knew he was destined for big things. Growing up in Lincoln Ridge, Kentucky, he dreamed of becoming a doctor. After playing a pivotal role as a mediator between black soldiers and white officers while in the Army, he realized that his gifts might be better used elsewhere. He earned a master's degree in social work in 1947 and began a long and lucrative career with the Urban League. But the primary aim of this organization was to find work for blacks, not to engage in civil rights activism. Over the next 20 years, Young built a considerable reputation among blacks and whites. His genial personality won the trust of white businesses and important philanthropic organizations. He was a natural, shrewd, and charismatic leader. He effortlessly opened up unprecedented opportunities for blacks in the workforce, attracted the support of wealthy philanthropists to fund various programs and the operation of Urban League offices, and facilitated steady and sometimes staggering growth of whatever project was set before him. In 1961, at the age of 40, he became the executive director of the National Urban League. Once at the helm, Young orchestrated a radical course correction, an act that boggled the minds of his colleagues and affluent allies. Young decided that in addition to doing the social work, the Urban League should become a civil rights organization. More impressively, he convinced conservative whites that that was the right thing to do and that they ought to fund it. He managed this same feat during the height of the Black Power movement. As a civil rights leader, Young did not fit the mold. His style was subtle, moderate, and exceedingly polite and friendly. If it were not for the fact that he was openly aligned with the major civil rights organizations of the day, one could easily confuse him with Booker T. Washington, the famous accommodationist and influential black leader of the 19th century. This made Young all the more intriguing, because, unlike Washington, he was not an enemy of the radicals, he was their friend. Despite this, his reputation with conservative and wealthy whites did not suffer. In fact, it flourished. Childhood. Whitney Moore Young, Jr. was born July 31, 1921 on the campus of the Lincoln Institute in Lincoln Ridge, Kentucky, the second of 3 children. 598. The Lincoln Institute was an all-black school set up like a college campus. The mostly white teachers lived on campus, as did the principal of the school, who lived in a 3-story house. Like most black schools in the early 20th century, it was geared towards vocational training, offering courses in home economics, nursing, agriculture, construction, industrial arts, and steam and maintenance engineering. Both Whitney's parents, Whitney Sr. and Laura Young, attended the institute as youths. Whitney Sr. even taught there for a year before moving to Detroit, Michigan, where, thanks to his engineering degree, he found work at the American Car and Foundry Company and the Detroit United Railway. In 1918, Young married Laura and fought in the armed forces during the latter stages of World War I. After the war, he returned to Detroit and worked as an engineer for the Ford Motor Company. Young seemed settled, until the administration of the Lincoln Institute coaxed him back, telling him they wanted him to join the faculty. Young returned to Kentucky a few years later with his wife and Arnetta, but the job he was promised turned out to be a ruse. The white principal explained that they actually wanted him to work on campus as the janitor. Young did not get upset. He was an old pro at accommodating whites, as were most blacks in the early 20th century. It would prove to be his greatest weapon. Young agreed to work as the campus janitor, but only if he was allowed to teach a course in janitorial engineering. The principal liked the idea. But unbeknown to him and the rest of the campus, Young also taught straight engineering, bringing in experts to supplement his lectures. Whitney Jr. grew up in a splendidly placid world, knowing very little of the racism that was rampant beyond the borders of the Lincoln Institute. But he never forgot his first glimpse of it at the age of 5 when he and his parents went to the movies. Whitney Jr. wandered off from his parents into the white-only section of the theater, and the whites got upset with this outrageous behavior. Whitney's parents reprimanded him, and Whitney Jr. felt the sting. Off-campus, public facilities and places were segregated by custom, not by law. The socialization of a black child was as imperative as any other aspect of human development. Survival depended upon staying in your place and by not talking back. Whitney Sr. practiced this shrewdly, because his status depended upon it. For example, when Whitney Sr. returned home from shopping and discovered that the clothes he had bought for his son did not fit, it was Laura, not Whitney Sr., who complained to the store. In those days, blacks were not allowed to try on clothes in stores. Nor could they talk back. But it was more acceptable if a woman complained than a man. Retribution for blacks violating the codes of racial etiquette did not affect black women to the degree it did black men. Whitney Young 599. Of the 2 parents, Laura was the most overtly radical. She regularly ignored the white and black signs posted on restroom doors and water fountains. She defiantly used the restrooms for whites and also drank from fountains that were clearly marked for whites. She had a forceful energy and an immense heart. Laura was known around campus as someone to go to when in need. Laura fed the homeless, nursed the sick and shut-ins back to health, sent money with notes, and made good manners a top priority. Whitney Jr. was once spanked for not greeting a black person they passed in the street. The Youngs would never be considered wealthy, but they had more than most, and they were extremely generous with their resources. Family time and education were both stressed in the Young household. The family spent a lot of time together, going on walks, socializing with other upwardly mobile black families, playing baseball and cards, and singing around the piano. The Youngs began educating their 3 children as early as possible. All the children were tutored by a white woman before they entered school. Because of this jump start, Whitney Jr. entered the 2nd grade at the Lincoln Model School at only 5 years old, and stayed till he was 12. During his school years, he encountered men who impressed him because of their material achievement and aura of success. He met Julius Thomas, the Industrial Relations Director of the National Urban League and a physician. It was the encounter with the physician that made young Whitney decide he wanted to be a doctor when he grew up. In 1933, he entered Lincoln Institute. In the same year, Whitney Sr. became the first black principal of Lincoln Institute. So much for being a janitor. His patience, likability, and contributions to the school had paid off. However, the new job was not particularly desirable, for the institute was in dire straits. Because of lack of money, it was debatable if it would last another year. But Whitney Sr. was a remarkable strategist and a talented fundraiser. He established a faith plan, in which teachers agreed to receive a cut in pay while he worked on getting the institute back in shape. He traveled around the state with a group of teachers, students, and the school choir, visiting churches and organizations to beseech financial assistance. He devised a scholarship fund that would benefit both blacks and whites. He worked closely with the state legislature to receive help from the state and implement other measures. In a short time, Whitney Sr. had turned the institute's finances around and actually increased enrollment. As a man in a position of authority, Whitney Sr. was treated differently from other blacks. This was largely because whites knew that he had leverage in the black community. Treating him with a slightly greater measure of respect was an advantage for them, especially if, for example, a white business owner wanted to cater to black customers. 600. Whitney Jr. appeared to thrive at Lincoln Institute even if he did experience some pressure because his father was the principal. Whitney Sr. certainly expected the best from his children as he did from the entire student body. He preached to his students, read books, work hard, and strive for excellence. If you want to improve yourself, your community, your state, your country, and the world, start with yourself. As far as building friendships was concerned, Whitney Jr. exhibited a natural easygoing personality that made him popular with everybody. His grades were above average, and he was active in sports, especially enjoying tennis and basketball. In 1937, Whitney Jr. graduated. He was only 15 years old and had bested everyone academically, including his sister, who was the institute's salutatorian. Kentucky State Industrial College. There was no question as to whether or not any of the young children would attend college. All 3 attended Kentucky State Industrial College in Frankfort. Despite the fact that Young had been groomed for this next phase of his education, his school grades took a shocking nosedive. During his first year, he received several Cs, Bs, and 1 D. Perhaps his poor grades can be attributed to his overwhelming popularity, for Young was a jocular, friendly guy. He was involved in sports and he worked to earn extra money, though tuition was free for locals. And one can imagine he was the type of guy who was easily distracted by any and all activity on campus. Kentucky State Industrial, an all-black school, was similar to the Lincoln Institute. There were rules to abide by: no drinking alcohol or smoking, attendance at chapel services was required once a week, and students had to attend the first 3 Sundays of each month. Young had a breezy college career. After he started dating, his grades improved somewhat. But they dipped again in his junior year, when he was heavily involved again in extracurricular campus activities and was vice president of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. That year he met Margaret Buckner from Aurora, Illinois. Young pursued her, but she did not give in quickly to his advances, as she was already in a relationship. So, in fact, was Young. But their friendship grew. In his senior year, they started seeing each other exclusively, quickly becoming inseparable. Everyone called them Junior and Pookie, like they were a couple starring on a popular television show. And indeed they were both very popular. He was so well liked that he was elected class president in his senior year. At graduation in 1941, Mary McLeod Bethune, the indefatigable civil rights activist and leader in black women's organizations, gave the commencement address. 01. Armed Forces. Young still wanted to be a doctor, but there were obstacles to overcome. And he needed to save money, so he took several odd jobs during the summer, working as a busboy and a dishwasher at a hotel in Louisville, Kentucky. He also taught math and coached basketball at Rosenwald High School in Madisonville, Kentucky. When he was able, he visited Margaret, who was in her last year at Kentucky State Industrial College. When America entered World War II after the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, Young decided to enlist. This decision was undoubtedly bolstered by the fact that as a soldier he would receive money for education. He also hoped to receive medical training for free. However, all the black medical schools were full, and so he had to go to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to study electrical engineering. Young arrived at MIT with 3 other black men. They had talked among themselves and decided that they were not going to be segregated. In the early 20th century, the armed forces were not yet desegregated. Surprisingly, the white officers obliged and assigned them to quarters with whites. Only one of Young's roommates gave him any trouble. He was from Mississippi, where the color line was rigidly enforced in every aspect of life, and was visibly uncomfortable with Young. He complained to an officer on the first day, and returned sulking. He said not a word to Young for 3 weeks. But thanks to Young's disarming personality, it would not be long before he penetrated his roommate's rough exterior and made a friend. Their relationship bloomed in small ways. Young helped him with some math problems, and they exchanged a few words, then they were laughing together. But even Young was shocked when he was asked to be the best man at his wedding. In 1944, Young took a 5-day leave for his own wedding, and he and Margaret married on January 2. They honeymooned for one night at a Chicago hotel and spent some time together the next day before Young was off to Rhode Island State College in Kingston. Margaret went back to Kentucky State, where she was teaching freshman composition. That spring, Young was reassigned to the 1695th Engineer Combat Battalion. The soldiers of the battalion were all black, but the officers were white. The white officers did not know what to expect when they first laid eyes on Young, who at over 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds was impressive looking. But they had not expected him to have a college degree. Young was promoted to first sergeant, given administrative duties, and was in charge of relaying orders. He no longer had to do any of the grunt work that the black soldiers were doing. One of his most important unofficial jobs was to serve as a liaison between the black soldiers and white officers. The relations in Young's battalion were similar to those that existed throughout the military, and were representative of the hostile racial climate in America. Whites treated the black men poorly and rarely rewarded them. 602. Black soldiers, in turn, could be belligerent, refusing to obey orders and grumbling back at their officers. After a time, white officers began to fear them. Indeed, they were outnumbered, and the blacks were armed. This was where Young stepped in, effectively negotiating a working relationship between the soldiers and the officers. For example, he spoke to the officers about the men's needs and demands. He then went to the soldiers and got them to agree to follow orders or to remedy whatever problems they had. Sometimes the black men voiced their issues with Young himself, because he had leverage with the whites and worked so easily with them. Thanks to these experiences, Young began to reconsider his life's work. He had a knack for negotiating, and it concerned him to see how blacks were being treated. He wanted to do something about it. Getting to know the black soldiers was enlightening too. Young's own life in Kentucky had been drastically different from theirs. Most of them came from poor communities. Many of them were in the army because there were few opportunities for work elsewhere. Upward mobility was not a consideration, given the fact that they were inadequately equipped to compete in the workforce due to the poorly funded schools in the North. Teachers cared little about empowering their black students to strive for lives that would take them out of the ghetto, where those who came from the North lived. Young was frustrated to observe that these soldiers had little self-respect or interest in self-improvement. University of Minnesota. Young arrived in New York in early January 1946 and was honorably discharged on January 12. Home was now in Minnesota, for Margaret was studying for her master's degree in educational psychology at the University of Minnesota. Young did not know for certain what he wanted to do next, but he knew he wanted to go to graduate school. He also knew something else: he wanted to help improve the social conditions of blacks. He had a vague notion that social work was the place to start, if only because that was the direction his friends kept pressing him to take. Young went to John C. Kidney, the Associate Director of the University of Minnesota School of Social Work, to flesh out his ideas and discuss what opportunities might fit his experiences and interests. Kidney was pleased to meet an ambitious young man so deeply interested in helping his race. After several minutes, Kidney knew exactly what Young had been grasping for, and he had the answer: the Urban League. The Urban League was founded in 1910 in New York City at the start of what is known as the Great Migration, the mass migration of blacks from the South to locations throughout the North, primarily to the 03 major cities. Although segregation was prohibited in the North, most blacks lived in overcrowded and cheaply built slums or ghettos. Housing was not the only problem blacks faced; unemployment was a serious dilemma. Without jobs, blacks could not buy food, clothes, or other necessities for themselves or their families. Poverty and lack of opportunity gave way to other issues, like high crime and frustration. The Urban League was one way to address joblessness. The Urban League was a collaborative effort between blacks and whites, involving three main organizations: the Committee on Urban Conditions Among Negroes, the Committee for the Improvement of Industrial Conditions Among Negroes in New York, and the National League for the Protection of Colored Women. Two of the key players in the early formation of this organization were Ruth Standish Baldwin, the widow of an extremely wealthy railroad magnate, and Dr. George Edmund Haynes, the first African American at Columbia University to receive a Ph.D. The National Urban League had made significant headway in negotiating with white business owners to employ blacks and train blacks to be prepared for the workforce. During the Great Depression, the organization lobbied on behalf of blacks, who were not included in many of the relief and recovery reforms of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal. Young agreed with Kidney that the Urban League would fit his aspirations. Kidney undoubtedly realized that Young would do well in whatever career he chose to pursue. Getting admitted to the master's program was another challenge. If Young had done better in undergraduate school, he would have had an easier time getting accepted. But his grades were not spectacular. And he had taken very few courses dealing with social work. Nonetheless, Young was accepted, largely because he included an impressive letter from a white captain he had met in the military, who glowingly gave account of how Young kept peace aboard the ship that carried the soldiers home. Young started taking classes in the spring of 1946. He was able to pay for his studies through the GI Bill, which covered tuition and living expenses. He supplemented this money with a job at an athletic club. During the next 2 years, Young was assigned to 2 different social agencies. The first was the Hennepin County Welfare Board, where he worked on cases of whites and blacks. In his second year, he was placed at the Minneapolis Urban League, where he shadowed the industrial secretary to various meetings and to employment bureaus, gaining considerable experience on the administrative side of the organization. He met with and interviewed individuals seeking work, and he made reports to the board. When Young sat down to write his thesis on the history of the St. Paul Urban League, he had a surfeit of information and experience from which to draw. But Young went several steps further by conducting interviews in the community, doing research at the local library, and scouring old newspapers. The final product totaled 90 pages. 604. St. Paul Urban League. Young's attention to detail, sincerity, and professionalism gained him an easy foothold into a position with the National Urban League. Out of graduate school, he took a job as Industrial Relations Secretary to the St. Paul Urban League in the fall of 1947. Young worked under S. Vincent Owens, who had a reputation for turning out stellar leaders. Young was immediately put to the test. Not only was his job to find work for blacks, but he was charged with the task of improving the quality of those jobs and to ensure that blacks who had found employment were being promoted. Young saw to it that blacks received training. He also went into businesses and studied them. For example, when he entered Skuneman's department store, he observed high numbers of black clientele but no black workers. He convinced the president of that company to hire blacks, then undoubtedly helped supply the employees. Young's volunteer work kept him involved in the community, sustained his ability to network, increased his visibility, and helped develop him as a leader. Young was a board member of the NAACP, the Associated Negro Credit Union, and the Crispus Attucks Home. He joined the YMCA Men's Club, the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, and the No Name Club. This last organization, made up of black professionals, was particularly important because it permitted Young and the other members to address social concerns, to problem solve, and to encourage one another's personal development. Despite his many obligations, Young made family and friends a priority. Margaret managed the home front, splitting her time between being a homemaker and director of teenage and young adult activities at the Hallie Q. Brown Community House. In the evenings, Whitney and Margaret talked over their days, played with the new baby, and dreamed of a successful future. The weekends were largely filled with social activities with other couples. There were parties, dances, picnics, and jaunts to the theater or a concert. Young was a man deeply committed to his community. He believed in being involved at the grassroots level. But he also knew that his work and his busy schedule were preparing him for something grander. Making friends with Lester Granger, then leader of the National Urban League, fed Young's ambition. When Young met Granger, the latter was in his 50s, bespectacled and balding, and a well-seasoned leader. But word had it that Granger was becoming less progressive and more moderate in his management of the organization. Also, funds were dwindling. In contrast, Young was tall and robust and full of energy and optimism, with a head full of wavy black hair. He approached his work with zeal and had a fresh outlook. But he was still learning. 05. Omaha Urban League. Granger watched Young's professional growth with pleasure. When, in 1949, M. Leo Bohannon transferred from the Omaha Urban League to a chapter in St. Louis, Young was one of 6 candidates Granger recommended to fill Bohannon's position as executive director. Young seemed destined for the job, and started his first day on February 1, 1950. Part of Young's approach as the executive director was to increase the Null's exposure in the community, as well as to tackle head-on those businesses that prohibited the hiring of blacks. Young had to ramp up his negotiation skills. Many whites had no interest in hiring blacks at all. But Young was successful with a substantial number of companies by pointing out that employing blacks would benefit them financially. Young backed up his arguments with facts and impressed the managers with his personality. Young's confident and optimistic persona and temperament helped immensely during these negotiations, and helped encourage whites to step out of their comfort zone. For many white business owners, Young was the first black they had sat down and talked with. Although Young's work was not directly involved in grassroots social activism, his job had the same objective and yielded the same results. The focus of the NAACP was to integrate society. The Null strove to integrate the workforce, while addressing the financial needs of the black community. Young relied on negotiation, rather than direct action, to break new ground in all white companies and businesses. All in all, Young secured 93 firsts for blacks in a variety of occupations in Omaha. On most days, Young did not go straight home from work. Instead, he made time for his volunteer interests. He continued his involvement as a board member of the local chapter of the NAACP. He added to his commitment to the Boy Scouts by becoming a board member. Whitney and Margaret made new friends from the church they attended, St. John's AME Church, and participated in many church activities. Young was a staunch integrationist. Although he attended an all-black church, he struggled to integrate Omaha's businesses, as well as its neighborhoods. He and his wife specifically looked to purchase a home in a mostly white neighborhood. They found one they liked and moved in, which encouraged more blacks to move in. But eventually, this caused the whites to move out. Integration was not an easy process. In 1951, Young played a leading role in the move to desegregate low-rent federal public housing in Omaha. This was a long, grueling process that involved a lengthy series of meetings and talks. But Young's tactics worked. By the end of 1952, reported that all hotels and eating places in the downtown area, as well as motels and tourist camps on the outskirts of the city, served blacks without discrimination. 606. Young did not always rely on negotiations alone. There was a local grassroots organization called the DePores Club that Young called upon in times of need. The DePores Club utilized direct action demonstrations. One of the reasons the Urban League did not undertake these tactics themselves was because they were a non-confrontational and conservative organization, and as such, they were able to attain more success with whites. Whites would have been less inclined to associate with the radical organization. Radical demonstrations would have undermined their efforts. But this did not stop Young from shrewdly seeking out the predominantly white DePores Club. When he was able to get a cab company to hire black workers, members of the DePores Club rode in the cabs and told the cab drivers that they supported the hiring of black drivers. Young wanted to make a point with the cab company that whites would be comfortable with driving in cabs with black drivers. On other occasions, Young and the DePores Club worked as a team. During negotiations, as a last resort, if he saw that a discussion was not going well, he would mention that he had heard that the DePores Club was considering staging a demonstration against the company. This indirect threat normally produced instantaneous results in Young's favor. Other times, as when the club boycotted the Coca-Cola bottling company to demand the hiring of black workers, Young appeared and handled negotiations. Young was careful to limit his interactions with the club. He might go to a meeting or stop by briefly at a demonstration to show his support, but he was not among the picketers, and he never officially joined the group. Because Young was a leader of the Null, he stayed clear of any behavior that might undermine his good standing with the Urban League or with white business leaders. Atlanta University. Young was not certain what to do when, in 1953, he received an offer to become the new dean of the Atlanta University School of Social Work in Georgia. Young went to his friend, Art McCaw, who was on the board of the Urban League and someone whose opinion he respected, to help him work through his dilemma. There was a part of Young that felt this was an opportunity not to be considered lightly, and yet the pay was less than what he received as the executive director at the Omaha Urban League. Furthermore, if he stayed, he stood a chance to fill the position of executive directorship in Philadelphia. But McCaw told Young to take the Atlanta job, and so he did. In December 1953, Lauren, Young's second daughter, was born. In the following month, the Youngs were unpacking boxes, putting up framed photographs on the walls, and settling into their new brick home for faculty. 07. In Atlanta, Georgia. Margaret was not happy about the move to Atlanta, mostly because she did not want to live in a Jim Crow environment, and she particularly did not want to raise her children under such oppressive laws and rules. She worried over the effect of segregation on their girls. but Margaret made the most of a miserable situation. She taught courses in education and psychology at Spelman College, an institution for black women, and avoided Jim Crow buses and facilities if at all possible. She made the children use the restroom at home before leaving for an outing so they did not have to use the black-only restrooms, and she did not use the parks or go to certain other segregated places. Young faced similar challenges, but he responded to them differently. If anything, Young thrived in the face of adversity. One challenge entailed the School of Social Work itself. The school was floundering. Like his father 2 decades ago, just starting out as the principal of Lincoln Institute, Young set out to save the school. He made huge changes. He integrated the student body, increased faculty salaries, and adjusted the curriculum. His changes brought forth significant growth. Young also tackled Jim Crow in the community. He was a board member of the NAACP in Atlanta. He also founded the Atlanta Committee for Cooperative Action and was involved in the Atlanta Citizens Committee on Economic Opportunity and Employment. He was co-chairman of the Greater Atlanta Council on Human Rights. The Greater Atlanta Council on Human Rights was formed in 1958. One of its major campaigns for that year was to desegregate public libraries in Atlanta. After negotiations failed, the organization pursued legal recourse. Young and a professor who taught at Spelman College in Atlanta spearheaded efforts to find appropriate plaintiffs. That was no easy task, because the plaintiffs not only had to be beyond reproach, but they had to be fearless or at least willing to face unknown dangers. It was common knowledge that plaintiffs faced threats, intimidation, and harassment. Many lost their jobs and could be barred from employment everywhere in the city. However, on May 19, Young received an unsuspecting and pleasant surprise. A member of the library board called, asking for Young's group to hold off on the lawsuit. On that same day, the board held an emergency meeting and agreed to desegregate the libraries. At the end of that week, black students from the local colleges and universities tested the libraries. No one reported any problems or hassles. The Atlanta Committee for Cooperative Action comprised young black leaders from the Atlanta community. This organization presented a bold new alternative to the general acceptance of accommodationism in the community. Since Booker T. Washington had made accommodationism extremely popular in the 19th century, these blacks continued to practice it. In one sense, it was an effective way to get along with whites. And it was the one ideology that both whites and blacks approved. Whites permitted blacks to enjoy some sense of achievement, and blacks could live with little fear of violent backlash or intimidation. Young gave a speech at the Urban League's annual conference in 1959. Despite the move to Atlanta for a job unaffiliated with the Urban League, Young had remained in contact with people he knew from his old office, as well as with its executive director, Lester Granger. The speech that he gave was important not only for its content, but because of what would come of it. Lindsley F. Kimball was in the audience that day. Kimball was the vice president of the General Education Board. He had significant connections with major philanthropic organizations. Later, he would serve as the executive vice president of the Rockefeller Foundation. When Kimball heard Young speak and saw the effect he had on the audience, he was more than impressed. It was well known that Granger was no longer as effective as he had once been. The time for him to retire was drawing near. Kimball figured Young would be a marvelous candidate to succeed Granger. Kimball got in touch with Young and started to work on getting him thinking about leaving Atlanta. Young was receptive. As much as he enjoyed being in the thick of the action, his wife was not happy there, largely because of the Jim Crow laws, and she was concerned that their daughter was not getting the best education possible or the best opportunities. Young considered Kimball's suggestion, take a sabbatical from the university and attend graduate school for a year. Both knew that the sabbatical would transition Young into possible leadership of the NUL, ideally the position of executive secretary. The break would give Young time to refresh himself, as well as to prepare himself for greater responsibilities. Young agreed. As he made preparations to leave, Young participated in another ACCA campaign in Atlanta. He helped publish a second look, The Negro Citizen in Atlanta. White Atlantans had worked long and hard to project a positive image to the rest of the nation, especially the North. The Civil War had devastated all hopes of ever returning to the Old South, or antebellum period, which depended upon black slave labor and was based mostly on an agricultural economy. Journalist and long-standing editor of the Atlanta Constitution Henry W. Grady popularized the term New South to refer to its industrial advancements, economic growth, and purported improvement in race relations. Leaders in Atlanta were particularly proud of their alleged progress in terms of industrial growth and black-white relations. But ACCA's publication exposed several inequalities that black Atlantans experienced in education, health services, housing, employment, justice, law enforcement, and policy making. Before ACCA distributed the publication to local businesses and prominent white leaders in the city, the members asked the conservative black leaders to look it over. Surprisingly, the accommodationist leaders approved 09 of it and were relieved that a group bolder than they had the courage to undertake such a campaign. ACCA was even more pleased when major newspapers, such as the Atlanta Constitution and the Atlanta Daily World, published in-depth articles about the book. ACCA had not anticipated that the publication would inspire a new generation of activists. Following the famous sit-in at a Greensboro, North Carolina Woolworth's lunch counter involving students from North Carolina A&T College, black and white students took part in sit-ins throughout the South. A number of students, including those who studied under Young, participated in local sit-ins in Atlanta, Georgia. Young was extremely supportive of these young activists. It was Young to whom they turned for advice and encouragement. Young's support of the local sit-in movement was no secret to anyone. Because of his support, there were those who accused Young of masterminding the demonstrations. But Young acted largely as a resource for the students. His role involved cheering them on and offering advice along the way. Others implored Young, because of his influence, to persuade the students to stop demonstrating. But he would not. He was proud of what the students were doing, and was more than thrilled to be of any kind of assistance. Harvard University. Young's colleagues, his students, and the administration were sad to see him go north after 7 years in Atlanta. They sensed that Young was off to greater ventures and would not be returning. Margaret enjoyed the atmosphere in Harvard so much better. It was a welcome break for her from the heaviness of the social climate in Atlanta. Young began his studies in the fall of 1960. He studied social sciences, thanks to a General Education Board fellowship, which gave him monies to cover his tuition and living expenses. That spring, right on schedule, the Urban League launched its campaign to hire a new executive director. There were 7 candidates, including Young. Most of the others were in their 50s and had served in top positions with the Urban League. Young was the youngest and currently on leave from his duties at a university, taking classes at Harvard University. On paper, Young had the least experience and was not currently actively involved in the league. Against those odds, Young got the job, with an official start date of October 1, 1961. Executive Director of the National Urban League. Employees and leaders in the Urban League craved change, and they certainly got that under Young's leadership. Young brought the sort of energy 610 to his job that made everyone feel secure and relieved. Emboldened by the challenges ahead, Young formulated steps to restructure the affiliate offices, improve the organization's public image, raise more money, and most radically facilitate the transition of the Urban League into an active partner in the civil rights movement. These objectives would require the skill of a steady, confident, and skilled hand. Young's first test was the move to a predominantly white neighborhood. The first black family that had tried to move in was deterred when whites who did not want them in their neighborhood broke all the exterior windows of the house. The black family changed its mind and moved to another neighborhood. Young's real estate agent contrived a brilliant plan to avert resistance. He told the neighbors that they were fortunate to have a neighbor like Young. He told them that the Youngs were wanted in other upscale and prominent neighborhoods, but he chose this one. The ploy worked, and the Youngs moved in. White neighbors poured on the kindness, offered to help them unpack, brought cookies, and asked for play dates with their children and Young's 2 girls. Young was personally invited to join the Neighbors Association. Young was not the only one to face challenges in the community. When Marcia started her first day at the integrated New Rochelle High School, she faced a dubious situation. Not only was she the new girl, but her father had instructed her to not fall into the pattern of associating only with blacks. At high school, the blacks and whites generally socialized separately, so when Marcia declined the offer to sit with the other black girls at lunchtime, she had to sit alone. Eventually, she was welcomed to sit with a group of white girls. At work, Young displayed non-stop energy and expected everyone to keep up. He saw to it that all the affiliate offices adjusted their programs to be in alignment with the national office. This structure had worked well for the NAACP. Rather than allow each affiliate office to make up its own objectives, they had to follow instructions from one central office. Although this did away with the individual character of each organization, it increased productivity and efficiency. Bringing about uniformity to the Urban League also enhanced its public image. Young believed that the image that the Urban League projected was critical to its success, for it was important to attract blacks in the community as well as philanthropists and corporate sponsors. During a pep talk to Urban League executives in Young's first year, Young advocated professionalism. He developed new programs, demonstrating the UL's commitment to the community and the fact that the organization was active, lively, and thriving. Some of the programs included after-school tutoring, workshops targeting high school dropouts, counseling for black families, homes for special needs children, assistance to black veterans, and a host of other projects. 11. The Urban League was profoundly helped by the donations that Young raised. Young was a powerful fundraiser. He exuded confidence at meetings with donors. His straight talk was tempered by his charisma and the trust that he built so easily with many wealthy whites and philanthropic organizations. Young knew the right words to speak, and he was able to adjust his message according to his audience. By this time he had fine-tuned and gone beyond the abilities he had first exhibited while in the military, and could convince both blacks and whites to come to agreement on just about any issue. Young's efforts paid off handsomely in the following year, as the numbers reflect. Bethlehem Steel, which had contributed $2,500 in 1961, gave $4,000 in 1962, General Electric and General Motors both raised their gifts from $2,500 to Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom is an epithet used commonly by radical blacks to describe conservative blacks. The term was derived from the Harriet Beecher Stowe novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, but the meaning used by radical blacks has little to do with the character from that book. That Tom, a black slave, was portrayed as a martyred hero. Over time, the definition of Uncle Tom has altered to refer to a black person who is subservient to whites, especially one who would not ever oppose, defy, or challenge whites in any way. Along with this definition comes the idea that the Uncle Tom has assimilated white behavior and speech. Blacks who call other blacks Uncle Tom challenge the authenticity of the other person's racial identity and portray him to be something of a sellout, another epithet for someone who betrays his own group. During the years that saw the rise of the Black Power movement and the dimming of the popularity of civil rights leaders, the term was immensely popular. Among the prominent leaders to be called Uncle Toms were Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., James Farmer, Roy Wilkins, and Whitney Young. The term and its implicit condemnation appear to be an ill match with such civil rights luminaries, since these men's lives and careers were dedicated to fighting against racism, oppression, and discrimination, and to seeking social justice. As a result, black radicals appear to have created a new meaning for the term Uncle Tom, an objection to the policies of conservative blacks. Thus, the term began to be used to describe any black who did not embrace the Black Power agenda. In time, conservatism, pacifism, integrationism, and even middle classism began to be associated with the image of a sellout or Uncle Tom. Conservative black leaders shake their heads at this phenomenon, which so thoughtlessly dismisses their ideals. 612. $5,000, Kaiser Industries donation jumped from $100 to $5,100, Western Electric's gift rose from $2,500 to $7,000, and IBM's donation went from $1,650 to $7,500. U.S. Steel, which had not contributed at all in 1961, gave $5,000 for 1962. All told, corporate gifts totaled $153,000 in 1962 and $527,000 the year after. While Young spearheaded changes and improvements to the null, he kept an eye on the progress of the civil rights movement. He privately pondered his organization's role in the events that were unfurling, events that had captured the attention of America and the world. Due to his personal interest as well as the fact that he felt it was the responsible thing for his organization to do, Young wanted desperately to be a part of the struggle. Given the historic goals of the organization to raise the economic status of blacks and to desegregate workplaces, civil rights were not, in his mind, extending too radically beyond their scope. Young did realize that to many in his organization as well as his donors the step would be seen as a drastic undertaking. Civil Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Movement was, arguably, the largest and most important period of African American protest. It was led predominantly by blacks themselves. The NAACP made significant contributions with a series of legal wins, the most well-known being the Brown v. Board of Education case in 1954 that ended the legal practice of segregation in public schools in the South. The next milestone was the Montgomery bus boycott, which spawned a wave of similar demonstrations in other areas across the South. The sit-in movement began in 1960 and continued through the decade in the South. In 1961, black and white college students, representing the Congress of Racial Equality and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, launched the Freedom Rides, which challenged and ultimately put an end to segregated interstate transportation and facilities. Because of the tremendous media attention, most anyone could list the major organizations involved in the struggle for civil rights, as well as their leaders: James Forman, the Executive Secretary of SNCC, James Farmer, head of CORE, and Martin Luther King, Jr., the President of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Women were also active participants in the movement, notably Dorothy Height, who was at the helm of the National Council for Negro Women. Young knew them all, but he was closest to Roy Wilkins, since he had been a long-standing member of the NAACP. As early as 1962, Young began to prepare the soil for the Urban League's entrance into the civil rights movement. In that year, he told an audience at the annual convention of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. 13. A necessary and important ally in the civil rights struggle. Also, in 1962, Young and a former trustee of the Null met with President John F. Kennedy to discuss pressing social issues in black communities such as education, equal employment, housing, and health care. These were also concerns of the prominent civil rights organizations, although segregation and voting rights were what largely drove the mass demonstrations. Kennedy in his first year as president was a symbol of hope for blacks, as well as for the nation as a whole. He was youthful, charismatic, and winsome. He had the sort of star quality that could disarm conservative Southerners who, in that period, were as resistant to change as civil rights organizations were forceful in their demands for it. Blacks believed Kennedy would be the one to usher in racial progress. But Kennedy proved to be a guarded supporter. Though the ills of segregation were obvious, he moved cautiously and slowly. He feared that if he took a strong and active role in achieving progress for blacks, he might provoke a national crisis, given the opposition and resistance of whites in the South. He also thought overt and speedy change might compromise the security of his presidency. Although Kennedy listened attentively to what the two men had to say and even appeared agreeable to the idea that the federal government should take an active role in addressing the social problems that blacks faced, the meeting made little, if any, tangible headway towards a definitive program for blacks. Young did not give up on building a relationship with the president, but his unproductive meeting motivated him to forge ahead with his own plans. In a 1963 memo to League executives, Young detailed the criteria for null involvement in the civil rights movement and why it should contemplate joining the struggle. He stated that affiliates ought not to initiate or participate actively in picketing and boycotting, but that they needed to be visible and to communicate effectively with the protesters. It was essential for the League to be sufficiently involved to maintain the respect of the black community and to take a leadership role in resolving some of the crises. Not everyone in the League backed Young from the start. As the skeptics saw it, the Null was a social service agency, not a social activist organization. In that day, civil rights demonstrations were perceived as radical and revolutionary. The naysayers were also concerned that the radicalization of the Urban League might undo pivotal connections to and relationships with government officials and financial contributors. Most donors to the League based their support on its moderate stance as much as on the good works it accomplished in black communities. To convince the skeptics within the League as well as tentative white financial contributors, Young had the 614 success of the ongoing stream of demonstrations, such as the campaigns King waged in the Deep South that forced the involvement of President Kennedy. Growing pressure from blacks within the community also swayed the skeptics. Soon the question the executives asked one another was not should we join, but when will we join? Eventually, they looked to Young for the answer. But his approach was calculated and cautious. There would be no sudden and drastic action from Whitney Young. Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. The year 1963 began with an unprecedented meeting, and Young was invited. Stephen Currier was well known among elite foundations and philanthropic organizations. He and his wife, Audrey Bruce Currier, had established the Taconic Foundation in 1958. This foundation was different from most in that it reflected Currier's interest in the radical civil rights organizations of the day. It was his idea to put the heads of the organizations into one room and to facilitate the establishment of an elite group called the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. There were several participants, but the most famous were Martin Luther King, Jr., Roy Wilkins, James Forman, John Lewis, Dorothy Height, and the newcomer Whitney Young. The importance of that meeting and subsequent get-togethers is highlighted by the fact that each organization until that moment had acted independently. Although the organizations remained autonomous, the effort to come together to talk, to acknowledge each other's role, and to combine forces for fundraising endeavors proved indispensable. But the meetings were also at times contentious. The various leaders often vied for money and media attention, and it was often difficult to come together on a plan of attack. For example, if Wilkins called for a moratorium, he was hard-pressed to convince the front-line organizations like SNCC and CORE to agree. Conflict was often caused by personality differences, especially between Wilkins and Forman. Wilkins and Young were the most conservative leaders in the group, mainly because their organizations did not engage in direct action as the others did. But Wilkins was less diplomatic than Young during the meetings and exuded overbearing qualities. James Forman of SNCC was as dogmatic as Wilkins, but from the opposite perspective. His youthful idealism and aggressiveness showed itself at most meetings. John Lewis, Forman's alternate, was much more composed and amicable. Young played an instrumental role in these meetings. He utilized his negotiating and mediating skills to forge truces and help settle disputes. 15. March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. The objectors were not completely silent the day Young announced that he had been contacted by A. Philip Randolph, the leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Randolph wanted Young to participate in a march he was planning. In the years before the Civil Rights Movement, Randolph was legendary for his role in procuring wage increases and better hours for black porters and for the desegregation of the U.S. Armed Forces. In 1963, Randolph, at 74, was as noble in his appearance as he was esteemed for his contributions to the cause. Randolph was a portrait of elegance, tall and lean, with a crown of snow-white hair that was a striking contrast to his brown skin. When he spoke, it was with the profound resonance of the Harvard elite, although he had actually attended City College in New York. No one could refuse Randolph. Young did not plan to either, even if his decision created some dissonance among some in the League. From the start, Young made it clear that he would only participate in the march if all the leaders involved agreed to a conservative demonstration. It was thus largely Young's doing that the forthcoming march set a light and non-malevolent tone. Young participated in the planning meetings and had private conversations with President Kennedy, who was anxious about the gathering. He worried that the march might provoke strife in the nation or ignite a riot. But Young and others reiterated over and over that the purpose of the march was to conduct a large-scale demonstration for a peaceful call to racial equality and for improvements in employment and other areas. Kennedy gave the okay, but he was not completely at ease. Kennedy was not the only one who was anxious about the march. Young had a lot riding on the event as well. He had his own reputation, as well as that of his organization to think about. If the march failed, his career and quite possibly the Urban League itself might be done for. Young's vigilance over the planning of the march and the speeches that each leader would give bothered the leaders of the other organizations, and SNCC most of all. SNCC had hoped for a more aggressive approach to the march, for they saw it as an opportunity to let loose and exert radicalness. Although the actual march played out majestically and without violence, SNCC activists grumbled that the day was too passive, too watered down. Nonetheless, Kennedy was relieved. He was also so excited by the demonstration that he invited the major leaders back to his office afterward. This paved the way for a good working relationship between civil rights leaders and subsequent presidents that continues to this day. Urban League tactics. Young returned to the Knoll office in triumph. The day had been a momentous one for the nation, as well as for Young and the League. As one of the 616 speakers, Young's status as a civil rights leader had been sealed, initiating the League's entrance into the civil rights movement. In the next few years, the Urban League did not organize or participate in direct action demonstrations. But it did participate vicariously through Young's acknowledged role and symbolically through the public support it garnered. This approach was arguably insignificant. But as Young had explained back in 1962, the League represented an important ally, affirming the interests of the blacks they reached and legitimizing the movement to rich, ultra-conservative philanthropists. Young personally lent his negotiating power to meetings with more than one president. His high visibility only helped strengthen the League. March on Selma, Alabama. The Selma March, a campaign launched by King's SCLC, took place in 1965. The first attempt was marked by violence, as police officers beat demonstrators as they tried to march to the Alabama Capitol. That day was so violent it became known as Bloody Sunday. The second attempt was shortened because King did not want to defy a local court injunction prohibiting the march. The media reported on the violence in graphic video and words, gaining immense national attention. When the march finally occurred, Young was there, fresh and inspiring as he spoke under the shadow of the Alabama State Capitol. He was one of many prominent leaders who gave a presentation that day. Black Power movement. Black Power ideology. Young watched in despair as his youngest daughter, Lauren, grew her hair out into a billowy brown afro. Lauren's inspiration was Angela Davis, an activist associated with the Black Power movement. The afro was more than a trendy hairstyle, it was a powerful symbol of resistance, of race consciousness, of everything that threatened to undermine all of Young's work. Young knew the man, Stokely Carmichael, who had coined the term Black Power at a 1966 rally in Greenwood, Mississippi. Carmichael had once been a part of the civil rights struggle as a prominent SNCC activist. The term alarmed civil rights leaders, including Young, and irreparably tore a rift between older and younger generations. Although young black militants insisted the term was a positive call for black pride and self-determination, Young knew well that it was heavily laden with anger and a radicalness he could not embrace. The fiery term infused an ideology of black separatism and a militancy that had been simmering in the nation's ghettos since the 1940s. 17. The riots. The riots that erupted in 1964 and lasted through the remainder of the decade in the northern cities reflected the militant spirit of the Black Power movement. Although Black Power leaders like H. Rap Brown instigated some of the riots, other militant organizations, like the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, tried to calm blacks down and, in some cases, prevent the outbreak of riots within the confines of black communities. The riots were largely a result of the frustrations of young black youths who were overwhelmed by the racism, despair, and hopelessness engendered by living in overcrowded, dilapidated, and rat-infested ghettos and exacerbated by incidences of police brutality and harassment. The race riots were largely contained within black environments. The riots could last for days and involved looting, the destruction of local businesses and property, and the setting on fire of cars and buildings. Few deaths occurred during the actual riots. More deaths resulted when police officers or National Guardsmen arrived to restore order. The riots stoked fear and confusion in the hearts of whites, including those who gave money, year after year, to organizations like the Urban League to improve their chances for a better life, who did not understand the underlying problems that caused the riots. In this perilous hour, Young became an advocate for the rioters. He endeavored to articulate their needs to the media, to the president, and to others of influence and power. In numerous speeches, Young tried to show his doubting audience an alternative way of looking at what was happening, and why. The riots made white Americans aware of the problems faced by blacks and brought them face to face with the realization that those problems threatened the future of the nation. Young plunged into action. He published To Be Equal, which put forward in-depth solutions to the many social and economic problems of blacks in America. He developed the idea of compensatory action and, in discussions with President Lyndon B. Johnson, contributed to ideas that resulted in Johnson's War on Poverty program and the formation of affirmative action. Shifting focus. Young tried to forge connections with Black Power organizations. He attended Black Power conferences. But generally, black militants were critical of Young. They called him Whitey Young, and castigated him for aligning himself with whites rather than with militant blacks, for pushing integration, and for refusing to subscribe to blackness, as it was culturally exemplified. But Young was a creative opportunist, making the most of the new times, doing his best to stay in step with the new movement without compromising. 618. His beliefs or the premise of the null. He established a new thrust program to develop a range of special projects aimed at building economic and political power where most blacks were concentrated. At the 1968 annual CORE convention, he outlined his shift in tactics. CORE and SNCC were formerly integrationists, but in 1966, these organizations became militant due to dissatisfaction with pacifist techniques. Affirmative action. Affirmative action is a hotly contested issue in America. The first instance of this concept can be found in Executive Order 10925, issued in 1961 by John F. Kennedy. This initial attempt was bolstered by Lyndon B. Johnson when he issued Executive Order 11246, which resulted in the establishment of an Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Johnson continued to push for equality for blacks through his own interests and through discussions with such civil rights leaders as James Farmer of the Congress of Racial Equality and Whitney Young of the National Urban League. Johnson coined the term affirmative action during a speech at Howard University in 1965. The purpose of affirmative action was to help diversify institutions, workplaces, and other public spaces. It was also employed to address the practice, deliberate or not, and law-enforced custom of barring blacks and other minority groups, including white women, from exclusively white male environments. As Young conceived it, affirmative action was to be a temporary remedy to the disparities and problems blacks faced. The term provokes mixed emotions to this day. Many conservative whites excoriate affirmative action policies, claiming that to give preference to one race over another is in itself discrimination. The term reverse discrimination was coined to describe situations in which affirmative action favors the marginalized. Some conservative blacks agree, and feel that the policy is degrading. Other blacks recognize it is not the best solution but feel that it has engendered progress and is still very much needed to ensure that marginalized groups are not discriminated against. In the 1990s, a black man named Ward Connerly launched a nationwide campaign to eliminate affirmative action. In 1997, California banned all forms of affirmative action in the state. In 1998, the state of Washington followed suit. In 2000, Governor Jeb Bush abolished affirmative action in college admissions in Florida. Civil rights leaders are dismayed over these recent developments. To them, it is not yet time to dismantle the pivotal gains that have been achieved. Economic, political, and social disparities are still serious problems in black communities. They fear that to take away policies that level the playing field might prove disastrous. 19. Conflict with white members of their organizations, and a desire to exert more control over the direction of the movement and their lives. During his speech, Young referred to his audience as brothers and sisters, and affirmed the audience's advocacy of black power. His speech astonished and delighted them. He later had to justify his speech on a radio program, explaining that his support of black power did not include endorsement for violence or black separatism. Young closed out the decade with controversy. He went to Vietnam in 1966, to investigate how black soldiers were being treated. Young reported problems, such as blacks being prohibited from advancement, to President Johnson. In 1967, he went again to Vietnam, this time at Johnson's behest as a member of a delegation charged to report on the elections that took place there. Young's report was positive, but civil rights leaders felt he should not have gone, since they were in disagreement with America's involvement in the war. Despite the dissension he created among black leaders, the decade ended on a tremendous note when, in 1969, Johnson awarded Young the Medal of Freedom. Great Society. The Great Society program was an ambitious and laudatory step taken to address poverty and racism in America. Put into place in the mid-1960s by President Lyndon B. Johnson, the program was specifically created to meet the needs of disadvantaged minorities. A number of programs operating today are byproducts of Johnson's program, including the Job Corps, the Peace Corps, Upward Bound, Food Stamps, and Head Start. An array of anti-poverty programs was created under the banner of the War on Poverty. Johnson's programs were both visionary and timely, especially considering the barrage of race riots that inflamed black communities in the North in the same decade. These riots occurred due to neglect and rampant problems associated largely with poverty and racism. However, America's increasing embroilment in the Vietnam War siphoned away monies that had previously funded Great Society programs and dominated the president's attention. As a result of this, augmented by the political conservatism of the 1980s, many of the gains that had been achieved were diminished. 620. Into the 1970s. Young was still a major figure at the start of the new decade. As a result, he continued to be away from home frequently, which put a strain on his wife and children who missed him and wanted to see more of him. Although Young was enamored of his role and the attention he generated, he sometimes agonized over not having more time for his family. He thought seriously about leaving the Null for some other opportunity. It was during this time of reflection that Young accepted an invitation to join several delegates to participate in a dialogue between African Americans and Africans in Lagos, Nigeria. During the conference, Young and several others wandered to the beach for a swim. On March 11, 1971, Young tragically drowned. He was 49 years old. See also Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, James Farmer, Dorothy Height, Martin Luther King, Jr., John Lewis, A. Philip Randolph, and Roy Wilkins. Appendix 1, Executive. Order 8802. Signed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt on June 25, 1941, less than 6 months before the American entry into World War II, Executive Order 8802 prohibited government contractors from engaging in employment discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. Reaffirming policy of full participation in the defense program by all persons, regardless of race, creed, color, or national origin, and directing certain action in furtherance of said policy. June 25, 1941. Whereas it is the policy of the United States to encourage full participation in the national defense program by all citizens of the United States, regardless of race, creed, color, or national origin, in the firm belief that the democratic way of life within the nation can be defended successfully only with the help and support of all groups within its borders, and whereas there is evidence that available and needed workers have been barred from employment in industries engaged in defense production solely because of considerations of race, creed, color, or national origin, to the detriment of workers' morale and of national unity, now, therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the statutes, and as a prerequisite to the successful conduct of our national defense production effort, I do hereby reaffirm the policy of the United States that there shall be no discrimination in the employment of workers in defense industries or government because of race, creed, color, or national origin, and I do hereby declare that it is the duty of employers and of labor organizations, in furtherance of said policy and of this order, to provide for the full and equitable participation of all workers in defense industries, without discrimination because of race, creed, color, or national origin, and it is hereby ordered as follows. 1. All departments and agencies of the government of the United States concerned with vocational and training programs for defense production shall take special measures appropriate to assure that such programs are administered without discrimination because of race, creed, color, or national origin. 2. All contracting agencies of the government of the United States shall include in all defense contracts hereafter negotiated by them a provision obligating the contractor not to discriminate against any worker because of race, creed, color, or national origin. 3. There is established in the Office of Production Management a Committee on Fair Employment Practice, which shall consist of a chairman and 4 other members to be appointed by the President. The chairman and members of the committee shall serve as such without compensation but shall be entitled to actual and necessary transportation, subsistence, and other expenses incidental to performance of their duties. The committee shall receive and investigate complaints of discrimination in violation of the provisions of this order and shall take appropriate steps to redress grievances which it finds to be valid. The committee shall also recommend to the several departments and agencies of the government of the United States and to the President all measures which may be deemed by it necessary or proper to effectuate the provisions of this order. Franklin D. Roosevelt. The White House. June 25, 1941. 624 Appendix 1. Appendix 2, Executive Order 9981. On July 26, 1948, President Harry S. Truman signed Executive Order 9981, establishing the President's Committee on Equality of Treatment and Opportunity in the Armed Services. Although segregation in the military services did not officially end until President Dwight Eisenhower's Secretary of Defense announced the abolition of the last all-black unit on September 30, 1954, Executive Order 9981 began the process of desegregating the armed forces of the United States. Whereas it is essential that there be maintained in the armed services of the United States the highest standards of democracy, with equality of treatment and opportunity for all those who served in our country's defense, now, therefore, by virtue of the authority invested in me as President of the United States, and as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Services, it is hereby ordered as follows. 1. It is hereby declared to be the policy of the President that there shall be equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed services without regard to race, color, religion or national origin. This policy shall be put into effect as rapidly as possible, having due regard to the time required to effectuate any necessary changes without impairing efficiency or morale. 2. There shall be created in the national military establishment an advisory committee to be known as the President's Committee on Equality of Treatment and Opportunity in the Armed Services, which shall be composed of 7 members to be designated by the President. 3. The committee is authorized on behalf of the President to examine into the rules, procedures, and practices of the armed services in order to determine in what respects such rules, procedures and practices may be altered or improved with a view to carrying out the policy of this order. The committee shall confer and advise with the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Army, the Secretary of the Navy, and Secretary of the Air Force, and shall make such recommendations to the President and to said secretaries as in the judgment of the committee will effectuate the policy hereof. 4. All executive departments and agencies of the federal government are authorized and directed to cooperate with the committee in its work, and to furnish the committee such information or the services of such persons as the committee may require in the performance of its duties. 5. When requested by the committee to do so, persons in the armed services or in any of the executive departments and agencies of the federal government shall testify before the committee and shall make available for use of the committee such documents and other information as the committee may require. 6. The committee shall continue to exist until such time as the President shall terminate its existence by executive order. Harry S. Truman. The White House. July 26, 1948. 626 Appendix 2. Appendix 3, Selected. Excerpts from the Civil Rights Act of 1964. An act to enforce the constitutional right to vote, to confer jurisdiction upon the district courts of the United States to provide injunctive relief against discrimination in public accommodations, to authorize the Attorney General to institute suits to protect constitutional rights in public facilities and public education, to extend the Commission on Civil Rights, to prevent discrimination in federally assisted programs, to establish a Commission on Equal Employment Opportunity, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that this act may be cited as the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title I. Voting Rights. Section 101. No person acting under color of law shall, in determining whether any individual is qualified under state law or laws to vote in any federal election, apply any standard, practice, or procedure different from the standards, practices, or procedures applied under such law or laws to other individuals within the same county, parish, or similar political subdivision who have been found by state officials to be qualified to vote, deny the right of any individual to vote in any federal election because of an error or omission on any record or paper relating to any application, registration, or other act requisite to voting, if such error or omission is not material in determining whether such individual is qualified under state law to vote in such election, or employ any literacy test as a qualification for voting in any federal election unless such test is administered to each individual and is conducted wholly in writing, and a certified copy of the test and of the answers given by the individual is furnished to him within 25 days of the submission of his request made within the period of time during which records and papers are required to be retained and preserved pursuant to Title III of the Civil Rights Act of 1960, provided, however, that the Attorney General may enter into agreements with appropriate state or local authorities that preparation, conduct, and maintenance of such tests in accordance with the provisions of applicable state or local law, including such special provisions as are necessary in the preparation, conduct, and maintenance of such tests for persons who are blind or otherwise physically handicapped, meet the purposes of this subparagraph and constitute compliance therewith. Title II. Injunctive Relief Against Discrimination in Places of Public Accommodation. Section 201. All persons shall be entitled to the full and equal enjoyment of the goods, services, facilities, privileges, advantages, and accommodations of any place of public accommodation, as defined in this section, without discrimination or segregation on the ground of race, color, religion, or national origin. Each of the following establishments which serves the public is a place of public accommodation within the meaning of this title if its operations affect commerce, or if discrimination or segregation by it is supported by state action. Any inn, hotel, motel, or other establishment which provides lodging to transient guests, other than an establishment located within a building which contains not more than 5 rooms for rent or hire and which is actually occupied by the proprietor of such establishment as his residence, any restaurant, cafeteria, lunchroom, lunch counter, soda fountain, or other facility principally engaged in selling food for consumption on the premises, including, but not limited to, any such facility located on the premises of any retail establishment, or any gasoline station, any motion picture house, theater, concert hall, sports arena, stadium, or other place of exhibition or entertainment. And any establishment which is physically located within the premises of any establishment otherwise covered by this subsection, or within the premises of which is physically located any such covered establishment. 628 Appendix 3. And which holds itself out as serving patrons of such covered establishment. Discrimination or segregation by an establishment is supported by state action within the meaning of this title if such discrimination or segregation is carried on under color of any law, statute, ordinance, or regulation, or is carried on under color of any custom or usage required or enforced by officials of the state or political subdivision thereof, or is required by action of the state or political subdivision thereof. The provisions of this title shall not apply to a private club or other establishment not in fact open to the public, except to the extent that the facilities of such establishment are made available to the customers or patrons of an establishment within the scope of subsections. Section 202. All persons shall be entitled to be free, at any establishment or place, from discrimination or segregation of any kind on the ground of race, color, religion, or national origin, if such discrimination or segregation is or purports to be required by any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, rule, or order of a state or any agency or political subdivision thereof. Section 203. No person shall withhold, deny, or attempt to withhold or deny, or deprive or attempt to deprive, any person of any right or privilege secured by Section 201 or 202, or intimidate, threaten, or coerce, or attempt to intimidate, threaten, or coerce any person with the purpose of interfering with any right or privilege secured by Section 201 or 202, or punish or attempt to punish any person for exercising or attempting to exercise any right or privilege secured by Section 201 or 202. Section 204. Whenever any person has engaged or there are reasonable grounds to believe that any person is about to engage in any act or practice prohibited by Section 203, a civil action for preventive relief, including an application for a permanent or temporary injunction, restraining order, or other order, may be instituted by the person aggrieved and, upon timely application, the court may, in its discretion, permit the Attorney General to intervene in such civil action if he certifies that the case is of general public importance. Upon application by the complainant and in such circumstances as the court may deem just, the court may appoint an attorney for such complainant and may authorize the commencement of the civil action without the payment of fees, costs, or security. Appendix 3 629. In any action commenced pursuant to this title, the court, in its discretion, may allow the prevailing party, other than the United States, a reasonable attorney's fee as part of the costs, and the United States shall be liable for costs the same as a private person. In the case of an alleged act or practice prohibited by this title which occurs in a state, or political subdivision of a state, which has a state or local law prohibiting such act or practice and establishing or authorizing a state or local authority to grant or seek relief from such practice or to institute criminal proceedings with respect thereto upon receiving notice thereof, no civil action may be brought under subsection before the expiration of 30 days after written notice of such alleged act or practice has been given to the appropriate state or local authority by registered mail or in person, provided that the court may stay proceedings in such civil action pending the termination of state or local enforcement proceedings. Section 205. The service is authorized to make a full investigation of any complaint referred to it by the court under Section 204 and may hold such hearings with respect thereto as may be necessary. The service shall conduct any hearings with respect to any such complaint in executive session, and shall not release any testimony given therein except by agreement of all parties involved in the complaint with the permission of the court, and the service shall endeavor to bring about a voluntary settlement between the parties. Section 206 Whenever the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe that any person or group of persons is engaged in a pattern or practice of resistance to the full enjoyment of any of the rights secured by this title, and that the pattern or practice is of such a nature and is intended to deny the full exercise of the rights herein described, the Attorney General may bring a civil action in the appropriate District Court of the United States by filing with it a complaint signed by him, setting forth facts pertaining to such pattern or practice, and requesting such preventive relief, including an application for a permanent or temporary injunction, restraining order, or other order against the person or persons responsible for such pattern or practice, as he deems necessary to ensure the full enjoyment of the rights herein described. In any such proceeding the Attorney General may file with the clerk of such court a request that a court of 3 judges be convened to hear and determine the case. Such request by the Attorney General shall be accompanied by a certificate that, in his opinion, the case is of general public importance. A copy of the certificate and request for a 3-judge court shall be 630 Appendix 3. Immediately furnished by such clerk to the Chief Judge of the circuit in which the case is pending. Upon receipt of the copy of such request it shall be the duty of the Chief Judge of the circuit or the presiding circuit judge, as the case may be, to designate immediately 3 judges in such circuit, of whom at least one shall be a circuit judge and another of whom shall be a district judge of the court in which the proceeding was instituted, to hear and determine such case, and it shall be the duty of the judges so designated to assign the case for hearing at the earliest practicable date, to participate in the hearing and determination thereof, and to cause the case to be in every way expedited. An appeal from the final judgment of such court will lie to the Supreme Court. In the event the Attorney General fails to file such a request in any such proceeding, it shall be the duty of the Chief Judge of the district in which the case is pending immediately to designate a judge in such district to hear and determine the case. In the event that no judge in the district is available to hear and determine the case, the Chief Judge of the district, or the acting Chief Judge, as the case may be, shall certify this fact to the Chief Judge of the circuit who shall then designate a district or circuit judge of the circuit to hear and determine the case. It shall be the duty of the judge designated pursuant to this section to assign the case for hearing at the earliest practicable date and to cause the case to be in every way expedited. Title III Desegregation of Public Facilities. Section 301 Whenever the Attorney General receives a complaint in writing signed by an individual to the effect that he is being deprived of or threatened with the loss of his right to the equal protection of the laws, on account of his race, color, religion, or national origin, by being denied equal utilization of any public facility which is owned, operated, or managed by or on behalf of any state or subdivision thereof, other than a public school or public college as defined in Section 401. Of Title IV hereof, and the Attorney General believes the complaint is meritorious and certifies that the signer or signers of such complaint are unable, in his judgment, to initiate and maintain appropriate legal proceedings for relief and that the institution of an action will materially further the orderly progress of desegregation in public facilities. The Attorney General is authorized to institute for or in the name of the United States a civil action in any appropriate District Court of the United States against such parties and for such relief as may be appropriate, and such court shall have and shall exercise jurisdiction of proceedings instituted pursuant to this section. The Attorney General may implead as defendants such additional parties as are or become necessary to the grant of effective relief hereunder. Title IV Desegregation of Public Education, Definitions. Section 401 Desegregation means the assignment of students to public schools and within such schools without regard to their race, color, religion, or national origin, but desegregation shall not mean the assignment of students to public schools in order to overcome racial imbalance. Survey and Report of Educational Opportunities. Section 402. the Commissioner shall conduct a survey and make a report to the President and the Congress, with 2 years of the enactment of this title, concerning the lack of availability of equal educational opportunities for individuals by reason of race, color, religion, or national origin in public educational institutions at all levels in the United States, its territories and possessions, and the District of Columbia. Title VI Non-Discrimination in Federally Assisted Programs. Section 601. No person in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Section 603. Any department or agency action taken pursuant to Section 602 shall be subject to such judicial review as may otherwise be provided by law for similar action taken by such department or agency on other grounds. In the case of action, not otherwise subject to judicial review, terminating or refusing to grant or to continue financial assistance upon a finding of failure to comply with any requirement imposed pursuant to Section 602, any person aggrieved may obtain judicial review of such action in accordance with Section 10 of the Administrative Procedure Act, and such action shall not be deemed committed to unreviewable agency discretion within the meaning of that section. 632 Appendix 3. Title VII Equal Employment Opportunity, Discrimination because of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Section 703 It shall be an unlawful employment practice for an employer to fail or refuse to hire or to discharge any individual, or otherwise to discriminate against any individual with respect to his compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment, because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, to limit, segregate, or classify his employees in any way which would deprive or tend to deprive any individual of employment opportunities or otherwise adversely affect his status as an employee, because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It shall be an unlawful employment practice for an employment agency to fail or refuse to refer for employment, or otherwise to discriminate against, any individual because of his race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, or to classify or refer for employment an individual on the basis of his race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It shall be an unlawful employment practice for a labor organization to exclude or to expel from its membership, or otherwise to discriminate against, any individual because of his race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, to limit, segregate, or classify its membership, or to classify or fail or refuse to refer for employment any individual, in any way which would deprive or tend to deprive any individual of employment opportunities, or would limit such employment opportunities or otherwise adversely affect his status as an employee or as an applicant for employment, because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, or to cause or attempt to cause an employer to discriminate against an individual in violation of this section. It shall be an unlawful employment practice for any employer, labor organization, or joint labor management committee controlling apprenticeship or other training or retraining, including on-the-job training programs, to discriminate against any individual because of his race, color, religion, sex, or national origin in admission to, or employment in, any program established to provide apprenticeship or other training. Notwithstanding any other provision of this title, it shall not be an unlawful employment practice for an employer to hire and employ employees, for an employment agency to classify, or refer for employment any individual, for a labor organization to classify its membership or to classify or refer for employment any individual, or for an employer, labor organization, or joint labor management committee controlling apprenticeship or other training or retraining programs to admit or employ any individual in any. Appendix 3 633. Such program, on the basis of his religion, sex, or national origin in those certain instances where religion, sex, or national origin is a bona fide occupational qualification reasonably necessary to the normal operation of that particular business or enterprise, and it shall not be an unlawful employment practice for a school, college, university, or other educational institution or institution of learning to hire and employ employees of a particular religion if such school, college, university, or other educational institution or institution of learning is, in whole or in substantial part, owned, supported, controlled, or managed by a particular religion or by a particular religious corporation, association, or society, or if the curriculum of such school, college, university, or other educational institution or institution of learning is directed toward the propagation of a particular religion. As used in this title, the phrase unlawful employment practice shall not be deemed to include any action or measure taken by an employer, labor organization, joint labor management committee, employment agency with respect to an individual who is a member of the Communist Party of the United States or of any other organization required to register as a Communist Action or Communist Front organization by final order of the Subversive Activities Control Board pursuant to the Subversive Activities Control Act of 1950. Nothing contained in this title shall apply to any business or enterprise on or near an Indian reservation with respect to any publicly announced employment practice of such business or enterprise under which preferential treatment is given to any individual because he is an Indian living on or near a reservation. Other unlawful employment practices. Section 704. It shall be an unlawful employment practice for an employer to discriminate against any of his employees or applicants for employment, for an employment agency to discriminate against an individual, or for a labor organization to discriminate against any member thereof or applicant for membership, because he has opposed any practice made an unlawful employment practice by this title, or because he has made a charge, testified, assisted, or participated in any manner in an investigation, proceeding, or hearing under this title. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Section 705. There is hereby created a commission to be known as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which shall be composed of 5 members. 634 Appendix 3. Not more than 3 of whom shall be members of the same political party, who shall be appointed by the President by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. 1 of the original members shall be appointed for a term of 1 year, 1 for a term of 2 years, 1 for a term of 3 years, 1 for a term of 4 years, 1 for a term of 5 years, beginning from the date of enactment of this title, but their successors shall be appointed for terms of 5 years, except that any individual chosen to fill a vacancy shall be appointed only for the unexpired term of the member whom he shall succeed. The President shall designate 1 member to serve as chairman of the commission, and 1 member to serve as vice chairman. The chairman shall be responsible on behalf of the commission for the administrative operations of the commissions, and shall appoint, in accordance with the civil service laws, such officers, agents, attorneys, and employees as it deems necessary to assist it in the performance of its functions and to fix their compensation in accordance with the Classification Act of 1949, as amended. The vice chairman shall act as chairman in the absence or disability of the chairman or in the event of a vacancy in that. Title 8. Registration and Voting Statistics. Section 801. The Secretary of Commerce shall promptly conduct a survey to compile registration and voting statistics in such geographic areas as may be recommended by the Commission on Civil Rights. Such a survey and compilation shall, to the extent recommended by the Commission on Civil Rights, only include account of persons of voting age by race, color, and national origin, and determination of the extent to which such persons are registered to vote, and have voted in any statewide primary or general election in which the members of the United States House of Representatives are nominated or elected, since January 1, 1960. Such information shall also be collected and compiled in connection with the 19th decennial census, and at such other times as the Congress may prescribe. The provisions of Section 9 and Chapter 7 of Title 13, United States Code, shall apply to any survey, collection, or compilation of registration and voting statistics carried out under this title, provided, however, that no person shall be compelled to disclose his race, color, and national origin, or questioned about his political party affiliation, how he voted, or the reasons therefor, nor shall any penalty be imposed for his failure or refusal to make such disclosure. Every person interrogated orally, by written survey or questionnaire or by any other means with respect to such information shall be fully advised with respect to his right to fail or refuse to furnish such information. Source: Civil Rights Act. Historical documents in United States history. April 1, 2008. http://www.historicaldocuments.com/Civil Rights Act 1964.htm. Appendix 3 635. Appendix 4, selected. Excerpts from the Voting Rights Act of 1965. An act to enforce the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that this act shall be known as the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Section 2. No voting qualifications or prerequisite to voting, or standard, practice, or procedure shall be imposed or applied by any state or political subdivision to deny or abridge the right of any citizen of the United States to vote on account of race or color. Section 3. Whenever the Attorney General institutes a proceeding under any statute to enforce the guarantees of the 15th Amendment in any state or political subdivision, the court shall authorize the appointment of federal examiners by the United States Civil Service Commission in accordance with Section 6 to serve for such period of time and for such political subdivisions as the court shall determine is appropriate to enforce the guarantees of the 15th Amendment as part of any interlocutory order if the court determines that the appointment of such examiners is necessary to enforce such guarantees, or as part of any final judgment if the court finds that violations of the 15th Amendment justifying equitable relief have occurred in such state or subdivision, provided that the court need not authorize the appointment of examiners if any incidents of denial or abridgment of the right to vote on account of race or color have been few in number and have been promptly and effectively corrected by state or local action, the continuing of effect of such incidents has been eliminated, and there is no reasonable probability of their recurrence in the future. Section 4. To assure that the right of citizens of the United States to vote is not denied or abridged on account of race or color, no citizen shall be denied the right to vote in any federal, state, or local election because of his failure to comply with any test or device in any state with respect to which the determinations have been made under subsection, or in political subdivision with respect to which such determinations have been made as a separate unit, unless the United States District Court for the District of Columbia in an action for a declaratory judgment brought by such state or subdivision against the United States has determined that no such test or device has been used during the 5 years preceding the filing of the action for the purpose or with the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on account of race or color, provided that no such declaratory judgment shall issue with respect to any plaintiff for a period of 5 years after the entry of a final judgment of any court of the United States, other than the denial of a declaratory judgment under this section, whether entered prior to or after the enactment of this act, determining that denials or abridgments of the right to vote on account of race or color through the use of such tests or devices have occurred anywhere in the territory of such plaintiff. An action pursuant to this subsection shall be heard and determined by a court of 3 judges in accordance with the provisions of Section 2284 of Title 28 of the United States Code, and any appeal shall lie to the Supreme Court. The court shall retain jurisdiction of any action pursuant to this subsection for 5 years after judgment, and shall reopen the action upon motion of the Attorney General alleging that a test or device has been used for the purpose or with the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on account of race or color. If the Attorney General determines that he has no reasons to believe that any such test or device has been used during the 5 years preceding the filing of the action for the purpose or with the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on account of race or color, he shall consent to the entry of such judgment. The provisions of subsection shall apply in any state or in any political subdivision of a state which the Attorney General determines maintained on November 1, 1964, any test or device, and with respect to which the Director of the Census determines that less than 50 per 638 Appendix 4 centum of the persons of voting age residing therein were registered on November 1, 1964, or that less than 50% of such persons voted in the presidential election of November 1, 1964. A determination or certification of the Attorney General or of the Director of the Census under this section or under Section 6 or Section 13 shall not be reviewable in any court and shall be effective upon publication in the Federal Register. The phrase test or device shall mean any requirement that a person as a prerequisite for voting or registration for voting demonstrate the ability to read, write, understand, or interpret any matter, demonstrate any educational achievement or his knowledge of any particular subject, possess good moral character, or prove his qualifications by the voucher of registered voters or members of any other class. For purposes of this section, no state or political subdivision shall be determined to have engaged in the use of tests or devices for the purpose or with the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on account of race or color if incidents of such use have been few in number and have been promptly and effectively corrected by state or local action, the continuing effect of such incidents has been eliminated, and there is no reasonable probability of their recurrence in the future. Congress hereby declares that to secure the rights under the 14th Amendment of persons educated in American flag schools in which the predominant classroom language was other than English, it is necessary to prohibit the states from conditioning the right to vote of such persons on ability to read, write, understand, or interpret any matter in the English language. No person who demonstrates that he has successfully completed the 6th primary grade in a public school in, or a private school accredited by, any state or territory, the District of Columbia, or the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico in which the predominant classroom language was other than English, shall be denied the right to vote in any federal, state, or local election because of his inability to read, write, understand, or interpret any matter in the English language, except that in states in which state law provides that a different level of education is presumptive of literacy, he shall demonstrate that he has successfully completed an equivalent level of education in a public school in, or a private school accredited by, any state or territory, the District of Columbia, or the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico in which the predominant classroom language was other than English. Section 10. The Congress finds that the requirement of the payment of a poll tax as a precondition to voting precludes persons of limited means from voting or imposes unreasonable financial hardship upon such persons as a precondition. Appendix 4 639. To their exercise of the franchise, does not bear a reasonable relationship to any legitimate state interest in the conduct of elections, and in some areas has the purpose or effect of denying persons the right to vote because of race color. Upon the basis of these findings, Congress declares the constitutional right of citizens to vote is denied or abridged in some areas by the requirement of the payment of a poll tax as a precondition to voting. Section 11. No person acting under color of law shall fail or refuse to permit any person to vote who is entitled to vote under any provision of this Act or is otherwise qualified to vote, or willfully fail or refuse to tabulate, count, and report such person's vote. No person, whether acting under color of law or otherwise, shall intimidate, threaten, or coerce, or attempt to intimidate, threaten, or coerce any person for urging or aiding any person to vote or attempt to vote, or intimidate, threaten, or coerce any person for exercising any powers or duties under Section 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, or 12. Whoever knowingly or willfully gives false information as to his name, address, or period of residence in the voting district for the purpose of establishing his eligibility to register or vote, or conspires with another individual for the purpose of encouraging his false registration to vote or illegal voting, or pays or offers to pay or accepts payment either for registration to vote or for voting shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 5 years, or both, provided, however, that this provision shall be applicable only to general, special, or primary elections held solely or in part for the purpose of selecting or electing any candidate for the office of President, Vice President, Presidential Elector, Member of the United States Senate, Member of the United States House of Representatives, or delegates, or commissioners from the territories or possessions, or resident commissioner of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Whoever, in any matter within the jurisdiction of an examiner or hearing officer knowingly and willfully falsifies or conceals a material fact, or makes any false, fictitious, or fraudulent statements or representations, or makes or uses any false writing or document knowing the same be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 5 years, or both. Source: Voting Rights Act 1965. Historical documents in United States history. April 1, 2008. http://www.historicaldocuments.com/voting-rights-act-of-1965.htm 640 Appendix 4. Appendix 5, excerpt from the Black Panther Party 10-point platform and program. What we want. What we believe. 1. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black community. 2. We want full employment for our people. 3. We want an end to the robbery by the capitalist of our black community. 4. We want decent housing, fit for the shelter of human beings. 5. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. 6. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. 7. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. 8. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. 9. We want all black people when brought to trial to be tried in court by a jury of their peer group or people from their black communities, as defined by the Constitution of the United States. 10. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. Source: Hilliard, David. Huey, Spirit of the Panther. New York, Thunder's Mouth Press, 2006, pages 31 to 35. Appendix 6, Icons in their own words. The following section contains quotes pulled from the essays, autobiographies, speeches, interviews, and other publications of the 24 icons of African American protest featured in these 2 volumes. W.E.B. Du Bois, on the Power of Protest, 1907 wrote the essay The Value of Agitation in 1907. In this essay, Du Bois defended his endorsement of African American protest, and, in doing so, challenged the prevailing anti-black attitudes, laws, and practices in the United States. We are confirmed in our belief that if a man stand up and tell the thing he wants and point out the evil around him, that this is the best way to get rid of it. May we not hope then that we are going to have in the next century a solid front on the part of colored people in the United States, saying we want education for our children and we do not have it today in any large measure. We want full political rights and we never have had that. We want to be treated as human beings, and we want those of our race who stand on the threshold and within the veil of crime to be treated not as beasts, but as men who can be reformed or as children who can be prevented from going further in their career. If we all stand and demand this insistently, the nation must listen to the voice of 10 millions. Source: Foner, Philip S., ed. W.E.B. Du Bois Speaks, Speeches and Addresses, 1890 to 1910. New York, Pathfinder Press, 1970, pages 174 to 178. Ida B. Wells Barnett, A Solution to the Lynching Epidemic, 1909. Ida B. Wells Barnett spoke the following words in Lynching, Our National Crime, a speech she gave at the National Negro Conference in New York in 1909, almost 2 decades after she single-handedly pioneered an anti-lynching campaign. Is there a remedy, or will the nation confess that it cannot protect its protectors at home as well as abroad? Various remedies have been suggested to abolish the lynching infamy, but year after year, the butchery of men, women, and children continues in spite of plea and protest. Education is suggested as a preventive, but it is as grave a crime to murder an ignorant man as it is a scholar. True, few educated men have been lynched, but the hue and cry once started stops at no bounds, as was clearly shown by the lynchings in Atlanta, and in Springfield, Illinois. Agitation, though helpful, will not alone stop the crime. Year after year statistics are published, meetings are held, resolutions are adopted. And yet lynchings go on. The only certain remedy is an appeal to law. Lawbreakers must be made to know that human life is sacred and that every citizen of this country is first a citizen of the United States and secondly a citizen of the state in which he belongs. This nation must assert itself and protect its federal citizenship at home as well as abroad. The strong men of the government must reach across state lines whenever unbridled lawlessness defies state laws, and must give to the individual under the stars and stripes the same measure of protection it gives to him when he travels in foreign lands. Federal protection of American citizenship is the remedy for lynching. Source: Wells Barnett, Ida B. Lynching, Our National Crime in Can I Get a Witness? Prophetic Religious Voices of African American Women, an Anthology. Edited by Marcia Y. Riggs and Barbara Holmes. Maryknoll, New York, Orbis, 1997, pages 146 to 150. Marcus Garvey, Radicalism Defined, 1923. Marcus Mosiah Garvey's second wife, Amy Jacques Garvey, published The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey in 1923 during an intense campaign to deport him back to Jamaica by those who opposed his views on black separatism and nationalism and his ambitious programs to empower blacks. Garvey, the leader of the massively popular Universal Negro Improvement Association, was eventually deported in 1927. The following quote comes from an essay entitled Radicalism. Radical is a label that is always applied to people who are endeavoring to get freedom. 644 Appendix 6. Jesus Christ was the greatest radical the world ever saw. He came and saw a world of sin and his program was to inspire it with spiritual feeling. He was therefore a radical. George Washington was dubbed a radical when he took up his sword to fight his way to liberty in America 140 years ago. All men who call themselves reformers are perforce radicals. They cannot be anything else, because they are revolting against the conditions that exist. Conditions as they exist reveal a conservative state, and if you desire to change these conditions you must be a radical. Source: Jacques Garvey, Amy, ed. The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. New York, Arno Press and the New York Times, 1923, pages 18 to 19. Thurgood Marshall, On Securing and Enforcing Civil Rights, 1942. Thurgood Marshall, who later argued before the U.S. Supreme Court in the monumental Brown v. Board of Education case that declared segregated schools unconstitutional in 1954, spoke the following words in his speech The Legal Attack to Secure Civil Rights during the NAACP's Wartime Conference in 1942. Thus it seems clear that although it is necessary and vital to all of us that we continue our program for additional legislation to guarantee and enforce certain of our rights, at the same time we must continue with ever-increasing vigor to enforce those few statutes, both federal and state, which are now on the statute books. We must not be delayed by people who say the time is not ripe, nor should we proceed with caution for fear of destroying the status quo. Persons who deny to us our civil rights should be brought to justice now. Many people believe the time is always ripe to discriminate against Negroes. All right, then the time is always ripe to bring them to justice. The responsibility for the enforcement of these statutes rests with every American citizen regardless of race or color. However, the real job has to be done by the Negro population with whatever friends of the other races are willing to join in. Source: Marshall, Thurgood. The Legal Attack to Secure Civil Rights in the American Civil Rights Movement, Readings and Interpretations. Edited by Raymond D'Angelo. New York, McGraw-Hill, 2001, pages 189 to 194. Roy Wilkins, Encouraging Young Activists, 1959. Roy Wilkins, Executive Secretary of the NAACP, was among the speakers who addressed young demonstrators at a youth march for integrated schools in 1959. Following is an excerpt from his speech. So you are here to say by your presence and in your resolutions that you want integrated schools for all American children. You have every right to say this. Appendix 6 645. To your government and to all among the citizenry who will listen. No one has a better right, for in so speaking, you are demanding only that the high pronouncements and glorious traditions of this beloved bastion of freedom be vindicated, and that we be about the business of building the kind of world in which your generation can preserve freedom. Source: Wilkins, Roy. Talking It Over with Roy Wilkins, Selected Speeches and Writings. Norwalk Court, M&B Publishing, 1977, pages 21 to 23. John Lewis, On Getting Arrested for the First Time, 1960. John Lewis, SNCC chairman, faced violence and was arrested numerous times during civil rights demonstrations. In the following excerpt from his autobiography, Walking with the Wind, a memoir of the movement, he explains the rush he felt following his first arrest in 1960 while participating in a sit-in in Nashville, Tennessee. But I felt no shame or disgrace. I didn't feel fear, either. As we were let out of the store single file, singing "We Shall Overcome," I felt exhilarated. As we passed through a cheering crowd gathered on the sidewalk outside, I felt high, almost giddy with joy. As we approached the open rear doors of a paddy wagon, I felt elated. It was really happening, what I'd imagined for so long, the drama of good and evil playing itself out on the stage of the living, breathing world. It felt holy, and noble, and good. That paddy wagon, crowded, cramped, dirty, with wire cage windows and doors, seemed like a chariot to me, a freedom vehicle carrying me across a threshold. Source: Lewis, John. Walking with the Wind, a memoir of the movement. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1998, pages 100 to 101. Fannie Lou Hamer, The Struggle for the Ballot, 1962. Civil rights activist Fannie Lou Hamer described in the following excerpt from her autobiography, To Praise Our Bridges, the moment she decided to register to vote in 1962. Until then I'd never heard of no mass meeting, and I didn't know that a Negro could register and vote. Bob Moses, Reggie Robinson, Jim Bevel and James Foreman were some of the SNCC workers who ran that meeting. When they asked for those to raise their hands who'd go down to the courthouse the next day, I raised mine. Had it up high as I could get it. I guess if I'd had any sense I'd been a little scared, but what was the point of being scared? The only thing they could do to me was kill me, and it seemed like they'd been trying to do that a little bit at a time ever since I could remember. 646 Appendix 6. After leaving the registration office, Hamer lost her home, her job, and nearly her life. Source: Hamer, Fannie Lou. To Praise Our Bridges in Mississippi Writers, Reflections of Childhood and Youth. Edited by Dorothy Abbott. Jackson, University Press of Mississippi, 1985, pages 321 to 330. Martin Luther King, Jr., In Defense of Nonviolent Direct Action, 1963. In 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., President of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, wrote letter from Birmingham City Jail while imprisoned for his participation in a demonstration. The letter was a response to a public statement given by Alabama clergy who denounced his organized remonstrations. The following is an excerpt from that letter. You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, etc.? Isn't negotiation a better path? You are exactly right in your call for negotiation. Indeed, this is the purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and establish such creative tension that a community that has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. It seeks so to dramatize the issue that it can no longer be ignored. Source: King, Martin Luther, Jr. Letter from Birmingham City Jail, Philadelphia, American Friends Service Committee, 1963, p. 5. Malcolm X, Militancy reconsidered, 1963. At the onset of Malcolm X's activism, his radicalism was evident in the following words from his 1963 speech Message to the Grassroots. In this address, Malcolm X gives his definition of a revolution, something he believed at that time was necessary to address the grievances of African Americans. A revolution is bloody. Revolution is hostile. Revolution knows no compromise. Revolution overturns and destroys everything that gets in its way. And you, sitting around here like a knot on the wall, saying, I am going to love these folks no matter how much they hate me. No, you need a revolution. Whoever heard of a revolution where they lock arms, as Reverend Cleach was pointing out beautifully, singing We Shall Overcome? Just tell me. You don't do that in a revolution. You don't do any singing, you're too busy swinging. It's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an independent nation. These Negroes aren't asking for no nation. They're trying to crawl back on the plantation. Source, Malcolm X. Message to the Grassroots, American Rhetoric, Top 100 Speeches. November 10, 2007. http://www.americanrhetoric.com/speeches/malcolmxgrassroots.htm. Whitney M. Young, Jr., Advocating for African Americans Beyond Basic Civil Rights, 1964. Following the explosion of race riots in African American communities in the North, Whitney M. Young, Jr., Executive Director of the National Urban League, published a plan of action in his book To Be Equal to address the needs of African Americans extending beyond the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964. The following is an excerpt from that book. The basic issue here is one of simple logic and fairness. The scales of justice have been heavily weighted against the Negro for over 300 years and will not suddenly in 1964 balance themselves by applying equal weights. In this sense, the Negro is educationally and economically malnourished and anemic. It is not preferential treatment but simple decency to provide him for a brief period with special vitamins, additional food, and blood transfusions. Malcolm X, Reconsidering Black Separatism, 1965. Following a life-changing pilgrimage to Mecca, the sacred city in Islam, Malcolm X, who once called whites blue-eyed devils, reconsiders his black separatist philosophy in this excerpt from a 1965 interview with acclaimed African-American photographer Gordon Parks. Remember the time that white college girl came into the restaurant, the one who wanted to help the Muslims and the whites get together, and I told her there wasn't a ghost of a chance and she went away crying? Well, I've lived to regret that incident. In many parts of the African continent I saw white students helping black people. Something like this kills a lot of argument. Source, Ali, Noman. Interview with Gordon Parks, Malcolm-X.org. November 10, 2007. http://www.malcolm-x.org/doc/int_parks.htm. Robert F. Williams, On the Watts Riot in Los Angeles, 1965. Robert F. Williams established the radical radio station, Radio Free Dixie, while exiled in Cuba. The following is an excerpt from a 1965 broadcast concerning the Watts Riot, one of many that erupted in the 1960s. Yes, Los Angeles is a warning to oppressor racist beasts that they can no longer enjoy immunity from retribution for their brutal crimes of 648 Appendix 6. Violence and oppression of our people. Let them be apprised of the fight. That we are going to have justice or set the torch to racist America. The masses of our people want relief from their misery. We must protect ourselves. We must defend ourselves. We must meet violence with violence. Let us resist tyranny to the death. Resist, resist, resist. Burn, burn, burn. Death to the oppressor. Down with the thug cops. To the streets and let our battle cry be heard around the world. Freedom, freedom, freedom now or death. Source: Mosley, Walter. Aug. 11, 1965, The Day Oppression Exploded the Freedom Archives. November 10, 2007. http://www.freedomarchives.org/news_freedomarchives.org/2005 August/001332.html. Stokely Carmichael, On Black Power, 1966. Stokely Carmichael, chairman of SNCC, was a harbinger of the Black Power movement. The following excerpt comes from a speech, entitled Black Power, which he gave in 1966 in Berkeley, California. We cannot have white people working in the black community on psychological grounds. The fact is that all black people question whether or not they are equal to whites, since every time they start to do something, white people are around showing them how to do it. If we are going to eliminate that for the generation that comes after us, then black people must be in positions of power, doing and articulating for themselves. That's not reverse racism, it is moving onto healthy ground, it is becoming what the philosopher Sartre says, an anti-racist racist, and this country can't understand that. If everybody who's white sees himself as racist and sees us against him, he's speaking from his own guilt. Source: Carmichael, Stokely. BlackPowerSoJust.net. November 10, 2007. http://www.sojust.net/speeches/Stokely_Carmichael_Black Power. HTML. Huey P. Newton, On Armed Resistance, 1967. Huey P. Newton was the Minister of Defense for the Black Panther Party beginning in 1966. The following excerpt comes from his article, In Defense of Self-Defense, published on June 20, 1967, in the Black Panther newspaper. Black people must now move, from the grassroots up through the perfumed circles of the black bourgeoisie, to seize by any means necessary a proportionate share of the power vested and collected in the structure of America. We must organize and unite to combat by long resistance the brutal force used against us daily. The power structure depends upon the use of force within retaliation. This is why they have made it a felony to teach guerrilla warfare. This is why they want the people unarmed. Appendix 649. The racist dog oppressors fear the armed people, they fear most of all black people armed with weapons and the ideology of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. And unarmed people are slaves or are subject to slavery at any given moment. If a government is not afraid of the people, it will arm the people against foreign aggression. Black people are held captive in the midst of their oppressors. There is a world of difference between 30 million unarmed submissive black people and 30 million black people armed with freedom, guns, and the strategic methods of liberation. Source: Hilliard, David, and Donald Wise, eds. The Huey P. Newton Reader. New York, 7 Stories Press, 2002, pages 134 to 137. A. Philip Randolph, Militancy from the Perspective of an Advocate of Nonviolence, 1969. In a 1969 oral history interview, preserved in the LBJ Library, A. Philip Randolph, the distinguished leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and a civil rights pioneer, explained militancy in the following excerpt. Militancy consists largely in their idea of achieving an objective by any means necessary. That's what they're for. Now that involves violence and so forth, and I am definitely opposed to calculated organized violence in order to achieve our civil rights objective. In the first place, after you have had violence you still have the problem? Violence doesn't solve the problem. It may attract attention to it, but then you still have the problem, because the problem is involved in relationships between forces and groups with respect to an idea. Many have no concept of the history of revolution. They haven't given time to try to find out what the mechanism, the structure, and so forth of revolutionary developments are. But they've grasped this, and some of them misconstrue riots for revolution. quite impatient, and they perhaps are making a contribution, because the older Negro leaders are not disposed to enter upon new adventures and things of that sort, you know, and you need this new force to come in, and through dialogues, if you can have them, why, ideas are changed, points of view are modified, tactics and strategy will undergo transformation. Ella Baker, on the role of women in the Civil Rights Movement, 1969. In her speech, The Black Woman in the Civil Rights Struggle, Ella Baker gives her distinctive perspective on a controversial topic. Historians, as well as some women activists of the civil rights era, frequently criticized. 650 Appendix 6. The lack of inclusion of women in the male-dominated civil rights movement. I was a little bit amazed as to why the selection of a discussion on the role of black women in the world. I have never been one to feel great needs in the direction of setting myself apart as a woman. I've always thought first and foremost of people as individuals. Wherever there has been struggle, black women have been identified with that struggle. Angela Davis, an activist, describes her calling to activism, 1969. In Angela Davis, an autobiography, Angela Davis, following several years of extensive study in New York, Massachusetts, France, and Germany, recounts her desperate longing to be a part of the Black Power movement while a graduate student at the University of California, San Diego. She subsequently joined the Black Panther political party, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Che Lumumba Club. I was like an explorer who returns to his homeland after many years, with precious bounty and no one to give it to. I believed my energy, my commitment, my convictions were the treasure I had accumulated, and I looked high and low for a way to spend it. I roamed the campus, examined the bulletin boards, read the newspapers, talk to everyone who might know, where are my people? It was as if I would be churned up and destroyed inside by these irrepressible desires to become a part of a liberation movement if I did not soon discover an outlet for them. Therefore, I turned to the Radical Students Organization on campus. Source: Davis, Angela. Angela Davis, An Autobiography. New York, International Publishers, 1974, pages 152 to 153. Elaine Brown, Political Agenda of the Black Panther Party, 1973. In 1973, before Elaine Brown became the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, she made an unsuccessful bid for the Oakland City Council, along with the organization's co-founder Bobby Seale. In the following excerpt from her autobiography, A Taste of Power, Brown asserts the party's objective. Our agenda was to overthrow the United States government. It was to defend the humanity of our people with armed force. It was to institute socialist revolution. That was not the program of the Republican Party. It was not the program of the Democratic Party. It was not the program of the traditional white-endorsed, black-faced candidates. It was not the program of the Appendix 651. NAACP or the Urban League. It was not even the program of the Black Nationalists or SNCC or the Radical Peace and Freedom Party. It was still the program of the Black Panther Party. James Leonard Farmer, Jr., reminiscing on the Civil Rights Movement, 1985. James Leonard Farmer, Jr. was the National Director of CORE and one of the leaders of the Freedom Rides, which were conducted to test legislation that prohibited segregation in intrastate travel and public facilities. In the following excerpt from Lay Bare the Heart, an autobiography of the Civil Rights Movement, Farmer reflects on Dr. Martin Luther King's Montgomery bus boycott and his program of nonviolence. Here was a movement of black Americans flying in the face of the American cult of the big fist wins. Here was a movement dedicated to the proposition that one could win without using any fists at all, except those pounding within the soul. King's Montgomery protest not only repudiated the violent machismo of America, it also stirred to awakening another America, the America of Emerson and Thoreau, of the Quakers, of the abolitionists, the America of principle and compassion. A part of America was born again, one might say, and the rebirth lasted through the decade of the 60s. Rosa Parks, on progress since the Civil Rights Movement, 1992. Rosa Parks, the woman who was arrested and lionized for not giving up her seat on a Jim Crow bus in 1955, expressed her thoughts on the impact of the Civil Rights Movement in her autobiography, Rosa Parks, My Story. My life has changed a great deal since 1955. I look back now and realize that since that evening on the bus in Montgomery, Alabama, we have made a lot of progress in some ways. Young people can go to register to vote without being threatened and can vote without feeling apprehensive. There are no signs on public water fountains saying colored and white. There are big cities with black mayors, and small towns with black mayors and chiefs of police. All those laws against segregation have been passed, and all that progress has been made. But a whole lot of white people's hearts have not been changed. Dr. King. 652 Appendix 6. Used to talk about the fact that if a law was changed, it might not change hearts but it would offer some protection. He was right. We now have some protection, but there is still much racism and racial violence. In recent years there has been a resurgence of reactionary attitudes. I am troubled by the recent decisions of the Supreme Court that make it harder to prove a pattern of racial discrimination in employment and by the fact that the national government does not seem very interested in pursuing violations of civil rights. What troubles me is that so many young people, including college students, have come out for white supremacy and that there have been more and more incidents of racism and racial violence on college campuses. It has not been widespread, but still it is troublesome. It seems like we still have a long way to go. Source: Parks, Rosa, with Jim Haskins. Rosa Parks, My Story. New York, Scholastic, 1992, pages 186 to 187. Louis Farrakhan, Many Paths, One Goal, 1995. Louis Farrakhan, Nation of Islam Minister, is one of the most controversial black leaders of the 21st century. Historically, he has been a critic of prominent protest organizations. In the following excerpt of a speech Farrakhan gave at the 1995 Million Man March, he demonstrates a change of heart. We must belong to some organization that is working for and in the interest of the uplift and the liberation of our people. Go back, join the NAACP if you want to, join the Urban League, join the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, join us, join the Nation of Islam, join PUSH, join the Congress of Racial Equality, join SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, but we must become a totally organized people, and the only way we can do that is to become a part of some organization that is working for the uplift of our people. Source: Minister Farrakhan challenges black men. Transcript from Minister Louis Farrakhan's remarks at the Million Man March, CNN.com. November 10, 2007. http://www.cgi.cnn.com/us/9510megamarch/10-16/transcript/index.html. Jesse Jackson, On the Education of an Activist, 2000. The following is an excerpt from a 2000 Teen Inc. interview with Jesse Jackson in which he discusses his preparation for protest work. Many who left school never came back. I was tempted to do the same thing. I was just as fascinated. It became a very personal thing because of my own pain and rejection and denial of access based on the race law. Appendix 653. Called me in one day and said, I know you're inspired by Mike, but, he said, Mike has his Ph.D. And a lot of guys are talking, protesting and doing a good job. But because Mike is so prepared with his BS degree and his doctorate, having read the great books, his sense of philosophy and history, his contributions will outlast theirs. He's prepared for the struggle, so, if you are as committed as you say you are, you must decide now to be a student of the movement, not just a student in the movement. You will cease to be a student at some point, and so your commitment to the struggle must be your commitment to prepare to offer something of substance to it. And so I did not leave school. Actually, I became president of the student body. Then I went to graduate school, which was enormously important to me in terms of preparation. And the irony of all is that the ultimate irony, after finishing 2 years of seminary, Dr. King came to Chicago. I had 6 more months to finish. He said to me, "You will learn more theology right here in this room with me in 6 months than you'll learn in 6 years of seminary." I said, "It's easy for you to say, you have your PhD," and I asked my wife, who said, "I know you want to finish, but the unique opportunity to work with Dr. King may be such that if you remain focused it may be worth the risk." So, I left the seminary to work with him. Source: Interview with Rev. Jesse Jackson, Civil Rights Leader. Teen Inc. November 10, 2007. http://www.teeninc.com/interviews/article/5456 Jesse Jackson, Civil Rights Leader. A. L. Sharpton on A. L. Sharpton, 2002. Al Sharpton emerged as an activist during the civil rights movement and continues to maintain a vigilant watch over issues that matter to and affect contemporary African Americans. His omnipresent crusade to smite racism in the 21st century has made him a figure of ridicule to some and a modern hero to others. Sharpton's perspective on his importance is summarized in the following statement: "If there were no injustice, if there were no racism, there would be no need for an Al Sharpton." Source: Sharpton, Al. Al on America. New York, Kensington Publishing, 2002, p. 190. Dorothy Height, What Women of Color Want, 2003. Dorothy Height, president of the National Council of Negro Women, wrote the following in her autobiography, Open Wide the Freedom Gates, a memoir. 654 Appendix 6. Women of color around the world have common problems and common dreams. Whether affluent or needy, living in the northern industrialized world or the developing South, educated or illiterate, we all want to improve the quality of life for our loved ones and our communities. We want to participate in our nation's development. We long for loving childcare and access to nutritious food and good health for our families. We seek training and skills for better paying jobs. We expect equal wages for equal work. And yet black women universally have been denied education and barred from political power. The systematic denial of women's central role in nation building has been as costly to the nations concerned as it has been harmful to women and their families. Spike Lee has produced films for the big screen that explore racism, the lives of radical activists such as Huey P. Newton and Malcolm X, and the African American experience. He is notorious for stirring up controversy. In the following excerpt from Lee's That's My Story and I'm Sticking to It, he explains part of his function as a filmmaker. And that's something I've been accused of raising questions without having answers. But I've never felt it was the filmmaker's job to have all the answers. I think, for the most part, if we choose to do so, we have more of a provocateur role, where we ask these questions and hopefully they will, by the way that they are asked, stimulate and generate some discussion and dialogue. But to find answers for racism and prejudice in films, you can't do that. Glossary. Accommodationism. A philosophy in which blacks concede to the attitudes, traditions, or practices of opposing views or policies, such as segregation. Apartheid. The system of racial segregation practiced in South Africa between 1948 and 1993. Black Nadir. A period of extreme adversity for blacks that occurred between 1877 and the early 20th century, marked by anti-black violence such as lynchings and race riots, the establishment of Jim Crow laws, and the erosion of civil rights gained during Reconstruction. Nadir was coined by an African-American scholar named Rayford Logan in his book The Negro in American Life and Thought, The Nadir, 1877-1901. Black nationalism. An ideology that promotes black social, economic, and political independence from whites and the establishment of black self-government. Black Power movement. A period, which occurred concurrent with the civil rights movement, of political activity by black organizations that espoused any combination of the following: racial pride, black separatism, black nationalism, and militancy, and/or actively promoted the protection and political, economic, and social needs of blacks in impoverished communities. Boycott. The act of abstaining from using, buying, or dealing with someone or some other institution, organization, or establishment as a form of protest. Buddhism. A major religion in Asian countries that venerates the teachings of Gautama Buddha, an Indian religious leader of the 6th century BCE. Capitalism. An economic system in which investment in and ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange of wealth is made and maintained chiefly by private individuals or corporations. Christianity. A major religion in the United States and in the West, which is based on the life and teachings of Jesus Christ as revealed in the Holy Bible. Civil disobedience. The refusal to obey certain laws for the purpose of influencing legislation or policy, characterized by the employment of nonviolent demonstrations. Civil rights movement. A period spanning the 1950s and the 1960s of large-scale black protest for full legal, social, and economic equality. Cold War. A state of political hostility and tension that existed from 1945 to 1990 between the Soviet Union and the United States and their respective allies. Colonialism. The control of a nation over another country. Colonialism in Africa, particularly during the 19th century, often resulted in the mistreatment and subjugation of indigenous peoples and the exploitation of land and resources. This phenomenon sparked many liberation movements. In 1956, Tunisia was the first country in Africa to gain its independence. Today, there are 53 independent African countries. Communism. A system of social organization based on the holding of all property in common, actual ownership being ascribed to the community as a whole or to the state. Confederate flag. A 20th century symbol of the South. The term Confederate refers to the 11 Southern states that seceded from the United States of America, largely over the issue of slavery, and then engaged the Union in the American Civil War. The Union's victory ended slavery in the United States. Cracker. A pejorative used by blacks to refer to a white person, the term is believed to have originated from the sound of the crack of the bullwhip the plantation overseer used to punish black slaves. Demonstration. A public display of protest that takes a variety of forms, such as rallies, sit-ins, picketing, boycotts, and marches. Direct action. Any demonstration employed to achieve an immediate or direct result. Discrimination. The making of a distinction, generally against a person, based on race. Disfranchisement. The state of being deprived of the right to vote. 15th Amendment. A modification to the U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1870 during Reconstruction, for the purpose of prohibiting the restriction of voting rights for recently freed black slaves. Applies to any U.S. citizen regardless of race, color, or previous state as a slave. 14th Amendment. A modification to the U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1868 during Reconstruction, for the purpose of granting recently freed black slaves due process of law and equal protection. Garveyism. The philosophy of Marcus Garvey, the founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association African Communities League. The three tenets of Garvey's philosophy include the concepts of race first, self-reliance, and nationhood. Ghetto. A section of a city characterized by substandard housing and inhabited by disadvantaged and impoverished residents, also referred to as a slum. Great Migration. A period between 1910 and 1950 characterized by large-scale relocation of blacks from the South to the North to escape segregation, anti-black violence, racism, and catastrophes, like a boll weevil infestation and flooding, in some parts of the South. Southern blacks went north to follow the employment opportunities that increased as a result of World War I Harlem Renaissance. A renewal and flourishing of black literary and musical culture between 1912 and the 1930s in the Harlem section of New York City. Hinduism. A major religion of India that emphasizes freedom from the material world through purification of desires and elimination of personal identity. 658 Glossary. Holocaust. A systematic mass slaughter of mostly Jews in Nazi concentration camps beginning with Adolf Hitler's rise to power in Germany in 1933 and ending with the victory of the United States and its allies in World War II. Integrationism. A belief or philosophy that supports the inclusion or incorporation of blacks into white society and the elimination of racially segregated public institutions and facilities. Islam. The religious faith of Muslims, based on the teachings and life of the Prophet Muhammad as recorded in the Quran. Jim Crow. Term originating from a minstrel show song in the early 19th century referring to a practice and legal policy of segregating or discriminating against blacks in public places, public transportation, employment, etc. Judaism. A religion of the Jews based on the writings of the Old Testament and teachings in the Talmud. Ku Klux Klan. One of numerous white supremacist organizations established to terrorize, intimidate, and attack blacks, as well as whites who sympathized with blacks, Jews, Catholics, and other groups. This organization was established in 1866 by veterans of the Confederate Army and remains active throughout the United States. Historically, members wore white robes and white cone-shaped masks. Lynching. A term mostly used to refer to a killing by hanging, but it can indicate any illicit murder by any other means. Lynchings were most common during the American frontier between whites and other whites or immigrants over alleged crimes, competition, or disputes. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, blacks were primarily, but not exclusively, targeted in the South. Black males were charged for alleged rape crimes whether or not an actual crime had been committed. Racial lynching was largely employed to maintain the social, economic, and political supremacy of whites. Middle Passage. The forced voyage of enslaved Africans across the Atlantic Ocean to the Americas. Treated as cargo and transported in horrendous conditions, many Africans died on the journey. The term middle refers to the area of the triangular trade voyage that occurred between West Africa, the West Indies, and colonies in North America. Militancy. The quality of being aggressive or combative. Nigger. An ethnic slur used to refer to black slaves. During and after slavery, blacks also used the term to refer to one another. Employed by blacks, the term can be used in a familiar, neutral, or derogatory manner. Those who protest the use of the word by whites or blacks will frequently use the term N-word instead. Nonviolence. The policy, practice, or technique of refraining from physically harming another person or defending oneself from a physical attack. Pan-Africanism. A philosophy that advocates the political alliance or union of all African nations and African descendants. Passive resistance. Opposition to a government or to governmental laws by the use of non-cooperation and other nonviolent demonstrations, such as boycotts, sit-ins, and marches. Picketing. The presence of a person or group of persons stationed outside an establishment to express grievance and to discourage entry by patrons. Picketers, or participants in a picket, will often vocalize slogans and carry signs. Glossary 659. Prejudice. An unfavorable opinion or feeling towards someone based on race. Racial consciousness. The awareness and advocacy of racial heritage, culture, and traditions. Racial etiquette. Informal rules, practices, customs, and traditions that regulate social relations, conduct, and speech behavior between blacks and whites. Racial profiling. The practice of making a negative or positive judgment based on an individual's race. For example, to pass a black male on a street and assume he is a criminal or perpetrator is a form of racial profiling. Racism. Hatred or intolerance of another racial group. Reconstruction. The effort following the end of the Civil War to provide assistance and legal reform for recently freed blacks in the South. In this period, American soldiers enforced black male suffrage and the establishment of black politicians in the South. Through violence and intimidation, white Southerners gradually retook political control over the region. By 1877, all the gains achieved for blacks were lost and Reconstruction officially ended. One of the longest-lasting effects of Reconstruction was in education and the establishment of numerous historically black colleges and universities. Red Scare. Two periods in U.S. history, between 1917 and 1920 and 1947 and 1957, that were characterized by a heightened state of fear and suspicion of communist infiltration of the American government. Redneck. One of several pejoratives used by blacks to refer to whites. One speculation is that the term originated from a description of poor Southern whites whose skin, particularly the neck region, turned red as a result of working out under the sun. Reparations. Term referring to a popular issue among some blacks who feel the descendants of slaves in the U.S. should receive monetary or other restitution. Segregation. The legalized separation of blacks and whites in the United States. Self-defense. A philosophy that endorses the protection of oneself and one's community or property if attacked. Separatism. The advocacy of withdrawing socially, economically, and/or politically from the white establishment. Sit-ins. A form of demonstration made popular during the 1960s with youths who entered white-only public places, like restaurants, where they sat down at lunch counters and refused to leave to protest Jim Crow laws. Slavery. The phenomena of forcing individuals into a state of bondage, where they are deprived of all freedom and made to work without payment. American slavery lasted from 1654 to 1865. It is estimated that 12 to 15 million slaves were transported from Africa to America, mostly coming from the west coast of Africa. Because records were not kept on the slaves, African Americans are unable to track their lineage. Slavery sustained the economic system of the antebellum South, where blacks toiled on plantations or in white homes. Slavery was generally abandoned in the North. Northern abolitionists, or individuals calling for the end of slavery, made critical contributions in helping slaves escape to the North. Socialism. A system of social organization based on the collective ownership of production and distribution of goods and property. According to the philosopher Karl Marx, the development of a society included the stages of capitalism, socialism, and communism. Uncle Tom. A pejorative to describe blacks who are subservient to whites. This term was frequently applied by black power proponents to refer to civil rights leaders who advocated integrationism. White supremacy. The belief that whites are superior to other races. This belief includes the advocacy of social, economic, and political domination by whites. Whitecapping. With regard to race relations, the term refers to the late 19th and early 20th century phenomenon in the South in which white farmers used violence and intimidation to prevent black land ownership and to control the black population. Women's suffrage. The struggle for women's right to vote. White women led the struggle, but blacks, like Ida B. Wells Barnett, made contributions. The 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1920, granting all women full voting rights. About the author. Gladys L. Knight has written extensively on individuals, issues, and topics relevant to African American history. She has contributed to numerous Greenwood publications, including the Greenwood Encyclopedia of African American Literature, the Greenwood Encyclopedia of African American Folklore, Encyclopedia of the Reconstruction Era, Encyclopedia of American Race Riots, and the forthcoming Encyclopedia of African American Popular Culture.